Live. It's 4:30 on the East Coast, and we're heading into an evening that is guaranteed to be both exciting and historic. I'm standing on the ABC News election headquarters set. It is quite a thing to behold. And in just a few hours, our chief anchor will take his seat right over there, George Stephanopoulos. He'll be surrounded by a whole panel of wise women and men, and we will walk you through this evening step by step. Before we get to that, though, we here on ABC News Live have a whole slate of excellent programming, pre-game coverage, if you will. And we're going to kick things off with my colleague, ABC's Devin Dwyer, who's right over here, and he's got his show, The Big Vote.
Thanks, Dan. The first polls close just a few hours from now. Record turnout, passions running high, jobs, healthcare, immigration at stake. Where will history be made tonight? And what will the results say about President Trump? Right now on The Big Vote. Hey everybody, I'm Devin Dwyer. Great to have you with us on this special edition of The Big Vote. I hope you voted and let your voice be heard today. Coming up on the show, President Trump is not on the ballot, but he's at the center of this midterm debate like no president before him. In our big race inside the president's final sprint to the campaign, he calls it a referendum. So what message will voters send? Plus, why college-educated women in the suburbs could decide this election, our big issue that top concerns those women have as they head to the polls. In the big number, the latest election forecast from 538, plus a first look at the exit polls just coming in. And we'll talk live to the top Republicans and Democrats about the state of the party and our team all across the country about how the candidates in those key races are feeling right now. And in the big race today, let's take a look at the big picture. There are 435 House seats up for grabs tonight, 35 in the Senate, and 36 governorships at stake today as well. But the biggest race of all tonight may be one that's not on the ballot. It's a showdown between President Trump and that movement of Democratic opposition that rose up just after the inauguration to challenge him. Well, tonight is the first opportunity that voters have to weigh in on the Trump presidency, and the president's made clear where he stands. Just listen to him on the campaign trail.
And I'm not on the ticket, but I am on the ticket. A vote for Morrissey is a vote for me.
A vote for Mike.
And a vote for Cindy.
A vote for Marcia.
And a vote for Steve.
A vote for Mike Braun.
A vote for David is a vote for me and our agenda to make America great again.
And President Trump is watching the returns, laying low today at the White House. But make no mistake, he knows what's at stake for him. The Democrats do, too. It's why we saw him barnstorm this campaign to the finish, 44 campaign rallies in 22 states this year alone, something no president has ever done before.
Yo, man, Democrat, get yourself a Trump hat.
What's the big issue for you when you're voting Republican on Tuesday?
Trump.
Keeping America
I'm for everything he stands for.
It's the Trump agenda.
Exactly right.
Okay?
It's the agenda.
What's at stake for you?
Well, I think the country.
The president's been campaigning these midterms as if he's on the ballot. Of course, he's not. But Republicans, Democrats, even the president himself say these midterms are very much about him. What's at stake this election for you?
Oh, immigration.
We close the borders so that we protect our children.
Well, you do got the caravan right now, so the migrant situation, border control is definitely a serious issue.
President Trump has been out on the campaign trail more than any other president in modern history for the midterms.
If you don't want to be saying Speaker Pelosi for the next 2 years, get out and vote.
In speech after speech, the president has been ratcheting up the rhetoric of fear.
Because you look at what's marching up, that's an invasion. That's an invasion. Democrats want to invite caravan after caravan of illegal aliens to pour into our country.
And despite his calls for civility and unity, the president has been demonizing his opponents with personal attacks.
Elizabeth Warren wants to get rid of, I can't call her Pocahontas anymore because she has no Indian blood.
What's your take on the president's tone in some of these rallies?
You know, to me, that's the problem, is everybody gets so caught up in what's not important. What is important is what he's doing for this country, what he's doing for us, the middle-class, hardworking Americans.
The politician never says what they really mean, and this man says what he means, and he does what he says he's going to do.
Well, you wouldn't know it here, but President Trump's approval rating is below 50% nationwide, historically a liability headed into the midterms. It's lifting the spirits of Democrats. The president is determined to defy the odds. On Tuesday, we'll find out if he and Republicans can do it.
I need you to get your family, to get your friends, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, and to go out and vote Republican. We're going to do it. We're going to vote.
Well, this midterm will come down to turnout. More Americans are expected to vote today than in any midterm ever before. But the big question is, will Democrats be the beneficiaries? Well, there was an army of Democratic heavyweights on the trail in the home stretch trying to energize their supporters to send a message to President Trump.
If our children see that it doesn't matter that you actually accomplish things, all you do is just make stuff up whenever it's expedient, society doesn't work. Democracy does not work. And that's what's happening at the highest levels. And the only check on that behavior is you.
We can't follow the example of the top of this, the leader of this country, by belittling other people. Whether it's the way they talk, or whether it's they have a physical ailment, or whether it's their background. My God. My God. Your mother would wash your mouth out with soap when you're a kid. No. Am I kidding?
All of us may have been created equal, but if you're woke, if you woke just a little bit, you got sense enough to know that everybody is not treated equally.
And a little star power there on the trail at the end. Voting is now underway in all 50 states, of course. Let's take a live look at one polling location. This is Manhattan Beach, California. As you see there, people casting their ballots. We have seen long lines all day around the country. Unbelievable engagement. The first polls close just under 3 hours from now, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Forecasters, as we said, seeing potentially 100 million Americans casting ballots in this election. One of those places that's seen record turnout is Texas. Huge engagement there. That's where our Paula Ferris is on the ground now and joins us live. She's been following the big Senate race there. Paula, great to see you. What are you hearing from voters today in Texas?
Well, what I'm hearing right now is the sound check going on behind me, Devin, but clearly they're warming up for tonight. We are inside this minor league baseball stadium where Congressman Beto O'Rourke will watch the returns come in tonight along with his family and the band. Sorry about that. But, you know, Beto spoke to reporters last night. He says he likes everything that he's seeing from, you know, the early voting. He thinks that swings towards his favor, and he thinks he's primed to have a great day today. Conversely, Senator Ted Cruz believes he has the momentum. He references some of these, the crowded rallies, the overcrowding at his rallies, and the overflow. But when you look at these two candidates, Devin, they couldn't be any more different. Even this morning, Congressman O'Rourke was talking about borders, and they're not a threat. I mean, immigration-wise, they couldn't be any more different. Cruz wants a wall. O'Rourke doesn't want a wall. Cruz favors militarization when necessary. O'Rourke doesn't. In fact, he believes we should be investing in these countries where the migrants are fleeing, and invest in those so that they don't feel like they have to come here to the United States. Perhaps the only thing that they really have in common, besides the fact that they were both they were both sworn into Congress on the same day, is the fact that neither of them support the family separation policy. In fact, Ted Cruz has pushed back against the president's policy and says if the modified version of the family separation policy is implemented, he's going to push back on the president. But both candidates like what they see, record early votes.
A close race, Paula. Suspense there with the drums. You're in for a big party tonight, no doubt.
And the drums just stopped. right when I stopped
Clarity
talking
of mind.
before.
That's okay. Excellent reporting as always. We know you're going to be there all night long. Paula Ferris for us in Texas. Thanks so much, Paula. Well, that enthusiasm is not just in Texas, not just at the polling places, but we've been seeing it all day long online, on social media, hearing from many of you. Our Kenneth Moten is in our social media center tracking the conversation right now. Hey, Kenneth, tell us what you're seeing.
Devin, social media has been hot today, and Twitter probably the hottest, because when it comes to sounding off and showing your pride for voting, people have been really posting left and right. We were just in Texas with our friend Paula Ferris, who was really competing against that drum set. There's no drum set here in my studio, but we saw Ted Cruz here sounding off, saying the polls are open, get out and vote Texas. His opponent, Beto O'Rourke, took his whole family out. See those beautiful children right there with him, their I Vote stickers on. And we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm, as you said, Devin. Folks like former President Bill Clinton also weighing in, saying today is Election Day, and we have the chance to prove that we, the people, is more powerful than us versus them. Moving on, and I can show you also Demi Lovato recently out of rehab saying, baby, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I'm voting, casting her ballot right there in her home state. So Demi Lovato, Lin-Manuel Miranda there saying, I voted, right outside the subway here. You guys know this guy, Jordan Peele. So we see that. A lot of people say when it comes to celebrities, why do we care? Why do we care what Jimmy Kimmel says? Why do we care what Mark Ruffalo says here? When he posted here, no apathy, laziness, or silence allowed during this election at any time, stuck that right up there, or at least took that picture in the New York City subway. When it comes to celebrities, it does matter. People listen to them, especially young voters. Take Tennessee, for example, Devin, where we know in that important 18 to 29 block, we saw a 7-fold increase in 2014 compared to 2014, and that's likely because of the Taylor Swift effect, because she told people to get out there and vote. She went on Instagram, on social media, and said, look, I am endorsing the Democratic candidate, and that looks like that had a big impact. Listen to what Taylor Swift actually told her Swifties, those 112 million followers on IG earlier today.
It's not enough to just want change. It's not enough to just want to vote. You have to go and make change by voting. And today is your opportunity to do that. I promise you it feels so wonderful to exercise that right that you have.
And a lot of people are feeling that. You see them right here with their I voted stickers up, just really exercising their right and showing it off. Precious there saying, look, I voted. A lot of folks out there, the long lines, Devin, you mentioned earlier at the top of the show, we are seeing that across this country as that enthusiasm really spreads for this midterm election. Devin?
Really a celebration of democracy today. Kenneth, thank you so much, and keep the conversation going. We know you'll stay on it. Well, here on The Big Vote, we have been tracking not just the conversation, but the big issues. We've been digging into the issues of the economy, healthcare, immigration over the past few weeks, and heard from so many of you just what is at stake. Well, over the weekend, I went to several of the key swing suburbs of Northern Virginia to canvass with women voters on both sides of the political aisle. I heard the issues most important to them as they work to turn out the vote. So here you have a list of all the names you're going to go and try to contact today.
And so these are all the ones on this street.
How many doors have you knocked on this campaign?
I don't actually know, but I've also done phone banking, so sometimes...
Reached a lot of people.
Right, you have different avenues.
Nationwide polls show college-educated women who live in the suburbs like this one are trending against Republicans, but the question is, will they turn out?
Honestly, it's about having a bit more balance. I think that we need to have stronger voices that are there for all of our families, for our children and for all sexualities, all genders. And I haven't been very happy with a lot of the anger and fear-mongering that's been going on.
There's a lot of talk about how crucial women, suburban women, are in this election. Why is that? What's at stake here?
Well, I think suburban women are the hub of the family, and the family is where everything begins and ends.
And you have a child.
I do, and he's a child in this community.
If there's going to be a blue wave, one of the earliest indicators will be right here, a swing suburb of Washington about 30 miles from the White House. Polls show voters here, especially women, want to send a message to Donald Trump.
The people on the Hill are the ones who are supporting what he does, and the people on the hills are the ones that can stop what he's doing. We also need to have people that are going to stand up to the way things are going now, the tenor of the country where it's very, very divisive, and it seems that it's okay for people to disrespect other people, and it's not only accepted, it's almost encouraged.
Now, Republicans know how critical districts like these are. Here's one of their campaign outposts for the 10th district in Virginia, swing district. Let's go inside and see what they're up to. This is like the Republicans' war room for this part of the, for the
yes,
county.
that would be an accurate description of that.
A lot of frustration with the president in this county. Is that making your job harder?
Well, you know, it is a bit, but the thing is the Republican Party is a big tent party, and we understand that we're right on the border here of deep state. And that makes it very difficult to campaign here in the area.
So, Lily, why are you out here canvassing for Republicans?
Well, I'm a mom of 3 boys, and I really feel that this election is very, very important for me and my children. I've been a Fairfax County resident all my life. And out of all the elections, this is one that I feel like I can make, or I want to make the most difference.
What's the big issue you're voting on this year, ma'am?
I have got to get rid. We definitely want to get rid of Jerry Connolly and obviously Tim Kaine.
Trying to get rid of the Democrats.
Get rid of the Democrats.
What's the issue?
Economics.
Policies, economics.
Economics.
Do you think women are going to decide this?
Oh, absolutely.
Race? You do? Why?
Absolutely. But when I look at the president's message, and I see when he says, you know, tougher borders, I do not want my country to be, you know, flooded with people that we don't know where they come from, right? And I truly want my neighbors to be people, it doesn't really matter where they come from. You know, they can come from any country in the world. As long as I know that they're friendly people and they're going to be good to the America, I welcome them. But I do need to think that as a country, we need to make sure we know who these people, where they're coming from.
You feel good about Tuesday?
I feel good. I feel great about Tuesday. You know, I really feel that the Republicans have they have strong candidates, and candidates are willing to work hard for people of Fairfax County and Virginia.
And ABC News contributor Tara Setmeyer joins me now. Tara, great to have you here with us today, Election Day. You know, there is such remarkable engagement of women in the political system since the election of Donald Trump. We saw that Women's March a couple years ago, the largest protest in history. But I guess today is when we find out whether that energy can actually translate to votes.
Absolutely, and it's not only on the voter side, it's also on the candidate side. We have a record number of women running, a record number of minority women running in all state, local, and federal offices, which I think is fantastic. It's definitely, in effect, a byproduct of the Trump presidency that so many women have made a decision that they need to do something and get involved. And what better way to serve your community than to run for office? The gender gap is significant, especially for Republicans.
Yes, in approval of President Trump.
Correct, and that's something that's very interesting because President Trump did win 52% of white women voters. He did not win women overall. It was about 41% of women overall. But you're starting to see the college-educated white female vote slipping, and there's about a 20% gender gap right now for Democrats as opposed to Republicans, which will be significant when it comes to those suburban districts where there's a lot of open seats that Republicans need to compete for.
That's what we heard in that piece I spent last weekend out in the northern suburbs of Virginia. You know them pretty well.
I live there.
A lot of college-educated women, a lot of moms. And I heard over and over again, including from Republican women, that they were upset with the president's divisiveness, with his tone. Are you surprised that that has sort of taken higher salience than economics? People have jobs, the economy's doing so well,
right.
But that seems to be a sticking point.
Well, that seems to be a sticking point overall, but women in particular, because as you know, in our families, you'd say, would you raise your children to behave that way? No. Why would you expect the President of the United States to behave that way and get away with it? I think it's something that's very unbecoming for the office of the presidency, and women don't like that. College-educated women, that is going to be a significant factor, like I said, in these suburban districts like Northern Virginia, where I live in Virginia 10. You have the Wexton Comstock contest there, where Barbara Comstock is probably going to lose.
She's the Republican.
She's the Republican. She's losing currently by double digits, and that's an example of where you have suburban districts like that, the way swinging to Democrat pickups, and you're going to see that probably in other areas like in suburban Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, my home state. There's a possibility for a couple of pickups there. So women are going to they can be the determining factor in some of those districts that, Democrats only need 23 seats to take over the Congress. And you're going to see in places like even in South Florida, too, in the suburbs of Miami, there's a bunch of
a lot of women candidates as well.
Correct.
So we could see them decide the election. We also could see them much more represented in Congress, which will be, I think, a good thing for everybody.
That's
Tara
right, on both
Setmeyer,
sides.
thank you very much. Great to have you with us. Well, here on The Big Vote, we've been highlighting a number of voices, diverse voices in this country with so much at stake in this election, and that includes gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender Americans. In the last year, there's been an uptick in bias incidents against that community, and the Trump administration has rolled back a number of rights, particularly against transgender Americans. Our Janet Weinstein traveled to North Carolina to meet one family who told us just what's at stake in this election for them.
Really, the only negative aspect of living as a transgender man in North Carolina is the knowledge of the government being against all this.
Thinking you don't exist.
The people in North Carolina don't really care. Things have always felt off, I guess. You don't really have a word for it when you're young and never really introduced to the concept. Things started to get better when you start getting this terminology and start having a name for what's going on. And the anxiety and depression got better coming out as transgender.
I think we knew, and we were just waiting for him to get around to feeling okay with telling us, because it had been a very gradual physical change. And so it was kind of like the very last step was him voicing it to us.
So from the start of coming out, I made it clear that I wanted to pursue medical treatment.
The general recommendation is that you socially transition for a year before you start medical transition. Maxie didn't want to go. Oh, there he is. He came out for food. I work at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Connor's dad also works at University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Connor's covered under his insurance, and it's a specific state employees policy. So the North Carolina State Health Plan Board of Trustees is who decides what is and is not covered under that policy. There was no indication that the exclusion for transgender care was going to be put back. We didn't know until we got the denial.
Okay, well, that's part of it.
But the government is always trying to reverse policies that may have been a step forward in civil rights.
I really can't think about nationally because it's all just so depressing and scary.
It's hard to predict how things are going to go for the next few years. I do hope it doesn't get any worse, but I do hope stories like mine will gain traction and help support a push in the right direction for civil rights.
Our thanks to Janet Weinstein for that fantastic piece. And, well, if you voted today, I do hope that it was easy for you, although this election, we've seen it much more complicated and confusing in many parts of the country because dozens of states have enacted new voting rules this year. Voting rights advocates say they are seeing parallels to trends of the past in effort to limit minority votes. The fight for voting rights has become a defining issue.
I'm going to be counted. I'm not going to give up.
Sabina Moore says she's one of 53,000 people in Georgia whose voter registration is in limbo, most of them black voters, because of a mismatched address or incorrectly spelled name.
I don't think there's a way to take away race from this election. Like, it is so important. It is the South. Like, there is still so much overt racism happening here.
In Georgia's heated race for governor, the state's dark past of racial discrimination looms large. Democrat Stacey Abrams, in a bid to be Georgia's first African-American governor, is facing Republican Brian Kemp, who happens to be Secretary of State, the man who enforces the voting rules and who some accuse of trying to suppress votes.
How can someone that's running the election that also be running in it and have it be like completely unbiased?
Kemp says he's just following the state's exact match verification law aimed at preventing fraud.
I show my driver's license, my address is what's my name's on it. They should be doing the same thing. They shouldn't be treated any special than I'm treated. And I'm getting tired of that kind of crap.
It's not just tougher voter ID and registration rules. Across the country, tens of thousands of voters have been improperly kicked off state voter rolls. The purges getting more aggressive, up 33% since the last midterm.
We are moving up the highway of freedom toward the city of equality, and we can't afford to stop now.
Pre-1965, a lot of states, primarily in the Deep South, made it extraordinarily difficult to access the ballot and implemented voting restrictions that had a very disproportionate impact on the basis of race.
After the Civil War, it was poll taxes, property ownership rules, and literacy tests aimed at disenfranchising African Americans. The civil rights movement of the 1960s fought back. That march from Selma to Montgomery directly leading to passage of the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965.
The real hero of this struggle is the American Negro. His actions and protests, his courage to risk safety, and even to risk his life.
Since then, the federal government's policed new state voting laws, acting as a check on states trying to restrict access to polling places, early voting, or imposing strict new ID rules. But in 2013, the Supreme Court changed all that.
These laws, they've been upheld by the Supreme Court, but they, for at least a portion of the population, actually do serve as a genuine obstacle to voting.
Now a new chapter in the fight for voting rights, which advocates say are still under assault.
Well, if you've had any trouble voting today or have questions about the process while you're still in line at some of the polls, call the team, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law. They're nonpartisan, nonprofit. We visited their election protection headquarters. They're available all day. 1-866-RVOTE or text RVOTE 9779, RVOTE 9779. They told us they've got more than 10,000 calls today between just 6 a.m. and 11 a.m. So a lot of people having some difficulty at the polls, and we'll stay on that. Well, it's great to have with us here now Mike Muse. He's a SiriusXM radio host, political commentator. Mike, great to have you.
Great to be here, man.
You've been tracking some of the problems at the polls this year. What impact do you think the controversies in Georgia, North Carolina, North Dakota will have this year?
I think it's going to have a big impact on this election cycle, but I think it's going to have a big impact on how we observe elections going forward. And as we address this whole issue of voter suppression and really giving access to all individuals, I think it's really unfortunate that we're in a time period we want to make it more difficult for individuals to be able to vote, and that we want to use it almost as this political tactic, if you will. And we see that side coming from the Republican Party. It really began to stem from when the Supreme Court decided to overturn that amendment that allowed for those states that live in the Deep South and some states that have touch points in the Deep South not to have clearances to get it approved by the federal government before it allowed for those states to make changes.
Right, that was that change for folks in the 2013 Supreme Court decision.
Yes.
The federal government used to have to approve voting law changes in the states, but you're saying that changed and made a huge difference.
It made a huge difference, right? And so now we see these states and the different tactics now in terms of making the barrier that much more challenging. And let's just go to North Dakota. That's not a place that's in the Deep South, but again, that was to protect states to do the measure they just did. So recently they are now allowing Native Americans now to be counted on the ballot, and they've purged them because of the fact of, if you know anything about Native American culture, when they live on the reservations, they actually don't have addresses on their houses. And so now what this new amendment and measure says is that in order for you to vote and to be on the roster, you have to have a physical address of your home, and P.O. boxes are no longer allowed.
That's been a big sticking point in North Dakota, one we've been tracking, of course, big controversy there. But one of the interesting things, you and I were talking a little while ago, this election could actually see the expansion of voting rights in some states, like Florida, where there is a ballot measure to give felons who serve their time the right to vote. Right now they're banned.
Right now they're banned. It's called Section 4. And so Florida is putting an initiative on the ballot to restore their rights to vote. Devin, out of the 6.1 million felons that are disenfranchised across the country, Florida has the largest number of 1.7. And there are currently 12 other states that have such similar disenfranchisements on their rosters. But there's an initiative today where we could see that change. What's interesting to note about that, though, Devin, is that there is an exception to it, though. It's an exception for those who have been convicted of murder and for sexual offenses. Interesting enough, though, when Governor Charles Crist was a governor, a Democratic governor, he actually had the parole board automatically implement voting rights for nonviolent felons. But what's currently happening right now with who's running for senator, the current governor, Scott, he actually reversed that course. And so there was no automatic voting rights restored for nonviolent felons. And so I'll be curious to see, if he is elected tonight, what does he do within the Senate as we begin to move this conversation forward about voting rights?
Voting rights to
right,
felons.
And really has to change the criminal justice system, right, in the sense of the overhaul of that. When we talk about overhauling the criminal justice system, voting rights is a huge part of that.
Mike Muse, thank you so much, SiriusXM political commentator. Great to have you here with us today. Thank you so much for coming in. Yeah. Well, voting is still underway right now in all 50 states. The battle to control Congress tonight really comes down to two numbers you need to keep an eye on for Democrats to retake control of the House. Keep in mind the number 23. That's the number of seats they need to take back from Republicans in the House. Over on the Senate side, it's the number 2. Democrats need to have a net gain of 2 seats to take control of the Congress. One of those seats, one of the most hotly contested seats in the fight for the Senate, is in Arizona. It's the seat to replace retiring Republican Senator Jeff Flake. That's where our White House correspondent Tara Palmieri is. She's been tracking that race. Tara, great to see you with us. What are you hearing from voters out in Arizona this afternoon?
Devin, we're in Maricopa County. It is a bellwether county and usually is an indicator of how the state will vote because 60% of Arizona's residents live here.
Thanks,
and the
Mike.
people we've spoken to are split, McSally, Cinema, and that is what we're seeing in the polls.
Martha McSally, she's the Republican former fighter pilot, giving Kyrsten Sinema a run for her money. Tell us a little bit about the choice, Tara, that voters are facing there. This is the state of John McCain, the state of Jeff Flake, but these two candidates are pretty different from what Arizona has had in the Senate before.
That's right, because no matter what happens tonight, it will be historic because it will be the first time that a woman holds a Senate seat in Arizona. They haven't had a Democrat in the Senate in 20 years in Arizona, more than 20 years, actually. But the truth is that these candidates are both very moderate. They're both congresswomen, and both of them vote with Trump a lot of the time. Martha McSally, the Republican, votes with Trump 98% of the time. Sinema, 60% of the time, and they're both quite moderate. They agree on so many issues, so it'll be really, that's why it's such a tight race right now. I just spoke to Sinema yesterday on the campaign trail, and I asked her, do you support the president sending troops to the border to stop the caravan? And she said she does, and that's not typically a Democratic role, but I think it shows you how that divisive issue is playing in this border state and how, if you want to win Arizona, you kind of need to toe the middle.
All right, Tara Palmieri, watching that race, watching the middle. We know you'll be there every step of the way tonight. Tara, thank you so much from Arizona. Speaking of Arizona, it's home to more than 1 million eligible Latino voters. That's 20% of the population in Arizona. Nationwide, we're talking 29 million Latinos are eligible to vote. But historically, turnout among Latinos is much lower compared to other groups. So how will that impact tonight's results? We're joined now by Albert Morales, senior political director at Latino Decisions. They're a public opinion research firm, and Albert is in D.C. Albert, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me, Devin.
So you've been taking a look at the early vote that Latinos have been participating in. You found 1 in 4 Latinos that's registered to vote has voted early. How does that compare to past years, and are you expecting a boost in engagement this year?
Yes, turnout appears to be through the roof in our community. And get this number, Devin. 2.75 million Latinos have voted nationwide. Almost 1 million of those come from Texas. So keep your eye on the Lone Star State. I'm biased, evidenced by my orange, but we're hoping for a good, sound result in the Lone Star State.
And you found, Albert, in your research with Latino Decisions that 60% of the campaigns nationwide, 60% of Hispanics nationwide say they have not been contacted by any campaign. Why is that?
That was early on in our weekly tracker that we started almost 2 months ago, about 9 weeks ago, actually. And that's, I think, normal for that time of at that stage of the game. Here in recent weeks, we've seen that number increase significantly. In fact, in our latest weekly tracker, we found that 68% of Latino voters indicated that they had encouraged a family member or a friend to turn out and vote. That is at parity with African Americans, a number that we have never been able to match. So that is significant. We're seeing a lot of self-motivation, but also you have to look at the investments that have been made. There was a massive investment on the part of the DCCC this year, and I know because they called me in to visit with them in 2017. They invested $30 million into reaching out to Latino, African American, and Millennial voters. A lot of that going directly towards Latino engagement, and I think we're seeing those investments pay off tonight. And any majority will, I think, have the fingerprints of Congressman Ben Ray Lujan. Fingerprints all over it come tomorrow night, or tonight and tomorrow morning. And he's, of course, the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee. We're going to talk to them coming up. Before we let you go, Albert, just want to ask you very quickly about the impact that Puerto Rican voters could have in this election after Hurricane Maria. A large number of them moved to swing states like Florida, Texas, and a number of pollsters have said that big influx off Puerto Rico to those voting states could make a difference in the outcome today. We did see an uptick in engagement in the Puerto Rican community, specifically in the I-4 corridor. I think what you're seeing really, though, is the family and friends of those folks who had to leave the island get more engaged because they saw the treatment on the part of this administration, which, you know, we can go back to as early as it wasn't just specific to Puerto Rican community, but last year when the president announced that he was going to end DACA. That was the first sort of blow. And then January, I think, was when he announced that he would be ending TPS. And then a few months later, from the White House, he went on to refer to immigrants as animals. That doesn't exactly win you a lot of votes in our community, and we're seeing that. We're seeing the results of that today. All right, Albert Morales with Latino Decisions in Washington, thank you so much. And speaking of Washington, a pretty incredible picture just now as the rain is ending in Washington, D.C. There is a rainbow over the United States Capitol dome there. I don't know what message that sends, but we are on the special day of democracy and there in Washington, live picture of the U.S. Capitol. Moving on, our big number this election day is 105 million. 105 million Americans are expected to cast ballots this midterm. That's historic. Never before have so many Americans cast ballots, 105 million ballots in a midterm election. That's according to University of Florida political scientist Michael McDonald. So what does this mean for tonight's results, and what impact will it have on the president? Our chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl put that question to him just a few days ago. Take a listen.
Prediction for Tuesday?
Well, I think we're doing great in the Senate, as you would probably see and say, and I've heard you sort of say it, but we're doing pretty well in the Senate, and I think we're doing pretty well in the House. You know what I'll say? It's going to be an interesting evening.
Can you work with them if the Democrats win the House?
Well, we'd certainly try. I'm looking to unify. I always like to unify.
And if they get into the investigations and they get into your business dealings, ask for your tax returns.
I've been an open book for so long, John. You know that better than anybody. I mean, I'm an open book. And frankly, so many people have looked at me for so many years. And I guess it's probably one of the reasons I won. But I think that they're going to want to get along, too. I think they're going to want to do things. I think they're going to get legislation passed. We need things on the border. We need things on immigration. They know that, too. If you look at education, if you look at health care, they're going to want to get things done. So I have a feeling that it'll be different than a lot of people believe. But maybe not.
Well, you heard the president's prediction there. Now let's turn to our experts at 538. Jeffrey Skelly joins us now from New York. He just published and his colleagues the final forecast this midterm campaign from 538. Jeffrey, thanks so much for being here. Has there been any refinement in those models? What are you seeing? Let's start with the House side.
Yeah, well, at this point, we look at the House as being pretty strongly favored for Democrats. It's not a certainty, but it's pretty close. So at the moment, we see an average gain of about 36 seats for the Democrats. But there is enough uncertainty there that it's possible that the GOP could retain a majority. And on the Senate side, we have sort of the exact opposite situation, where Republicans are very strongly favored to retain the Senate. And, you know, maybe Democrats have a shot there, but the average gain in our model is a Republican gain of 1 seat. So most likely outcome would be a GOP hold there.
Yeah, and those models have been trending more and more certain just over the past few weeks on both of those sides. For the data junkies out there tonight who may be poring over 538, watching the returns come in, is there one metric that you'll be following closely that could give you an indication of to whether or not we're tracking with those forecasts or perhaps we're headed towards a surprise?
I mean, for me, it's looking at a lot of the race-by-race analyses, you know, checking out the Kentucky 6th Congressional District, for instance. It'll be one of the first places where polls close at 6 p.m., and just sort of going from there. A lot of these races, unlike in a national, presidential election where it's the main race is the same two candidates everywhere, here it's a little bit more race-by-race. So I think you just sort of have to take them in order as they come.
All right, Jeffrey Skelly with 538, thank you so much. And of course, everybody can go check out those latest forecasts. They just published them, 538.com, and we'll have much more on those results and first exit polls coming up. All right, moving on. Let's check in now with the Democrats and the Republicans, their national campaign committees, for how they're feeling tonight about their own forecasts. And we'll start by bringing in Meredith Kelly. She's the communications director at the Democratic Campaign Committee in Washington. She joins us now. Meredith, thanks so much for coming in.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Well, we heard from Leader Pelosi just a little while ago. She declared that it will be 100% certain that Democrats will take back the House tonight. How are you feeling? Do you agree with that?
Well, we set out with a strategy around building the largest battlefield in a decade and filling that with incredible candidates with records of service to our country. We've ultimately invested in over 80 districts, and as you know, that's about 3 times more than the number we need to flip the House. So I do believe we have multiple paths to the majority, and we will flip the House when all is said and done tonight.
You will flip the House. Do you think it will be, everybody loves the word wave. Depends on how you define it, I suppose. But where are you seeing a wave tonight?
I think that's too tough of a term and too ambiguous, really, to answer you about whether there's a wave. What I do believe is that we will win back the House, and we have a number of ways to get there. And all I can say in terms of numbers is we've invested in over 80 districts.
You've been very active this term, for sure. What impact has the early voting had for Democrats? There's been this record amount we've been seeing. Do you think that's given you guys an advantage?
Well, absolutely. At the DCCC, we've invested in a massive long-term field program to help turn out both Democratic base voters as well as independents and even Republicans who we think might vote for Democrats. That program, up until Election Day, had knocked on 32 million doors across the country in swing districts. And it's producing results. We've seen a huge increase in African-American turnout over 2014, the last midterm, a huge increase in turnout with Hispanics, as well as Asian Americans and millennials. So those are all really good early signs. But of course, we need people to continue to vote today on Election Day all across the country. And certainly nothing is finished until the very last poll closes.
Taking anything for granted. Meredith Kelly at the DCCC. Thank you so much, Meredith, and good luck to your team tonight. Appreciate it. Want to check in now on the Republican side. We have Matt Gorman. He's the communications director at the National Republican Campaign Committee. Join us. Hey, Matt, good to see you.
Hi, thanks for having me.
We've heard from Nancy Pelosi. We've heard from Meredith Kelly. Democrats pretty optimistic there. And, of course, you can tell me about the history. The incumbent party typically loses seats in their midterm year. Safe to say you're expecting to lose control of the House tonight? What would be a good night for you?
I wouldn't say that. Look, a good night is one thing and one thing only. That's keeping the House majority. But, look, things are volatile out there. And I think what we've seen in recent weeks are a little bit of investment into some lean Republican seats to stabilize those and prevent surprises. But both sides had to go back into seats they thought were dead and buried. We went back into seats in Texas and Florida. Democrats had to go back into seats in California, Kentucky, and Virginia. So this thing is very volatile. As you know from 2016, things can break late. Hillary Clinton was out in Georgia and Arizona while Wisconsin and Michigan were on fire. So we're taking nothing for granted. We're keeping our foot in the gas.
What's been the biggest drag, if you will, on Republicans this campaign season. I know that in many of these districts, competitive districts, they have struggled on the House side just because of the dynamics out there. We see the 538 forecast. Is there one thing you could point to and say, gosh, that's been really difficult for us this campaign?
Well, first of all, we had very clear eyes when it came to history. As you mentioned before, President's Party usually loses seats in the House, except for Bush after 9/11. However, what we've seen also is Democratic enthusiasm, especially money, was a big difference maker, I think. It's one thing, as Chairman Stivers has said repeatedly, it's one thing to be outspent. It's quite another to not have enough money to define yourself and your opponent. As we learned in the Georgia 6 special election last year, Karen Handel was outspent 5-1, and John Ossoff had 1,000 paid staffers on the ground. But Karen had $5 million, and with that, she was able to define herself and define her opponent. So while some candidates or members might be at a financial disadvantage out there, they need to have enough, and many of them do, to define themselves and their opponents.
All right, Matt Gorman with the NRCC pointing to the big money on the left, coming in from the left is perhaps a hurdle for them this campaign season, but holding out hope that tonight will be a good one. Matt Gorman, thank you so much, and good luck to your team tonight as well. All right, moving on. As voting continues, the ABC News team is tracking security concerns at polling locations today, including concerns about potential hacking of voting systems and the threat of terrorism. Our investigative reporter Josh Margolin visited the Election Day Monitoring Center of our partners ProPublica to find out what kind of reports they're getting so far about trouble at the ballot box. Take a look.
Welcome to Election Land, the nonprofit journalism cooperative ProPublica in conjunction with ABC News. Everything about this space is voter security, election security. Every race that counts, they're keeping tabs on everything from right here in Midtown Manhattan. Jessica Husman is the ProPublica reporter. She's in charge of Election Land. This is her domain. Jessica, tell us about what's going on here.
So what you see here is a group of people gathered at the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at the City University of New York. And we're setting up so that we can help more than 125 local newsrooms across the country cover the vote in real time.
So in 2016, there were a bunch of attempts from various intruders to get into electronic voting systems around the country. In fact, in Illinois, they actually successfully breached the firewall and got in. Right now, 2018, have intruders gotten in to election systems around the country?
We are aware of no successful breaches of the type that you describe in Illinois from prior to 2016. So it is our understanding that states have taken pretty great lengths to shore up their cybersecurity ahead of this election, and we've seen no indications that such massive attempts have been successful. A sort of perennial piece of fake news is that ICE will be monitoring polling places. Even people who are legal citizens who are legally registered to vote might be reticent to turn up to the polls if they feel like ICE is going to be there. Maybe they have undocumented family members that live in their home. Maybe they are simply scared of federal authorities, as we know many isolated or vulnerable immigrant populations are in the United States. And so that is a perennial piece of misinformation that pops up every time we go to the polls, but ICE has never monitored polling places and will not be monitoring polling places on Election Day.
There's been some talk that the problem of misinformation was not as serious or not as extreme this year as it was in 2016. Have you found that in your reporting?
I know that there have been campaigns by Facebook specifically and also by Twitter to remove the bots and pages that tend to sort of traffic in fake news and misinformation. And so we've seen early indications that some of that has been more successful, at least, than it was in 2016.
You know, you're the expert on this. What is the one thing or the group of things, what should people be most worried about? What's the most serious election security problem out there?
So I think that I want to make really clear that the vast majority of people who go to the polls on Election Day will not face any problems whatsoever. I think that what people should be most concerned about, to the extent that they should be concerned at all, is being given poor information by poll workers when they go to cast a ballot. And so if poll workers have been poorly trained or misunderstand the laws, that could lead to people not being able to cast their ballots effectively. And so we would argue that people should very much know exactly what is required of them before they go to the polls. And there are a lot of tools to do that on our website, which you can find at election.land. And there are also tools on your own local county government's webpage that should tell you exactly what's expected of you at the polls. And so if the poll worker says something different to you, it's very important to simply be prepared so that you can cast your ballot effectively.
All right, I want to bring in now former Homeland Security Advisor, ABC News contributor Tom Bossert. He's joining us now live from Washington. Tom, great to see you. Thanks for coming in on Election Day. So far, sounds like pretty minimal problems out there at the polls, just some pretty isolated systems. Are you confident at the end of the day, do you think, that we can say that Americans can trust the outcome of this election tonight?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've been watching this all day, talking to officials, and the key point you just made is so far, knock wood, there's been no indication of any compromise, either in the actual vote tabulation or in the voter registration systems. A lot of that would become evident if we saw people showing up to voting places experiencing difficulties. So far, so good on that front. And at least today, the purpose is trying to make sure every vote is counted and then counted accurately. So we'll be watching the security and the compromise issue all throughout the evening through the tabulation and the reporting process as well. And then the game's not over, right? Because the president's issued an executive order telling his cabinet to look into any potential influence operations, things that aren't about the security of the vote, but about the influencing of American opinions. And we'll see that play out for 45 days after the election, regardless of the results.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. Obviously, everybody remembers the controversy of the 2016 election, the intelligence community's findings on Russian involvement. In the past few weeks, we heard from the president. He said China is meddling in our election, potentially Russia as well. Has there been, to your knowledge, is there meddling that went on in the past few weeks?
So that's the difficult thing to answer. We know meddling went on in the 2016 process, and we know President Obama and then President Trump both declared those things emergencies, sanctioned the actors for doing it. What President Trump did this time was say, we have reason to think the Chinese might be trying to influence through a more transparent ad-based campaign to just point out their disagreements with the president's trade policies, for example. But he also thinks there's reason to look into and do a bigger, deeper dive into the sources of various campaigns and influence operations. Often, most of them are domestically funded, as you know, but what we've seen so far is no evidence of a coordinated foreign campaign, but a president looking to get in front of it and order an investigation and sanctions if anything comes out of that investigation.
And Tom, before we let you go, I want to ask you about voter fraud. It's something that a lot of people do talk about every year, every major election. The president raised it again yesterday, said he's concerned potentially that thousands of undocumented immigrants could be voting here. Have you seen any evidence of that, and are you concerned about widespread voter fraud this season?
Well, I'm not in a position to tell you where all the voter fraud rules fall. You know, at this point, our constitutional founders gave that responsibility to the states. From a security perspective, some of that comes up to my attention, and for right now, we're seeing most states and local authorities move to really responsible voter registration systems that will end up squeezing some of that fraud out through a security methodology, but we don't see any fraud from a security lens at this stage.
All systems go. We'll await that report 45 days from now that you were talking about, Tom, from the cabinet. Thank you so much for joining us and for your analysis. We know you're around all night. Tom Bossert, thank you. Well, one wild card in today's election is, of course, the weather. It is downright nasty out there in many parts of the country. Pouring rain today here in New York City, a line of storms from Florida all the way up to Maine, making travel difficult in many places. Studies show the weather actually does have an impact on turnout. In some small way, actually could help Republicans in some places. By one study, let's bring in ABC News meteorologist Dan Peck in the ABC News Weather Center. Dan, give us a read on where the biggest impact is felt today from this November storm.
Well, Devin, it's been all along the East Coast. We've had lots of rain and thunderstorms moving through. You definitely need the umbrella, and not good news if anyone was standing outside in those lines. The bad news heading into Election Day were the tornadoes and the severe weather in the South. Let's take a look at some of these very just devastating pictures here. This one from Christiana, Tennessee, last night. Unfortunately, a fatality from this tornado, rated EF2. With sustained winds up to 135 miles per hour. And then another confirmed tornado in Tupelo, Mississippi, winds definitely over 100 miles per hour. You can see that throwing that piece of wood right into the side of a house. So this was all leading into the stormy weather today. That cold front now moving along the East Coast. So if you're still voting after work from Savannah to Raleigh, Norfolk, up into the New England coast, you are going to need definitely to take the umbrella. The good news, though, it is going to be clearing out, so we are going to have some improvements on the way tonight.
And let's not forget, Dan, what is west of the Appalachians. Did I see some snow swirling around up there in Minnesota? How bad is that today?
Yeah, we do have some snowflakes flying in North Dakota, even northern Minnesota. Let's take a look at this national map here. You do see those snowflakes in Minnesota, even into Wisconsin over the next few hours, and then over in the Pacific Northwest, Montana, Idaho, even towards eastern Washington state, we do have some snow and possibly some slick roadways. The rest of the country is going to be a cold and quiet night, so at least here in the weather department, the next few hours are a little unsettled in some parts of the country. It looks like you guys will stay busy throughout the night, even though the weather is going to quiet down.
All right, Dan Peck, ABC News meteorologist in the Weather Center. Dan, thank you so much for the big forecast here on the Big Vote. Thanks, Dan. All right, well, I'm joined now by Deputy ABC News Political Director Mary Alice Parks. She is here fresh with some of the exit polls just coming in. Mary Alice, before we dive into them, let's just remind everybody what these are. Exit polls are actually the survey of people who actually voted today. So this is different from sort of some of the forecasting polling that's done. These are people that turned out. And what they are saying.
Who talked to pollsters when they left the voting machines, when they walked out of the door. And these are preliminary, which I think it's important for us to remember, because obviously people are still voting here in New York and around the country. So this is just the first of many waves which we will get over the course of the night.
And we are starting to get a sense, though, while not perhaps into the choice that voters were making of which candidate, still too early. What are we learning about the issues that people say today they're actually voting on?
Right, so this struck me as really interesting. 41% of people in these preliminary exit polls said that health care was the single most important issue for them, and that tended to break with a trust factor towards Democrats. They, by and large, said they trusted Democrats more on the issue, and 41% said that was the most important. But then that's interesting just how many more people said that than immigration. Only 23% of people in these early exit polls said that immigration was the most important issue, even though the president has obviously been focused on that one.
What's fascinating is that's also the divide of the parties. The Democrats made health care their top issue, immigration, of course, the president, Republicans, economy, which is usually a number one. I'm sort of surprised how far down on the list that is so far.
And I was struck by another one. 60% said that they support stricter gun control legislation. Obviously, that's been a huge issue in the last year. I mean, really the last 10 years, but we've seen a big voter push over the last year. Big money coming in from groups like Bloomberg and the Gabby Giffords PAC on that issue.
And those Parkland students.
All the organizing that they
the
did.
March for Our Lives.
And that's just a really remarkable number to me that stands out.
Right, with so many issues that guns would even register as perhaps even the fourth most on people's mind. You're also finding a little bit, we're getting an early read, rather, in the exit polls about the influence of President Trump.
Right.
A little bit too early on that, but what else can you tell us about you're seeing right now?
Well, right now it's interesting. We do have a sense that people are saying, by and large, they're more likely to disapprove of the president's job performance than approve of it by about a 10-point margin in these early preliminary.
Disapprove, then approve by 10 points.
By about 10 points. But again, this is early. I think we're going to keep emphasizing that. And these numbers will likely change over the course of the night as more people vote. But these are the sort of first look. And what's striking here, too, is how many people said that this was a motivating factor for them, their feelings about the president. About 39% in these early polls said that they specifically came out to vote to express opposition to the president. But look at that last number, 26%. A much, much smaller number saying that they actively came out to show their support for him.
And so certainly something we've heard anecdotally over the past few weeks, the president himself declaring this a referendum on him. It's clear, at least by nearly 40% of voters, that they see it that way as well. You also have some early data on right track, wrong track. Where are people feeling about whether the country is on the right track, country's on the wrong track?
Right, this is interesting. 56% say it was seriously off track, that the country right now seriously moving in the wrong direction. That tends to be an indicator if people are going to re-elect incumbents. We've seen over the last 6 months continually frustration with those who are sitting in Washington. Questions like wanting to fix the divisiveness in Washington, wanting to essentially drain the swamp, continue to be pretty high in the polling. So this number, 56% of respondents saying they think the country is moving in the wrong direction. could be an indicator that people who are currently in office are in for a long night.
That's a pretty incredible number right there. And we should emphasize these are preliminary exit polls still coming in. These are the people who voted today. We're expecting record numbers voting. By one estimate, over 100 million Americans casting ballots today, which would be an extraordinary, simply historic number of people turning out for a midterm. Let's put up, if we still have it, the graphic of just what's at stake tonight, the number of seats that we're talking about, the numbers you should keep in mind tonight as you watch it at home here on ABC News Live. And a reminder, we do have continuing commercial-free coverage to 2 a.m. tonight. But there are so many races that we're tracking. Take a look here. 435 House seats are at stake. 35 Senate seats at stake. That's a lot. Democrats playing defense there, and 36 governorships at stake as well. We're expecting Democrats to take some gains there. The two numbers you need to know: 23 and 2. Democrats need to flip 23 in the House, 2 in the Senate. Mary Alice, it does look like Democrats are likely to take at least one of those.
Well, they're preparing for it. I heard you talking about Nancy Pelosi saying she is certain that Democrats are going to net enough seats to win a majority there. I think they've never felt as good about the Senate just because of the map this year. There are 10 Democratic senators who are trying to win re-election in states that the president won.
And what are some of the governorships? We haven't talked much about them yet this afternoon, but what are some of the governorships that are important to watch tonight?
Democrats are looking to pick up 10 governorships. There are 36 governorships that are on the ballot across the country, but 10 that are really competitive where Democrats feel good, which is a pretty unbelievable number, especially in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Ohio, even Iowa, Michigan, places where Democrats feel good about their prospects. And, you know, when I'm out talking to voters, they say that who is in that seat, that local governor seat, could really impact their day-to-day life. That feels like voters are acutely aware of that. It could depend on, they could decide to expand Medicaid or have new gun regulations like we were just talking about. A lot of governors can really put in place instant legislation that can impact people.
And also could have a very real political impact when it comes to drawing some of these congressional districts. Of course, getting ready for the presidential campaign in 2020. The governor of Iowa is up. It's a very influential governor position, so we will be tracking that tonight. Potential, we should end on the note of some history here. Potential to make history in two places, Georgia and Florida.
Absolutely. I mean, Georgia could elect the first black African-American, the first female African-American governor in the country's history. Just a remarkable fact. Obviously, in Florida, an African-American governor candidate on the ballot as well. And I've been tracking all of the female candidates running across the country, just shattering previous records, the number of women that are on the ballot. If you include House candidates, Senate candidates, and gubernatorial candidates, 276 women. We've just never seen numbers like that before.
We've also been tracking a number of veterans running this year. There's an extraordinary number of veterans who put in military service, now running for political service, including one who recently lost his life. This is a mayor in the state of Utah who served in Afghanistan. He was killed in an insider attack just a few days ago. And one of his last postings on Facebook, very poignant message for today as we end the big vote on this election day. He said, Brent Taylor wrote, whether the Republicans or the Democrats win, it's important that we all remember that we have far more as Americans that unites us than divides us. And Mary Alice, really something to keep in mind, and something as we see a picture there of Brent Taylor, who gave his life in service for this country. Seems to me that we are seeing a lot of people reflect on that right to vote as they head out to the polls today.
Yeah, and really wanting a hopeful message moving forward.
So just to recap our coverage tonight here on ABC News Live, we will have full team coverage. Mary Alice, Rick Klein, our political team. Dan Harris will take us to 2 a.m. today here with the full team. George Stephanopoulos at the anchor desk down below. We will have full live coverage. Of course, wrap up tomorrow in the briefing room, 3:30 Eastern. I will see you there. But thank you so much for joining us here on the Big Vote to kick off our coverage. Coverage continues now with my colleague, Dan Harris.
Thanks, Devin. One of the most fascinating trends this year is the role of women. There are more women running in these midterms than ever before. Let's not forget that these elections are taking place against the backdrop of the Me Too movement. And so let's go now to ABC's Mary Bruce, who covers Congress for ABC News. She's got a show called Women Who Run.
Hey everyone, I'm Mary Bruce here in our Washington, D.C. Bureau, and happy Election Day. While there are sure to be plenty of twists and turns tonight, one thing is certain. This is history making, and one of those reasons is women. We are seeing a record number of women candidates, many of them first-timers. So we thought we would break down what's behind this surge and introduce you to some of the trailblazers. And to help us do that, let's bring in some of our road warriors. We have our Deputy Political Director, Mary Alice Parks, producer-reporter Rachel Scott, the women behind our digital series, The Women Who Run. And guys, we want to get to what you are seeing down on the ground, what you have experienced in meeting these women. But first, let's remind everyone of the really jaw-dropping numbers here. 278 women are running. The trend heavily Democratic, 214 to 64 Republicans. The numbers, of course, higher in the House. You see 239 women running for seats there versus 23 in the Senate. 16 women running for governorships across the country. So guys, help us break this down. And Mary Alice, let's start with you. And the big question I think that so many people have is simply why? Why this year are we seeing so many women deciding to jump into the political ring?
Well, you hit a part of it there, Mary, when you talked about how many Democrats are included in that list. We have talked to so many women that say they were running in direct response to this president and who's in the White House. They talk about this moment in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost. We've talked to dozens of women who say they felt devastated, frustrated, but also newly inspired to run. So this pink wave, as it's been called, is really very blue. It's about 3 times as many Democratic women running as Republican women, and a lot of them want to change the face of their Democratic Party.
But it's not just, of course, that anti-Trump backlash right there. That is, of course, a huge driving factor. But so many women, I think, say they've been interested in politics for a long time. They saw this as a good opportunity. They're being driven, Rachel, a lot by simply the issues as well, not just this anti-Trump resistance.
Yeah, I think, the 2016 election maybe planted the seed. But as they experienced what was happening in our country, as that year unfolded, they had these pivotal moments when, for instance, Congress voted on health care. And they said, you know what, this is an issue that's really important to me, and the only way that it's going to get changed is if I step up and do it. And so I think some of them had no idea that they would ever run for office. You go into being a pediatrician, I don't think you ever think maybe one day that you're going to run for Congress. But these women all had this same thing that happened to them, where they had a moment and they felt like they were the only ones that could change things around.
And let's continue on healthcare then, because that is such a driving factor. We've seen a lot of voters that we've been talking to saying that is the #1 issue for them as they head to the polls today and in the last few weeks. And Mary Alice, you met also a candidate who, as Rachel was saying, it was that vote that for her, that the Republicans' vote to try to repeal Obamacare, their failed attempts to repeal Obamacare, that sparked something for her.
Right. Dr. Kim Schreier is a pediatrician, like Rachel was referring to, and she describes a birth moment, a birth of her candidacy. She says it was exactly those votes that the Republicans took to repeal the Affordable Care Act that inspired her to run. She says that she went to her local campaign office, the local candidates, members of Congress office, and she said, I'm a doctor. I'm really worried about this legislation. I'm worried about the impact it would have on my patients. She felt like she wasn't listened to, and so she decided to step up and run, as she put it. And it's been wild to watch her expertise come through in her campaign. There's some people that say, well, how can a doctor be a member of Congress? She's been asked that by a number of reporters. And she said, if healthcare is one of the major issues in the country, why wouldn't we want more doctors? So we have some of that interview we can play.
We are all, as families, concerned about the same things. And healthcare is absolutely the #1 concern that I hear. People are worried about prices, people are worried about coverage, people are worried about the cost of prescription drugs. It was really Reichert when he decided he was going to kill the ACA and take healthcare away from people like me who have a pre-existing condition, that I decided, you know what? A woman doctor with a pre-existing condition, type 1 diabetes, could totally take on the sheriff.
Coming out, blood sugar stable, all good.
I was 16 when I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Did it make a difference in me becoming a doctor? Absolutely. So these are really, really sweet support letters. I'm not in the 8th district, but I just sent your campaign $1,000. My nephew was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when he was 16. I think you understand what families go through, and you'll work hard to fight Big Pharma to bring the cost of life-saving drugs down to affordability. Families need help, and I know you can do it. Wow. The biggest criticism that I have heard is that I don't have any Washington, D.C. or legislative experience. When I first asked about running for office and what it would entail, I was told, well, you're going to have to raise $250,000 in 2 months, and you're going to have to leave your job for a year to run for office. I sat down with my husband, we looked at our finances, and we said, okay, can we go without a salary for a year? And we decided to go for it.
So she's in one of the toughest races in the country, a true battleground district outside of Seattle. It's actually turned out to be one of the most expensive races in the entire country. But she might pull it out. She would actually be the first Democrat at all to ever represent that district. But something that I was just really struck interviewing her, was really struck by the fact that she has this tone where even if she doesn't win, she says she'll just go back to being a doctor, but even if she doesn't win, she likes this message of bringing people with different professions and different backgrounds into politics, that could be a big part of her legacy, whether or not she goes to Washington.
And just watching that clip, I just thought of being on the ground with her and watching her check her insulin levels throughout the day, going from campaign event to campaign event, and after that, she just was speaking, and she kind of popped outside of that library, checked her levels, and that's something else too. I mean, she's someone that has a pre-existing condition, and so for her, healthcare wasn't only a profession, and she's not only an expert, but it was really personal to her when she thought about what is going to happen, what's the state of healthcare in this country, is the cost of my prescription drugs going to go up? And I think that's why too it was such a big decision for her to run.
There are currently no female doctors in Congress, and one of her primary opponents was also a female doctor. Really just a new generation of politicians.
And we should point out that there are plenty of male doctors in Congress. And so the fact that she's getting pushback for people questioning her how she could do both, right. I can send some names of some men who happen to be doing both right now. But Rachel, you mentioned this theme that we've been seeing, that not only are these women candidates, of course, running on their professional experience, but they are making it really personal, too. And I think, there used to be a thought in politics that, you kind of shy away from that. And you're seeing these female candidates really embracing sharing a lot of their personal story as well.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, everywhere that we went, we saw these candidates wanting to be the most authentic version of themselves. They were saying, hey, this is who I am, and I'm just going to show all of it. And Lauren Underwood, who's running in Illinois' 14th congressional district, she is one of those candidates. She is a black female candidate running as a Democrat. She's wearing her natural hair, and she's another candidate where healthcare was a major decision for her. It was the tipping point for her when she decided to run, and I believe we have a clip from our piece from that as well.
When I was considering running for Congress, my race and background was not something that I considered. This is my home. This is my community. I was one of the women that marched in the Women's March. And 3 months later, I found myself at my representative's one and only event, and he was not honest about healthcare coverage. He was only going to support a version of Obamacare repeal that let people with pre-existing conditions keep their healthcare coverage. And as a nurse, that kind of promise was really important to me. And then he went and voted for the American Health Care Act.
After 7 years of trying, Republicans can finally claim a win tonight in their drive to repeal Obamacare.
Passing the House by the slimmest of margins.
The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
I believe that representatives should be transparent and honest about their votes. And he didn't seem to recognize any of that, so I decided, you know what? It's on, I'm running.
Yeah, so Lauren also had a pre-existing condition, a heart condition, and so that was a big thing for her as well. But what really struck me about her again is that she was really authentic. When we interviewed her, she said, listen, I want everyone to see who I really am. Her district is over 80% white. Mm-hmm. She looks different. She has her natural hair, and I think a lot of African Americans, and I could speak for myself, feel this sort of pressure to straighten their hair, conform to certain beauty standards, and she completely pushed back against that. And even more surprising, she says that she was steeled for racism. She was steeled against it. She was ready. She was prepared for it. But instead what she found was sexism. And she found ageism. And she's one of the youngest people that's running. If she is elected, she would be the youngest person elected in that district. She'd be the first woman of color. And so she really leaned into who she was. And I think a lot of people were really receptive to that, and to her surprise as well.
There are a number of remarkably young candidates out there, maybe It felt a little bit weird to interview them at sometimes. I was like, wow, what am I doing with myself? But she's only 31, turning 32. There's actually another woman in Iowa that's 28. We obviously here in New York, where we are, saw Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, 28 years old as well. So a female shift in the Democratic Party and a generational shift as well.
But why do you think you're seeing that generational shift? You know, I think usually you don't see people run until they're later in their lives, especially women, and to see them so young coming out and really launching these careers, saying, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of, you know, previous political experience I have. I'm going to run off of what I know personally. I'm going to run off of my professional experience, my personal experience. Why?
You know, I think you hit at it earlier, the issues that are really driving a lot of these candidates. They're big issues for young people. We heard these women talk about gun control and school safety, talk about health care, student loan debt, the rising costs of college education. On health care, the idea that that young people want to change jobs and move around and not have their health care tied to their insurance. We see such a push from younger voters on these issues, and I think the candidates are responding to that.
Okay, so let's get to another big issue in these elections across the country. You've been seeing Democrats especially pushing the issue of health care, but Republicans, being led by the president, of course, have been talking a lot about immigration. What have you guys seen as you have traveled the country? And are women Republicans also jumping into the race because of immigration? Is this a driving factor for them as well?
A little bit, I think so, but we were struck by how many of the women of color running on the Republican side were distancing themselves from the president on this issue. You know, it's been controversial, his relationship with the Hispanic community from Arizona to Florida, and we're going to play some of an interview we did with a woman running in Florida, and she said point blank she is worried about the relationship between the party she loves, the Republican Party that she grew up with, that she is a proud member of, and the relationship with that party and her Cuban-American community down in South Florida, in Miami.
I had no motives to leave my career. I was anchoring a national newscast. I was on top of the world. This was my old home. I used to work here. This was my home for almost 20 years. And thanks to that type of work, that's why I was able to get so many votes, because the viewers turned out to be the voters.
Out hoping for gun reform from our legislators.
Florida, where another community is in disbelief, shocked by devastating violence, this time at that Florida high school.
I think that guns don't shoot themselves. I would like to create in my high schools of District number 27 pilot programs where we have trained therapists, trauma therapists in each high school. We are the home of millions of Cuban political refugees, my parents being one of them.
She's a political refugee.
Immigration is a major topic that we need to pay attention to. So seal the border, and whomever needs to come in, let's have them come in with a visa. You have 11 million people that are undocumented in this country, and you got to give them some type of legality. I'm not talking about citizenship. I'm talking about legality. Let them be here. Let them continue working, paying taxes, and consuming and helping the economy. Trump says that he is the ultimate deal maker. Great, so he needs to make a deal with the Hispanics on this front.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. We are going to get the bad ones out.
We are throwing them out of the country. I sometimes do not like what he says, but I do like the policies that he has implemented, and those policies are helping my community and my Miamians in a great deal.
So Maria Elvira Salazar, clearly a well-known figure there in the community, but how is her message resonating? What did you guys experience when you were down there?
Well, we were talking to some people, some Republicans, some Cuban and Hispanic Republicans down in Little Havana, and we talked to one man who struck us, and he said, hey, listen, I haven't voted for a Democrat in 30 years, and I did not vote for Maria Elvira Salazar, but he's so loyal to the Republican Party that he said, I'm probably going to have to vote for her when it comes time for the midterm election in November, because I don't want a Democrat to be elected here. And her district is overwhelmingly Hispanic. I think it's like 70% Hispanic in her district. And so I think something that for us and what we saw in her interview too is that she's really looking at the issues for the people in her district. She said repeatedly how she's going as a representative for Florida 27, that she's not going on behalf of anyone else, that she really wants to fight for the people in her district. And the people there do care about immigration a lot, and they do, you know, you have a lot of immigrants in this country that have been here for years. And so, like she was saying, she hopes that she can provide some type of legal status, and she believes that someone of Hispanic heritage should be driving that conversation in Congress, that she should be the one talking to the president, and that the president should be making a deal with Hispanics on that front.
Absolutely. She said it would change the whole conversation if she was just in the room around the negotiating table with the president and the other leaders of the GOP. She wants to be a part of changing the face of the Republican Party in a lot of ways. We were talking about the Democrats earlier.
And it's funny, you've heard that theme from a lot of female candidates, that so much of this is just having that diversity of point of views at the table, right? I think it's worth reminding everyone that women right now are just 20% of Congress. To state the obvious, we are 50% of the population. And so many female candidates say, hey, just give us a chance to lend your ear to our perspective.
Right. And she is really driving that race to the finish line. It's one of the tightest in the country down in South Florida. It's an area where Democrats had hoped they would have an easy win, but then she came onto the scene so strong. She's really well known and liked in that area from all of her years as a TV anchor. And so now that race totally neck and neck between her and the Democrat, Donna Shalala, and it'll be a nail biter we'll be watching until the very end.
And she is a local celebrity. I mean, when we were there with her, she was going from event to event. People were stopping her, pulling out her sweater, giving her kisses, hugging her. She has her own campaign theme
Taking
song.
selfies everywhere.
Taking a selfie. I mean, you know, when Mary Alice was reporting on primary night, you said, I mean, this is a television event. I mean, this is a made-for-TV event, and she's a former journalist. And so for her biggest thing is that the viewers hopefully will turn into voters, people that have admired her for years, that have watched her on TV, that have watched her do these amazing interviews. She's hoping that they turn out to the polls, and she calls the Hispanics in her area the untapped constituency, and she hopes that the Republican Party will lean into that.
So from immigration, guys, let's move now to national security. And candidates who we've seen are running not just a lot of veterans, which I think is fascinating. That's another surge you're seeing, but also a lot of candidates with national security experience. You've spent some time with those women as well.
And there's a link in a lot of ways between those women and Maria, and that is these leaders in their field. We were talking about the young candidates, and that's true. That's a trend. But another trend are these just incredible professionals that were at the top of their careers, the pinnacle of their career, who were very impressive in their own right. Veterans, military leaders, national security leaders, television anchors. One woman that we talked to, Abigail Spanberger, she's a former CIA officer, traveled the world defending this country, working for the country. She talked about feeling motivated to respond to the president's attacks and skepticism that he's delivered against the national security community in D.C., and also wanting to sort of reclaim the middle. She thought that too often military veterans or national security officials are assumed to be Republicans. She's running totally down the middle. She barely mentions being a Democrat. She talks about being a moderate and working for bipartisanship. But we have a little bit of our interview where she talks about her incredible career with the CIA.
As a person who loved languages and I loved traveling, I thought that the CIA would be the right path for me.
You would like tap shoulders with what seemed like a stranger and exchange like information. That's what you told the Girl Scout troop.
People worry because people watch Hollywood movies. People don't know how our training is. People don't know what it is that you're actually doing.
I say that I was CIA.
People were asking me a lot of questions. Is it like Homeland? Is it like the movies? And usually my response to that is, it is a little bit like Hollywood with a lot more paperwork.
Thank you.
Seeing politics as we were living it in 2016 through the eyes of my children was not what I want for this country long term.
For everyone that's in the 7th district, they have to worry about who they're gonna vote for.
And ultimately it was the day of the House health care vote last year that I decided that I really did want to run. It's not just about flipping a seat, it's about what that means. And so for Virginia, that means Medicaid expansion. That means a lot of other significant, impactful legislation and issues getting debated that previously never could be. You typically don't vote for a Democrat?
Exactly right.
I had a gentleman, a man and a woman, both say,
If you were running independent, I'd be right there.
I said, I'm not, I'm a Democrat. And they said, oh, but we're Republicans. And I said, that's fine, you can still vote for me, you don't have to become a Democrat.
You know, in Virginia, we're not registered.
I am a Democrat because I believe that the Democratic Party, in being that bottom rung on a ladder for people who need that extra boost, so that they can go out and pursue the American dream.
She told us that she had to get her resume declassified. She had to go through a process with the CIA to even be able to talk about having worked for the CIA. I asked her if she was an assassin. She laughed. She said no. She said no, but she said that she gets asked that a lot. Yeah. And again, this is a really competitive race, kind of a reach for Democrats, and she really doesn't talk often about being a Democrat. She talks about her national security expertise, her foreign sort of experience, her diplomacy experience, and wanting to bring kind of bipartisanship to that space.
Yeah, the shock on people's faces when she goes, and I was in the CIA, and people are like, wait, what? You were in the CIA? And people were so confused. But I think for her, I mean, she does talk in, you know, broad brushstrokes about her career, but something that she did tell us is that when she sat down with CIA officers, it was not about politics. You didn't know whose party was whose. And when she came back home and she kind of watched how partisan the rest of the nation was, she said, we need to kind of forget about this. We need to get back to the American people. And for her, she's like, I've been fighting for the American people in my career, and now I'm ready to fight in a little bit of a more public space.
And, you know, guys, it strikes me in a lot of these campaign videos, of course, you're seeing the candidates with their families bringing out their adorable children. That's nothing new. But the candidates are being so open, it seems, these female candidates, about the challenges of running. You're hearing a lot from their spouses and their partners about the decision-making that went in for them to decide to leave their careers and jump into politics. And it gets at sort of this bigger question about the barriers to entry that for so long have surrounded women in their desire to get into politics. And, Rachel, you spent time with one candidate who's really been taking on some of those barriers to make sure that more women can, in fact, follow in her path as well.
Yeah, Luba Gretchen Shirley, who's running in New York's 2nd Congressional District, she is someone that is changing the way women will hopefully run for office one day. For her, healthcare was a huge, childcare was a huge cost for her, and so she petitioned to the FEC to change that, to use campaign funds towards childcare, towards that cost. And we have a clip from our interview with her.
You started out getting a lot of attention for this sort of remarkable petition to the FEC.
Gretchen Shirley petitioned and won an appeal to use campaign funds to pay for childcare.
Without the childcare, I wouldn't be able to run for office. This is a barrier so that parents of young children cannot run.
Has the FEC ever allowed a candidate to use campaign funds for childcare?
Oddly enough, it was 2 men who have requested this in the past. I put in the request to the Federal Election Commission to use the funds that I'm raising for my campaign on childcare. I wasn't sure it would be approved. Hillary Clinton wrote a 3-page letter in support. 24 representatives, including Maxine Waters and John Lewis, wrote in support.
And in a landmark decision by the Federal Election Commission, some of those candidates might be able to get some additional help.
They approved it. It was an official decision, and it will change the way people run for office. Dear Miss Gretchen Shirley, thank you for your push to have a child care campaign expense. What a wonderful way to help level the playing field for women and really everyone who isn't independently wealthy. Thank you, and best wishes with your campaign.
So we know that running for office can be really expensive. It could be a personal and financial toll on the families and the women that are doing, the men and women that are doing this. And so when you look at healthcare, childcare costs in this country, $14,000 in New York, that's the average to take care of your child for child care costs there. And so for her, she couldn't run for office without having some of that cost taken care of. And what really struck me too is that the women that did have kids, it was a conversation at the dinner table with their husbands on how can we afford this. Dr. Kim Schreier, she told us, hey, you know, listen, me and my husband had to talk and we had to say, can we afford to live off of one salary as I take this plunge and try to run for Congress? And so the husbands that are with their wives in this, I mean, they're really backing them. They're really trying to support them and for them to move forward.
Obviously, we don't know if these women are going to win, but repeatedly they told us they just hope they change politics going forward. And Luba Gretchen Shirley, I think, is a great example of that again. She says, if more women just can use these funds, use campaign donations they're already getting to help pay for childcare, it could just let more women run, and that could just change the way we talk about politics altogether.
And it does seem we're already seeing some kind of a trickle-down effect. I mean, I know when I've been out there on the trail, I'm sure you guys have seen this as well. It's not just the women who are running, but it's their campaigns. You see a lot more female campaign managers, female press aides. What kind of sort of ripple effect are you guys seeing?
Oh, this is absolutely unbelievable. The Democratic Party says that 40% of campaign managers this year are women. And it's a stat they didn't even keep track of 10 years ago. Mary, you and I remember going out. It was hard to find women in leadership roles in campaigns in the last few cycles. That has totally changed this year. A lot of these female candidates say they prefer a female team. We talked, every single one of those women that we interviewed and that we just talked about had senior leader teams that were filled with women. And what you're seeing right now on the screen, that is a training session run by Emily's List, a big sort of powerful nationwide group that specifically works on training female candidates and female staffs for these campaigns. So the women's movement right now runs really deep.
Yeah, and the ripple effects are everywhere. I mean, when you walk into their campaign headquarters, you see play areas for children, not just for the candidates themselves, but for their volunteers. You see the volunteers bringing in their children, taking them door knocking, they're helping making calls. And even on the diversity front, Lauren Underwood's campaign, I talked to a few of her campaign staff, and they said that they found that if they didn't have diverse people making the phone calls, sometimes they would have people that would skip over names that they couldn't pronounce. And so they wanted to make sure that they had representation there across the board to make sure that they were reaching out and accessing everyone they possibly could to encourage them to vote.
And you guys, we have a couple more minutes here, but I wanted to just lastly get your final perspectives here. Is there a moment or an experience as you've been out covering these women that stands out most to you, whether it's having to ask a female candidate if she's an assassin or having to take pictures of them with their supporters as they get, crazed by or taken over by all of their fans out down there in Florida? What really will be your takeaway when you look back on this experience that you've had?
Well, Rachel had never picked berries before, and that's true. There you saw in one of the pieces that Dr. Schreier out in Washington. She had this sort of vegetable garden and berry garden. She's like picking blackberries to get ready for dinner and chatting with us and picking blackberries, and that was like a huge moment for you. It made me a little bit sad you had done that before.
I know.
But no, what would stick out? I think that you could sense from these women a frustration, but also a realization that female candidates just get treated differently, and they want to stand up to that difference. For instance, they said that they don't feel like their male counterparts get asked, how are you balancing the childcare? How are you balancing the kids at home? How is it leaving your practice? What makes you feel qualified for this? The women realize that those are still there's a difference in how the candidates are treated based on gender, and maybe if there are just more female candidates, that will start to change.
Yeah. I think for me, it's been watching the reaction to these women running. When I'm on the ground, seeing the little girls, that for them this is normal, watching women run for office, interviewing some of them and saying, hey, maybe one day I want to help out with the campaign. I'm already helping out with the campaign now. I'm only 9 or 10, but maybe one day I want to run for office. And you see that light in their eyes, and they're excited by the possibility of that. And you also see the amount of women that have wrote in and supported these women. Dr. Kim Schreier, she had someone donate $1,000 to her campaign that didn't even live in the district. Luba Gretchen Shirley, she had supporters from all across the country writing in and telling her that, helping get this petition for childcare was huge, and they were very inspired by it. And so throughout the country, I think it does have ripple effects. No matter what the outcome is, I think all of these women, they are just hoping to inspire and encourage more women to maybe take a leap and do things that maybe are outside their comfort zone and see what happens.
Well, Rachel and Mary Alice, thank you so much for breaking this all down with us, showing us how these women are breaking down those barriers. Maybe by the next election cycle, we won't be talking about how this is such an unusual surge, but how this really has become the norm. Thank you, guys, and thank you all for watching, and stay here all day long as we take you through all the twists and turns of this amazing election. I'm Mary Bruce in Washington.
Big thanks to Mary for her coverage. We should say that my colleagues and I at ABC News Nightline have spent much of this election season traveling all over the country, taking a look at some of the most interesting races, from Texas to North Dakota to Georgia. Here's a look now at some of our reporting.
Vast and untouched,
North Dakota has been the sacred land of several Native American tribes for thousands of years.
Standing Rock is in the center of the United States and is probably the heart of this country.
And most recently, this land a political flashpoint. That highly publicized conflict over the Dakota Access Pipeline. The plight of these Native Americans championed by advocates and celebrities like actor Mark Ruffalo and musician Dave Matthews.
And everyone knows that they stood up against enormous odds to try and prevent this pipeline from going through. Peacefully, kindly, remarkably.
Now, once again, this community is under the spotlight.
Make sure you update your ID package. Okay, I will.
This time because of a new ID law some say is intended to make it more difficult for residents here to vote just before the midterm election.
As long as I get to the polls and I have to push and shove my way with a piece of paper, I'll get there.
About 60% of Native Americans in North Dakota live on reservations, where many residents lack street addresses because the U.S. Postal Service does not provide them with residential delivery services. So many Native Americans use a P.O. box to receive their mail. But now, in order to vote, you have to have a residential address. That didn't used to be a problem because there were other ways to prove your residency, like signing an affidavit or having a poll worker vouch for you. But in 2013, the state legislature did away with those backup options, making it harder to vote, especially for Native Americans who live on reservations.
We have not been fully colonized to put everything in square streets and boxes.
Phyllis Young is a Native American rights activist.
We've lived openly, and so now we're being forced to create streets and name addresses for our voting rights.
A legal battle over the new law ensued, with the U.S. Supreme Court upholding it on October 9th.
Do you have your valid ID or no?
Leaving the Native American community scrambling to ensure residents have the proper identification to cast their vote.
Do you guys need to ride out to vote or anything?
No, we have a car.
Here at the Get Out the Vote headquarters, a team has been working nonstop for weeks.
They've got a valid ID for some of them?
Some of these, all of these.
You got to go back?
Yep.
Okay.
And we're going to mobilize our people like we've never mobilized before. It's a critical election nationwide. It's going to make a difference in the Congress, in the leadership in this country.
Critics say it smacks of voter suppression, but Secretary of State Alvin Jaeger says the law was needed, that his office had difficulty verifying voter identities.
There was about 3,600 that we couldn't. On Election Day, 97 to 98% of the people that'll come to vote will have a state-issued ID and will be able to vote with no problem. That last 2 to 3%, we're doing everything we can to let their options be known.
That 2 to 3% affected most likely Native American voters. And because this group tends to vote for Democrats, the new voter ID law matters a lot to Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Heitkamp is the only statewide elected Democrat in a deeply red state that went for President Trump by a whopping 36 points. She's recently faced backlash for voting against the confirmation of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
I can't get up in the morning and look at the life experience that I've had and say yes to Judge Kavanaugh.
If it all comes down to that decision for some voters, was it worth it?
Yep. I made a judgment based on what I saw and what I heard. And this is a judgment that's not just about the voters today. This is about 30 years of voters in North Dakota, 30 years of people. And to me, I have no regrets.
Are you really? Oh my God.
Heitkamp won her seat in 2012 by just roughly 3,000 votes, so she's keenly aware that every vote counts.
The first thing you have to be concerned about is that people who have a right to vote won't be able to vote.
Secretary of State Jaeger denies the voter ID law was designed to disenfranchise Native Americans.
Nothing has ever happened in this office to target anybody.
But just this week, one of the tribes, along with 6 individuals, took emergency legal action seeking relief from this requirement that Native Americans who live on or near reservations prove a residential address. And across the state, activists are trying to rally local and national support.
What we want to do is really inform people about their power as voters here in the state. And the effect of this law really has created disparity for American Indian voters.
Prairie Rose Seminole is helping to raise awareness about the new ID requirements.
How much power do we have? Let me hear it.
With a massive Get Out the Vote concert, headlined by Dave Matthews.
So let's vote and continue to fight so that we can try and turn it right. The people that are being affected by this law in North Dakota are people who have lived on this land for thousands of years. Come out, no use in hiding. The state is named after them, and they're being asked to prove again that this is their home. It is despicable, and I find it unforgivable, but it's the law. So, we have to deal with it.
Matthews began working with Standing Rock before the Dakota Access Pipeline conflict. Adopting the local elementary school, he says now twice in recent years, this community has had to lead by example.
People brought their disappointment and their hopelessness here to stand with them, which is a weight, which lifts you up and also is a burden. And it's remarkable how successfully and how gracefully they've come out of that so far.
Introducing the Great White Ruffalo.
Actor Mark Ruffalo is also putting his star power behind the issue.
These people have a reason, plenty of reasons not to vote. And I get that, you know? But I will say this, whoever wins, you better do right by these people for once.
The system has failed us, but we can't change it unless we show up. And when we start showing up, nothing can really stop us. So that's what gives me hope, and I'm going to keep fighting for it.
For Nightline, I'm Mary Bruce in North Dakota.
Tonight, a moment many thought would never happen. President Trump taking the stage with his former foe, Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless Texas. And God bless President Donald Trump.
He's come to Texas, a longtime Republican stronghold.
Vote for Ted Cruz.
To shore up support in a state where Democrats seem to be gaining ground.
Ted's opponent in this race is a stone-cold phony. Beto O'Rourke in this state is running to the left of Elizabeth Warren, to the left of Bernie Sanders, and the state of Texas is not going to stand for it.
Here, the Senate race between Cruz and rising Democratic star Beto O'Rourke is so consequential and surprisingly close.
We will find enough common ground to make things better.
We are going to win this race.
Texas is a deeply red state, but it is changing and changing fast. It sits there as a big red target for Democrats. They recognize that if they can start to flip Texas, it changes the entire nationwide electoral map.
With the midterm election just weeks away, we traveled to the Lone Star State to go behind the scenes with both campaigns as they race to the finish line. You're gonna have any energy? Front and center in this border state, immigration.
What if we, the people of Texas, were to rewrite, for example, our immigration laws in our own image, from our own experiences?
Do we want to secure the border and keep our communities and our families safe?
In recent days, Trump announced that he is considering militarization of the border. Cruz, who has had a stronghold on his Senate seat since 2013, towing the line.
Yes or no? Do you support militarizing the border?
You know, militarize is a politically charged word. We need to deploy whatever law enforcement resources are necessary.
So that's a yes.
To prevent crossing the border. So that means, listen, if you've got a caravan of thousands of people pledging to violate the laws and cross here illegally, of course we should do whatever's necessary.
Congressman O'Rourke sees things differently. He grew up in the border town of El Paso and speaks fluent Spanish.
You say you want to secure the borders. Can you do that without a wall? Can you do that without militarizing the border?
So we don't need a wall, to answer your question. We don't need to militarize the border. If things are so desperate in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, that someone would risk their lives to come here, then what can we do to improve conditions there?
His stance on immigration is not the only thing going against the grain in this state that's been red for decades.
You're pro-gun control, you're pro-immigration, you are pro-choice, you're pro-pot.
I may characterize the positions you just described a little bit differently, but what I'll tell you is that in each of them I found the common ground in the state of Texas. These are human values, American values, Texan values.
But are they too progressive for Texas?
No.
O'Rourke's campaign strategy is to try to appeal to the common man. He has made an effort to travel to every county in the state.
Just human beings, real people making this happen.
And expanded his brand nationally through social media, live streaming everything. And it's worked. He's raised a record $38 million in the last 3 months.
So we're backstage getting ready to talk to the man that has captivated not only Texas, but the entire country. So how do you translate the momentum into turnout?
So you show up everywhere. We have one of the most simple, obvious strategies that I've seen employed in a modern campaign. We just literally show up everywhere all the time for everyone.
Cruz has opened up a bit of a wider lead, but everyone attached to the campaign knows it is a potentially soft lead.
For Senator Ted Cruz, his campaign strategy, deeply Texas.
So this is a legitimate stockyard where we are getting ready to witness this Ted Cruz rally.
I love him because of his record. He fought for our religious liberty, our Second Amendment right.
One of his super supporters, Maggie Wright, has followed Cruz for years, even moving to Iowa during his presidential run.
Is there a more fanatical supporter of Ted Cruz than you?
No, for my 50th wedding anniversary, my husband asked me what I wanted, and I said,
I'm scared to know what you said.
I want Ted Cruz for president.
But he lost that race, and now, to the surprise of many, he's aligning himself with the man who won.
I have been proud to work hand in hand with President Trump.
You guys have said some really reprehensible things about one another.
This man is a pathological liar.
Lion Ted Cruz, Lion Ted.
Donald, you're a sniveling coward, and leave Heidi the hell alone.
Are those things not true anymore?
Look, I have no interest in revisiting the comments of 2016.
You've moved on.
I've got a job to do, and my job is forward-looking.
Mr. President.
And just today, the president cozying up as well.
He's not Lion Ted anymore. He's beautiful Ted. He's Texas. I call him Texas Ted.
Is he your friend? Is he your foe? How do you describe the relationship?
He's the president. And he's the president. I work with the president in delivering on our promises.
Cruz touts his track record to galvanize the vote.
They need to go out and vote.
Texas is booming. The economy is going great. And yet my opponent, Beto O'Rourke, what does he want to do? Higher taxes, higher regulation, go back to the Obama economy stagnation. That would be really bad for the state of Texas.
Last week, his opponent also took a page out of Donald Trump's playbook, even though O'Rourke has vowed to run a positive campaign.
He's dishonest. It's why the president called him Lying Ted, and it's why the nickname stuck, because it's true. That wasn't the best phrase for me to use. It's something that leapt to mind as he began the debate with another lie, but there you go. But, you know, I'm going to do my best to stay focused on the future.
And part of that focus is on attracting minority voters.
I look at Beto O'Rourke, and it seems like he has a feel and a love and a need and a want to help all people, not just a select group.
As a first-generation Mexican, Mexican-American now, a mother and a teacher, he stands for the values that I stand for.
The idea that Texas is ripe for the picking, it is powered by the growing minority population, the growing young voter population. It is almost inevitable that Texas ultimately turns blue. The question is, did Beto O'Rourke find this moment?
But this race is still up for grabs, and in the current political climate, not everyone is voting down party lines.
You all classify yourself as evangelical.
Yes.
How many of you plan on voting for Ted Cruz? Crickets. How many of you plan on voting for Beto O'Rourke?
Me.
And for most of these women, this is the first time they'll be voting for a Democrat.
For so long, the foregone conclusion was that the Republicans would get the evangelical vote.
I think what we've seen happening is the
the systematic oppression of people of color, of people who are seeking asylum, of refugees, of women. And it feels like a lot of that is coming from the Republican Party.
At this point, what has Beto done to earn your vote?
He's given me a broader option. He has said, I'm going to work on both sides. He said, I'm not running for the Democratic Party. I'm running for the people.
Cruz's supporters see their votes as value-based too.
Thank you and God bless you.
Big fans of Ted Cruz, everything he stands for, and I think the less government intervention, the better.
We are sticking with our conservative values and supporting Ted Cruz all the way.
With early voting beginning today, the stakes are only getting higher as we wait to find out if this red state will turn blue. For Nightline, I'm Paula Ferris in Dallas.
We're driving along I-85. It might be a race for the governor's mansion in Georgia, but this is one that the entire country is watching.
In the red state of Georgia, where the fish is fried and the tea is sweet, the politics are about as bare knuckle as it comes.
This is a battle for the soul of our state, y'all.
We have an opponent who is an architect of voter suppression.
An historic race in a dead heat.
We are Georgia!
Partly because of Stacey Abrams, a 44-year-old Democratic leader in the Georgia House.
I'm Stacey Abrams, and I'm running for governor.
Who, if elected, would become the first black female governor of any state in U.S. history.
We want all of Georgia to see themselves reflected in my leadership. And yes, I'll be the first black woman to be a governor in the history of the United States. But what that also means is that I'm opening the door for the next person and the person after that.
President Trump captured the state by a little over 5 points. So here, it seems, the prize is much more than a government title. It just may be for the soul of the South, even as long-standing allegations of voter suppression swirl. The candidates themselves, polar opposites. For the Republicans, Trump backed Brian Kemp, Georgia's current Secretary of State.
I got a big truck, just in case I need to round up criminal illegals and take them home myself. Yep, I just said that.
He's unapologetically conservative, a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment, religious liberty legislation, and stricter immigration laws.
We are building a red wall right here in the state of Georgia.
Abrams running unabashedly as a progressive, advocating for LGBTQ equality, stricter gun control, and the expansion of Medicaid.
There hasn't been a Democratic governor here in more than 15 years.
Yes.
But you, a black woman, progressive, can change that?
Absolutely. Because Georgia has changed over the last 20 years. Our votes, our time.
For her supporters, Abrams' candidacy is bigger than her.
I absolutely think Georgia's ready for a progressive Democrat. I mean, this is the birthplace of civil rights.
Abrams has attracted major star power.
We need to vote for Stacey Abrams.
With celebrity endorsements from John Legend and Will Ferrell.
Knocking on doors 2 days.
Even Oprah is campaigning with her on Thursday, and former President Obama joining her later this week. Her opponent has used that to his advantage.
That is not Georgia values. That is values of California or New York.
You've had a lot of funding from outside sources. Are you running a state campaign or a national campaign?
We're running a locally grounded campaign that is nationally known. We have more than 5 times the number of individual donors from the state of Georgia giving to us.
Brian Kemp, a dad of 3 daughters, has gotten perhaps the only endorsement he needs from the commander-in-chief himself. President Trump tweeting recently that Kemp will be a great governor and will campaign for him right before the election. That resonated with Ted Badami and his daughter Gianna at a Kemp campaign event here in Jessup, Georgia.
Why did you bring your daughter here today?
Well, we love Trump, and I've listened to some of the things that I've heard him say, and it's right along line with my conservative values.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you too. I'm in Georgia.
His campaign declined our request for a formal interview, so we caught up with him at one of his events.
Pretty reliably conservative state. How can it be so tight when you're facing an admitted progressive?
Well, I think the race right now, there's been a lot of momentum on the Democratic side all around the country. The Republican base was just not real motivated. That changed a couple of weeks ago.
At the heart of this battle for Georgia's future, what critics say is a blatant attempt by Republicans to intimidate voters of color. Emmett Bondurant, a longtime civil rights lawyer, says he's watched it happen for decades.
There is a history of voter suppression, not only here, but nationwide.
In fact, an AP report found 53,000 voter registration applications are on hold thanks to a so-called exact match law requiring applicants' information to exactly match other government records. So a misplaced hyphen or middle initial can stall an application and a vote. As Secretary of State, Kemp is the architect of that law, saying he's trying to prevent voter fraud.
You talked about all the votes. What about voter suppression? People are saying that minority votes.
That's a myth. That is a myth that the Democrats bring out every 2 years. We have record number of people on our voting rolls.
But there's this detail. The majority of those 53,000 voter applications are overwhelmingly minority voters, voters who often choose Democrats. Most of those voters can still cast a ballot as long as they bring a photo ID to the polls.
So what do you say to those who say that you're trying to suppress the vote? What do you say?
I'm not trying to suppress. The numbers don't lie about that fact. Minority participation is up 23% in Georgia. 23%. That's what you should report and not believe this BS about voter suppression.
Whether it's 5 people or 5,000 people or 50,000 people, his job is to guarantee that every Georgian who is eligible gets registered to vote. And instead, he has purged them.
Exact match doesn't just apply to registrations. There's also a signatures requirement, allowing officials to toss absentee ballots and applications if a signature doesn't match the one on file. The ACLU and other groups have filed lawsuits claiming hundreds of absentee ballots and applications were tossed. A judge halted that practice last week, and Kemp appealed, calling absentee voting a privilege and a convenience. College student Lana Goitia was eager to cast her absentee ballot, especially as a Latina voter.
It's pretty exciting to have the opportunity to have a say in some big decisions for our state.
Her class and work schedule wouldn't allow her to make the hour drive to vote in person.
I've made sure to fill it out correctly and then sent it in, and then probably about 2 weeks after I sent it in is when I got notice that it had been rejected. I think votes like mine are ones that scare, Secretary Kemp.
She was told her signatures didn't match.
I wasn't given a process to, fix my ballot or have it reinstated prior to the rejection.
Under the Voting Rights Act, states which had a history of voter disenfranchisement were monitored by the federal government. But a 2013 Supreme Court ruling undid that requirement.
You've been on this case for a long time. Do you feel like we're going backwards?
I am both surprised and disappointed that we're going in the opposite direction of making it harder for people to vote.
A federal study looked at those southern states and examined 5 kinds of voter suppression tactics. Georgia, the study says, was the only state to have adopted all 5.
Mr. Kemp has created an atmosphere of fear around the right to vote in the state of Georgia.
Abrams calling on her opponent to step down, but Kemp is standing firm.
I took an oath of office to serve as Secretary of State, and that's exactly what I'm going to continue to do. I'm doing the exact same thing that Democrat Kathy Cox was doing when she was running for governor.
Their fate is now in the hands of voters.
He believes in the same values that I do. He's conservative, believes in the Second Amendment, lower taxes, and just believes in the same type of conservative things that I do.
Stacey Abrams represents the future of Georgia as I want to see it. It's time for women and people of color to be in power.
It's clear Georgians are eager to decide the future of their state, as long as that unalienable right, the right to vote, is not taken away. For Nightline, I'm Deborah Roberts in Noonan, Georgia.
A look at some of the most exciting races across the country during these midterm elections from my colleagues at Nightline. My thanks to all of them. We are now getting very close to the time when polls will be closing across the country. And as we head into this evening, I had a chance to sit down with 3 of the smartest minds in politics to talk about the big themes as we head into these midterms. Take a look. Let's introduce the panel. Hey, guys. Hey. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. Starting with the person closest to me, it's Anna Marie Cox, who's been a political columnist for a long time and also is the host of the excellent podcast With Friends Like These. I say that not only because you've had me as a guest, but I do love your podcast.
Good. And I have also had you as a guest.
That's right. And yes, and you also had me as a guest. Next to you, Mike Muse, Sirius XM host and political and pop culture commentator. Greetings, my friend.
Yes, I need to have you on my show as a guest.
Yeah.
Anytime. Anytime. I'll talk to anybody. Really. Sure, Michael Singleton is a political consultant, former Deputy Chief of Staff at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and Natalie dressed. So
Yes.
a pleasure to be with all of you. Let's start with big picture. Okay. Anna, I'll start with you. True or false? Is this, I mean, midterms are often historically hinge on local issues to some extent. Is this now a race that is nationalized and really is truly a referendum on Donald J. Trump?
I think it depends on which party you're paying attention to. I think the Republicans have tried to nationalize it. Trump himself has said, behave as though I'm on the ballot. Democrats, on the other hand, have really, I think, allowed their candidates to be a little bit more idiosyncratic as it relates to their districts. But it is also true that the excitement on the left would not exist if it weren't for Donald Trump. But they don't need to talk about him. I mean, we talk about him enough, I think. I mean, like, we're doing the nationalizing, we in the media, I mean, are doing the nationalizing of the ballot on the left. And the right is doing it, I mean, the president is doing it on the right.
Mike, what's your view? As you look, as we head into this evening, what's your big picture sense?
My big picture sense is that we just don't know. I think I'm looking forward to the unpredictable. I think we're relying a lot on the polls and how the polls are readjusting themselves, but I don't know how much the polls are accounting for the enthusiasm of the young vote, and also to the enthusiasm of voters who really haven't been engaged in the voting process previously. And to me, that is the X factor, because we don't know if those individuals are Republicans, we don't know if those individuals are Democrats and liberals. We think that there is this nationalism, as Anna discussed, that is all anti-Trump. But there is an excitement on the Republican side, because they are excited for all the deregulations that he has. They are excited how he is talking. They do like some of the cultural warfare that he has really mentioned in the closing arguments of the campaign. And so there is excitement on both sides. And so I think it's really hard to quantify whose night it's going to be.
What did Dan Rather say back in the day, that this race is going to be tight as a tick or something? Texan.
I think we can go with that.
Something along those lines. We are heading into a truly unpredictable evening. Sure, Michael, just give us as we start out here, a big thought, your big thought, overarching thoughts as we head into the night.
Well, I mean, I think historically it's on the side of Democrats. I mean, since 1932, the party of the president typically loses seats with the exception of 3 times. So historically, Democrats have some type of precedent. They're number 1. However, number 2, when you look at the quantified data, Democrats had, I believe, a 12 or 13 point advantage about several months ago. That advantage is down significantly, merely around 5 or 6 percentage points, depending on what data you're looking at.
Our latest poll has it down from 14 in August, I believe, to 8 now.
That's right. So you look at that.
In the House.
In the House. So the president has been able to make some type of an argument to increase enthusiasm on the right. So what I'm looking at as a strategist, the outlier, is by what margin do Democrats take back control of the House, and how does that margin propel them beyond midterms to 2020 as they try to formulate a message to ultimately defeat Donald Trump, if that can indeed happen?
I mean, we should be very careful about conventional wisdom, but the conventional wisdom and the polling models say the odds are that the Democrats will take the House and the Republicans will retain the Senate. But in 2016, we learned that polls and pundits can be wrong. So how should we view this?
Incredibly, there's just so much unpredictable behavior happening right now. I mean, I think one thing we're seeing is that the 2018 electorate looks a little bit more like an on-year electorate than it does like an off-year electorate. We, in this country so far, for the past 30 years, we've had 2 different electorates. We've had an older, whiter one doing off-year elections, which is one of the ways that Republicans have won state houses and governorships across the country, is that that's the electorate that turns out to vote for local elections, too. And then we've had an election every 4 years where young people, people of color, and women tend to vote more, and we've had more moderate candidates, right? Even whether Democrat or Republican, I would point out. Trump changed the electorate to the right in 2016. A bunch of people, rural voters mainly, who had been felt disenfranchised. I should be very, very careful about whether or not they were actually disenfranchised, because that's an actual issue. But people who felt disconnected from the system, they turned out to vote. In Minnesota, voter turnout in the red areas of Minnesota, which is basically anywhere that's not
your home state, your adopted home state.
My home adopted state. Anywhere that's not the Twin Cities is red. They turned out in unprecedented numbers. But they didn't turn out like people are turning out right now. I mean, you guys have seen the same numbers I have. 500% over 2014 for young people in Texas. 500%. 100%.
We're talking about early voting.
Yeah, early voting.
And I think that's what the outlier is that we've seen record numbers for early voting in ways that we haven't seen. And so what we're seeing is, yes, there could be an argument to be made about, you know, there was this vote now because Kavanaugh has changed the trajectory of where we think the election is going to go, but yet and still people are still passionate, though, about what they believe in. So I don't think this is a single issue referendum anymore. I think it varies wide-rangingly, and in particular in Texas. I think there is, I talk a lot of it on my show in the sense of the undercounting, right, in particular within our poll data. There is one perspective out there that's saying the Hispanic community are apprehensive to coming out to vote, or they're apprehensive in talking to polls. Well, I had a pollster on that really represents that community and said that general pollsters do not know how to target the Latin American community. So and therefore they're underrepresented in these polling data that's happening. You're seeing historic levels of enthusiasm. When you look at the Beto O'Rourke crowd for his rallies, the diversity that is there, the excitement of individuals who've never been there, and then students live there. Let's look at Prairie View A&M. They are fired up to have the opportunity to vote, and they're actually filing lawsuits in order to make sure that they have the right to vote and that it's easy for them to vote. And so this is something that's really different. This feels different. So I think we have to throw tradition out the window. I think we have to show like predictive modeling and based on historical context. That's out the door.
We will learn a lot, and there's no question about it. Let's just talk about the issues that became most prominent in the closing argument. Shermarka, let me start with you. Democrats seem to be leaning very heavily on health care. Why is that from a strategic standpoint?
Every single polling model that's out there indicates that health care is the #1 issue for every single voter, Republican or Democrat. And what's interesting to me is that a lot of Republicans are now beginning to shift the narrative to say, well, you know, we are for preconditions when there hasn't
shift the narrative,
been.
you mean lie.
And there hasn't been any argument from the administration.
What they've said is, yes, we are suing to overturn Obamacare, but we still do want to protect
because it's very,
conditions.
very popular even with Republicans. And what we know, when people get used to something, they get adjusted to it, and they actually see that it benefits them. They say, wait a minute, we actually like this. It's not as bad as we think. And I think that's something that will hurt Republicans, not only when you think about federal races, but let's keep in mind when President Obama was in office for 8 years, Republicans assumed around 900+ seats at the state legislative level. We are going to likely lose a significant number of those seats. I've talked to friends at the RNC, I've talked to friends at the Republican State Leadership Committee, and they are extremely concerned about how this referendum on Trump will impact Republicans all the way down to the state level.
What's interesting about that, too, is even with the pre-existing condition narrative of the Republican, Governor Scott down in Florida, he's actually part of a lawsuit that tried to remove the pre-existing conditions. But if you look at his political ad, it's so laughable because now he's saying that he's for it. And now it's personal because he has a son who's been affected. And I'm just curious, where was that during the lawsuit that he was forming?
Let's talk about what the Republican closing argument embodied in Donald Trump has been. It's been immigration. Why, and this is a question you hear a lot recently, and the president has addressed the question, which is why, when you have a roaring economy that he could be touting, do you believe he's talking about the caravan?
Well, he says it's boring to talk about the economy. And I have to say that he's not wrong, because look at us in the media. What do we like to talk about? Do you guys want to talk about the economy? Do you guys want to talk about marginal tax rates right now? Because that would be down with
it's not juicy.
No?
But I would love a coffee cup right in front of me.
What about what happened to It's the Economy, stupid?
But and also I think he's uncomfortable talking about the economy. I just, maybe he realizes that it hasn't actually gone that great for his own voters. And he knows what's works, right? He knows, if you look at the Trump band, what he does is like takes things and puts his name on it, right? And then he just keeps putting his name on it. I think that's what he sees with immigration. I'm taking this is my brand. I'm going to just keep running with this. And also, I'm sure someone told him, because it's true, is that white women in suburbs, their number 2 issue often is immigration. And I'm sure that someone in that office is like, you know, please. Like maybe this will do it.
Right, and let's keep in mind, I mean, the economy is doing well, but there are, I think, 2 or 3 polls that just recently came out about a week or 2 ago that indicated when they asked participants, have you seen wages increase? They've all, left or right, said no. So the economy is doing great. I see this on television, but I don't feel it, #1. So that's why Republicans
in defense of the economy, the most recent data, Friday before election, showed that wages are up.
But do people feel it? And if they say, no, I don't feel it, I haven't seen my paycheck increase, that is not good for for Republicans. Number two, all elections are all about fear. I've worked on a lot of campaigns, 3 presidentials. There is some element of fear in an election to mobilize.
Did you start working on presidential campaigns when you were 12?
My first was actually my senior year in college for Romney.
Right.
But fear works. But what I think is unprecedented about Trump is the way he's utilizing fear. We haven't seen it, I would argue, this way since maybe the 50s or the 60s during segregation. But he realizes this is something that resonates with Republican voters, or at least an aspect. It was something he campaigned on. It was something he launched his presidency on. And it's working because when you look at some of those tight districts, Texas, Nevada, Arizona, those districts have gotten a lot closer in part because of the president's arguments on immigration.
They get mad when you call it. They get mad when you call it Nevada. By the way, it's
Nevada.
I know Nevada.
I know that's right. I should know this.
Just in defense of my friends in Vegas. But Mike, let me ask you just about a slightly different subject here: voting rights. Especially in Georgia, has become a huge, and in North Dakota, a huge issue this cycle. Why is that firing people up so much?
You know, what's interesting now, the voting rights is actually being used now as a political tactic, right, in order to discourage individuals from wanting to go to the polls, in order to pad their margins so that they can become victorious. So where once we used to look at voting rights as a right and wanted to make it more easy and accessible for that to happen, once we saw the Gore versus Bush dynamic that really played out in the Supreme Court, then we began to realize that using the right to vote and voting could be a political operative and a tactical decision in order to determine the outcomes, marginal at best. In particular, the case that you mentioned within North Dakota, the challenge with that is with Native Americans are having the challenge to vote. If you really, and this is what's really important, how we always talk about
politics. Let's just explain to people what that is.
Yeah.
It's essentially, they said, if you want to vote, you need a street address, not a P.O. box. But on reservations, there are not street addresses.
And that's what I'm going to go to, is that we always look at this from a 30,000-foot perspective, but anything on the politics without really understanding the nuance of that. So you have to understand the culture of Native Americans, right? Which is the fact that they do not. They knew what they were doing, but they also too did not. They don't have addresses on their homes. They use P.O. boxes, but the law forces them and says that you have to have a physical address. But also too, we also know that Native Americans generally tend to vote for Democrat and really for Senator Heidi Heitkamp. And so that was an issue.
Heidi Heitkamp, with the embattled Democratic incumbent in that state, it's sometimes been said that she won last time because of the Native Americans.
And I actually want to. You used a lot of they and we, and didn't name some names when you were describing the general issue. I want to be really specific. It is the Republican Party that is working to do active voter suppression in places like Georgia. This was a Republican Party initiative, basically, to try and keep Democrats from voting. There's not a whole. People try to both sides everything. There is. I defy anyone here to point to a Democratic law anywhere that was targeted at Republican voters to keep them from voting. What is strange and unprecedented in modern times, I should say, is for people to talk about voting as a voter access as a partisan issue. Last time it was like this, you guys might be more familiar with it than some other people, right? Like it was the civil rights era. That poll taxes, knowledge questions, like citizenship questions.
But it even goes to the patent office that we don't even talk about. So when voting rights was established, they really talked about if you were a citizen and what constituted a citizen, and they constituted what a citizen was based on intellectual IQ and intellectual capacity, and how they judged intellectual capacity was based on if you had access to a patent. But the difficulty, the barrier to access to a patent was discrimination based upon race, and that goes back to the slavery days. And they said a slave could not apply for a patent at all. So then therefore, you couldn't be judged based upon your intellectual curiosity, but then therefore you couldn't be considered a citizen, but then therefore you could not vote when it comes to that. But then even in modern times, I mentioned Prairie View a little bit earlier, I mentioned a lawsuit. Prairie View A&M, for those who may not be familiar in the audience, historically black college and university. Their right and limitation to early voting has been limited at best, but then in the neighboring county next to them, University of Texas, has been able to allow unbothered, without any barriers, to continuously their vote within early voting. So again, the targeted notion of the Republican Party within that district and area to make sure to suppress the vote that is happening.
Sure, Michael, I know you want to get in, but let me just ask you about something specific. So you've been involved with the Republican Party for quite a while, if I've got that correctly.
A long time.
I've got that correct. Right now, there's been a lot of controversy about the gubernatorial candidate in Georgia. There's a neck-and-neck race there between the current Secretary of State, Kemp, and his Democratic challenger. And the argument against Kemp is he's the Secretary of State, so he's overseeing this race,
which is an ethical
at a time when he's running against the person who could become the first female black governor in American history.
Well,
so,
you know, I got some negative feedback actually from his campaign a few weeks ago for essentially lambasting him on another network about this. I think it's extremely problematic to have the Secretary of State, who has the ability to influence the election, running in an election that he can influence, number one. I think any level of skepticism, I think, about his ability to disproportionately impact people of color to participate in that election is problematic, number one. You look at the North Carolina case where the state Supreme Court stated that Republicans in that state with surgical precision targeted African Americans. You look at Alabama, where the governor at that time was shutting down DMVs in predominantly black areas. The court then struck that down. So you look across the country, and this is a problem that I think you see consistently with my party. It's something that I have continuously called out, because the facts of the matter are the country is becoming more diverse. What does that mean for a party that has struggled traditionally to reach diverse communities? It means we have no ability to compete within those places. So what does that mean for the long-term faith and health of the party? At some point, it's going to become practically non-existent. And I think that is not a good thing, because as it currently exists, we operate with two-party systems. And so I think the Republican Party has a heck of a job to do to earn the trust of those communities, African Americans, Hispanic communities, even Asian communities, where we have struggled as of late, Muslim communities. And I think under the presidency of Donald Trump, unfortunately, instead of walking forward, which we attempted to do under Michael Steele, we attempted to do with the Growth and Opportunity Project.
Michael Steele, former head of the Republican
We tried to do this with the Growth and Opportunity Project that we published after we lost the race against President Obama in 2012 that I worked on with Mitt Romney. And instead of continuing to march forward, we're going all the way backwards. And that is problematic in this country as we attempt to continuously get past some of our previous issues with race.
If I can jump in, you very much remind me of the kinds of things that Michael Steele says, and I really admire his perspective.
Again, we should just say Michael Steele. I tried to say it
former
before,
chairman.
and an African American, now very frequent guest on Morning Joe. So
and also my podcast.
Yes.
Anyway,
the aforementioned with friends like these.
I was going to say that what I think you two, the argument that I've heard him make, and I feel like I hear from you, is that let's give Republicans a chance to make their argument to diverse communities.
Right.
Like, if you shut down the vote, if you suppress the vote, you're saying we don't think our ideas can win.
Right.
Like what Michael Steele has always argued, and I bet you would argue, is that if you give these ideas, if you put these ideas, out there into these communities, you will find some people that listen. It shows a real lack of courage.
No, it does, but there is no willingness
to
to target those communities for a lot of negative reasons. And as I, again, think about this election coming up, I think about 2020. I've worked on a lot of campaigns. I'm always looking at data. I look at how diverse the country is becoming. I look at how Republicans usually go outside of major populations to sort of get those red counties, because that's what has typically propelled us forward. And I'm beginning to see those numbers decrease.
What ideas do you think would work with minority communities if you're running the Republican Party?
I think you have to talk to people about the same issues you would talk to a white person about. African Americans and Hispanics care about jobs, they care about education, they care about upward mobility as far as economic opportunity is concerned. Now, obviously, there are some more niche issues such as criminal justice reform, police brutality that I don't think Republicans have focused enough on. I think there's some issues that are of importance to the Latino and Hispanic community that Republicans haven't addressed enough. And I think Democrats have done a superlative job of saying, you know, we may not be a perfect party, but we recognize the critiques coming from your community, and we will at least put something forward to address them, which you don't see coming from my side.
But I think also we have to ask another question, too, as a follow-up with that, is what will make people of color comfortable even going into the party. So before we even get to policy, before we even get to issues, before we get to platforms, we have to go into culture, right? And there has been something that's very unsettling for me as an African-American male, hearing what has come from our Oval Office in terms of the rhetoric that is being addressed, hearing that there's good people on both sides of the equation, supporting this nationalist dialogue and this nationalist conversation, and then having
You're talking about Charlottesville.
Charlottesville, yes, but then to have the leaders of the Republican Party not being strong enough in the backbone to condemn not only this rhetoric, but condemn it as a party as a whole. And so then, then there's this narrative and this notion of, well, the whole argument for the Republican Party, once you get past the culture, has been, well, the Democrats haven't done nothing for you, so give us a shot and give us a chance. And I want to push back on that right now at this current time, because we don't talk about in the conversation is the Republican-controlled houses within the states and the Republican-controlled governorships, in particular Oklahoma. I get a lot of my viewers and my listeners who are always tweeting me about Oklahoma, which is Republican governor, which is a Republican-controlled legislator, and their public schools that have people of color are sitting at an all-time low in terms of budgetary and in terms of jobs, in terms of employment. And so I have to push back on that and say the Republicans have not been open to African American, not in terms of culture, people of color in terms of culture, but also in terms of policies when they themselves are in control of the state houses and the local municipalities where we all say politics is local. So it's time for us to start adding that to the element of that equation.
Legitimate critique of both political parties, I would argue, and I would think most people of color would agree that you can certainly critique the Democratic Party for some of their shortcomings. But to your point, I do think when you start talking about some of those more nuanced issues, particularly at the state level, Republicans control, I believe, at least 30 governorships. We have failed in many of those places, and folks always ask, well, African Americans, what in the heck do you have to lose? There are a lot of white rural voters who vote Republican, and to be quite honest, as a Republican who makes six figures, it's probably not in their interest to vote Republican.
But Republicans control currently the White House, the Senate, and the House, and I've yet to see policies where people of color come out when they control on the federal level, too.
If I can just jump in, too.
Sure,
as someone, I identify as someone on the left, but I mourn the passing of the Republican Party, in part because I feel like on issues having to do with race, we do better as a country when these two parties are competing for those votes. We do better as a country when people of color feel like they have a choice. I don't think the Democratic Party has served people of color especially well. I think they could do better, but right now they are not pushed to do better.
Well, I don't know when, in a part of our history, when the Republican parties in modern time have fought for the African American vote.
You have to go back.
I don't know the
you
policy.
Have to go back.
I know understanding back in terms of modern times where we are existing right now.
Goldwater, when there was still a significant percentage of African Americans, that's only about 40, 50 years
If you want to go back to historical context, but within most recent political times in history in terms of where we are right now.
Sure,
but the conversation is within the now.
Well, no, I get that, but we should be honest with historic precedent and say that there at least was a time. Now, the party has obviously gravitated away from that, but as President Obama stated about a month ago at a speech he gave at a university in Chicago, it is important to have a healthy two-party system. That is very, very important, and the government we have will be no more, no less than the government we deserve. So what does that mean as it relates to the Republican Party? It means that voters should say, Republicans, we think you guys are a healthy part of this republic. We need you guys to be better, and maybe we do vote otherwise. Until you guys finally get, you guys have to be a part of this conversation.
It has been so interesting to listen to this substantive and historical discussion. I'm going to do what journalists often do, which is to get us to talk about the horse race. So before we go here, let's just do a little lightning round. Because we're almost out of time. This is actually, it's been excellent. But we got to talk about what's going to happen tonight. So let me start with you. I know you've been writing about the state of Texas. Beto O'Rourke, the Democratic challenger, created so much excitement on the left as he challenges Cruz, the incumbent there, Ted Cruz. What do you think? Who's going to win tonight?
I think Beto has a chance that looks a little bit better than it does on paper.
Most polls show him a little bit behind.
A little bit behind, within the margin of error. But I think that it's been hard to count. The people that he's counting on are hard to count.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And I reported on this race. It really is amazing to be at these rallies. I was there when he did a rally in Austin. Granted, it's Austin, but 50,000 people turned out. You know.
So you think he's going to win?
I think it's going to be closer than it looks on paper, and I think he has a shot to win.
I'm going to hold feet to the fire here. Real quick, lightning round style. Who wins Texas?
Beto O'Rourke.
All right.
I'm just going to say it's going to be close. Republicans are really concerned.
All right, let me start back with you as we continue the lightning round. Georgia.
I think it's going to go for Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
Stacey Abrams, the Democrat who would make history if she wins this race.
She was the first African-American woman.
Again, the polls
are
close.
And I'm hoping she does well. I mean, I'm a Republican, but I have a black mother, and I love to make history. And I mean, honestly, I talked to my mom about this, and she said, you know, some things are bigger than politics. And to see this African-American woman who is a child of the South, as I am, a Yale University law grad, I mean, she has done everything right, as our parents would say. You need to do X, Y, and Z to sort of be accepted. She's done all of those things. So I would like to see her do well.
Mike, not who do you want to win, but who will win?
No, that's a great question. Prior to the latest reports that have coming out about the attempted voter suppression and voter purge, I would say unequivocally Stacey. Now as a result, I'm like, Stacey has the advantage. But I will say this, I was actually in Atlanta over the weekend, and I wasn't in Atlanta for any political reasons. I was there for some other aspect of my work. And literally from the time I got off of the airplane, got into my Uber, in times I checked back into my flight on Sunday night, the conversations was about Stacey Abrams. No matter what restaurant I went to, what store I was in, what bar, what lounge I was at, the thing I did for my own opportunities for myself.
You were there to be an extra on The Walking Dead.
And it was all about, and the enthusiasm and energy is there. So I think there's going to be a turnout to overturn some of the voter suppression that's been happening.
And if I can point out, this is an example of what happens when you actually compete for the votes of people of color.
Yeah,
for a long time in Georgia, it was like, of course, the Democratic Party ran all these moderates because they thought they could count on their base of people of color, but those people just weren't necessarily excited to vote for moderate white people.
Yeah.
You know who they're excited to vote for? A progressive black woman.
Yeah.
All right, one word
Very
answers. I'm
excited.
gonna be tough on this. A lightning round.
It's hard for us.
Who takes the that's part of your charm. That's my job is to be a jerk. Anyway,
We should have us raise our hands.
So the House. Who takes the House?
Democrats.
Democrats.
Who takes the Senate?
Republicans. Gained by 1.
Republicans.
Republicans by close, 1 or 2.
Yeah, close.
All right. So interesting to talk to all of you. I really appreciate it. You didn't really follow my lead on the one-word answer.
Sorry, Dan.
Dan, we tried, man. We love horse races.
We do have time, and let's just see how disciplined you can be about this. Just final thoughts as we close things out. Anna, let me start with you.
I am hopeful that people feel like their voices are heard on Tuesday. We have seen this uptick in what people call uncivility, and we have definitely seen an uptick in political violence. Those things happen when people feel like their voices aren't heard. And so voting is the one way people can know that they've been heard, and one of the ways that we are so harmed by any kind of voter suppression, any kind of, toying with votes, is that people feel like their vote didn't count. So I hope people feel like their vote counts.
I'm going to go with excited. I am excited for the results that are going to come in. I'm excited to see new people engaged into the process. I'm so excited that the young people are going to prove all the pollsters wrong. I'm so excited that people of color are going to prove all the pollsters wrong and come out in strong numbers. I'm so excited as I watch and go across the country the enthusiasm to get involved in our democratic process. I'm so excited that people are now awakened to this whole notion of owning your democracy and owning your vote. And I'm excited just to watch for the unpredictability of it all, and I'm excited for us to shake up how we model and how we strategize with campaigns. And I'm hoping our country does a reset, right? And we really make it about authenticity, right? And we hope we really make it about focusing on the human being and the individual.
What type of America do we want to be? Are we going to go back to an America of the 1950s where you and I would not even be able to be here? Or are we going to be something that's better, that's more inclusive? Sure, we're going to have political differences, disagreements. That's healthy. But where do we want to go? I think right now when you think about our democracy, you think about all of the structures that make this system work, they're all at stake. This is bigger than Donald Trump. This is bigger than the Democratic Party. This is bigger than the Republican Party. This is about the America today and what we will be a year from now, 5 years from now, and far into the future.
This guy's 28 years old. I feel like we're going to hear a lot from him. Shermichael, Mike, and Anna, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear from all three.
You're fantastic, Dan.
Yeah, this was fun.
Thank you. My ego needed that. I appreciate it. Anna, you spoke about the importance of voting. A lot of celebrities have been coming out recently talking about the importance of voting. So let's close out here with a look at some of the celebrities who are exhorting the rest of us.
Nice.
No matter what your party affiliation, just say enough of all of this evil divisiveness.
We need people in power that represent all of us, not just some of us.
I do believe, as Ronald Reagan said, America is a
shining city upon a hill.
Shining city on top of a hill, and I, for one, would like to keep it that way.
It's important to vote because that is what our country was built on, the concept of having a choice.
If we don't vote for our future, then our country
is at risk.
If we are in a position to help raise each other up, that we should do that, because when we come together, when we raise each other up, that's when we are being our best.
I think voting is the most American thing you can do. Our founding fathers made it very clear that every vote should count. You have to vote to be part of our society.
I think it should be required by law for everyone to vote, but I hope that people, especially right now, feel as passionate about having their voice heard as I do.
Sometimes it feels like I'm just one vote, my vote doesn't matter, but all it takes is just one person to inspire another, and that's how we make change.
If we aren't accurately represented, then we're just going to keep having protests and riots.
And if we haven't historically voted, we've still historically led the tides of change. But right now, what we're doing is we're leading the tides of change through the ballot box.
If we vote people into office that won't cause problems for us, we can keep living healthy and happily. That's the whole point.
Voting is the only way that we're going to get our country back. I sincerely believe the only reason why we're in the fix we're in is because good-hearted people did not get their butts off the couch. You gotta vote. It's the least you can do. Get your friends to the polls to vote. Get your friends to the polls to vote!
Americans will vote to decide the makeup of Congress for the next 2 years on November 6th. Heading into the 2018 midterm elections, the Republican Party controls the White House, the Senate, and the U.S. House of Representatives. In the House of Representatives, all 435 seats are up for election. In order to take control of the House, Democrats need a net gain of at least 23 House seats. In the Senate, 35 seats are up for election. Democrats would need a net gain of 2 seats to take control of the chamber. Republicans currently hold Senate seats in Arizona, Nevada, Tennessee, Texas, and Mississippi, but Democrats may have a chance to pick up those seats. Keep an eye on Democratic-held seats in Missouri, North Dakota, and Florida, where Republicans could potentially gain House seats.
Millennials now represent the largest voter-eligible age group in the country, and they're running for Congress. Here are 7 House candidates who are under the age of 30 going into this fall's midterm election. Only a few have any real chance of making it to Congress.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this was her first election.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has the best shot of going to Washington after defeating the incumbent in the Democratic primary in a solidly blue district. She has better than a 99% shot of getting the seat, according to 538's classic forecast.
Abby Finkenauer. Who the hell is that?
Democrat Abby Finkenauer is giving 63-year-old Republican incumbent Rod Blum the fight of his life in an Obama-Trump seat that appears to be moving back towards the Democrats. She has about a 97% chance of winning. But for the other young candidates, the path to winning isn't as clear.
There has been too much chaos, corruption, and greed.
Democrat Amar Kampa-Najjar from Southern California has less than a 1 in 5 chance. Jeremy Anderson, a Democrat from Mississippi, is an even longer shot, as is fellow Democrat Mallory Hagan from Alabama. California Republicans Omar Navarro and Morgan Murtaugh have less than a 1% chance of getting elected in their district, as do other millennials on the ballot.
I'm a former Uber driver and karaoke DJ.
If Ocasio-Cortez and Finkenauer are elected, they'll not only be the youngest members of the new Congress, they'd also set a record for the youngest women ever elected to the House of Representatives.
Okay, America, we have one important word for you.
Vote. Vote. Vote.
Vote. Got it?
Come on, people. Get out and vote.
Vote!
Go out and vote.
And tonight, see the results live on ABC starting at 8 Eastern.
Hey, good evening. I'm Dan Harris, and this is ABC News Live. We're coming at you from the ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Right over here, just one of our 5 control rooms that we have. We've mounted quite an operation in order to cover this historic and exciting night. Let's take a look down here. This is our election set. You can see David Muir. He'll be part of the team, including ABC News chief anchor George Stephanopoulos, who will be walking us through the election results as they come in tonight. They're going to come on the air at 8 Eastern. It's now 7 Eastern. Here's what you need to know as a viewer of ABC News Live. Every time George and his team toss to a commercial break, we will swoop in and fill that time with news and information straight through the evening. So for you, no commercial breaks. And we're going to be running our coverage out of this spot over here. I'm going to walk behind this pillar. This spot over here is, we're calling it the Skybox. And we're going to be giving you nonstop information every time George and his team go to commercial break. This is Lauren, who's my brain, my producer, who's going to be feeding me information as we go through tonight, including this right here. This is Tara Setmayer, who's a former Republican congressional staffer and one of our many brilliant political analysts who will be educating us throughout the evening. Tara, we're going to talk to you in just a second. First, though, let's take a look at the news. We can, as the polls close in various states across the country, make some projections. In the Senate, this is a bit of a layup, but the longtime independent senator in Vermont is the projected winner there, Bernie Sanders. As you know, he ran for president unsuccessfully in the Democratic Party in 2016, sometimes talked about as a potential candidate in 2020, so he will have another term in the United States Senate. ABC News can also project a winner. Another layup for the Democratic side of the aisle. This is Tim Kaine, another familiar face from the 2016 presidential race. Tim Kaine was the running mate for Hillary Clinton. He is projected to have won another term in the U.S. Senate from the state of Virginia. Polls are also closing in several other states. Right now, one of the most closely watched races in the country. Too early to make a projection here, but these are names you're going to want to remember. Stacey Abrams is the Democrat running for governor in the state of Georgia, normally a pretty red state, but she's putting on quite a race. She's gotten some campaign help from Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey. She's running against the current Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. This is a highly charged race, and we're going to be talking about this throughout the evening. As we said, though, too early to make a projection. We're also watching another very high-dollar, high-stakes race in the state of Indiana, where the incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly is running against a Republican challenger named Mike Braun. These are early vote totals, so way too early to make a projection. Only 4% of the expected vote reporting here, but at this point, Joe Donnelly with 35%, Mike Braun with 61%. Let's move on now to the governor's race in South Carolina. Democrat James Smith running against the incumbent Henry McMaster. Not enough information at this point to make a projection in this race. And in the governor's race in Vermont, Christine Hallquist and the incumbent Phil Scott. As you can see, we cannot make a projection in this race either. Also, one we'll be watching throughout the evening. Here's a race that a lot of people view as something of a canary in the coal mine, a harbinger of how this evening is going to go. This is Virginia, District 5. Leslie Cockburn running against Denver Riggleman. Leslie, the Democrat, some people think she may be able to pick this seat up. If so, the conventional wisdom says that this could be a sign that we're in for a blue wave tonight. But as you can see, we don't have enough information to make a projection in this race. And there's another race in Virginia that a lot of people are talking about. Abigail Spanberger, former CIA agent, running against the incumbent Dave Bratt. And again, a lot of people talking about if we see a Spanberger victory tonight, it could be a sign that we're looking at a blue wave. But at this point, we don't have enough information to make a projection in that race. Let me talk about one other race that we're watching as potentially a race that will tell us about how this evening is going to go. It's the Kentucky District 6 race. Amy McGrath is the Democrat there. She's running against the incumbent Congressman Andy Barr. As of this point, with only 2% of the precincts reporting, we're looking at a 46 to 53 race. It's still very early, but if Amy McGrath can pick up this seat, the conventional wisdom is that we may be looking at the vaunted blue wave. Let me bring in Tara Setmayer. Let's start backwards here with this Kentucky race. Now, this is a district that encompasses Lexington, Kentucky. We often think of Kentucky as deep red, ruby red, but Lexington, Kentucky is a university town.
Correct.
So there is some chance that we could see the Democrat pick this race up, pick this win up. What's your view?
Yeah, I think this is one of those early indicator races of whether it's going to be a wave or not. And this is really where it's important for candidate recruitment. When you have a woman who is a Marine fighter pilot, she's able to come out and provide an interesting contrast to something that most people think that's a Republican issue. You know, they're tough on national security, they're tough on military issues. That's inoculated when you have a candidate like McGrath, and the fact that she's a woman. So, and she's part of several women who are veterans that are running in this midterm, which is an interesting dynamic that we haven't seen before. But I think that this race these are one of those districts where, you know, the president won by double digits, won a state by double digits. It shouldn't be competitive, but it is.
Talk about Virginia. You voted there this morning.
I did. Yeah, I voted in Virginia 10, which is the Barbara Comstock district. That's Comstock-Wexler. She's probably going to lose. Barbara Comstock is,
Comstock is the Republican.
She's the Republican, yes. And she's kind of been fighting for her life the last election as well. That's a suburban district of Washington, D.C. But she's going to lose probably by close to 10 points because that's the suburban areas where it's highly educated. Women are fed up with Donald Trump and the tone. They don't like it. And you have another strong female candidate there. President Obama visited over the weekend to help canvass for her and help get the vote out for her opponent, for Wexton. So that's another one of those districts that's going to be a pickup, I believe, for the Democrats. Another district in Virginia that we're watching closely, and you mentioned this before, is Dave Bratt's district. He took out Eric Cantor in 2014.
Yeah, Eric Cantor, high-ranking Republican.
He was number 2. That was the beginning of something in 2014 where you had these insurgent Tea Party folks that were taking out, the elites in the Republican leadership, and he's in big trouble. And Spanberger, who's running against him, she's a former CIA operative. So again, you bring into the conversation national security issues that normally Republicans have a monopoly on, but people are just they're not happy with it. And that district is a suburb of Richmond, which the demographics have changed somewhat with redistricting, and it brought into that district a large part of the Democratic part of Richmond. So it changed the demographics of Bratt's district.
One other race we should talk about before we step back for a second and talk about some of the larger themes here is this race in Indiana. Donnelly, the Democratic incumbent. Again, we think of Indiana as a reasonably red state. The vice president comes from there, although it's been said that had he not been picked for vice president, his gubernatorial chances might have been hurt because this state is changing. So it's pretty early in the night. We're looking at 5% of the expected vote, reporting Joe Donnelly trailing quite badly. I don't think this means much at this point in the night, but this is a closely watched race. Why?
Well, Donnelly was only up, I believe, in the real clear politics average by 1.6 percentage points. So that's within the margin of error. But what makes this a closely watched race is the idea that, A, it is Indiana, which should be a blue state. And if the Democrats lose a seat like that, then it almost knocks out their chances of possibly taking back the Senate. Most observers believe that Republicans are going to either hold on to the Senate or gain seats, but if Joe Donnelly goes down, then it almost knocks them out. They would have to win in Tennessee, North Dakota, and Missouri, which is another close race, in order for Democrats to even have a chance to take the Senate back. So that's why this race is so important.
I mentioned earlier one of the races that we've been watching really closely and that we will continue to watch closely throughout the evening is the governor's race in the state of Georgia. We've got Steve Osunsami, ABC's Steve Osunsami, who lives in the state of Georgia and has been following this race very closely. Steve, great to see you. What are you hearing at this early point in the evening?
Well, there is a lot of interest, of course, in this race, a lot of excitement on both sides. I think a lot of fear, too. I'm seeing, just in talking to different people, fear that this is going to be a bad night. We're seeing some exit polling, but it really doesn't give us any indication on what's going to happen. It still appears that this race is going to be very close. I can tell you that both campaigns are preparing for the long haul. I was on a call with one of the campaigns this weekend where they were already preparing for what to do in the event of a runoff. They have their lawyers ready from the Abrams campaign. They're preparing to sue the state, sue counties to extend voter hours if need be. So there's no indication so far. This could be a long night, but everyone is hoping for a surprise.
From the Abrams camp has been that Kemp is the sitting Secretary of State, and therefore it is a conflict of interest for him to oversee an election in which he is the candidate. Is she getting a lot of support in this argument?
Well, there is one group that just filed a lawsuit in federal court. I just saw a note about that. A group filed a lawsuit in federal court demanding that he resign because of this conflict of interest that they argue. On his side, of course, there's no problem with this. He says that he's just enforcing the law, but there are going to be increasing calls for him to, one, resign, or B, step away from the process if this doesn't end tonight and moves to a runoff. You're going to hear people call for that with louder voices. President Jimmy Carter is one of those voices who's calling for Kemp to step down. And when you look at history, there's precedent for this. Karen Handel, who is running for Congress tonight, when she ran for governor and was Secretary of State, she left the position. And so, you know, those calls are not coming out of thin air. They have good reason. And just to give you, Dan, like one of the issues that could be in play here, the Secretary of State has the ability to nullify or approve, for example, the length or duration of any early voting in the runoff if that runoff happens. That is incredible power and influence on this election.
Throughout the evening, we really appreciate your reporting. Much more to come from you. Let's move on now to another state that we've been talking about already in this young evening, and it's Indiana, where the Democratic incumbent Joe Donnelly is in a very tough race in a tough state for Democrats, and a race that we're going to be watching as a sign for how things are going to go this evening. ABC's Lindsay Davis is right there. Lindsay, what are you hearing?
So how you doing, Dan? We are in the crossroads of America in Indiana, which is considered one of the reddest states in the Midwest. It has actually been said of Indiana that it is as red as the red barns that dot the corn-lined countryside here. After all, this is where Donald Trump in 2016, he won handily against Hillary Clinton, getting 57% of the vote to her 38% of the vote. Hillary Clinton was only able to win 4 counties out of Indiana's 92 counties. So by all intents and purposes, it seems like this would be, as my 4-year-old son says, easy peasy lemon squeezy for the Republicans, but not the case because the Democrat, the incumbent is a Democrat. So you have Joe Donnelly, who's already been here, who was elected in 2012, but this is close, a hotly contested race. One of the polls leading into Election Day, he was winning by about 47%. Mike Braun had about 45% of the vote. And then Lucy Brenton, who is a libertarian, she was coming in with 7% of the vote. The reason why that's kind of significant is because just in the past week, the Indiana Democrats have actually been buying ads, Facebook ads, basically bolstering the libertarian candidate. And this is a rather unusual tactic, but the strategy here is let's divide and conquer and basically split the Republican vote, and we'll pick up those extra votes.
That is, I'm sure, something that the folks on the right are going to find controversial at best. Let me just ask you, though, about Joe Donnelly. He's not your average Democrat in some ways. For example, he does not support abortion rights to a certain extent. So tell us a little bit about how he's managed to carve out a political career in a pretty red state as a Democrat.
Well, you know, primarily, Dan, he touts his voting record as, 62% of the time he says that he votes along with Trump's agenda. He's a Democrat who actually says, look, I'm pro-building a wall. He says, I don't represent, the president. I represent the people of Indiana. Immigration is a big issue here. He voted voted for Gorsuch, but voted against Brett Kavanaugh. And one thing that's really interesting in these preliminary exit polls that we've seen, 53% of Hoosiers said that his vote against Kavanaugh was important in their vote. Now, the thing is, we don't know if that's favorable to him or unfavorable. Joe Donnelly just made an appearance down here on this stage just a little while ago, and I asked him if he was able to kind of read the tea leaves as far as what that meant. He said, you know what, I don't know if that's going to be something that people like about me or not, but it was something that I felt I had to do. I felt like it was the right decision to make.
Lindsay Davis reporting in from Indiana. Again, we're going to be talking to you many times, I suspect, throughout the evening. We really appreciate it. Joe Donnelly, the incumbent Democrat there, fighting for his political life. We've got now one of our big brains here at ABC, our political director, Rick Klein. Rick, how are you,
I won't
my
correct
friend?
you on that, Dan, but...
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Let me do your bragging. Let me be your grandma. So while you're here, let me just sort of kind of set the table for folks. We haven't done this yet. We have some graphics that I think are important in terms of the key numbers to watch for tonight. So the entire House of Representatives is up for grabs. 435 seats are up. There are 35 seats up for grabs in the Senate, and 36 states around the country have governor's races tonight. Two numbers you really need to keep in mind, and they're quite prominent in this screen right here, 23 and 2. The Democrats need to pick up 23 seats in order to take back the House of Representatives and 2 seats to take back the United States Senate. At this point, though, Rick, 2 doesn't sound like a lot, but the map is extremely difficult for the Democrats to pick up seats in the Senate, much more favorable on the House side. That's the conventional wisdom coming into tonight.
It is 2 different countries who are voting tonight, and it's because of those 2 battlegrounds that 23 seats in the House is very doable for Democrats. 2 seats in the Senate might be impossible. We'll see how the night goes. But because all 435 House districts are up, it means that districts that went strong for President Trump are re-electing or electing members of Congress. So are places where he is very unpopular. So when we talk about the resistance, it can be felt nationwide in the House. Meanwhile, the Senate battleground really concentrated on Trump-favorable states, red states, 10 Democrats running for re-election just to hold their seats. So they may pick up 2 seats, but it's very easy to see how they could lose a few others because the president is so popular in a lot of the states that have Democrats on the ballot tonight.
We've got some preliminary exit poll data coming in. What are we seeing?
Well, to me, it tells the story of the 2 different countries right here. When you look at the national exit polls, when we talk about this as a referendum on the president, it seems like voters are buying into that, and that's not a good thing for the president nationwide. Look at the disapproval rating here for Trump's job performance. Only 44% approve of his job. That's pretty much in line with pre-election polls. 55%
Actually, it looks a little bit higher
disapprove.
than the average on 538 in terms of what his approval rate is. So that could be good.
Our numbers earlier in the week had it in the low 40s. We'll see. These are preliminary numbers. We'll see if it changes as the night goes on. But that is a tough thing to be carrying if you're a Republican member of Congress. A president with a approval rating that far below 50. Historically, it means you're going to lose a chamber of Congress. But if you just look in a couple of the states where the polls are closing early in the night, in Indiana, where that Donnelly versus Braun race is going on, the president's approval rating, it looks a lot different. It's almost the inverse of what it is nationally. 53% approval, 46% disapproval. And then if you could flip over to Georgia, you'll see something very, very similar. Another red state, another Trump favorable state that he won pretty handily. 52% approval and a 47% disapproval.
But that's not overwhelming.
It's not, but it may make enough of a difference in these states because now the Democrat has to overcome the fact that, a majority of the folks in Georgia, the majority of folks in Indiana think the president's doing a pretty good job. So you've got to make the case based on who you are and what you can bring to the table.
I don't know if this is just a truism, but is it possibly more true than usual this year that it's going to come down to turnout?
Look, because it's a base election, I think that's exactly right. Obviously, whatever side gets more votes wins. But because this is such a pure election around the differences, there really isn't the idea of a movable voter, a moderate voter who might be thinking Democrat or might be thinking Republican. That's almost an anachronism in this kind of environment.
Because everybody has an opinion about Trump.
Everyone's got a side on Trump, exactly. So can you get your people out to vote for a gubernatorial or a Senate candidate? Trump is the easiest proxy. And it's complicated in some of these races. Just to mention the 2 that I just talked about, in Georgia, Stacey Abrams, the gubernatorial candidate, has cut a very clear contrast with the Republican Brian Kemp. It's, look, I don't believe in what Trump and the Trump agenda is doing. Brian Kemp, much different. Joe Donnelly, as you mentioned, much more of a moderate.
Indiana.
Who's been talking in Indiana about how he agrees with the president quite a bit. So that scrambles things a bit. But at heart, this is about who gets their side out. And I think it's that clear contrast that does make this a turnout game. That's why the president was stumping like he did in states like Georgia and Indiana in this list.
So the president's kind of been on both sides of the issue of whether this is a referendum on him. He was very clear when he went out to talk to audiences in the many rallies he did in the run-up to today that, look, I'm not on the ballot, but I am kind of on the ballot. But late today, he started telling his staffers to tell us in the media, well, don't forget the president's name's not on the ballot. So is he going to be able to claim victory if I assume he will claim victory if his side does well tonight, but if his side doesn't do well, is he going to be able to push off the blame?
No. And if you look at the graphic that we just had on the screen, Dan, 2/3 of voters say that Trump was a factor in the vote. Now, they're split as to whether it was a vote voting against Trump or opposing Trump was a factor, or 26% saying it was to support President Trump, but only 1/3 of the country says, you know what, Trump wasn't a factor. So yes, these are midterm elections. Donald Trump's name isn't anywhere on the ballot, but really it is. He's everywhere in politics. A first-term president is always on the ballot in some sense, and particularly this one, because he's just this all-consuming political presence. People have very strong passions one way or the other.
What about his closing strategy? His closing strategy, even some in the Republican Party had questions about it. This is a guy who's got a gangbusters economy right now. The Friday before the election, we had jobs numbers that came out that were really reassuring. And yet, while the president did, in fairness, talk about the job numbers, he really put his emphasis on things like the caravan and Kavanaugh and crime. What's the view on the wisdom of that strategy?
Well, we'll find out tonight. The key to me is that the president felt like he was boring people with the speeches on the economy. He knew that he had to mix it up. He had to get people excited again. And he went back to what got him to the big dance in the first place. He went back with a hard line on immigration. He has a sense of where his base is, where his voters are. The irony of this is that because of those Senate seats in very red states, he could do very well by senators. You could see a lot of senators doing well, but take a look at this. When we asked people in tonight's exit polls, preliminary exit polls, what's the most important issue facing the country? Healthcare kicks butt. Look, it wins going away. 23% is immigration, and the economy is around there as well. Healthcare was not a place where he felt like he had a good message. In fact, it was a defensive message. It was about how we're going to protect pre-existing conditions. There was no more talk about taking away Obamacare, repeal and replace. So immigration was that secondary issue, but I'll tell you, for the people in that 23%, it's much more likely to be a motivating issue, making it a voting issue. And that's where he decided to fall back. So I've talked to a lot of Republicans in the last few days who said, man, I just wish he had shut off about the caravan stuff and just talked only about the economy, talked about jobs. That's how we win. That's not what he wanted to do.
Let's just talk briefly before I let you go about the extraordinary nature of these midterm elections this year. You and I have covered many midterm elections together. This year, we're seeing a level of spending, a level of voter engagement, apparently, according to the early numbers, a level of voter turnout that we haven't seen before. Often, midterms are sleepy. What is going on? I know the answer. It's pretty obvious. It's Donald J. Trump.
Oh, you thought I was going to say that. Yeah, look, 100 million people are likely to vote in this election. $5 billion spent on this election. Both are blowing away records for midterm elections. I think the level of engagement, there were a lot of folks in the country who felt like politics was sort of on autopilot for a long time. And you saw these candidates that got brought up, whether Democrat or Republican, people weren't engaged. You saw that in the fallout among some voters in 2016. People did not go to the polls in 2018 without a sense of the stakes. And President Trump has served to clarify the choices. You can't think now that Trump or anti-Trump, it really doesn't matter. Clearly there's a contrast. He has shown people that what he does brings out his supporters and engenders a big backlash. And that backlash began even before he became president, and I think some of the fervor around that has only grown. So you say a lot of things about Donald Trump. He hasn't made people complacent about politics.
Rick, thank you very much. Please come back and chat with
Dan,
us
we're right downstairs.
All right.
This is fun. It's great to be here.
Bring that big brain up these stairs. Appreciate it. Thanks again. Great to see you.
Thanks.
Let's get it out to Eva Pilgrim, my co-anchor on Weekend Good Morning America. Eva is in the red-hot state of Pennsylvania, always a big player when it comes to elections. Where are you right now, and what are you watching?
We are in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and the big thing here is, Pennsylvania went red for Trump in 2016. It very well could be a big night for Democrats here. Will it flip blue? The Democrats have a chance to pick up 6 House seats here in Pennsylvania, as many as 6 House seats. And you were talking about that magic number 23. When you look at 6 potential additional seats against that 23 that they're trying to pick up, that's a big number for Democrats here. And we talked with the party in advance of this midterm election. They were telling us they were active actively recruiting here in Pennsylvania for candidates in these districts that were from these districts, that represented these districts, and that were moderates. Another interesting thing we're seeing here in Pennsylvania, a lot of women running. There's a potential for Pennsylvania, which currently doesn't have any female Congress people. They could potentially have 4 if we wake up tomorrow morning and 4 women have won. They could send 4 women to Congress. So big storyline that we're following there. And then the major thing that's sort of shaping the whole night is the state of Pennsylvania is the only state that has been court-ordered remapped, redistricting. So these districts are very different than the districts that they voted in the last election, and that is going to have a major, major impact. And that is why Democrats can walk away potentially with 6 additional seats here in the Keystone State.
So just to put a fine point on that, Eva, the conventional wisdom is that the redistricting, this court-ordered redistricting, which created quite a fuss in the state, may redound to the benefit of Democrats.
That's correct. It was in the favor previously of Republicans, and now because these lines have been redrawn, and it's a much more simple map when you look at it, that redrawing is technically in the favor of Democrats, and they have this potential to get additional seats in tonight's races, and that'll be interesting to see. The other interesting kind of thing that we're also watching tonight is sort of the idea of the suburbs and how the suburbs will vote. We're in Delaware County, and we were talking to people here. This county locally last year flipped. So it had been a county that has, since the Civil War, all the local positions, most of the local positions have been held by Republicans. That flipped to Democrat last year. And we're seeing this push from women and independents in the suburbs, a trend that we've been following, to move away from the Republican Party. So it's going to be interesting to see how women and those independents, how many of them turn out to vote, and if that has an impact in this election.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, that is one of the dynamics that we're going to be watching. I don't know if you've had a chance to get out and mix and mingle with voters, but I was there in the state of Pennsylvania when Connor Lamb, who's now a congressman, was running as a Democrat to become a congressman in a special election several months back. And I spent some time with some suburban women who were campaigning on his behalf, and they were, in a word, angry. Angry about President Donald Trump. Is that part of what is putting the suburbs in play?
You know, these were women that never were really high on Trump, I would say. They were never big fans of our current president. And so now they're motivated to vote, and they are very vocal about their political opinions. People that maybe wouldn't have been very vocal prior to Trump are now becoming vocal. The other interesting thing, we heard a woman today talking to us. She is very much aware and wants to be aware of which of her neighbors voted for the president. And it's interesting because it is a divisive issue. People are judging their neighbor based on who they chose to vote for in that presidential election, and also trying to convince people to the other side. So all of that will be interesting to watch as it plays out.
Eva, my friend and colleague and co-host on Weekend Good Morning America, will be talking to you as the evening progresses. Eva, thank you very much. This is, as we've said, such a high engagement, such an unusually high engagement midterm election in the era of Trump. So, of course, we're going to be watching how it all plays out on social media. And ABC's Kenneth Moten is running point on that for us tonight. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
So, Dan, Twitter on fire, social media hot today. And as you said, the engagement is up. People want to share their stories to say how they exercise their right to vote, showing them in lines at the polling places, at the precincts, and afterwards holding up that I voted sticker. Listen to this stat. More than 250,000 people today used in their tweet the hashtag I voted. That's a very high number. And so, as you said, we're seeing a lot of voter turnout, a high voter turnout. And before I tell you at home, in your car, on the bus, wherever, how you're watching us, and Roku, Hulu, however you're watching us, before I tell you how you can get engaged, to tweet us tonight, to Facebook us, to send us your posts, your questions, your thoughts, your statements. Before I tell you how to do that, I want to show you this here. Let's go to the board because we got a little bit of a rainbow over the Capitol. I want to start with a hopeful moment here as we start this long night of coverage. Maybe this is a symbol, a sign that the people who were sent to serve in this new Congress will execute the will of the people, and there will be some harmony. So we're going to start you with that, but let's move on because I want to show you the candidates have been tweeting throughout the day. You got Bruce Warner here, the gubernatorial candidate, the governor of Illinois, who says the polls are open until 7 p.m. today. Find your polling place here. Moving on, I'll show you another candidate right here from Louisiana, Josh Guillory for Congress. It's still time to vote. Polls are open until 8 p.m. So a lot of those candidates still reminding folks, hey, you still have time in a lot of those time zones to get out and vote. Moving on here, I can show you March for Our Lives. We've seen a number of first-time voters, that youth vote, that those young people in that 18 to 29 block that we've talked so much about before today, and especially today, who have gone out and voted for the first time. March for Our Lives, we know that a number of Parkland kids after the school shooting there in South Florida have been really motivated to really get out there and march on big issues like gun control. And so let's actually go up and see this picture right here. These people right here, they actually can't vote, but they were still motivated to work and take some time at the poll there to really see the civic duty of so many in action. Moving on here, and let me show you this. Beyonce. Now, let me tell you this, Dan. I show no bias here, except for when it comes to Queen Bee. And yes, she is wearing a Beto O'Rourke hat, so obviously she has made an endorsement here. I do not endorse that, but what I do endorse is Beyonce here getting involved. So Queen Bee saying, I'm feeling pretty great here and grateful for everyone before me who fought so hard to give us the right to vote and have a choice. We often talk about celebrity, the celebrity impact. Taylor Swift getting involved. So many celebrities who have really made an impact and gotten those young voters to come out and vote has really had a big impact in Texas, in Tennessee, in Georgia, where we saw Oprah campaigning. Also in Florida for that gubernatorial race is very high profile. We know this guy, Adam Rippon here, who I think he's a NIGHTLINE contributor as well, Dan. So I know you know him, Olympic skater. Kerry Washington also saying, look, I'm so inspired by all of the historic turnout. We are the people, all of us, celebrities really showing up in force, out and about. Here, this guy, he's a favorite around here because, what's his name again? Oh, yeah, Nick Jonas. Okay. I had to ask the Wizard of Oz here, the man behind the curtain moving these screens along, who this was. That's Nick Jonas, everybody. He's wearing his beautiful I voted sticker. And on to the next one. And jokes, guys. We got some jokes here from The Rock, who likes to have a little fun with Kevin Hart. He's got his baby right there. A very ripped Rock, by the way, who says, look, get out and vote. Don't do it for me. Do it for our little ones. Do it for your kids, even if your kid is Kevin Hart. So having a little fun there on this day. Kourtney Kardashian also saying, look, I voted, showing the stickers, showing her ballot. So many celebrities out there who were saying that they got out there and they voted. But it's the everyday people who will really have an impact in this election. And we will show you that throughout the evening of all those people who were standing in long lines, holding up their I voted stickers. And if you want to talk to us, just go to all of our ABC News platforms, tweet us. We are looking, I mentioned the Wizard of Oz guy, the one that's behind the curtain. I want you to pay attention to that man behind the curtain because he's looking at all of your tweets, your Facebook posts. Go to our ABC News, again, platforms on Instagram, Facebook, Courier Pigeon, all of those places, and we will put those up on the screen as soon as possible, as soon as Dan comes back to me and stops, taking up all the camera time.
It's like that. We're starting off on an adversarial point. By the way, that Rock picture was disturbing on several levels. It also made me feel like I need to go to the gym.
Yes.
Kenneth Moten, thank you for making me feel bad about myself. I appreciate that. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. Let's go to the state of Florida, where ABC News anchor and correspondent Whit Johnson, one of my other co-hosts on Weekend GMA, is standing by. I understand we've had some inclement weather in the state of Florida. And Whit, you're watching at least two huge races there, a Senate race and a gubernatorial race. Where are you and what do you have your eye on right now?
Absolutely, Dan. We always expect drama in the state of Florida on election night, but we had drama of a different kind. You mentioned the weather. Downpours here, thunder, lightning. We're on the campus of Florida A&M University at Gillum headquarters. They had to rush the media inside in a cafeteria. There were power outages here on the media platform. They were worried that the press tent might actually collapse under the weight of the rain. Now, though, thankfully, there's a little break in the weather, a lull, and they're starting, as you can see, the Gillum supporters are starting to come in. The Gillum camp telling us they were going to do it rain or shine at this location. And so let's talk about those races for a moment. Two major races here in Florida with national implications. Voters we talked to say that when they cast their ballots today, they definitely were voting to either support or reject the Trump agenda. Andrew Gillum, Tallahassee mayor, he's the true progressive in this race, endorsed by Bernie Sanders early on and then later by former President Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. He's going up against Ron DeSantis, a congressman who actually resigned his position to solely focus on this race. And he was essentially handpicked by President Trump early on. He is all in on the Trump policies. In fact, one of his early campaign ads featured him playing with toy blocks with his daughter and also reading The Art of the Deal, saying you're fired, President Trump's signature line. So it's a true reflection of what we're seeing across the country. It's been a nasty, bitter race, allegations of racism hurled towards DeSantis and his campaign and his supporters, accusations of corruption then directed at Andrew Gillum. We spoke with Gillum earlier today when he was casting his ballot. I asked him about that, and I asked him specifically if he was worried that the nasty bitterness of this race was overshadowing the issues that matter to people in Florida. And he said he recognizes the distraction, but said regardless of what happens tonight, if he ends up winning, he hopes that he can actually reach across the aisle and welcome the people who did not vote for him as well. Quickly, the other big race that we're following is the Senate race. You've got longtime Senator Bill Nelson. He's trying to go for a fourth term. He's going up against the popular Republican governor here, Rick Scott, who has a national name, whose relationship has been somewhat hot and cold with Donald Trump. He was one of the early supporters, but has distanced himself from the president on several key issues. Still, the president gave him his stamp of approval, was here over the weekend, stumping for both him and DeSantis. Everybody believes each party, whoever wins this race, the governor's race, the Senate races here in Florida, can plant their party flag in this crucial swing state. That'll give them sway, energy, and momentum looking ahead to the presidential race in 2020. Dan?
One of the interesting things that I've heard people remark upon is that these two races, the governor's race and the Senate race, may be intermingled in some important ways. Some analysts have argued that Gillum, who's doing well, the liberal Tallahassee mayor, the guy who came seemingly out of nowhere to win that primary, is doing so well that he may be helping, he may be providing coattails to the Democratic incumbent in the Senate race, Nelson, who's running against a popular governor who got solid ratings for dealing with a hurricane that rolled through there recently. Is that a line of analysis that you're also hearing?
Absolutely, and we're also hearing it from both sides. I mean, the reality is this. The Democrats have really struggled in major elections recently here in the state of Florida. If Gillum wins, not only would he be the first African-American governor state of Florida, he would be the first Democratic governor to win in Florida since 1994. The issue here is really demographics. The black voters, the young voters, Hispanic voters here traditionally have not turned out for the Democrats the way they wanted them to. Democrats this time around believe that Gillum may be that answer to energize them and bring them to the polls. If they do, Senator Bill Nelson was really struggling, and many thought that he was down and out for a while. But with this new wave of momentum, many believe if Gillum wins, then in fact, forgive me, they're just testing the lectern out here. But if Gillum wins, many believe that Bill Nelson might actually win as well, and other Democrats down the ballot. If Gillum loses, they also think the reverse can happen, that you can see more Republicans either maintain their seat or win as well, like Senator Rick Scott. Dan?
My friend, Whit Johnson, thank you very much. We'll talk to you as the evening progresses. Really appreciate it. One bit of news we're getting right now is that, and this is a sign of how high the voter turnout and intensity enthusiasm is, that in 5 states as of right now, they are extending voting hours. Those states are Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, Illinois, and Indiana. Voting hours extended in 5 states. It is just past 7:30, almost 7:40, and some states are seeing their polls closing, and so we're going to be able to give you a sense of where things stand in the states where the polls are closing. Let's start in Ohio, always a key state. There's a Senate race going on there right now. The incumbent Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, with only 5% of the vote reported, a big lead over the Republican challenger Jim Renacci, but it's early in the evening there. Sherrod Brown, however, as we go into this evening, favored to win. Staying in the state of Ohio, there's a big governor's race there. Richard Cordray against Mike DeWine. This is one of the hottest races in the country. Again, early in the evening, way too early to project a winner, but we're going to be watching this one closely. And who wins this will have consequences as redistricting happens in the key state of Ohio down the line. Another big race we're watching is in the state of West Virginia. The incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin up against a Republican challenger Patrick Morrisey. This is a tough state for a Democrat. True Trump country, but Joe Manchin has managed to walk that line successfully thus far. Let's see how he does tonight. Too early to make a projection in that race. Staying in West Virginia, there's a House race that a lot of people have been talking about, and a lot of people have been pointing at this House race as another one of those potential signs that if the Democrat, in this case Richard Ojeda, if the Democrat can pull out a victory against the Republican here, Carol Miller, that could be a harbinger of a blue wave as the evening progresses. But at this point, we don't have enough information to make a projection in that race. We do have another one of my co-hosts, one of my co-hosts from a different show that I work on, ABC News Nightline, Juju Chang, who's in the hotly contested state of Tennessee, where there's a big Senate race tonight, where somebody you may have heard of named Taylor Swift has weighed in with her opinion. Juju, take it away.
Hey, Dan, it's Juju Chang here in Nashville, Tennessee. And while the state as a whole is deep red Trump country, we have a surprisingly tight Senate race on our hands. And that's because of that man you're seeing getting into the car. He just voted, presumably for himself. He is a popular, moderate, former governor here of Tennessee, a Democrat, but also known historically for bipartisan deals and has a good back record, and highly popular. And he's up against a firebrand conservative, a congresswoman by the name of Marsha Blackburn, who prides herself in being a hardcore, card-carrying conservative, has attached herself to President Trump's agenda in just about every way. In fact, he's come here to Tennessee 3 times to campaign on her behalf. She's the kind of conservative who boasts about packing a pistol in her purse and being unapologetic about being politically incorrect. Now, in some ways, even though he denies it, Governor Bredesen is running as almost a referendum to the politics and the style of the Trump presidency. And yet this is also, in many ways, a microcosm of Senate races across the country. There have been historic levels of early voting, historic levels of fundraising. More than $80 million has been spent. In fact, a lot of the voters I talked to said they're sick of the negative ads on their air. They just want it to be over. But they are tired of the negativity, and that's a theme I keep hearing throughout. Again, surprisingly tight race within the margin of error in the latest round of polling. But at the same time, there is a third personality in this race, and her name is Taylor Swift. She is a resident, famously, of Nashville, but she also not only urged all 112 million of her followers to register to vote, she also slammed Marsha Blackburn, the Republican Senate candidate, in the process, attacking her record voting against equal pay for women, against LGBT rights. And so she is very active. And in fact, just today on Election Day, she had an Instagram post saying that the youth vote is being underestimated, and that she then urged her followers to hashtag #JustVoted and tag her in it. So this is a way of energizing an incredibly critical base for Democrats throughout the country today, which is the youth vote. And we've seen high levels of African-American turnout here in Tennessee as well, which will also be crucial. It is a nail-biter, Dan, and we'll see what happens.
My Nightline co-anchor, Juju Chang. Juju, thank you. You were talking about Taylor Swift, and that raises an issue I want to discuss with Mike Buse, who's a Sirius XM radio host. And Mike, Taylor Swift clearly trying to get young people out to vote. Traditionally, young people talk a good game but don't vote. Do we think this year is going to be different?
This year is absolutely going to be different. I think that we've been underestimating the youth vote. I think that traditionally we always talk about in the midterm elections, the young people do not come out and vote. I think this is going to be that election cycle that we're going to talk about. That was a transformative year. We're going to see young people engage at higher rates. Young people are more nuanced than we give them credit for. They care about more issues than what we think that they just care about. A lot of times they want to peg the young vote just as an environment, but they forget about the young people are really interested in technology. They're really interested in AI. They're really interested in the future of work. That's a huge part of the movement now to really get young people interested. And in particular, entrepreneurship in particular. A lot of young people are really interested in entrepreneurship. They want to know, how can I get access to capital? How can I start funding my business, in particular out of college? And what's interesting, Dan, in particular, I do a lot of conversations about the Agricultural Committee, and Senator Gillibrand is really interested in crop insurance.
New York Senator Democrat.
Yes.
Kirsten Gillibrand. She's somebody you talk about a lot on your show.
Yeah, I actually had her on my show. And so what she and I talk about is young people didn't talk about entrepreneurship. The most trendiest entrepreneurship endeavor they're interested in is actually craft beer. And you think about craft beer, you never think about craft beer when it comes to the Agricultural Committee. But she's been working with the Agricultural Committee and the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, to really pass crop insurance, to really stir growth in the state of New York for the crops in order to help spur the new economy for millennials, in particular the millennials are interested in craft beer. And so I think it's time for us to start widening the scope and platform of what young people are interested in so that we can keep the momentum going, not just in the 2020 presidential election cycle, but also in the midterm cycle.
When I was young, my principal interest was beer as well. I'm just kidding. Let's just talk a little bit about the extraordinary nature of this election in terms of folks who are coming out to run. Just some stats here. Number of women running, 276 women running. That's a record. Number of non-white candidates, 210. We've got the potential this year to have the first Native American governor in the state of Idaho, first transgender, first Muslim women in Congress, first Native American women in Congress. What is going on here with the diversity that we're seeing?
I think that's why we're going to see record numbers of turnouts as a result of that. People are starting to see themselves finally in elected officials. It no longer is just this older white man that's running. So when you see a more diverse platform, also to a diverse candidate, then you identify with those individuals. So it makes you want to participate in the electorate to make sure that they win. I think that for now, because of technology, actually, technology has allowed us to have a voice. We're so used to now communicating on Twitter. We're so used to now communicating on Instagram. We feel empowered by that now. And we feel a disruption occurring that you don't have to be this traditional individual who went to law school to run for political office. You don't have to be this traditional individual who now works on Wall Street, right? And so what a political candidate looks like now has changed. And I think that's emboldening people. And I think we're seeing the results and the success of that, which is even encouraging individuals more.
But I mean, I have to imagine at the root of some of this is Trump. That's causing a lot of these people to run. I mean, not only everything you just said about the emboldening impact of technology, but especially when we talk about women coming out to run. Not all of them Democrats, but a significant percentage of them are Democrats, and we know that Trump has not done well historically in the polls with women.
You're absolutely right. There is a Trump effect that's allowing more women to run, but I also think that we're just in that place now in America where we see the potential, right? We no longer see this set trajectory that used to be very traditional. And I think we want to have more ownership of our democracy. I think it actually stirred with the presidency of Barack Obama. I think we began to see what is possible. So for the first time, if you see a black man being elected president and that the citizens of the state of Iowa will actually vote for him, then I think you say, okay, wait a minute, maybe I too can run too as well. The Trump effect is there too as well, because now for the first time, America wanted a businessman, right? Or a business person, I should say. And so they were looking at a candidate who wasn't traditional. Now, what they got is one thing, right? But they were looking out of the box, this unconventional notion of campaigning. And as we see different women run, as we see different minorities run, the styling of their campaign is different, right? They're not doing this Manchurian candidate, this cookie cutter candidate, but they're seeing more authenticity out at play.
So glad to have you here tonight, Mike, and I know we're going to be bringing you back throughout the evening, but thank you very much.
Yeah,
really appreciate it. Let's get it out to ABC's Paula Ferris, who's covering one of, if not the hottest races in the country. It's in Texas. It's the Senate race. Paula, take it away.
Good evening to you, Dan, from Texas, where everything is bigger, including this Senate race. We've just learned that this has become the costliest Senate race in U.S. history. $110 million has poured into the state between Congressman Beto O'Rourke and Senator Ted Cruz. Now, we're here at this minor league baseball stadium where Congressman O'Rourke will be watching the returns come in. He's trying to unseat Senator Ted Cruz. That seat, that particular Senate seat, has been red since 1988 or since Ted Cruz was 17 years old. Now, on policy and personality, these candidates couldn't be any more different. Just this morning, Beto O'Rourke was talking about the border, saying, quote, "Our borders are not a threat." But O'Rourke, you go to his rallies and he preaches health care, he preaches unity, he preaches dreamers. As for Cruz, he's preaching jobs, freedom, and security. And when it comes to immigration, their policies are virtually opposite. Cruz supports a wall, O'Rourke opposes the wall. Cruz supports militarization of the border when necessary. O'Rourke does not. In fact, he says that we should be investing in those countries where the migrants are fleeing. And as for the family separation policy, this actually might be the only area of common ground that the two share. Both showed up at the border when the families were separated and spent time. Neither support this policy. In fact, Ted Cruz has pushed back on the president. And he told me that if the president reinstates a modified version of the family separation policy, he will continue to push back against the president. But you've heard about the early voting around the country, particularly here in Texas. Almost 5 million voted. That early number surpassed the total number from the 2014 midterms. So voters are fired up. Maybe the $110 million question is who's going to feel the benefit of that swing? Beto O'Rourke told reporters last night he likes what he's seen. He thinks it's going to be a good day today. As for Ted Cruz, he tells me that momentum is on his side. He went into this race with a slight lead in the polls, but remember, he needed some help from Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and the president himself to come down here and campaign. Polls close here locally at 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern. If Congressman O'Rourke can pull off this victory, Dan, it could go down as one of the most stunning upsets in recent political history. And this stadium holds 7,500 people. What a scene it'll be. Dan, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, he's been trailing a little bit in the polls, but after 2016, I think we've all learned to view polls with a little bit of a more jaundiced eye. Speaking of polling, our colleagues at 538 who analyze the polls, they've created a real-time forecast, and you can see it on the corner of your screen. I believe it is right there. And in real time, as results come in, they are increasing the odds, according to their model, that the Democrats will retake the House. Again, the big number to look for tonight with the Democrats is they need 23 seats to retake the House. They've not had control of the House for quite a while. If they regain control of the Democrats, it will mean a very different next 2 years for President Trump. Let me bring in my colleague, Mary Alice Parks. One of the races we are watching most closely in terms of a sign that perhaps will be heading into a blue wave tonight is the Virginia District 10, where we've got a Democratic challenger, a state senator by the name of Jennifer Wexton, who's running against an incumbent Congressman Barbara Comstock. We've got numbers up right now. Well, this certainly looks like we're going to be able to make a projection in this race. So that's some news right there. ABC News is projecting that Jennifer Wexton, the challenger, is going to handily beat, it looks, according to these early numbers, the incumbent Republican Barbara Comstock. Okay, so now we actually have some real news. What do we make of this result?
Now, in a lot of ways, Comstock was seen as the single most vulnerable Republican in the country. This is a district right outside Washington, D.C., a pretty wealthy, educated district where Hillary Clinton won by double digits. So in some ways, this win is not hugely surprising for Democrats, but these are exactly the kinds of districts that they've been targeting around the country, where they went in really early and spent big really early. There's about 24 districts like this where a Republican held the seat, but Hillary Clinton won.
So there are other seats in Virginia in particular that are, we've got Republicans vulnerable, like in the Richmond area, places where traditionally they're not vulnerable.
Right, and those are going to be a lot harder for Democrats to win. We still don't know yet how that night's going to go in Virginia across the board. There were 4 competitive seats, really competitive seats in that state, and I was struck by the fact that Democrats had women on the ballot for them in all 4 of those competitive races in Virginia.
So why do you think we're seeing so many women running this year? I mean, I talked with Mike about the statistics here, but we're shattering records. 276 women running this year, 237 in the House, 23 in the Senate, 16 gubernatorial candidates. What's going on here?
We've just never seen numbers like that. You know, I think after 2016, women across the country, especially Democratic women, sort of woke up and realized that they felt really underrepresented in Congress. You know, in the last 10 years, they've made up at most 20% of the House. Now, all of a sudden, we have women saying, we would like to take back this party, and women that are real leaders in their own right. That's something that I am just struck by across the country. Military vets, lawyers, doctors, real true professional leaders that have had impressive careers saying that they're now ready to switch gears and rebuild the Democratic Party.
There's been some pushback to the idea of the year of the women, or the so-called pink wave. Some people saying, look, like, first of all, don't infantilize us by calling it a pink wave.
Right.
And also the year of the women. Well, look, women make up half the population. Every year should involve women.
But we've never before had the chance to have women equally represented in Congress. If women win by the numbers that they've been winning in the primaries this year, women could, in fact, be close to 50% of Congress, a lot closer than they've ever been before.
Stand by, because I want to deliver a little bit of news. We can project one of the races that we've been watching tonight. This is I wouldn't say a layup for the Democrats, but certainly a race where there had been some level of concern. It involved Sherrod Brown, who's the incumbent Democrat in the state of Ohio. He's running against Jim Renacci, his Republican challenger, and ABC News can project that Sherrod Brown will retain his seat in the state of Ohio. As we have said throughout the evening, in a year, an unusual midterm year, when there's such a high level of engagement at all levels of the population, including young people, we are, of course, keeping an eye on social media, and ABC's Kenneth Moten is running point, as we said, on that angle. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
Dan, social media is being used to motivate and to mobilize. We're seeing something extraordinary right now. We've been getting reports of people in long lines waiting to vote and been waiting for hours and continuing to wait even as the polls close across this country. And you've got some big names with big followings on social media who are telling people to hashtag stay in line. Lady Gaga here saying, if you're in line, stay in line. Every vote counts. Again, that hashtag stay in line. You see every vote counts. We are seeing other people telling folks, make sure you stay in line. Hillary Clinton, for voters in Georgia and elsewhere who are waiting in long lines to vote, you have the right to vote as long as you're in line when the polls close. Please stay in line. Some numbers for you. Currently, 40,000 tweets nationwide using that hashtag stay in line. That's popping at about 400 tweets per minute. Hillary Clinton also said that you have the right to vote if you're in line when the polls close. Hashtag stay in line. And also moving on, we're seeing folks who are, again, so proud that they were able to vote across this country, but those lines, Dan, it's been incredible. Some of the things that we've been learning from social media and confirming with state officials and voters on the ground is that people not only have been waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to vote, but there have been reports of voting machines that haven't been working properly. People saying that at the polling place, they only had maybe 3 actually places to actually vote or to actually cast their votes. And they didn't have more than those 3 posts there or stands to actually vote. So as you see those long lines there, apparently that's continuing throughout this country, even as the polls close, Dan.
Kenneth Moten running point on social media for us tonight. Let me point out again what we were talking about earlier, that our colleagues over at 538 who analyzed the polls, they have changed their projection as information comes in. The night is young, but you can see it. No. Is it this way? No, it's that way. This way. This way. There we go. This part of your screen, you can see that they're changing their forecast. They're increasing the odds, according to their model, that the Democrats will retake the House from the Republicans. At this point, they're saying the odds of the Democrats taking the House 14 and 15. That's pretty high. But let's bear in mind, and I think my friends over at 538 would agree, 2016 was a humbling year for pollsters and pundits. Let's take a look at some of the other races where we're getting some results this evening. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago, ABC News is able to project a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. The incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown likely to defeat, according to our projections, Jim Renacci, his Republican challenger. And in Virginia, a race that a lot of people were watching, as Mary Alice Parks said, a very vulnerable Republican incumbent, Barbara Comstock, in a district where Hillary Clinton won in 2016. She, according to our projection, has lost to the Democratic challenger, Jennifer Wexton. We're coming up on 8 o'clock on the East Coast, and this is a time when we're going to start to get a deluge of information, because we're going to see poll closings in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and D.C. So we're heading into a very busy point in the evening. Let me remind you, you are watching ABC News Live as ABC's chief anchor, George Stephanopoulos, and his team of wise women and men take over the coverage. Bear in mind that when they throw to a commercial break on the broadcast network, you're not watching that. You're watching ABC News Live. So I will be swooping in along with the rest of our team to give you nonstop information, analysis, and updates. You will not miss a thing throughout the evening, and no commercials. So here we go. It's 8 o'clock on the East, and ABC's chief anchor, George Stephanopoulos, takes over the coverage.
Closed in half the country. This is the 2018 midterm election.
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening and welcome to Election Night 2018. Just 2 years after Donald J. Trump shocked the world by winning the White House, Americans are back at the polls, already voting in record numbers for what could be the most consequential midterm election of modern times. Control of Congress, the course of the Trump presidency, our country's future, all at stake. We are here at ABC News Election Headquarters in New York, our political team in the studio, reporters across the country in key battleground states to track the vote and help explain what it means for all of us in the months ahead. This is a national election, and we've brought the U.S. Capitol here to help illustrate how things are trending. All 435 seats in the House are up tonight, as are 35 seats in the Senate, just over a third. Voters in 36 states will choose governors. They're going to have enormous power to reshape the political landscape. And all night long, we're going to be laser focused on the two key numbers you see right there, 23 and 2. Congress will change hands as the Democrats pick up 23 seats in the House, 2 in the Senate. The GOP hopes to increase their majority there. We already have some results. We already have a flip. It is in the House. It's from the state of Virginia. Jennifer Wexton has defeated incumbent Republican Barbara Comstock in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. She was Barbara Comstock, one of the most vulnerable Republicans in the country. That seat has gone to the Democrats. President Trump may not be on the ballot tonight, but he is dominating our politics and our culture, stirring up strong passions and making this midterm, to a degree we've never seen before, a referendum on the president. And we've asked voters as they leave the polls what they think of President Trump, how it plays into their vote. World News anchor David Muir here with that.
George, we heard it so often from the president in these final weeks. He said, pretend I'm on the ballot, and people didn't have to pretend. They went to the ballot today and they voted on whether or not they approve of Donald Trump. Take a look at the numbers that are coming in. These are preliminary exit polls early in the night here, of course, but 44% of voters who turned out at the polls today said they approve of President Trump's job performance. 55% say they disapprove. But on that crucial question of whether or not they voted today because of President Trump, with the president in mind, 26% said they voted to support the president. But look at this, 38% said they opposed President Trump. About a third there said the president is not a factor, but nearly 2/3 of the country heading to the polls today with President Trump in mind.
On their mind. Chief White House correspondent John Karl is here as well. And one of the things that's different from a lot of midterms, first midterms for the president's base is energized.
Absolutely. And he did 30 rallies in 20 states, George, just since Labor Day. He has been campaigning like the fate of his presidency is at stake. And this is the first time that the nation has been able to go to the polls and to render a judgment on the Trump presidency. And he himself has called it a referendum on his presidency.
He's called it a referendum on his presidency. Senior White House correspondent Cecilia Vega. In the last week, the president also chose to focus on immigration, on the border, white-hot rhetoric.
This has been one of the most divisive midterms in our lifetime. The president using language that appealed, frankly, to the nativist impulses of voters. You heard him lay out this closing argument crystal clear. America will be overrun by masses of illegal immigrants if you do not vote Republicans. We will see if this argument works for him and drives that base to the polls or scares voters away.
There were some Republican leaders in Congress who wanted him to focus on the economy. Martha Raddatz, you spent a lot of time with voters during this election season. Trump was on their mind.
He was absolutely on their mind. You know, you go out there and you talk to people, and you talk from California to Pennsylvania, and they're all talking about health care, immigration. But when it comes down to it, the shadow of Trump is over everything. You can start these conversations about issues, but gradually you turn to Trump and civility and the divided country.
Playing to two very different countries. That's exactly right, Martha. I want to bring in our chief national correspondent, Tom Llamas, to talk about how this is really happening on two very different playing fields, the battle for the House and the battle for the Senate. Let's start with the House.
Two very different stories, too, George. We're going to start right here in the House. We're tracking all the House races tonight, George, but there are more than 100 competitive races. We call these the key races all across the country. And you see more red than you do blue, and that's because Republicans are on defense. Each one of these little pieces here is a key congressional race, and you can see chunks in New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Florida, but in some very red states like Kentucky, Kansas, Texas, and we're tracking more than a dozen races out in California. Now, when you look at this, it may look like a political jigsaw puzzle, but each piece is important. So we've taken all these races and we've put them on our battleground board right here. So if there indeed is a blue wave tonight, you'll see it here. If the red wall holds up, you'll also see that. Remember, George mentioned at the top of the night, 23. That's how many seats they have to flip. And so far tonight, George, when we look at the board right here, they have been able to flip one seat, as you mentioned, Virginia 10. Republicans were able to hold Indiana 2, Florida 16, and Florida 25. Those just coming in right now, George. But it's still very early in the night. We're still tracking 93 races.
93 races, and in the Senate, a very different map.
It is a very different map and a very different story because Democrats are on defense when we talk about the Senate map. Look at all that blue there. We're tracking 35 Senate races right now. And when we go back to our battleground, our chipboard here, you can see all of that blue. We've already had some results come in. Democrats have been able to hold Virginia, Vermont, Ohio, Massachusetts, Maryland, Rhode Island. But we're really tracking, George, 14 key races. You can see the Dems have 10. These are states where President Trump won and Democrats are on defense. But there are some red states as well. Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Tennessee. We're also watching closely.
And Nate Silver thank you, Tom. Nate Silver from Fire Theater, statistics guru here as well. And your forecast going into the election night reflected what we saw in those maps right there.
Yeah, no, and you expected a big split between the House and the Senate, where there's so much territory Democrats are defending in the Senate and so much for the GOP in the House. And so far, that's borne out. I mean, we haven't had any truly toss-up races called. The Barbara Comstock pickup was expected. But so far, it looks like the polls are telling a basically accurate story. We'll have to see who wins all the toss-up races. But
just remind everybody, you had coming into tonight, you had the House forecast about 88% going to the Democrats.
85%, now it's 81% for Democrats in the House. And in the Senate, you can see, difficult map for Democrats in the Senate. The Indiana race, although we have to know where that vote's coming from, does not look terribly great for Democrats right now. And so, maybe for a change, it'll be a night where the polls got the story mostly right.
Okay, as Tom said, we have some results coming in the Senate. I want to give you those right now. In the state of Vermont, independent Bernie Sanders has won re-election over Lawrence Zupan. Wide victory there for Bernie Sanders. In the state of Virginia, Tim Kaine, remember he was the vice presidential candidate back in 2016. He's going to win re-election over Corey Stewart. In the state of Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren will be the projected winner in the state of Massachusetts. And in the state of Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown projected to win in the state of Ohio over Jim Renacci. I want to bring in Donna Brazil for more on this right now. And Donna, maybe with the exception of Tim Kaine, 3 possible presidential contenders for the Democrats in 2020, right?
George, there's no question. There are several of them on the ballot today, but more to come after this exciting midterm election. We have a list of Democrats who are very excited about tonight because they are looking looking forward to running in 2020.
And Chris Christie, former Republican governor of New Jersey, just give us a sense of what you're watching, what they're going to be watching in the White House tonight.
Well, a few things. First off, they're already watching Indiana and the Indiana Senate seat. They think that's a key pickup for them.
That's the Democrat incumbent Joe Donnelly.
Correct. And they're also watching the governor's races because what you see there is the exact opposite of what you saw with the Senate map. 36 governor's races. 26 the Republicans have to defend. And of those 26, 12 are open seats, George. So it's going to be a very tough night. And Republicans in the White House are going to be looking at who's going to be drawing those maps in 2020 and 2021 for redistricting of congressional seats. And so that's what I'm going to be watching tonight, the governor's races and watch some of those key Senate races, especially Indiana.
And so we are going to keep an eye on the House and the Senate. Matthew Dye, you've been talking about those governor races as well.
Yeah, I think the governor's races, when you take a look at the long-term implications for the party, they control redistricting, they control the budgets, they control the policy, and it's actually where you target the races in a 2020 presidential election. So I agree with the governor, especially the governor's races in those Midwestern states, Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania is obviously already done, is the places that Donald Trump won the presidency. And if those states over the course of the night turn blue, it's a problematic situation going forward there.
Republicans.
Florida is going to be very important to Trump.
Big governors right there. Republican strategist Alex Castellanos, talk a little bit more about how this really does feel like a presidential election.
You know, this is really not an off-year election. It's a presidential election that just happens to occur in an off year. We're seeing record turnout like we've never seen before. And it's all about Donald Trump. He really is on every ballot. And he's transformed two parties. We see a Democratic Party that in reaction to Trump is more female and younger. We see a Republican Party that's not the old country club Republican Party. It's outsiders, populists, working class, angry about immigration and national identity. He is leading both parties right now, not always in a good way.
And Meghan McCain, one of the big questions right there is going to be, as the president binds the base of his party closer to him, who is he pushing off?
Yeah, and I think my home state of Arizona is a great example of this. We could possibly have the first Democratic senator since 1976, since before I was born. It's a complete nail-biter between Kristen Sinema and McSally. And I think what's going on in the country is the face of the country is changing, and nothing is more evident than that, than Arizona possibly turning purple tonight.
Not only Arizona, bringing Byron Pitts on that, because we're also seeing the face of the South, political face of the South changing.
Oh, George, that's exactly right. I mean, after tonight, we could have potentially a black governor in Florida and the first black woman governor in the country in Georgia. And it's often been said about Georgia, where I lived and worked for a while, that there are two Georgias. There's Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. And this isn't just about pavement and buildings, but the cultural differences across Georgia. It's the old South and the new South. We'll see which South wins tonight.
Cokie Roberts, women everywhere tonight.
Women everywhere. The gender gap is just enormous. Nationally, what we're looking at is men voting Democratic and Republican pretty evenly, women voting Democratic by 60% versus 39% for Republicans. That's an enormous difference. It is partly a reaction to President Trump, but it's also true that it's a reaction to the issue they care about most, which is health care. And that is something we're going to be seeing throughout the night.
Top issue tonight, Terry Moran. One thing this election tonight may not do, heal the divides in this nation.
It doesn't look like it, and that is partly, I think, the plan that President Trump had. Going into this midterm a couple of months ago, it was more or less a normal midterm election. It would be a performance review on the economy, on health care. And he, after the Kavanaugh nomination, deliberately turned it to those divisive cultural issues where he can fill his rallies and drive his base to vote. He decided to campaign on this turf.
And we're seeing the results tonight. We do have raw vote coming in from those key Senate races we've been talking about. Right there, the state of Indiana, the incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly trailing now Mike Braun. We're not ready to project that yet. West Virginia. Not enough info to project there as well, but the incumbent Democrat, Joe mentioned, does appear to have a lead over the Attorney General Patrick Morrisey right there. And in that key state of Florida, couldn't be closer, 50-50. Bill Nelson, the incumbent Democrat, up against Rick Scott, the governor of Florida. And Nate, I want to come back to you right now because you're seeing a change in some of your forecasts.
We're seeing, initially you saw some early vote reported, for example, in Florida. You didn't have the panhandle in, and that was better for Democrats, for example, than when you have the panhandle. And election day vote seems to have tightened some of that a little bit. The overall story hasn't changed that much. I think if you're sweating things minute by minute, you probably feel a little bit less bad as a Republican now in the House than you did maybe 15 minutes ago.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Dan Harris. This is ABC News Live. A reminder that when our colleagues, including George Stephanopoulos, toss to a commercial break on the broadcast network, no commercials on ABC News Live. We're going to swoop in and continue the news, the updates, the analysis as the evening progresses. So let's get right to some of the latest information we're getting here at ABC News. This is a look at the battle for the House. The key number to bear in mind here is 23. That's the number of seats the Democrats need to pick up in order to take back control of the House. Thus far, they have gained 1 seat. So the night is young. Let's take a look at the situation in the United States Senate. The Democrats need 2 seats They need to pick up 2 seats in order to take back control of the Senate. At this point, they're pretty far from that, but we're going to continue to watch it. Many results yet to come as this young evening progresses. Let's go to my Nightline co-anchor, Juju Chang, who's watching the highly competitive, highly charged race in the state of Tennessee, where Taylor Swift has tried to throw her weight around a little bit. Juju, what are you hearing?
Well, the folks on the Bredesen camp, which is the Democrat camp, call it the Swift lift. Early returns show that there has been a 7-fold increase in youth vote. And, you know, today, Taylor Swift came out on another Instagram post and said that the youth vote is being underestimated, energized by things like the Parkland shooting. But here in Tennessee, it is a very deeply red state, and the early exit returns are showing that women are sticking with Marsha Blackburn. There's a very stark choice here in Tennessee between a moderate, centrist, very popular former governor who's the Democrat, and a firebrand conservative, the type who is unabashedly politically incorrect. Her name is Marsha Blackburn, and she has in many ways velcroed herself to President Trump's agenda. He has campaigned here 3 times, and it looks like, again, according to the exit results, that she is not only holding women, but she is holding that key swing group of suburban women. So I know that Marsha Blackburn is in the House and listening and watching returns, but it'll be a very uphill climb for the Democrat here tonight, Dan.
Notably, they're not playing Taylor Swift at the Blackburn party tonight. Juju Chang, thank you very much. My Nightline co-anchor. The question there, will the Swift lift be enough for Bredesen? Let's take a look at some other results that are coming in. These are some of the races we're watching really closely. George mentioned this just a moment ago. This is the Indiana Senate race, the Democratic incumbent. Too early to make a projection here, but it looks like he's behind his Republican challenger. Also, we're watching the Florida governor race. So close. This is another one we'll be talking about all night. Back now to George.
We are back here at ABC News election headquarters here in New York. That is what it looks like in the House right now. Democrats have picked up 1 seat, 1 change. They need 23 to take control. Those are the overall numbers coming in the House right now. Of course, we're going to be following that all night long. We've also been talking to voters all day long as they leave the polls. World News anchor David Muir here with that. Let's talk about the issues that were top of mind.
Yeah, we heard so much from President Trump about caravan Kavanaugh law and order, as Cecilia pointed out at the top of the broadcast here. But when you dive into the issues, this is what voters said when they left the polls today. Most important issue facing the country. And look at this. By a large margin, 41% saying health care is the most important issue. 23% far behind that immigration, which has been Donald Trump's #1 topic in the final weeks of the campaign. 21% of the economy. Obviously, the president was hoping, the White House was hoping the economy would loom larger with those job numbers last Friday. But health care issue #1. And what a drastic change from midterms past, where health care could perhaps buoy some of these Democrats in races tonight, given the fact that it's now important and many Americans believe that perhaps the Democrats have made the better argument that they'll save pre-existing conditions.
Healthcare usually works against the last people who took action on the issue in midterm elections. I want to bring in Tom Llamas to take a deeper dive into some of these numbers coming in the key Senate races. Let's start with Indiana there. What are you seeing?
All right, George, so we can see that Braun slightly on top here. Senator Donnelly in a little bit of trouble, but only 46% so far of that vote's in. Let's take a deeper dive here. And, you know, the problem for Democrats here is that it's 4 versus 88. And what I mean by that is that Democrats pull most of their votes out of 4 counties, where Republicans pull out of 88 counties. In Indiana, they talk about donut counties. All these suburb counties around Indianapolis, George, during the break, I was looking at some of the data. The 4 counties that the Democrats pull from, Indianapolis right here, Marion, he's at 62%. Gary, Indiana, that's where the president just was. Lake County, and then over here, it's St. Joseph. This is where Notre Dame is. He's outperforming Hillary Clinton in each one of those counties.
And John Carl, of course, this is so important. The president spent a lot of time in Indiana, of course, also the home state of Vice President Mike Pence.
He's been to Indiana more than any other state. 4 visits to Indiana. Mike Pence, his home state, been working it very hard. This is, they saw as perhaps their best chance outside of North Dakota to pick off a Democratic Senate seat.
And they're feeling good about what they see so far in the state of Indiana. Tom, let's take a look at Florida.
All right, let's take a look at Florida. Dug into some of the numbers here as well during our break. George, when we talk about Florida, we split it up into 3 parts. We have South Florida, we have the Panhandle, and then we have the I-4, which I think will decide who wins this race. I was tracking the numbers early in South Florida. More diverse voters, younger voters, more Hispanics in South Florida. In Miami-Dade County, in Broward County, in Palm Beach County, Nelson's tracking pretty much what Hillary Clinton did. The problem right now here, we have 98% precincts reporting in South Florida, but overall in the state, let's see where we're at, 90 reporting. It's dead even. The problem for Nelson right now, there's a couple of these very small counties that are very red that could help Rick Scott. We'll have to wait and see. One good sign, Duval County, Jacksonville, Nelson's on top there. That's a bellwether. Republicans tend to do better there. That's a good number for him.
And what are we seeing in the governor's race in Florida?
In the governor's race in Florida, let's take a look. Let's jump over there. Of course, Andrew Gillum. Let's see here. Back in the governor's race. Zoom in here. Really close to George DeSantis, barely on top, 90% reporting. But again, we're basically seeing the same map. We thought there'd be a lot of connection between Gillum and Nelson. It's almost exactly the same. Duval County, where DeSantis is actually from, Gillum's on top. You can see South Florida as well. It's the same thing. One good sign for Democrats that I'm seeing, they are picking up some of these blue counties, right? They're turning some of these counties blue in the I-4 corridor. Pinellas County, which is one of these bellwether counties we've been watching pretty closely. We know that Gillum's up there, 50 to 47. It's really, really close, though.
And George, very important point. 90% of Florida has reported, but only 51% of Broward County, that's a very solidly Democratic county down south, and only 75% of Miami-Dade County. Those are a lot of Democratic votes in both those counties and a lot of votes still to be counted.
Keeping an eye on that. Want to go to Florida right now. Whit Johnson is in Tallahassee, Gillum headquarters in Tallahassee. You had a bit of a rain scare earlier.
Yeah, George, that's right. We knew there would be drama in Florida on election night, but we weren't expecting the rain that we saw here. All the media had to be rushed off the platform for a period of time. We had power surges, power outages here, but the rain has cleared for a moment after some thunder and lightning. You can see behind me, this is Gillum headquarters here at Florida A&M University. The crowds have come in. They're starting to gather here. But we talked to voters throughout Florida here today, and all of them said the same message, that they were casting their votes not just for the local candidates, but really to either vote in support or against the Trump agenda. If we're looking at the governor's race, Tallahassee Mayor Andrew Gillum, an underdog, was not expected to win in the primary. He won with massive outside support. Bernie Sanders was an early supporter. President Obama, Hillary Clinton, millions of dollars came in from mega donors like Tom Steyer, like George Soros. He's going up against Ron DeSantis, the Republican, the congressman who actually resigned his seat so that he could focus on this race. He was in lockstep, all in on President Trump. President Trump endorsed him, basically handpicked him early on in the race, and it has been an ugly battle for governor here. Allegations of racism thrown towards DeSantis and some of his supporters, accusations of corruption towards Gillum and his camp. So it has been ugly, but they've been plowing forward. The Senate race, many people believe Bill Nelson, if he is to survive here in the state of Florida, up against Governor Rick Scott, that it would likely have to be Turnout, supporters who were pushing for Gillum, could help Nelson win.
Okay, Whit Johnson, thanks very much. Matthew Dad, let me bring you in on this, because this governor's race was interesting. You had in both Gillum and DeSantis the new faces in the Republican Party defeating in the primaries the established candidates.
Yeah, absolutely. They both beat the candidates that were supposed to win in this. And to me, Florida is one of these key states. The key states is it's a swing state, and both of these races there are going to go down to the wire.
Florida is such an important state every single year. Midterms, presidential. Matthew Dowd, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
watching ABC News Live, and when George and the team take a break on the broadcast network, we keep it going up here in the skybox overlooking the main set at ABC News election headquarters. Such an interesting night thus far. It is a young night, however, and speaking of youth, we're getting voter engagement in these midterms like we've never seen before at all stages and all demographics. So let's take a look at how people are reacting on social media tonight. ABC's Kenneth Moten is watching that. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
Dan, you're right. The numbers are up across the board here, and a big portion of this country has still yet to cast their ballots because we know that the polls are still open. As you mentioned, it's a young night here on the East Coast, and so the polls are still open in the Midwest and out west. And so what we're seeing is that a number of people are still standing in line. They've been standing in line for hours. There have also been reports of people whose voting machines have been working. Some of the polling places, there have been some technical issues. We'll get to that in just a moment, but let me take you to the board and I can show you some candidates who are still telling people to stay in line, to continue voting, including this representative here, or this candidate for representative in California, who says, Charlie says, go vote and stay in line at the polls. Who is Charlie, you might ask? That guy right there. There's Charlie at the polling place saying, please go vote. Moving on, you see Jeff here who says power outage at my polling place this morning. So again, Dan, people reporting technical difficulties and also that hashtag still trending, stay in line.
Stay in line even when the polls close. Kenneth Moten, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you throughout the evening. We do have a projection we can make at this hour in the state of New Jersey, in the race there in between Senator Bob Menendez, who's the incumbent, seeking a third full term in the United States Senate. He is projected to win. He beat his Republican challenger, Bob Hugin, a pharmaceutical executive. This is a notable race in part because Bob Menendez, during his most recent term, faced corruption charges on which he was not convicted. Let's go to ABC's Steve Osunsami, who's covering one of the hottest races of the night. That's in Georgia, where Democrat Stacey Abrams is making a run at a seat. Her challenger, the Republican Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. This is a race that has brought in Donald Trump and also on the other side, Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey. Steve, the night is still young, but what at this point are you hearing?
Well, the exit polling that's come out has shown some advantage for Abrams in that more men are supporting Abrams than in previous elections, supporting the blue team. That is good news for the blue team, but it's really too early to make any calls. Right now, the polls are just about an hour, not even an hour closing, and there is at least a couple polls in Gwinnett County that are going to be staying open late. There were some voting irregularities, issues that were really the county's fault, that some of the counties are working on, but so far no indication yet of where this race is headed. Dan?
Steve Osunsami in Georgia, one of the hottest races. Steve, thank you. We'll be talking to you throughout the evening. I have with us ABC News ace congressional correspondent Mary Bruce. So great to see you. You have spent so much of this midterm season in red states where Democrats are running. Can you just give us a little tour through what you've seen?
Yeah, sure. These are the states that are really going to determine the future of the Senate. These are those 10 red states where Democratic senators are currently holding on for their political life, essentially. I spent a lot of time in Missouri, where Claire McCaskill's in a really neck-and-neck fight with Josh Hawley, in North Dakota, where Heidi Heitkamp is under a lot of scrutiny, especially after her decision on Kavanaugh, coming out and voting against the president's pick for the Supreme Court, and also in West Virginia, where Joe Manchin, a Democrat, could possibly hold on in a state that went overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, the Trumpiest state in all of the country. And it's just remarkable to see how these moderate Democrats are trying to walk a fine line. They want to appease the president, vote with him on certain issues, but also, side with their party on others. And how they walk that is interesting, on what issues they decide to break with the president, how they can convince voters that even though they are in states that have such huge support for the president, that they can still work with him and break with him on certain issues.
This is such an interesting year because normally midterms are really hard on the party that controls the White House. And yet this year, Republicans are heavily favored to retain the Senate. And it all has to do with the map.
Yeah, it is really crazy when you look at the way that this breaks down. I think a lot of people wonder, well, how could one party be projected to win in the Senate? And yet, Democrats are facing such tremendous advantages in the House. And that comes down to the map. The Senate is going to be won in those red rural rural districts. That's the Senate battleground. When it comes to the House side, though, that is going to be one suburban areas, whiter areas, well-educated. A lot of people looking at what the moderates are doing, the independent voters there. So it's a completely different map. You have a tale of two elections happening tonight when you look at what's going on in the Senate side and the House side.
One of the many, many, many fascinating storylines. ABC's Mary Bruce, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Great job as always. Let's go back in the skybox, as we call it affectionately. Some of us call it the kids' table. As we head back in here, let's take a look at some of the latest results we're seeing tonight. This is the House scoreboard, gives you a sense of where things stand. The Democrats have made a net gain of 1 seat. They need to gain 23 in order to take back control of the House. And if they're able to do that, that is going to change the very nature of the Trump presidency for the 2 coming years before 2020 and his presumed run for a second term. This is where things stand in the battle for the Senate. Democrats have 33 seats locked down, the Republicans 42. We were just talking about this. You need 51 seats to control the Senate. The Democrats need 2 in order to, they need a net gain of 2 in order to retain or to regain control of the Senate, which they have not had in quite some time. The odds are, as we've discussed, against them. Here's an example of why that is. In the state of Indiana, too early to make a projection, but the incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly in this red state struggling against his Republican challenger Mike Braun. Again, too early to make a projection, but Joe Donnelly in a tough race in a red state. We do have one race we can project, and that's in the state of Rhode Island. The Democrat Gina Raimondo, the projected winner in the state of Rhode Island. As we said, as we send it back now to ABC's chief anchor George Stephanopoulos, every time he goes to break, we're going to swoop in and keep the information and analysis going. Back now, as our This Evening continues, to George.
We are back at ABC News Election Headquarters, midterms 2018. That is the race for the House right now. You see, Democrats have picked up 1 seat so far. They need 23 in order to take control. We're going to be tracking that all through the night. I want to bring in our chief national correspondent, Tom Yamas, to get right to the battleground board. And one of the things we're seeing, Tom, is that Democrats, of the races that are in so far, those toss-up races, they've only won 1. Republicans have had several.
That's right. And so, like you mentioned, just 1, the net gain. That's our big number throughout the night. But look at this number here in Florida. Look at all these competitive races. Some of these were open seats. Some of these districts President Trump did very well in. But Democrats thought they could compete here. The 2 big ones, Florida 26 and Florida 27, we don't know yet. But in Indiana, the same story. Both the races we thought were competitive, Republicans were able to hold, and Virginia 5 as well. The Charlottesville area of Virginia, Republicans stay with that seat.
And Nate Silver, that's created a pretty significant change in your forecast for the House.
Yeah, look, I mean, you ultimately have to win seats, and so far we have seen Democrats win only 1 seat. It looks like they will do very well in wealthy suburbs. They're going to have to probably gain more seats than that to comfortably take the House. They're still slight favorites in our forecast, but this is not the best case scenario for Democrats.
So far, they are not reaching into Republican territory.
No, I mean, look, none of these seats that have been called for the GOP were truly toss-ups. They were lean and likely Republican seats. They were called pretty fast in some cases, which is not a great sign. But, you know, Florida is not going to be the state that provides Democrats with their margin of victory in the House. That much we can say.
Yeah, and there's no question. If you're going to have a wave, if you're going to have a Democratic wave, you got to win some of those seats, and we're not seeing that happen. And the race that we're really watching, that early bellwether, Kentucky, the Kentucky 6th Congressional District, we had a really strong Democratic candidate, Amy McGrath.
Amy McGrath, who's the model for the Democrats. She is a veteran of former Marine Corps fighter pilot. She's had a very civil race. She's tried not to make it about Donald Trump, but this is a very tight race so far, and we'll have to watch that one.
She's not pulling it out yet. We do have a result in the Senate right now. It comes from the state of New Jersey. Democrat incumbent Bob Menendez, we project, ABC News can project that Bob Menendez is going to hold on to his seat in the Senate. We're going to bring the man who knows more about New Jersey than anybody else in the room right now, the former governor, Chris Christie. Menendez, that was tough for him. Of course, he was indicted on corruption charges, not convicted. It was a nasty race, but he's going to win it relatively easily.
You know, winning as a Republican in New Jersey is hard. It's really hard, George. There's 930,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in New Jersey, and it's not easy. And Bob Huggins spent, I think, in excess of $35 million in that race.
Pharmaceutical executive.
And the interesting thing is that I've heard lots of people say they didn't like Menendez, but they didn't like the president more. And that's what really, I think, happened in New Jersey is that Trump headwind in New Jersey is probably as hard as it is any place in the country.
And that's why that could be one of the states where Democrats hope to pick up a lot of House seats.
I think they will pick up some House seats there tonight, George, for sure.
Chris.
And George, I just one note on Menendez. This is incredible. He's got a 33% favorable rating, and he won. Two-thirds of the state view him unfavorably. Only 27% of the state says he has high standards for ethics, and he won.
That's what I mean. I mean, the presidential headwind in New Jersey, that tells you everything right there that you need to know, because these people don't like Senator Menendez. They don't trust him. But they said, well, if I have to vote between him and the guy who's going to vote with Trump, I'm voting for him.
There's been a lot of attention on the state of Texas as well. Incumbent Senator Ted Cruz up against Congressman Beto O'Rourke in Texas. And Tom, we have some vote coming in now from the state of Texas. Tom, let's take a look at what we have right here. There you see it right there, so far at least, and there's still a lot of vote to count there. Beto O'Rourke has a lead over Ted Cruz. We're going to be keeping an eye on that all night long as well. David Muir, let's talk a little bit more about the exit polls. You see some dramatic swings among groups of voters.
Yeah, these are the groups that we really keep a close eye on, George. As you know, the independents often called swing voters, and look at what they've done just in a matter of 2 years. They backed Donald Trump by 6 points 2 years ago, independents, but let's break it down tonight. Preliminary results coming in right now, but look at how they're voting. 54% of independents in this country are voting for Democratic candidates, 41% for Republicans. And when you break down moderates in this country, moderate voters, Hillary Clinton won moderates by 13 points. But look at this. Democrats are now winning moderates in the midterm by a 29-point margin over Donald Trump, 62% to 35%. They're called swing voters for a reason, and look at what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, Matthew Dowd, those independents could be the difference in this election.
I think in all of these races that we're seeing that are close, from the Senate, the governor, and the House races, it becomes independents. It's why Donald Trump's president of the United States, because he won independents in some key states. One of the things that I'm fascinated by, and we'll watch how this night unfolds, and we saw it in 2016, is this is a battle between geography and demography right now. And demography is the Democrats have younger voters, women, people of color, and Republicans have a geographic map that they've had built up a wall around the country, and that's what we're running into right now.
And they've got a lock on that right now. Let's go to Paula Ferris. We were just talking about that Texas Senate race right there. She's at Beto O'Rourke's headquarters there in Texas. Paula, you've spent a lot of time in the state covering this campaign. What are you seeing tonight?
Well, I got to tell you, everything's bigger in Texas, George, including this Senate race. It's going down as the costliest in Senate history here in the United States. $110 million has been poured into this state. Congressman Beto O'Rourke will be watching the returns here. We're at a minor league baseball park in El Paso. He's trying to unseat Senator Ted Cruz to become the first Democrat to win that seat since '88. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle, not just because of those statistics, but also 1 in 3 Texans identify as evangelical, George, and we know that they typically go to the GOP and to the Republicans. But I think the tides could be changing here. We saw the early voting numbers. Almost 5 million voted early. That's more than voted in total in 2014 in the midterms. And also over 500,000 registered to vote for the first time since March. We're hearing that the 18 to 39 demographic in that early vote is up, but the other demographics are flat. Beto O'Rourke told reporters last night he feels like the momentum is on his side. Cruz told me conversely he's taking nothing for granted, even though he entered this race with a slight lead in the poll. But it looks like we're going to have a long night, a close night. And, George, we're keeping an eye out for one of the greatest political upsets in recent history.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on it right now. Of course, it still is an uphill fight for Beto O'Rourke in the state of Texas. But, Donna, he has just electrified the grassroots of the Democratic Party, bringing in tons and tons of money, I think, like online. And a lot of Democrats look at Beto O'Rourke and see Bobby Kennedy.
They see Bobby Kennedy. They see a young leader who is prepared to, I think, change the country in many ways. He has galvanized not just Texans, but people from all over the country have been pouring into Texas to help him out, to help him raise money, and to help him get out the vote. He is clearly somebody to look at for the future. And if he loses tonight, I still believe that we can have an upset. I know Matt disagrees with me, but but I still believe he's someone that we can look at for 2020 and beyond.
Cecilia Vega, what a change we saw in that relationship between President Trump and Ted Cruz.
Night and day. In fact, I go back to that campaign when President Trump was out stumping for Ted Cruz, and they did the man half hug on the stage. He went from lying Ted to out stumping for Ted Cruz, and this is a race that the president has been paying close attention to. We know from people in the White House, if Beto O'Rourke were to win this race, Republicans around the country, particularly in this administration, would just have their heads in their hand. Yeah.
Sorry, Cecilia. Anna Cox joining us also tonight. You spent a lot of time down there in Texas.
Yeah, I'm from Texas, and I did a big story about Ted Cruz. And I just want to weigh in and say, like, although Beto is an amazing candidate, he's electrifying and all that, if it weren't for Ted Cruz, he wouldn't have a chance. People really loathe him. You know, I mean, he is the most hated man in the Senate. And voters in Texas, when I talked to them, he sort of had the worst of both worlds, which is to say the base voters didn't like that he didn't endorse Trump at the convention. They still remember the booing, and they feel like he wasn't loyal. And then the people who don't like President Trump don't like him because he sucked up to Trump. So I think there's a lot of conservative voters that just stayed home on this one. Like, I think he did not get the numbers he needed to get.
Martha Redd, you spoke to a lot of voters in Texas as well.
I did, and I've talked to them for years. And in 2016, one particular couple was split. He had never voted for anybody but a Republican. He voted with his nose hold for Hillary Clinton. I went back to him yesterday and asked him who he was voting for. He said, I'm voting for some Dems, some Republicans, but I'm voting for O'Rourke.
And Pierre Thomas, I'm going to bring you in as well. You've been following these ballot security issues. There was an interesting development overnight. They actually had a border control exercise in El Paso, Beto O'Rourke's hometown, overnight, which the O'Rourke supporters thought was a sign of voter suppression.
They did, George, and this issue has been percolating throughout the country. Law enforcement officials concerned about the whole immigration issue, and I can tell you that the law enforcement community is saying that the immigration issue could backfire at some point because of the whole issue of suppressing votes.
And go ahead, John.
Well, you know, look, this is Ted Cruz went from being lying Ted to being beautiful Ted. I mean, it was an amazing, it was just an amazing transformation. And Donald Trump had to campaign for him. The fact that Donald Trump in the closing weeks of the campaign actually made a trip to Texas to campaign for the Republican Senate candidate was pretty incredible.
Matthew, Dad, you live in Austin, Texas. Is Texas really changing that quickly, though?
Well, it's been methodically going. I mean, it used to be a blue state, and then that got converted 25 years ago, and then it became a red state. It's light red, so I think Beto has still an uphill climb. He's got a shot. He's energized everybody, as we recall. But what Beto Cruz might have done, even if he falls short in this race, it's going to be close, is that he might have push that speed faster to a purple state is what he might have done. The fact that we haven't called Texas at this point in the evening is the first time we haven't called Texas at 1 minute after for 30 years.
And you're seeing that in Florida as well, and maybe in Georgia as well. You know, Matt's point about demographics versus the seats. You know, they might be changing neighborhoods that haven't quite changed yet, but this spur of these progressive candidates in those states, even if they lose tonight, have moved those states.
Terry Moran?
I'm just amazed still on a personal level at this reconciliation between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. I mean, Ted Cruz is the last anti-Trump Republican in that race, and what he said about Trump was terrible. And then Trump said his wife was ugly and his dad helped kill JFK. So politics, you know, acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. It is amazing.
No permanent enemies. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to look at the state of Georgia. Stacey Abrams found to be the first African-American governor of Georgia, the first African-American female governor in the country.
Hey, this is Dan Harris up in the skybox overlooking the main set at ABC News election headquarters. It's 24/7 coverage we're doing here. When they throw it a break, we are going to pick you up the nonstop information and analysis as we go through the evening. Let's take a look at where things stand at this early stage in the evening. Democrats looking to gain 23, this is the Senate. Democrats need to pick up 2 in order to control the Senate, but at this point, the Republicans have picked up 1, so it continues to be a steep climb for the Democrats. Let's take a look at the House. They need 23 seats to control the House. At this point, they have a net gain of 1. I'm not sure we have that graphic, but that is where things stand right now. Let's take a look at Indiana, and ABC News is projecting a significant loss for the Democrats. The Democratic incumbent in the state of Indiana, Joe Donnelly, has lost, according to ABC News projections, to Republican challenger Mike Braun. This will be a body blow to the Democratic Party as they try in what has been and will be an uphill battle to retake the Senate. This is only going to make that fight harder. Speaking of fight, this night is, as I said, still young. Many people still online waiting to vote. As a consequence, they have extended voting in 6 states as we speak. Those states are Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, North Carolina, Texas, and Alabama. Again, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, North Carolina, Texas, and Alabama, they have extended voting. One of the hashtags that is trending as we speak is stay online, because if you are online right now waiting to vote and the polls close, you can still vote if you are online. That is important to know if you're watching us on your phone. As we said, George Stephanopoulos and the team will be leading our coverage throughout the night, but every time they throw to a commercial break, we'll come on with more news and information. For now, let's get it back downstairs to George Stephanopoulos and the rest of the team. I'm Dan Harris in the Skybox on ABC News Live. Keep it here.
And we are back here at ABC News Election Headquarters in New York. That is the Senate board you see right there. And the Republicans have just picked up a seat in the Senate. It is from the state of Indiana. Incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly has been defeated by former state rep Mike Braun. You see him right there. Mike Braun, Republican, will win the Senate seat in the state of Indiana. A pickup for the Republicans. Sigh of relief, John Carl, in the White House.
Big sigh of relief. And keep in mind that Joe Donnelly was one of those Democrats who had voted for Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court and voted against Kavanaugh. And remember, the president said that this was a campaign about the caravan and about Kavanaugh. Yeah. So this was big, and he went there 4 times, twice in the past week. He was there yesterday. The president worked as hard as any state in Indiana.
What did the exit polls show about that?
This is really interesting. When you drill down on Donald Trump approval in Indiana, look at this. 53% of the voters there approve of Donald Trump. But to get to the Kavanaugh point that John brings up, voting against Brett Kavanaugh, 10% said it was the most important factor, but another 40% said it was important. Half of the voters in Indiana said his vote against Brett Kavanaugh was important. But you have to think, Joe Donnelly, his final ad was him splitting wood, trying to point out to voters in Indiana how often he split with his own party, George, to support President Trump on the border wall, on defense spending, traveling across the state in his RV and his flannel. But it was not enough to convince those Trump voters in Indiana that he was their guy.
Meghan McCain, we also saw that Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, don't have results there. Yeah, but these states are deep red.
Yeah, you see so many Democrats not only running against Republicans, but running against their own party as well. I think of Claire McCaskill coming out saying she's not one of those crazy Democrats. With Donnelly in particular, he was very Trumpy. He defended ICE. He came out in his rhetoric in a very similar style to President Trump. So you see so many people, and I would put Kristen Sinema in this category, Democrats that are not just running in my home state of Arizona, they're not just running against Republicans, but running against their own party as well. The part of the party that doesn't want to become the party of Bernie Sanders and the party of socialism.
Or you could say that the Democratic Party is big enough to hold people that are moderate and truly progressive, whereas the Republican Party has become a party that can't really accept moderates anymore.
Well, Mike Braun just won.
Let's remember, too, that 6 years ago when Joe Donnelly won, he won against one of the most flawed candidates Indiana ever saw in Murdoch, who was talking about rape and doing outlandish things. And so Joe Donnelly was a guy who knew he was behind all the way for his 6 years. And this is an impossible state for him to win with a candidate who's not flawed, and Braun's not flawed.
And Mike Pence is the vice president of the United States. The election apparatus, of course, favored the Republicans. I still believe that Joe Donnelly ran the best possible campaign to be able to stay competitive.
Big win for Mike Pence.
It is a big win for Mike Pence. We have another change in the House. This is coming from the state of Florida. Donna Shalala, Democrat Donna Shalala, former HHS secretary under President Clinton, has defeated Maria Salazar in Miami. This is the second pickup of the night for the Democrats. Nate Silver, do you have any sense of what this does to your forecast?
So this was kind of a layup for Democrats. It's a race they should have won, and they have won it, and they're winning the low-hanging fruit. They haven't won any really tough toss-up districts yet. They haven't won Kentucky 6, for example, in our House forecast. So we haven't really seen a big overall shift. In fact, we show Democrats are favored to win the House. They're about 4 and 7 favorites, but that's quite a bit down. They need to win more of the toss-up races outside of wealthy, suburban, diverse areas.
Yeah, just a little over half, more than 80% coming into the night. Cecilia Vega, Donna Shalala had a rough road at the beginning of this campaign.
Yeah, she did. And she had a health scare, too. And Hillary Clinton this was one of the few races that Hillary Clinton was out campaigning for and actually welcomed on the campaign trail. We hadn't seen her very often during this former Hillary Clinton district that she won there, but also heavily Latino. And Donna Shalala doesn't speak any Spanish, and that became sort of a bit of an issue in this race when they debated, and she said she wouldn't speak Spanish in it. But again, Hillary Clinton publicly campaigned for her there, and it seems to have worked.
A Clinton district won by a Democrat. I want to go back to Indiana right now. Lindsay Davis is there at Joe Donnelly's headquarters. They fought hard, not that close in the end.
You know what's so interesting, George, is that the room here has not gotten to the information just yet. We've been watching them applaud or be reserved at times as the votes have been coming in, as the results have been coming in, and the particular station that they're watching has not projected Indiana yet. And so it wasn't all that long ago that one of Donnelly's people came out and they said, be prepared for a long night. And so people started lining up for the bar, preparing for that long night and hoping that it was going to be a celebratory one. But I think in the end, they knew that this was going to be a hard fight. After all, Indiana has a reputation of being one of the reddest states in the Midwest. It's been described as red as the red barns that dot the corn line countryside. This is a state that Donald Trump won with 57% of the vote in 2016, where Hillary Clinton got 38% of the vote. She was only able to win 4 of the 92 counties here. Just as the polls closed, we heard from the Senator Donnelly, the incumbent Democrat. He came down. He seemed very reserved, though he said that he was still optimistic. He talked about how it's an awesome night with tremendous turnout. They've been saying that this is history-making as far as turnout in Indiana for a midterm election. And what's been interesting, David Muir pointed out one of the exit polls here in Indiana, where 53% of Hoosiers said that it mattered to them. It was very important that he voted against Brett Kavanaugh. And I asked the senator when we heard that news, did he see that as favorable or unfavorable? And he said, I can't say whether that was appealing or not to the Hoosier voters, but I did what I had to do. I felt this was the right thing to do.
Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. Tom, why don't you go back to your board right there? We have the state of Indiana up there, and it shows just how daunting this path was for Donnelly.
Yeah, we've been talking about this all night, but I want to focus in on Indiana right now because Donnelly actually did really well where he had to. He won in those 4 districts, those 4 counties we were talking about earlier, Gary, Indiana, South Bend, Indianapolis, but it was this coalition of red. And we talked about those donut counties, all those counties surrounding Indianapolis, some of those suburbs. He couldn't win those. But we should focus on Indiana for a bit because the reason why Braun wins, it's a coalition of those tiny counties. And when you go into those tiny counties, they're really small, but he's hitting at 63%. He's north at 60 in almost all of these, 75% in some. The Trump voters, the Republican voters, turned out in those areas in big numbers.
They did. And Nate Silver, a pickup here for the Republicans. You had high odds for the Democrats to take over the Senate going into the night, getting a lot higher.
For Republicans to keep the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, for Democrats to take it, right. The odds are against them.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have to draw to an inside straight now. Indiana was one of the places that could be a problem for them, but not as difficult as North Dakota, for example, or West Virginia. And so you see, for example, the odds now of a GOP Senate majority are around 95 and 100. It was a tough task to begin with. When you lose toss-ups, I mean, Indiana, that's the most important call of the night so far. It didn't go Democrats' way. It suggests problems for Democratic incumbents in other rural states, of which there are a lot elsewhere on the map.
Mary Bruce, you cover Capitol Hill for us every single day. Big night for Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader.
Absolutely. It's a huge night for him. And to Nate's point, so much of whether or not the Senate can flip will come down to those deep red states where Democrats are now in the fight of their life, like Indiana, where you have so many Democrats who are trying to walk this fine line. On one hand, they're trying to show they can work with the president, but they're also trying to show that they can stand up to him. And I've spent a lot of time in these states like Missouri, North Dakota, West Virginia. And what it comes down to for a lot of Republicans there, it's going to be hoping that they get a bounce off of Kavanaugh. So many Democrats hoping that if they hammer health care enough, it'll bring them a win.
I want to take a look at a couple of those big red states. The vote not ready to project in either of these Senate races yet, but we do have some votes coming in from the state of Tennessee right there. You see Marsha Blackburn, the Republican, with a wide lead over Phil Bredesen, moderate Democrat. Democrats had some hope that he might be able to do well there, but he is not. He is trailing Marsha Blackburn right now. Juju Chang in the Blackburn headquarters just outside of Nashville.
Properly, George, but I will tell you that Marsha Blackburn is in the House watching the election returns. Her staff is incredibly confident and pumped up about what they're seeing in the early returns. But what I will tell you is that the Tennessee voters, and remember this is a very deep red state, is very much an open story. It's an uphill climb for Bredesen, and they offered a very stark contrast with popular former governor who was basically campaigning on a theme of civility, and yet it seems as though the enthusiasm in the exit polls are going towards Marsha Blackburn, who is a firebrand, who boasts about being a knuckle-dragging, unapologetically, anti-politically correct congresswoman, and she seems to be maintaining the support of women, especially suburban women, which is a key swing group that both sides have been looking at. Today she's been holding it by a margin of 59 to 41, and it looks like very much an uphill climb for Phil Bredesen tonight, George.
Not ready to call it yet, but Marsha Blackburn has a big lead. Let's take a look at the state of West Virginia right now, where the incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin is up against the Attorney General Patrick Morrisey. A lead there for Joe Manchin, Democrat in the most Trump state in the country, Matthew Dowd. He did his best also to hug President Trump when he could, but he really emphasized the issue of health care.
Yeah, he absolutely emphasized the issue of health care. And keep in mind, he was one of the only Democratic senators to vote for Kavanaugh in the hearing and go back to that. And so I think this may be an exception to the rule where the Democrat is able to overcome geography, which is a problem in West Virginia. It's a deep red state, deeply favors Donald Trump. We'll see if Manchin can pull it out. This may be the few areas he can overcome it.
This is a close one. Joe Manchin, though, a known quantity in the state of West Virginia.
Absolutely. They know Joe. He says, I'm still the guy that you know, that I'm just a little older. But you saw, George, in that ad where he took aim at the lawsuit filed by 20 AGs in this country,
including
to block
Patrick
Obamacare,
Morrisey,
including Morrisey himself.
That would invalidate Obamacare and the pre-existing conditions. We'll be right back.
This is Dan Harris continuing our coverage on ABC News Live up here in the Skybox. Let's walk outside here and talk to two of our analysts tonight. This is the microphone. Hello, guys. Mike
hey, what's happening, Dan?
And Tara Setmayer. So, Mike, let me start with you. Nate Silver said Indiana is the most important call of the night. The Democrats losing an important Senate seat in the state of Indiana. In your view, what went wrong here?
Well, you know, I think I'm going to have to disagree with Nate Silverman. I know it's blasphemous. But for me, I think the state of Indiana, I had a feeling that Donnelly wasn't going to make it. It's a tough state. It's Vice President Pence's home state. The state of Indiana doesn't represent the new electorate that's represented in this midterm election that we feel has been energized. It doesn't really represent the diverseness of the types of individuals who are still standing in line right now as we speak, who are talking on Twitter right now as we speak. For me, the biggest indicators would be the states that are more diverse, in the sense of Texas. I'm really betting on Beto to pull it out. I think that's going to be interesting to see. I think what's going to happen in Georgia will be interesting to see. Florida will be interesting to see. And also, too, Arizona.
Tara, let's talk about the state of Florida. We've got in the governor's race there, what, according to the numbers, looks like a really tight race. How do things look to you?
Well, it's going to be a nail-biter, both in the governor's race and the Senate race. Now, interestingly, right now, Rick Scott is up by about 63,000 votes. Miami-Dade, which is about 13% of the population of Florida, has about 70% already reporting. Can Bill Nelson make that up? It's going to be interesting. He's an incumbent. That could be potentially another seat to pick up for Republicans in the Senate. But I know that the White House is paying close attention to that governor's race because Florida is an important state going into the re-elect in 2020. It's a swing state, and depending on who's governor there can have a lot of implications for the way that the 2020 re-election campaign is run in the state of Florida. So that's something that I know that the White House is definitely paying close attention to. Something else in Florida, the 27th district, which was Ileana Ros-Lehtman's district, she retired. It was an open seat. Donna Shalala, who used to be the Health and Human Services Secretary under Clinton, she won that seat. It's the first time in 30 years that a Democrat will hold that seat in Florida. So that's a pickup for Democrats.
Tara and Mike, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you throughout the evening. I want to go now to another race that we're watching really closely. That's in Missouri, where the Democratic incumbent Claire McCaskill is fighting a tough Republican challenger to keep her seat. And ABC's Deborah Roberts is right there. Deborah, what are you seeing and hearing?
Hey, Dan. Yeah, fighting for her political life. Claire McCaskill's supporters are starting to trickle in. They sort of seem to be a mix of excited and also cautious, reflecting what she has already acknowledged, which is this is going to be a nail-biter. Now, Claire McCaskill is a Democrat in a state that is pretty largely Republican, and she admits that this has been a very tough race. She won by double digits last time. This time, she knows that it is all up in the air. Her Republican challenger, Josh Hawley, has had a lot of support from President Trump. In fact, the president was just here last night. So this is going to be the fight of her political life. She also voted against Judge Kavanaugh. She knows that that might cost her some votes. She says she doesn't really regret it because of the grounds on which she did not vote for him. But things have changed here in Missouri, and she knows that. She says she's talked to voters a lot. She recognizes that a lot of them are very supportive of the president and that she's going to have to reach out and work with the president should they grant her a third term. But that's going to be the big question. Will they give her the benefit of the doubt, Dan, and give her a third term? It's still too early to tell. The votes are just trickling in. Not looking great at this moment, but it's still very early in the night. And Claire McCaskill, we don't know. Could be in it for a big surprise, or she may surprise others. We'll see.
There you go. Thank you very much, Deb Roberts. Let's take a look at where things stand right now in the House. The race for the House, Democrats need to pick up 23 seats. They've made a gain of 2, but the night is young. Let's take a look at where things stand in the Senate. The Democrats need to make a gain there of 2 seats, but the Republicans are the ones who have made a gain, and that comes in the state of Indiana, where the Democratic incumbent has lost, Joe Donnelly. And let's talk very quickly before we send it back to George that we can project a winner in Florida House District 27. The Democrat Donna Shalala, who you may remember was the former HHS secretary under Clinton. Very quickly before we send it back to George, I misspoke in our last update. I said stay online is the hashtag. It's stay in line. If you're in line right now, you can still vote even when the polls close. For now, this is Dan Harris. Let's get it back to George downstairs.
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
9 o'clock here in the East. Polls have now closed in 40 states, although 6 states are keeping their polls open because the lines are so long, the turnout's so long. I want to give you an update on what's happening in the House and Senate so far. So far, Republicans have picked up 1 seat in the Senate. That is a seat in Indiana, Joe Donnelly's seat. They've picked up 1 seat, extended their majority. Democrats have picked up 2 seats in the House. They need 23 to take control. We do have a new result coming in from the House, and this is a disappointment to Democrats. It comes from the state of Kentucky. Amy McGrath, the former Marine combat pilot, defeated by the 4-term incumbent Andy Barr. As you said, Martha Raddatz, she ran a different kind of campaign. It wasn't good enough.
It certainly wasn't good enough, but this is a district that Trump won by 15 points. Her opponent, Andy Barr, looks like will get that 4th term. He was all in on Trump. McGrath did not air any negative ads. She was very straightforward. It was a new kind of model. They put in a candidate who is a combat pilot who was a Marine, but it just didn't take her far
And John
enough.
Carl, the Democrats said they didn't need Amy McGrath to win. We shouldn't read too much into it. But so far, it just has to be said, the Democrats are having, so far, a lot of vote to come in, a disappointing night.
They are not winning where they thought they were going to win. We had 7 potential pickups in the state of Florida. Republicans have held on to 5 of those seats already. Democrats have only picked up 1. We're still waiting for vote count on there. In Virginia, they've only picked up 1 of the seats they were tracking. So Democrats are not winning in the way they were hoping to win early in the night. But like you said, there's a lot of vote to count.
A lot of vote to come in, a lot of suburban vote to come in, Mary Bruce.
And Democrats, I'm sure, are not pleased with what they're seeing down in Florida, John. But Democrats would also argue that they only need 1 seat in Florida. And one important outstanding seat is the one held by Congressman Curbelo down in Florida, which, of course, is a district where Clinton outperformed Trump.
We do have another result coming in. It's coming in from the Senate. Marsha Blackburn, we were just talking about that. Marsha Blackburn will win the Senate seat in the state of Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn, that is a hold for the Republicans right there. She's a strong Trump supporter. Phil Bredesen, former governor, popular in the state, but this is a red state right now. Let's go back to Juju Chang, just outside of Nashville and Blackburn's headquarters.
Well, what we're projecting, George, is that Tennessee is doubling down on Trumpism tonight. You know it's a deep red state, and they will be sending their first female senator from Tennessee. And she's not just any woman. She's a firebrand who calls herself a hardcore, card-carrying conservative and brags about packing a pistol in her purse. She has Velcroed herself to President Trump's agenda. In fact, he came here to this state 3 times to rally for her. In fact, I was there in Chattanooga on Sunday, and one of the biggest applause lines, George, was when they would say, don't give another vote to Chuck Schumer or the D.C. Democrats, and that resonated. She was fighting against, as you mentioned, the moderate governor, the very popular here, who basically campaigned against tribalism, against the divisiveness, and he was endorsed by Taylor Swift, as you know, and the Bredesen camp was very much hoping for the Swift lift, as they called it, because young voter turnout spiked here by 7-fold from the previous midterm election, and yet that wasn't enough, nor was the historic turnout of African Americans. It wasn't enough to bring Bredesen anywhere near. Clearly, Marsha Blackburn was, as predicted by President Trump, the red wall. He said to the extent that there is a blue wave, it will hit a red wall here in Tennessee. And sure enough, that came true. George.
Juju Chang, thanks. Mary Bruce, pretty good trade for President Trump there in Tennessee. The outgoing Republican Senator Bob Corker, frequent Trump critic. Now he gets a hardcore supporter.
Yeah, a complete 180 there. I mean, President Trump was getting a lot of pushback from Bob Corker. He was one of the few Republicans in the Senate who was very, wasn't shy, was happy to speak his mind, happy to take on President Trump. Now the exact opposite.
Cokie Roberts.
Well, we've been seeing women voting Democratic in a lot of these states, but they voted for Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. And that tells us something, George, because something we've seen historically is that if Republicans put up a woman candidate, she's likely to get more of the female vote than a male candidate does. She doesn't always win it, but she gets more of it.
Certainly came true for Marsha Blackburn there. What do you see in the exit polls in Tennessee?
It's so interesting. Phil Bredesen did so many things that you'd think he'd have to do to try to win in Tennessee. He said that Donald Trump was an experienced negotiator. He supported Brett Kavanaugh. He said he was disgusted in both parties by what he saw play out on Capitol Hill. But look in Tennessee, this is what he was up against. He was up against a state where so many people like what they're seeing from President Trump. 57% of the voters in Tennessee approve of the job performance. Was he a factor in your vote? Yep. Look at this. 38% said they support Trump, 26% said they oppose him. You break it down by issues in Tennessee, and by far the #1 issue, 38% health care. He tried to push protecting pre-existing conditions that didn't necessarily work for him. But look at this. This is the most telling number out of the exit poll so far in Tennessee. They actually like Bredesen. They like Phil Bredesen. The problem is, George, they like Donald Trump more.
That's true. And, John, you're hearing actually from Donald Trump and his team in the White House.
Yeah, we're told it's a jovial mood in the White House. They're watching returns. They're watching several networks, especially happy with the vote in Indiana, a place the president campaigned in just yesterday. He made that a personal crusade to defeat Joe Donnelly in Indiana. It worked. So happy, they're saying no blue wave, at least not yet.
Not seeing it yet. Perhaps the biggest state on the board tonight is the state of Florida. Let's take a look what's happening there right now. First in the Senate race, Bill Nelson, incumbent Democrat, up against Rick Scott, the governor. Look at that, 50-50 right now. Only about 60,000 votes separate the two right there in the governor's race. Andrew Gillum, 49. Ron DeSantis, 50. Again, very, very close right there, right now. This state, always, always so important, often close. We're seeing that play out in both the governor's race and the Senate race right now. Chris, are you hearing from Governor Scott?
Yeah, and the Scott people feel very good. They say with the vote that's left out there, it's about half in the Panhandle, half in Miami-Dade. So they feel like for both DeSantis and for Scott that these margins are going to hold. And I think the other thing that's important to talk about for a guy like Nelson and for Donnelly and for others, you know, they're going to start questioning Chuck Schumer's decision-making. He spent $8.5 million in the last 3 weeks in New Jersey. And Joe Donnelly and Senator Nelson and whether it's Claire McCaskill, if she has problems later tonight, are going to be wondering. And they're probably going to be sending not thank you notes to Bob Menendez.
We have another result coming in. It's from the state of West Virginia right now. And we are seeing that Joe Manchin, there it is right there, Joe Manchin, Democrat of West Virginia, will hold on to that seat. It looked dicey there for a while, but Joe Manchin, former governor, incumbent senator, will hold on to that seat. No pickup for the Republicans there. But John, Carl, that was a seat Democrats had to hold.
Absolutely had to hold. Also, by the way, that is definitely Donald Trump's best Democratic friend in the United States Senate. Both a good personal relationship and supported him, and also the one and only Democrat who voted for Kavanaugh to confirm Kavanaugh.
David Muir?
Yeah, take a look at what we're seeing from the exit polls on Joe Manchin. People still like him in West Virginia. That's the thing. He's been around for a long time. 51% of the voters who turned out today say they have a favorable opinion of Joe Manchin in these final days. He was on his motorcycle crisscrossing the state. He'd actually said that he regretted supporting Hillary Clinton, said he might be open to supporting Donald Trump in 2020 if he agrees with him on a number of issues. And as we know, he famously went against Brett Kavanaugh at the last minute after that Susan Collins speech. He didn't want to be the tipping point on Brett Kavanaugh, but he did come out against Kavanaugh, and it likely helped him in the end here.
Donna Brazil, amazing that Joe Manchin could actually survive West Virginia, the reddest of red states.
You don't know Joe. Joe is a fighter. Joe understands the people of West Virginia. He knows that they want somebody who will stand up for them and fight for them. And he ran a kind of campaign right down the middle where he could still appeal to Democrats, but reach out to independents and be able to eke out a victory.
As a Republican, I can tell you, Joe Manchin was my mentor when I became governor in 2010. He can work with everybody, and they know their governor. It's different. When a governor runs for the United States Senate, they know their governor. They feel like they know him, and the negative ads don't work as well.
Especially in a state like West Virginia. Tom, go back up to the board now, but let's pull up the state of Florida because we are going to be. Let's pull up the Florida Senate right now. Let's get a sense of where this vote is coming in because it's so important.
So, you know, earlier in the night we were talking about how we split up Florida into 3 different parts, and John Carl made the astute point about the vote being out in Broward County so far. Right now, we're talking about maybe a 60,000 vote gap here. And if you look over at Broward County right now, they have 70% reporting. In Miami-Dade, they're at 87%. I think, just from looking at this race, and even though I know Governor Scott spoke with Governor Christie, a lot of the vote is in the Panhandle. All the vote in South Florida is not in yet. So when you look at Nelson is overperforming in Broward compared to Hillary Clinton. He's underperforming in Miami-Dade, but he's doing well in Orange County, Orlando, in Jacksonville. He's doing well right there. If I'm Bill Nelson right now, I'm watching that vote very closely in Broward and Miami-Dade. If the numbers change, he could stay with his seat.
So what would, just for comparison's sake, how much of the vote is in up there in the Panhandle?
So look, when we go to these Panhandle votes, I mean, these are very tiny counties. These are some of the most Republican counties. Santa Rosa, they only account for less than 1%, but 100% reporting in here, 81% reporting in here, 100% here. A lot of the Panhandle is in from what we're looking at. South Florida, Broward, Miami-Dade, we need to look at those 2 counties all night.
Matthew?
Been through a very close Florida race in 2000. That went on for 31 days. On election night, I'm just going to keep in mind, on election night, with 98% of the vote in, we had a 50,000 vote lead.
George
W. Bush in that campaign had a 50,000 vote with 98% of the vote in. And I looked at what was out, which was primarily Broward and Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. That 50,000 vote margin went to 1,100 votes in about 15 minutes when those came in. And so I think what's going to happen in this race right now, this is very telling. I think most everything that is solid red is in. The deep blue is not fully in
I'm not sure
yet.
you know the answer to this, but why does Broward and Miami always come in so late?
Well, you can also look at the voting technology in those areas. Absentee, they have a lot of absentee ballot, but Matt is right. We're going to see this map change in about another hour.
And I'd say one more county, Hillsborough County, which we always thought as the bellwether county in Florida. Also, still, almost 10% of the vote to count there, and that is a good vote for Democrats.
And he's up right next door in Pinellas, which is the Tampa suburbs as well, a bellwether county that almost always picks the winner in this state. Let's see where he's at right now. It's one of the smaller counties, but he's up 52.5. That's a good number. Even though it's a smaller county, it's a bellwether county. You want to be up there.
And let's not forget, this is the state that Donald Trump calls his second home. There's a very interesting dynamic between Donald Trump and Rick Scott. Scott really tried to distance himself from Donald Trump through much of this. After the hurricane, he ran an ad saying, when I don't agree with it, when I don't agree with him, I say it. But we're looking at a number of things in this race right now. Puerto Ricans who have moved to the state of Florida in the wake of Hurricane Maria, and the youth vote. Let's not forget the Parkland massacre. One source on Capitol Hill told me that in this race, not just particularly to Florida, but around the country, the youth vote could end up being the X factor come tonight.
I'll tell you one thing Rick Scott is going to like in these early exit polls, as this is a nail-biter in Florida, it always is. But look at the demographics. When you break it down, Donald Trump approval. This is a state that he won by a little more than 1% over Hillary Clinton just 2 years ago. 51% of the voters who turned out in Florida today said they like the job that President Trump is doing. When asked if he was a factor in the vote, this one is kind of interesting to reconcile to what I just showed you. But 22% they said they turned out to support Trump. 33% said they turned out to oppose. But look at that. 43% fully said Trump not a factor. You break down by issues. Let's look at what's important to Florida voters. Healthcare, by far, issue number one. We're seeing this over and over again in so many of these important states. And when you break it down from healthcare to pre-existing conditions, which is what Democrats in these final weeks tried to make these campaigns about, 48% say the Democratic Party. But there are some good signs in there for Rick Scott and for people who were concerned about Donald Trump being attached to them. Cecilia said Rick Scott tried to separate himself, at least when it came to the hurricane and a few other issues. But by and large, Florida voters today said they approve of what they're seeing from Donald Trump.
And Mary, you've been hearing from Democrats in Florida.
Yeah, I've been talking with some top Senate Democratic aides. One just told me Florida is a little too close for them at this point, not feeling very comfortable. Asked what they think of the night overall. 2 words: not great.
That sums it up. We'll be right back.
This is ABC News Live. I'm Dan Harris up in the skybox. When George and the team go to break, we're going to continue our coverage. Let's take a look at the latest information coming in as we watch this historic evening proceed. ABC News can make a projection, as George has reported, in the state of Tennessee, where Marsha Blackburn has defeated her Democratic opponent, a popular former governor. There was some hope among Democrats that Taylor Swift and a popular former governor who had Taylor Swift's support might be able to take a seat from the Republicans, but it is not going to happen according to our projections. Moving on here, we're looking also at the state of West Virginia, where ABC News can project that the incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin will pull out a victory in a deep red state. This is a man who has been described as you heard during the main broadcast, President Trump's closest Democratic friend in the United States Congress. This is where things stand in the House right now. The Democrats need to take 23 seats. They need a net gain of 23 seats in order to take control back from the Republicans. Thus far, in this early state in the evening, they have picked up 2 seats. Things are still early in the game, but only 2 seats at this point. This is a big night for social media, high engagement. So let's get it over to ABC's Kenneth Moton, who's running point on that beat tonight. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
Dan, we're monitoring states where there is a fight right now to keep the polls open longer. ABC News is reporting that there are 6 states, Alabama, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, North Carolina, and Texas, that have extended some locations in those states. And again, we know there are lawyers who are in court right now trying to fight many of those secretaries of state to keep the polls open in a number of places where there were polling issues. And if you look behind me here, I can show you that these are the people using the hashtag #IVoted. You can just see it just light up across the country here, where those people are using that hashtag, because we know that there's a lot of high voter turnout when it comes to this midterm election. Let me just show you, moving on here, there are people like Andrew Gillum, who's in that tight race in Florida for the governor's race, who says, stay in line. If you were in line by 7 p.m., you're allowed to vote. If you have problems, call that number right there, hashtag bring it on. Moving on, let me show you Beto O'Rourke, also in a tight race with Senator Ted Cruz in Texas saying, if you're in line, stay in line, Dan. So a number of candidates out there who are in those tight races telling folks to stay in line.
Stay in line, the trending hashtag tonight. Kenneth Moten, thank you. We'll be coming back to you a lot during the course of the evening. As we said, this evening is still young. Before we send it back to George, let's take a look at another race that we can project. In Illinois, the governor's race, J.B. Pritzker, the wealthy venture capitalist, he is projected to take that seat. He's a Democrat, beating the Republican governor, Bruce Rauner. This is ABC News Live. As we said, every time George and the team go to a break, we're going to pick up the coverage. For now, though, let's get it back to George from here in the Skybox.
Back now at ABC News election headquarters here in New York. Let's take a look at where things stand now in the House and the Senate. So far, the Democrats have picked up 2 seats in the House. They need 23 to take control. In the Senate so far, a good night for Republicans. They've actually extended their majority, picking up 1 seat, the Indiana Senate seat of Joe Donnelly. That's the state in the House and the Senate so far. I want to check in also on governor's races. We haven't talked too much yet about the Georgia governor's race. I want to go to Steve Osunsami in Atlanta, Georgia, where Stacey Abrams, the Democrat, had a bid to become the first African-American governor of the state of Georgia, first African-American female governor in the country. But so far, at least, she is trailing badly behind the Secretary of State, the Georgia Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. Steve.
There are still people in line. They just announced this a second ago after singing the national anthem and singing the black national anthem, that there are people in line in some of the largest counties, in Fulton County here and in Gwinnett County, which is north of here. Some polling locations have been extended till 10 p.m. I will say that the mood here is that they are preparing for the long haul. We listen in on some of the campaign calls over the weekend. They're expecting a runoff, most likely tonight, and are lawyered up, preparing to sue Brian Kemp and to sue the counties to extend early voting, because if there is a runoff in this election, that would take place on December 4th. There are more than 2 candidates in this race. There's also a Libertarian candidate. One person has to get above 50% or above. Because of the polling on this, they're expecting this. Despite these numbers that you're reporting, they're expecting this to be very, very tight, and that we could be possibly not getting an answer to who's going to win this election or what's going to happen here till tomorrow morning.
Of course, there's only a runoff if neither candidate breaks 50% there. Of course, we keep an eye on it. We do have something coming in right now. It's the governor of Illinois. It's a switch for the Democrats. J.B. Pritzker has defeated the incumbent Republican Bruce Rauner. J.B. Pritzker, billionaire venture capitalist, close ally of President Obama, has become governor of the state of Florida. And Chris Christie, state of Illinois. I had Florida on my mind. Chris Christie, big win there for J.B. Pritzker. Rauner had he was a businessman, never quite found his footing in that seat.
Bruce just never listened to people about how to try to work with the Democratic legislature to try to bring people together and get things. He didn't get a budget passed for years. You just can't do that. When you're a Republican who wins in a blue state, you've got to work with the Democratic legislature and get things done. Bruce never learned to do that, and tonight he's paying the price.
Matthew Dowd, the Democrats really hoping that these governor's races in the Midwest become their new base.
Yeah, and obviously Illinois is a Democratic state. Hillary Clinton carried it heavy. And I think that they're watching Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. They've already secured Pennsylvania. I think that Iowa is an open state. I think that's where the Democrats, if they have a really good night, if they have a good night in any part of this, it's going to be in those governor's races.
We have some other results coming in the Senate. We have the Minnesota Senate race, Democrat Amy Klobuchar, Senator Amy Klobuchar, cruising to re-election there in the state of Minnesota. She's talked about as a possible 2020 candidate as well. In the state of New Mexico, Senator Martin Heinrich will get his second term. He defeated a contractor, Mick Rich, there in the state. He's going to defeat. He's behind right there, but we project that Martin Heinrich will win the Senate seat in the state of New Mexico. In New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has won re-election. We project that she will win in the state of New York. And in the state of Wisconsin, Senator Tammy Baldwin will be re-elected in the state of Wisconsin. Stephanie Cutter, Democratic strategist, joining us as well. The women Democrats tonight doing pretty well.
They are. And I think that we can see across the board that women are turning out. However, I think the women are turning out. I think men aren't going to Democrats at as high of a margin as we originally thought. There's still a lot left out there. But for the senators in blue states, they're winning handedly. We still have a lot of competitive
races. How do you explain, though, the fact that the House doesn't seem to be coming in quite the way the Democrats hoped?
I think my explanation really is that these are largely suburban districts. Many were toss-ups, many were lean Republican. I think women are turning out in these suburbs, but men are supporting Donald Trump for a good reason, the economy. And they don't want to change that up. And I think that's not something that we had projected.
Abby Hudson.
You can't underestimate the power that the president has when he lands in these states, and we've seen him travel just recently in the last few days, a number of states a day. You look at states like Tennessee and Indiana, where Republicans are doing better than people were expecting. And I think what he does is he riles up his base. He reminds them why he won and why he needs people on his team to fulfill his agenda. So I think it's more effective when he's on the ground. They're bringing the candidates on stage than people give him credit for.
Terry Moran, Stephanie also hit on a point that perhaps we haven't talked about enough tonight. The economy. The economy is going absolute gangbusters right now. That could be working for Republicans.
It usually would, and we were distracted to some degree by what Donald Trump shifted the debate to on immigration. But one other thing about Donald Trump, he tells a story at these rallies, a story of American greatness that I think a lot of people plug into. And Democrats talk about health care. What's the story they're telling about our country?
And the story, the president is telling a story. It looks like a lot of people are also willing to overlook some of the president's rhetoric, the things that he says that aren't true.
Well, and it is women who we expected to see tonight to be leaving because of that rhetoric. But, you know, you go back to Donald Trump in these rallies, he says, no one knows these crowds like I do. And he is expecting that to illustrate, to reflect itself tonight, these thousands and thousands of people that we've seen in these rallies there.
A lot more vote to count. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Dan Harris up in the skybox as we continue our coverage on ABC News Live. As has been discussed by George and the team, one of the hottest races at this point that people are watching so closely because it is so close. Two big races in the state of Florida, which always seems to get a lot of attention this time of year, every 2 years. And ABC's Whit Johnson, my co-anchor on Weekend GMA, is right there in Tallahassee watching both the governor's race and the Senate race. Whit, what are you hearing and seeing?
Well, Dan, if there was any concern here at Gillum headquarters about the early returns and not enough votes for their candidate, you wouldn't know it. It truly is a party here at Florida A&M University. People are cheering when they see some of the results come up on the TV screens behind us, but it is definitely an uphill battle. Florida always a dramatic race and close races with the history of that happening here. If you go back to 2016, President Trump beat Hillary Clinton by just over 1%. In 2012, Obama beat Mitt Romney by just about 1%. The last two governor's races here decided by about 1% going for Rick Scott. Now, what's been interesting is we've been watching our primetime coverage and some of the exit polling, and what people are saying are the serious issues here. A lot of people talking about health care in the state of Florida. Of course, there is a retiring, aging community here in this state, and so what Republicans have done to try to counteract the Democratic message on health care is they have been strong, saying that we will protect pre-existing conditions. We will protect Medicare. That's been a message that we've seen from Republican gubernatorial candidate Ron DeSantis. Compare that to Andrew Gillum, who's been pushing more of a Bernie Sanders type Medicare for all message. And when we've been talking to voters here, even those who maybe weren't as sure about President Donald Trump, they weren't fully on board with that. And they were happy with the way the economy was going here in the state of Florida. Low unemployment rate that over the past few months has been tracking lower than the national rate. The other thing that I'm going to be looking for, forgive me, we're actually seeing some more information coming. One thing that I'd like to see here more as we get information is the demographics. Those people who actually showed up to the polls. Democrats were hoping that they can get some gains within the African-American community and with the youth vote. Those groups have been historically dormant during major elections, and so we're waiting to see that, and also the Hispanic vote here in Florida, which has changed in recent years with tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans coming here after Hurricane Maria. So waiting to get more information on that, but as expected, razor-thin margin here in the ultimate swing state. Dan.
4 minutes. Wick Johnson reporting in from Tallahassee. Wick, great job. Thank you very much. We brought in a ringer now for a little analysis on this very, very busy night. My ABC News colleague, Meghan McCain. Great to see you. Happy Election Day. How do you think?
Election Day.
I know. So do I, actually.
I love it. I love it. It's like the Super Bowl.
It is like the Super Bowl for nerds.
I was very nostalgic this morning. It's my first election day without my dad, and I was so... Is everything okay back there?
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
Our crew is
We're on
just
digital.
asking for
It's the internet.
asking for a new battery. But this is the first election day since your dad
and I
passed.
was very nostalgic this morning, and I put a picture up on my Twitter of my dad taking me to the polls when I'm 15 days old, and it's just weird, and I still get as excited as I did when I was younger, and it's just democracy in action, and I think everyone should take a pause no matter where you're from and just know that we live in such an incredible country where we have control over our future right before our eyes, and I think that's important to remember tonight.
100% agree, and that's why people love wearing those I voted stickers. And I know a lot of Americans think this. It's been a few months at this point, but condolences to you on the passing of your dad, who many Americans admire.
It's weird to be back at work. It's weird to do election night, but it's also, I'm so sorry, sir. Is everything okay?
Yes, we're having a little bit of camera issues, but everything's just fine. Don't worry about it. Actually, there's a camera right over there that has us.
Set, so. Yeah.
We're actually on both of these cameras, so
how
don't worry
beautiful
about
is
it.
this studio,
The set is beautiful. Let me ask you, as somebody who grew up in a staunchly Republican family, how do you feel the Republicans are doing thus far? I know it's early, but how do you think they're doing thus far?
Much better than expected. I'm really surprised by the Marsha Blackburn, as high up as she is right now. It looks like around 30 points. That was supposed to be neck and neck. It just
Tennessee
shows the
race.
Tennessee race. It just shows the power of Trump. She is full Trump. She's one of the first women to come out and support Trump. She goes to the White House often. She goes on the campaign trail with him often. Her rhetoric is very Trumpian in nature, and it's supposed to be neck and neck, and she's 30 points ahead. So right now, the blue wave, if I were a Democrat, I implore Democrats to show prudence before tonight anyway, but it looks like the blue wave may be less strong than anticipated.
How do things look in your home state of Arizona? There, it's very early still, but what's your sense about whether the Democrat Kristen Sinema can pick that seat up?
Well, I was just texting with my mother about it, and this race is crazy for a lot of different reasons. Number one, no matter what happens, there will be a female Republican senator from Arizona, first time in history. So that's
female senator, Republican or Democrat. We don't know
or
which.
Democrat.
Yes.
First woman ever to be a senator from Arizona, which is fantastic for a lot of different reasons. I've been following this race really closely. Obviously, it's my home state. It shouldn't be as close as it is, given Martha McSally's background, because she has a great record. She was an Air Force pilot. She was one of the first people to pass legislation to make sure that women didn't have to wear burqas when they were in the military and went to Saudi Arabia. She's a really great candidate on paper, but Kristen Sinema, she used to be this sort of radical code pink activist, and she's really turned into a more moderate in Congress, and she's really giving McSally a run for her money.
We're going to be watching that race, among others. I'm being told they need you back downstairs, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You can head this way.
It's so fun up here.
Come back up later on.
I'm happy to come. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it. Let's go back inside the skybox here. We've got just a few seconds. I just want to remind you there are 6 states that have extended voting because there are so many people online. Those states are Georgia, Illinois. Sorry, so many people in line. The hashtag is stay in line. Georgia, Illinois, Alabama, North Carolina, Indiana, and Texas, all states that have extended their polling hours because there are so many people in line. The hashtag stay in line is trending right now. If you're watching us while you're in line, even if the polls have closed, you still have the right to vote. That's an important thing to know. Again, as George and the team resume their coverage, know this: every time they toss to a commercial break, we're going to swoop in and continue the coverage. For now, though, from the skybox, this is Dan Harris. Here's George.
Back here at ABC News Election Headquarters here in New York, 9:30 in the East. That's a look at what's happening in the Senate so far. Republicans have picked up 1 seat in the Senate, the seat of Joe Donnelly in the state of Indiana. Let's take a look at the House. Democrats so far have picked up 2 seats in the House. They need 23 to take control. It's coming in slowly for the Democrats, not as quickly as they had hoped. We do have some more House races coming in. We don't, not to project, we want to show you what's happening right there. They're in the state of Florida, District 26. Debbie Mercosio-Powell is up against the incumbent Republican, Congressman Carlos Curbelo. He's seeking a 3rd term. Donna Brazil, this is one Democrats have high hopes for.
Look, Democrats put a lot of resources in this race. The night is still young, George, and while many people believe that Democrats can overcome the hurdles of gerrymandering, many of these seats are very difficult to win. They should be called reserve seats because they're so red. Democrats need to not only get out their vote, but also attract independents and to get millennials. And in some places, Democrats will win. In some places, it's going to be a very difficult hurdle.
Also looking at the state of Virginia, where the Democrat Elaine Luria is up against the incumbent Congressman Scott Taylor. She is leading right now. This is part of a pattern we've seen on the Democratic side. Martha, retired Navy commander.
Retired Navy commander, but she is running against the incumbent, who is a retired Navy SEAL. So got kind of the battle of the Navy going there. She's from ship. She's an engineer. She's a very, very smart woman. But it's unclear whether she was able to capitalize on a kind of a mini scandal with Scott Taylor about some signatures he was, some of his people were trying to get, apparently, signing on to independents to challenge her. One fun fact about this, Luria voted for Taylor in the primary and the general election in 2016. She's running against him now. She's doing fairly well. Trump, of course, in this district won by a very slim margin, but a big, big military community.
What a difference 2 years makes. Mary Bruce, this is a race the Democrats had identified they really thought they're going to win.
Yeah, and so far, look, Democrats have not been seeing a lot of those races that they were looking for turning their way. But it is early. But that wave that they were expecting, you're not seeing that crest just yet. But keep in mind what states they're still keeping a close eye on. Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, a lot of those races that Democrats are closely watching, we still are waiting to hear.
Waiting to hear that. We're also waiting to hear from the state of North Carolina, where Dan McCready, an Iraq war veteran and Democrat, is up against the Mark Harris, the Southern Baptist patch. You see, that is very close as well, Martha. This is another toss-up, but one Republicans felt they had a little bit of a better handle.
They did. The district hasn't been represented by a Democrat in 55 years. Mark Harris, a Southern Baptist preacher. He's very leaning full into Trump. Dan McCready, the Iraq war veteran, he touts his Christian roots, saying he was baptized while in Iraq. With water from the Euphrates River.
Waiting for New Jersey to come in, one of the key races there in the state of New Jersey. Andy Kim, the Democrat, up against the incumbent Republican Tom MacArthur. He's seeking a third term. MacArthur leading right now, a lot of vote yet to come in. John Carl, Tom MacArthur was an architect of the tax bill, not popular in the state of New Jersey.
No, but and Republicans were worried going tonight that there could be a bloodbath in New Jersey. I had one Republican operative tell me you could see a situation where they lost all their House seats. That's not happening. That is not happening. We've seen Chris Smith won. That was a safe district, and we see MacArthur with a lead there.
Chris Christie, of the incumbent Republicans in danger in New Jersey, is MacArthur the one who has the best shot?
MacArthur will be the strongest. It's the strongest district of the ones that are in play. CD2, which was Frank LoBiondo, who has retired, that one will probably be lost tonight to Jeff Van Drew, a Democratic state senator. And the one to really watch tonight, I think, about whether Democrats are going to get a majority or not, is the 7th district. That's Leonard Lance against Tom Malinowski. There has been a ton of money spent there. Lance is a long time. His father was a legislator. His grandfather was a legislator. His father wrote the New Jersey Constitution. He's the Republican against Malinowski, who is a very talented candidate. Whoever wins that one, I think, may tell us a lot about who's going to win the House.
Let's go back to Nate Silver right now. What are you seeing in your forecast now as this vote is coming in?
So we are waiting for calls. We're in a bit of a holding pattern like the rest of the country, I think. There are a few races. Mike Kaufman's district in Colorado, for example, is a likely Democratic pickup. We have not called it yet. There are a couple in Virginia where Democrats are up by a percentage point or so, but 90% plus of the vote is in. I don't know if you can pull up the graphic. We do show a graphic that shows the range of uncertainty in the outlook. So you've gone from 30-something Democratic pickups to 20-something, but there is still a big range. It is ultimately about calling seats and picking up seats. There are going to be some called, I would think, in the next half hour or so. But it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long, but just as we compare to where we were at the beginning of the night, are you now, from what we've seen come in so far, even though a lot has not come in, I think coming into the night, you saw the average Democratic pickup was, what, 38?
36.
36 seats.
Yeah, that's a range from 20 to 55, and we'll probably wind up within that range, and that's narrowed a little bit. But what's happened is that the opportunity for Democrats to win in very Trump-leaning areas, they thought they could pick up a seat in West Virginia, for example. That was called very early against Ojeda, the Democrat. If you asked me to bet, and our model does make bets, it would say more likely than not they get there in the suburbs. They maybe get there a little bit out west. I mean, California is going to be a big part of the story. But the really big blue wave, where they win 45 seats, you have to go deep into Trump territory, and they haven't really won any of those races yet.
Yeah, Tom, go to your board, because we can see it right there. You see all those red check marks on the board of the states that have come in early.
You see them all here. Florida, they're still performing well. Republicans did very well in Florida, only losing so far 27. We're still holding out in 26. But, George, the other thing we have to talk about here, we're still waiting on 85 races. There are several races in California where Democrats think they're going to do well. There are races in Texas that Democrats feel they can pick up some seats. We still have Michigan. We still have seats in New Jersey. And, of course, we haven't even talked about Pennsylvania yet. Redistricting there is going to help Democrats.
Matthew Dowd, you talked about Florida in 2000. If we're waiting for California House seats, we could be waiting a month.
Yeah, because it's a huge chunk of those are ballots by mail. They have to count them over days and days and days and days. If we get to California and the Democrats that are at 20 seats are net 19 seats, we could be here 10 days from now.
Okay, for right now, let's take a look at the big state of Florida. Tom, let's pull up the Florida Senate race, because we're going to keep an eye on that all night long right now. Still close there in the state of Florida, the biggest prize of the night.
George, this has gotten really, really interesting. So, Scott, look, we have all these people voting. We're at 3.8 million. And what's it come down to right now is about 60,000 votes an hour ago. Scott's picked that up he's opened the margin only by 4,000 votes, but that's what we're talking about. It's so close, and it has come down to Broward and Miami-Dade County. I've been checking all over the state to see how some of the other bellwethers were doing, and Nelson's doing well, like places like St. Lucie, Pinellas County. He's winning all these bellwethers, so he should be doing okay. The problem is he's overperforming in Broward County. He's underperforming in Miami-Dade. Overall in South Florida, when we talk about Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade County, Rick Scott's doing better than President Trump did, and President Trump won this state. So it may have paid off, to go and campaign and tell people in Puerto Rico he cared about them, to break with the president on gun control after Parkland. Those things may have helped Scott, but this race is still so tight. And when we talk about Broward County, and I think it's going to come down to Broward or Miami-Dade, 83% reporting. We still have 17% left there and 9% in Miami-Dade.
Okay, what are you seeing in Florida, David?
Well, I think the most important thing to look at Florida is Donald Trump's approval rating. He won by 100,000 votes, as we know, so close, a little more than 1% 2 years ago. 51%, more than half of the voters who turned out in Florida say they approve of President Trump's job performance. But Rick Scott, as you know, was an early supporter of Donald Trump, and I was down there after the hurricane, and he took a break from campaigning, and he did not want to talk about the campaign. He wanted to make it clear that it was about the response, and Cecilia alluded to this earlier. They're concerned on both sides of this about the displaced Puerto Rican, the American citizens from Puerto Rico who were there after that Hurricane Maria, and of course the hurricanes this year. Rick Scott's been very careful about distancing himself from the president in moments when he needs to, but then embracing the president in other moments. And I've got to say, they've got to be happy within the Scott camp when they look at these approval ratings. Donald Trump is still very well liked in a state that he's adopted as his home state.
We're hearing from the White House right now. Sarah Sanders came out and spoke with reporters just a couple of minutes ago. I think we have the tape ready. Let's take a look.
I think James Carville said it best when he said anybody that was anticipating a blue wave tonight's not going to get it. Maybe you get a ripple, but I certainly don't think that there's a blue wave. Sarah, behind
you.
Sarah, turn around.
Cecilia Vega, the people in the White House feeling a lot better right now than they did going into today.
George, leading up to tonight, every White House official, senior White House official, and even Republicans on Capitol Hill were convinced that the House would fall to the Democrats. They were heading into this night thinking that this was their loss, that essentially tomorrow morning they would be backed into a corner facing things like investigation and the big other I word, impeachments. You heard it there from Sarah Sanders. Now she's sounding a little more like Nancy Pelosi was today, saying we've got this in the bag.
Okay, we do have another result coming in right now. It comes from the state of Pennsylvania, where Congressman Conor Lamb, Democrat, he is switching. He is going to win right there his race against Congressman Keith Rothfus. Of course, he won a special election earlier in the year, but then had to run in a new district after the state Supreme Court threw out the old districts. And John Carl looks like he's going to win pretty handily there. Third pickup for the Democrats.
He's going to win. He was expected to win. Frankly, his runoff, his special election race was tougher than this one, but another pickup. And remember, if the Democrats are going to win control of the House, they have to basically clean up in Pennsylvania, especially with what we've seen happen in Florida. They've got to do very well in Pennsylvania.
Coach Roberts, that is so true, especially the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Absolutely. And this is, again, a place where the redistricting makes all the difference. Most of these states we're looking at have huge Republican advantages in these districts. That's why it's been so tough all along. But Pennsylvania redistricted in favor of the Democrats, and the courts upheld it, and now you're seeing that they're likely to do well there. But that's why this is so important in terms of these gubernatorial races as well, George, because the Democrats have really bad seats drawn for them all around the country.
And Terry Moran, you're seeing two different kinds of Democrats running this year. Some very progressive running. Others like Connor Lamb running as down the line, middle of the road Democrats.
And that is the fight that's coming in the Democratic Party. If this wave does turn into a ripple or less, that is going to be a big fight that they will have.
Another switch in the state of Pennsylvania. Democrat Mary Gay Scanlon has defeated Pearl Kim. That is another switch there for the Democrats right now. John Carl just said it. Donna Brazil, Pennsylvania is the place where Democrats have to score big.
There's no question. These districts are now fair for Democrats. I think Democrats are going to do very well in Pennsylvania 10. Pennsylvania 16. I spent time in Pennsylvania, Georgia. I found myself one morning in Paola, and I kept saying, where the hell am I? And they said Chester County. This is an area where Democrats outside of Philadelphia, they're looking to pick up seats. I think we're going to see a lot of women pick up those seats for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
I know Paola real well. That's where my wife was born and raised. And it is a really Republican swingy district. I think the biggest one, those two we just called were layups for the Democrats after redistricting. The one you really have to look at is CD1. Because you got an incumbent Congressman Fitzpatrick who is there, who's been popular. It's going to be a very close race. If Fitzpatrick loses, then you're going to really see the Democrats, I think, run the table in Pennsylvania. If he doesn't, that may be another one of those seats like CD7 in New Jersey, where it's going to show that's where they came up short.
Stephanie Carter, this has become a battle of attrition for the House.
Well, I do want to remind everybody that we have most of the country out, and there are a lot of House seats out there that are extremely competitive that are now going to start to come in. We're starting to see Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and, you know, Democrats are still favored to win the House. So I want us to take a deep breath on this. However, it is much harder than anybody thought.
I love when my friends from the Democratic Party are saying it's going to be a long night. That's really good for Republicans, George.
Let's talk to Eva Pilgrim in Philadelphia. Eva.
George, yeah, there's a real opportunity for Democrats here in Pennsylvania. We've seen those two returns come in, but there could be as many as 6 seats really up for grabs for Democrats here in the state of Pennsylvania. It's because of that redistricting. These districts look completely different than they did before, and the Democratic Party telling us before this night that they really, really looked at these districts and actively recruited candidates from these areas with real roots from these areas to run in this area so that they could potentially win these 6 seats. If they could get 6 seats in Pennsylvania, that would put a real dent in that 23 that they need to make this flip. The other big story here in Pennsylvania, it's a big night for women. We have seen already Mary Gay Scanlon win. There are potentially 3 other women from Pennsylvania that could tomorrow morning wake up as Congresswomen. At this point, before tonight, there were no women going to Congress.
Eva, sorry about that. That was the chime. That means there is another switch is coming from the state of Colorado, where Jason Crow, former Army Ranger, has defeated Congressman Mike Coffman there in the state of Colorado. Martha Raddatz, again, a veteran.
A veteran defeating a 5-term congressman, Republican, a former Army Ranger, served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He is a first-time candidate. He wasn't even considering a run until Trump won, and it looks like he did it tonight.
Nate, so we're going to have to go to a break right now, but still everything coming in for the Democrats, what they needed.
Yeah, they are getting what they needed. They're not getting any more than they need, so their margin's a lot thinner. We don't have the Coffman call yet in our model. That will help Dems a bit. That's maybe their best pickup so far. They've won all the layups. They've won all the likely Democratic races. There's been no gigantic surprises. They haven't, again, won a lot of key toss-ups yet, and so that means it's going to be like kind of a slog.
Okay, we'll take a quick break.
Hey guys, it's Dan Harris up in the Skybox. Continue our coverage on ABC News Live. As Nate Silver just said, this night is turning into something of a slog. Let's take a look at some of the latest numbers. Colorado governor, we can now make a projection. You heard the team talking about this. Jared Polis will be the next governor of Colorado. He is the first openly gay man to win a governor's seat. He's a 5-term congressman. He's also the first governor in a same-sex marriage. We're making another projection projection in the state of Pennsylvania. This one, as the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, described, is a bit of a layup for Democrats, but Connor Lamb projected to win in what will be a switch. In other words, he's taking a seat from the Republicans. Moving on now, we have a look at where things stand in the battle for the Senate. Coming into tonight, this was an uphill battle for the Democrats because the map is very favorable to Republicans. Democrats need a net gain of 2 seats in order to regain control of the Senate. Thus far, it's the Republicans who have a net gain of 1. And one other board to look at here. Thus far, here's where things stand in the House of Representatives. The Democrats need to take 23 seats. At this point, it's a net gain of 5 seats. As Stephanie Cutter just said, the night is young, as Chris Christie shot back. However, when the Democrats are saying it's going to be a long night, that probably means it's going to be a good night for the Democrats. Though here is a really interesting race. This is a race that a lot of people have said could be a bellwether for how tonight is going to turn out overall. This is House District 7 in the state of Virginia. Abigail Spanberger is a former CIA agent, and she's running against the incumbent Congressman Republican Dave Bratt. Thus far, 97% of the precincts reporting incredibly close race, but Spanberger with a slight lead. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this one. Few seconds to go here. Let's just get it over to ABC's Kenneth Moten, who's looking at social media. Kenneth, what are you seeing? Just a few seconds
Dan,
here.
Stay in line, stay in line. We're seeing a number of tweets. Let me get right to the board here. Marco Rubio telling people, look, stay in line. Only 2 hours left to vote in most of Florida. We've been talking about Miami-Dade area on our main broadcast there, and so they know it. Ava DuVernay, the celebrity, still chiming in, telling people not only vote, but hashtag stay in line. So a big movement there on social media, Dan.
Kenneth Moten, thank you. We've got a few seconds to go. I just want to remind you as we head back downstairs to George and the rest of the team that when they say, hey, we're going to take a break, that doesn't mean here on ABC News Live we're taking a break. We're going to continue our coverage from up here in the skybox. For now, I'm Dan Harris. Here's George.
Back now at ABC News headquarters here in New York, midterm elections 2018. What you're looking at right there is what we're seeing in the House so far tonight. So far, Democrats have picked up 5 seats in the House. They need 23 to take control. Let's look at the Senate. So far, the Republicans have extended their majority in the Senate. They picked up that seat of Joe Donnelly in the state of Indiana. They have extended their majority by 1, but a lot of vote yet to come in here in the midterm elections tonight. I want to take a look now at the Florida governor's race. Tom Yamas, why don't you go back to the board up there? This one is so close right now. The Senate race is close as well. What are we seeing here?
So, George, the first thing that jumped out at me, we've been tracking both the Florida governor's race and the Florida Senate race, both very close. The difference right now between Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis is nearly 100,000 votes. Still very, very close, but that margin is larger than what's in the Democratic Senate race with Nelson. The conventional wisdom was that Gillum was going to excite the party. He was going to excite Democrats. He would actually lift Nelson. Right now, Nelson's doing slightly better than he is in the state. When you look at the state, Democrats are doing well where they need to be doing well. Like we said earlier, Gillum, like Nelson, he's overperforming in Broward, not doing as well in Miami-Dade, but they're still up there. And the big question remains, what happens in Broward and Miami-Dade County? I still believe this race is going to come down. Both the Senate race and the governor's race is going to come down to South Florida, both Broward and Miami-Dade. And also, George, you got to remember, there's another House race we're watching, Florida 26, Representative Carlos Curbelo. The one thing all these races have in common, Hillary Clinton won in these districts, and that's why we're watching them so closely.
Keep an eye on that. We have another result in the governor's, and that is the state of Colorado, where Congressman Jared Polis has defeated Walker Stapleton there in the state of Colorado. Jared Polis becoming the first governor of the United States who is actually in a same-sex marriage. Stephanie Cutter, we're seeing a very diverse array of candidates on the Democratic side.
We are, and I think that's a good thing for the party, a good thing for the country. Jared Polis ran a great race in Colorado. That was a race really defined by local issues that matter to the people of Colorado. It's an important pickup, and it's an important race for us to have. You know, I think Walker Stapleton, the Republican that ran in that race, never really caught on. It became an issue that he wasn't born in Colorado. It was a very localized race, and it's a great win.
And of course, Colorado always an important state in presidential elections as well. Let's dive into the House a little bit more right now. I want to look at the raw vote coming in from the state of Pennsylvania. There you see Chrissy Houlihan running in District 6 up against Greg McCauley. Martha, I keep coming back to the same thing.
And there's
Another
a reason.
Air Force veteran.
Another veteran with a very strong showing here. Let me give you a couple of things here. There are about 200 military veterans running for Congress. Incumbents 63, Republicans 102, Democrats 62, male 188, female 12. Chrissy Houlihan is one of those 12.
Donna Brazile, you campaigned for?
I went to Paola. No.
Paoli, not Paola.
Okay.
My mother-in-law will yell at me if I let that get wrong. Come on.
Look, Martha said it. She's one of many veterans that's running across the country. She ran on education, health care. When I was up there in Pennsylvania, people turned out to support her. She is really one of the brightest stars in the new Democratic horizon.
I talked to her just a couple of weeks ago, and she felt very confident. She was sticking very much to the issues up there, and, of course, her service.
Of course, this is one the Democrats have to win.
Well, and also to take the big picture of Pennsylvania, we have 6 potential pickups left for Democrats. Right now, we're tracking the Democrats are leading in all 6 of those. One's very, very tight, just a handful of votes, but they are tracking to do very well in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we've got another one coming in Pennsylvania right now, Pennsylvania 7. Let's take a look. Actually, this is different. We now have a result coming in, and this is from the state of Minnesota, where Democrat Dean Phillips is a projected winner there in the 3rd district of Minnesota, defeating the incumbent Congressman Eric Paulson, seeking a 6th term. This is a Republican in a district won by Clinton, so another Clinton district coming back home, Cecilia Vega to the Democrats.
And a Republican that kept his distance from Trump, and we were looking for potentially a lot of women defections in these suburbs there. This is the Twin Cities suburbs, a highly educated district with a long history of electing Republican moderates there.
We were just going to pull up state of Pennsylvania. Let's go back to Pennsylvania right there, where you see Susan Wild up against Marty Norstein. The vote coming in there again. Wide lead so far, but we're not ready to project that. And then next door in the state of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, former Navy pilot, prosecutor, up against the state assemblyman Jay Weber. Mikey Sherrill, bright star, Chris Christie for the Democrats.
That's my congressional district, George. Long held by Rodney Frelinghuysen, who retired. Mikey Sherrill raised more money, $7 million, than any congressional candidate in New Jersey history. I got 3 pieces of mail from her in the last 10 days. So that's how much money she had to spend. Unfortunately, no, George.
It's persuadable.
It didn't work, but she raised an enormous amount of money. Again, a veteran and a former federal prosecutor.
And you brought up Rodney Frelinghuysen. He's kind of really a dying breed in the Northeast, moderate Republicans.
It's unfortunate because Rodney represented that district for a long time. His father before that for many years. And Rodney was a guy who I think really just got tired of all the contentiousness in Washington. He was chairman of Appropriations Committee, and he retired as chairman of Appropriations.
Part of the reason Democrats are in hunt because of so many retirements. We do have another switch right now. It's from the state of Kansas, red state of Kansas, where Sharice Davids has defeated incumbent Congressman Kevin Yoder, who is seeking a 5th term, a pickup for the Democrats in the state of Kansas. And Stephanie Cutter, actually, let me start out with Cecilia first. Again, we talk about the range of diversity on the Democratic Party. What a story she is.
Oh, completely. She is openly gay, Native American, now making her the very first Native American woman in Congress. And I should say this comes at a time where President Trump is using this phrase repeatedly, Pocahontas. This was a Republican in a district that Clinton narrowly won. And Trump had tweeted for the Republican in there saying that he was strong on crime and borders.
Democrats have picked up 7 seats. They need 23 to take control. We're going to take a break.
Up in the skybox, our coverage here on ABC News Live continues even when George and the team go to a break. I want to start off by pointing out something that my colleague, ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas, just put out on our internal email list. He pointed out that this is an evening where, whatever side you're on, there is some good news for American democracy, which is, thus far, there is no evidence of unusual hacking or widespread disinformation on social media. There was a lot of concern about that issue heading into these midterms thus far, and the night is reasonably young. Thus far, nothing to be too concerned about yet, per our ABC's Pierre Thomas, who works the Justice Department and has done so for many years. We've been talking a lot tonight about the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where there are a bunch of seats open after a redistricting, a court-ordered redistricting in that state. There are a bunch of seats that the Democrats are hoping to take. Thus far, the Democrats have taken a few of them. So let's check in now with my colleague and friend, ABC's Eva Pilgrim, who's the co-anchor of Weekend GMA, alongside me and Whit Johnson. You're at the headquarters for Mary Gay Scanlon. She has just been projected to be a winner. Tell us about what's going on there and the other races we're waiting to hear on.
Yeah, so they were just cheering here just moments ago, and every time they see a Democrat projected to win, this crowd goes just absolutely mad. Now, Mary Gay Scanlon is one of those races where we were looking at it and saying it should go to the Democrats. Now, that seat had been held by a Republican previously, Pat Meehan, who actually resigned amid sexual harassment allegations. But because of this redistricting, this district favored the Democrats so much more, and that's something that we are seeing play out here in Pennsylvania. 5 of the races that we are watching that are potential flips look like they are in the favorable position for Democrats at this hour, as the votes are still coming in. We are still waiting for those full numbers, but at this point it's looking pretty positive for those Democrats. They have the opportunity to pick up about 6 seats here in Pennsylvania, and it's because of that court-ordered redistricting. Dan, these districts look so dramatically different than they did in the last election, and because of that, the Democrats should get seats here. They should be able to flip seats here. How many they're able to flip will be the question tonight.
Well, at least where you are, we can hear behind you the enthusiasm clearly quite high. But as we keep saying, a lot more votes to be counted as this night progresses. ABC's Eva Pilgrim on the ground in Pennsylvania, Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. We appreciate it. Let's take a look at some other results that are coming in on this election night. This will give you a sense of where the battle for the House is as of right now. The Democrats need to gain 23 in order to retake the House of Representatives. As of right now, they've taken 7. But many races in many big states, including California, have not yet come in. This is a big race out of the state of Minnesota, where the projected winner, according to ABC News, is Dean Phillips in District 3 in Minnesota. He's just won a House race there, which he has taken a seat from the Republicans, so that's a big deal. And in Colorado, Jason Crow is the projected winner in District 6. So another seat for the Democrats on this night, where the question is, will it be a blue wave or a blue trickle? Here's another seat out of Florida. We mentioned earlier Donna Shalala, a former cabinet secretary under President Bill Clinton, taking a seat where she was running against a former Univision anchor. And this is the seat where we just saw Eva Pilgrim at the victory party for Mary Gay Scanlon, who's now, according to ABC News, projected to win in Pennsylvania District 5. Pennsylvania, of course, another state where, as Eva said, we're expecting potentially some big Democratic wins tonight. Among those, Connor Lamb, who ABC News can project as a winner in a state. Connor Lamb, this is his second run in a very short period of time, because he won a special election a few months ago, then had to turn around and run again because of this redistricting. And another race in Virginia, this is Jennifer Wexton, projected winner. This is a switch from Democrat to Republican, so another significant victory for the Democrats on this night, when, again, the big question is, will the Democrats be able to take the House, maybe even the Senate? We continue our coverage now with ABC's George Stephanopoulos and the rest of the team. Let's head downstairs for them.
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are here at our election headquarters here in New York, and what you see there is the story in the House right now. That is the big story of the night. So far, Democrats have picked up 8 seats. A new one just came in. We're going to call it right now. Democrat Mikey Sherrill in the state of New Jersey has defeated Republican Jay Weber. Your new Congresswoman.
My new Congresswoman. Yep. And listen, Jay was outraised 9-1 in a Republican district. So like I said before, she spent $7 million. Great story. You know, she's a combat veteran. She's a former federal prosecutor. And she worked this district really, George, almost from the time President Trump was elected.
Right. And we have another one coming in right now from the state of Virginia. Big one for the Democrats. Elaine Luria has defeated Scott Taylor in the state of Virginia, Virginia 2. This is one the Democrats, as we said earlier, Martha, had been counting on, had been hoping for.
They certainly have. And we just called 2 female veterans in a row. It shows the power of these women in these races. There are 10 Democratic women running who are veterans running this time around and just got 2 big ones.
Nate, are we seeing anything? Is any of this flipping you yet?
It is, yeah. No, we are seeing now a more equivocal set of districts where you are seeing some tough races called for Democrats. For example, Kansas 3 in the KC suburbs in Virginia. So we're seeing the numbers tick back up where we most likely will see the House Senate split.
So you're saying most likely right now?
They're up to about, I mean, there are calls dropping now very often. But yeah, if we look at this right now, right, we can see the Senate House odds. You see Democrats are back up now to a 7 in 9 chance.
Almost where they began the night.
So it's really kind of come full circle, yeah. In the Senate, Democratic odds took a plunge and never recovered. They were low to begin with. In the House, though, you have seen now, as races are actually called, or projected, as we say, you've seen now it looks more like we might have thought when the evening began.
And we have another one coming in right now. It comes from the state of New York, where Max Rose has defeated the incumbent Congressman Dan Donovan, seeking a 3rd term. Staten Island. John Carl, this was a tougher one for the Democrats.
This was a tougher one. So what we're starting to see, George, is the Democrats winning every race where they were expected to win, and now finally picking up some of those that were more truly toss-up. The one you just called in Virginia, Virginia 2, and this in Staten Island.
In fact, yeah, this was leaning Republican, and our analysis is coming in. David.
Yep. Surprise. Dan Donovan, former prosecutor, former DA, won a good primary. It does a good job out there. This one's a surprise. Republicans are surprised to lose Dan Donovan.
Yep. Yeah, in fact, they had defeated Dan Donovan, had defeated the Michael Grimm, who had a strong endorsement from Donald Trump.
Yep.
They thought he was the strongest candidate. Democrats have taken it. David Muir, let's take a step back and look at what the exit polls are telling us about the House.
Because what we're seeing now is sort of bearing out on what we're seeing in the exit polls. When you're asked, who do you want to control the House? These are our exit polls tonight. Preliminary results. Control the House. 53% of voters who turned out today, look at this, want the Democratic Party to control the House, perhaps as a check on President Trump, because Republicans obviously control everything right now. 43% want it to stick with the Republican Party. When you break it down, men and women heading out to the polls today, 48% of men want the Democrats to control the House. 57% of women, you can see the gap right there. And you were talking about this earlier. As the economy goes, sometimes so goes the House, George, as you pointed out. People do believe the economy is good shape. 67% say excellent or good shape. But look at this. When you break it down, have you felt the effects of this improving economy? Far right of your screen there, 49%, about half of the voters turning out today say they feel exactly the same as they did a couple of years ago.
You know, let me bring this to Matthew Dowd. We saw that 10 points in the generic in our exit poll. Normally, you would think the 10 points would lead to an easy Democratic win, but you've seen a lot of changes in our politics. We become more divided, more polarized, and the effects of gerrymandering.
Well, it's a combination of many things, and to harken back to what I said earlier, and this is another pillar, another battle between geography and demography. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million votes, and she lost the Electoral College. Democrats, from our initial exit polling, have a 10-point generic advantage and are not sweeping away with this because they're running against red geography.
Mary Bruce, Nancy Pelosi came into the night saying she was 100% confident that the Democrats would take control. I think she is, like those in the White House, also now feeling a little bit better than she was at the beginning about what was happening then about an hour ago.
Yeah, I think Democrats are probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief as they see some of these new seats turning their way. And look, Nancy Pelosi, it was a bit of a bold move to come out and say 100% she was certain, but it does seem that the night at least is trending in that direction.
But I also think it's a 100% certain that this is going to be a pretty narrow win if they win. And maybe the thing that's not 100% certain is whether or not Nancy Pelosi will be the Speaker of the House. If this is a very narrow win, very narrow takeover for the Democrats, it's a much harder road for her.
Mary Bruce, we've already seen it. It's a little early tonight to get to that, but we'll come back to this whole idea. You have seen several of these Democrats, including some who've won, like Connor Lamb, say they're not going to support Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, George, 44 Democratic candidates have said that they are not certain about her leading their party. You have 4 of those who have come out and said they are hard nosed against Nancy Pelosi. So whether or not she is the next Speaker of the House, if, and that is a big if, Democrats take the House, will depend on the margin of victory for Democrats and the makeup of the caucus.
Another result is coming in right now, comes from the state of Arizona. It's the governor's race in the state of Arizona, where Governor Doug Ducey has defeated David Garcia, professor of education. He is seeking a second term. He has gotten it. Meghan McCain, your state.
I love him. I'm so excited. You know, if tonight we're obviously looking at the senatorial race, he's a very popular governor. He was expected to be up by at least 10 points. If Martha McSally ends up winning, I think it will be in no small part to this man's popularity in Arizona, and I'm just thrilled, and it's really expected.
Yeah, he kind of walks the balance beam on President Trump.
He's magically a candidate that somehow gets Trump's endorsement and my mother's, so, you know, figure that one out. And, you know, he's really good for Arizona in a lot of different ways.
I see you shaking.
Yeah, no, listen, Doug Ducey, incredibly talented candidate and has been a really good governor. And the thing about what Meghan said is absolutely true. We're not ready to call anything yet, but if Martha McSally wins, she has better got a big thank you note to Doug Ducey. Because Doug Ducey is going to carry her over the finish line.
He will have dragged her over the finish line.
Let's go next door to the state of Utah, where we're seeing we're going to take a look at the Senate race there, where Mitt Romney is projected to win the Senate race in the state of Utah. Of course, he's the former governor of Massachusetts, or ran the Winter Olympics in Utah. Of course, former presidential candidate as well. Abby Huntsman, that's your state.
We're going to have Mitt Romney in our lives forever, aren't we? So surprisingly, he did not swim right through the primaries. He actually had a runoff, and a lot of people were surprised by that. I've talked to people. I was just in Utah actually last weekend, and his goal is to go in with a lot of the moderate Republicans leaving or retiring. He's hoping to be that adult in the room, sort of that voice to bring the party back. How successful will he be? Who knows? I don't have a whole lot of faith in it today, but that's what he's planning.
Well, that's what he wants to do, Mary Bruce. Let me bring this to you right now, because we said Bob Corker, who's been a frequent Trump critic, has now left the Senate. Jeff Flake also retired from the state of Arizona. Mitt Romney, during the presidential campaign, gave that scathing attack on Donald Trump, was considered for Secretary of State, didn't get it, has somewhat moderated his tone.
Yeah, I mean, Mitt Romney once called the president terribly unfit for office, and now a lot of people on the Hill are looking to Mitt Romney, wondering whether he can fill those shoes, whether he can be that Republican who's going to stand up to the president on so many issues like Corker and Flake have done. But Romney has kind of muted some of his criticism of the president. He said that he will support the president where they agree. He will speak out against him where they do not. So it will be interesting to see how much of a counterweight he is to Trump.
As you were talking, another result is coming in from the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania 6, Chester County, Chrissy Houlihan will win in the state of Pennsylvania, defeated Greg McCauley. You see it right there. So another pickup there for the Democrats as they move on towards the 23 they will need to take control. They have 11 right now. Let's go back to Eva Pilgrim, just outside of Philadelphia in Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. Democrats encouraged as more of these numbers come in.
They are definitely encouraged, and you can hear here in this room, they keep cheering every time one of the Democrats is announced. Right now on the stage, Mary Gay Scanlon is giving her a speech talking about this hard-fought battle. This was, her race at least, was one that we were predicting the Democrats would win. And the Democrats should pick up some of the seats here in Pennsylvania because of that redistricting. The really interesting thing that we're seeing play out here in Pennsylvania is the number of women. There were no congresswomen representing the state of Pennsylvania prior to this, and there's the potential for 4 women to go to Congress from the state of Pennsylvania. And that will be really interesting to watch as it plays out. How many seats will the Democrats be able to pick up here in Pennsylvania? That is the question. But chipping away at that 23 total that they need, George.
Okay, Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. Cokie Roberts are saying, actually, before I call on you, we do have another projection. It's from the state of Texas. And in the Senate race in the state of Texas, where we say now that Ted Cruz will win. He has defeated Congressman Beto O'Rourke in the state of Texas. He's the projected winner right now. Matthew Dowd, your state, Ted Cruz in a red state. It's a close win, but it's a win.
Yeah, it's a win. And, you know, as we talked earlier in the evening, Beto lit the fire of a lot of people, but this is still a very red state. It's moving, the growth of the Latino population, it's moving, and Beto made a game run. It probably will lose in single digits when the end of the night is in, which is the first time a Democrat has got that close in 25 years. But it's still a red state.
What happens to someone like Beto O'Rourke, who, as you say, lit the party on fire, raised so much money, he raised a lot of hopes, doesn't get there, doesn't have a congressional seat anymore? Where does he go?
He says he's going back to El Paso and play with his kids and go back to his life. That's what he says. So, I mean, he's a guy that's been authentic in all of this. I think he's going to take a lot of time off. He's been traveling for 2 years straight, going to all 254 counties. He probably needs a nap or at least a week of rest.
That's a start
on this. But he made a game run for it in a red state.
David Muir, what are you seeing in Texas?
Well, you're looking at the breakdown of the voters. You know, these are some interesting numbers coming in. Even if Beto O'Rourke lost, he probably can be pretty proud of some of the voters he did get to come out to the polls. They set some records here for a midterm. 24% of the voters in Texas were Hispanic or Latino, 59% white. The issues in Texas driving this race, 38% said health care. That's not as far ahead as we've seen in some of the other states. 32% said immigration. That was, as you know, a big issue for Ted Cruz, pointing to the border wall, saying we must support this president. Beto O'Rourke saying we need more sensible immigration reform. 21% there say the economy. And when you break this down, was Donald Trump a factor in your vote in Texas? Take a look at this. 22% said they supported, 28% said they opposed, but nearly half of the voters in Texas say Donald Trump was not a factor. Ted Cruz pulling it out.
Ted Cruz pulls it out in Texas.
Well, you're going to Pennsylvania. But first of all, you have a Pennsylvania call, right?
Do we have the chime here on this one?
Let's hope so.
Yeah, Pennsylvania 7. Susan Wild, thank you. I did have the call, but I didn't hear the chime, so I wasn't sure I could call. But we do have another winner there for the Democrat, John Carl.
And I want to say this is a significant win. This is the most significant win so far in Pennsylvania, because this was a true battleground district. This was a district that Hillary Clinton won, but she won by only 1%. And it's a big pickup in Pennsylvania for the Democrats.
Cokie Roberts, we are seeing Pennsylvania come home the way they wanted it
Now,
to.
the Republicans were saying that they expected Pennsylvania to be a bloodbath for them. That's the term they used. And it looks like it is. But one of the things that is true is that the Democrats worked very hard to recruit these candidates, particularly these women veterans. We've got another one.
This is a different one. This is in the state of Pennsylvania. It's a switch the other way. Guy Reschenthaler in the 14th district has defeated Bibiana Barrio there in the state of Pennsylvania. And this is an interesting one. Mary Bruce, this was an open seat. Connor Lamb had won the special election, but then he moved next door to the 17th district, so this was an open one. Republicans get to keep it.
Yeah, Connor Lamb switching districts in the middle, which gets to the big conversation we've been having about redistricting here in the state. So interesting that despite the fact that most of the redrawing there favored Democrats, in this one seat obviously helped the Republicans.
And let me just add, another veteran.
One more veteran right there.
Veteran,
we're going to take a quick break.
It's ABC News Live. We're upstairs in the skybox. I'm Dan Harris alongside my friend ABC's Devin Dwyer. You've been watching this midterm race and the White House closely for quite some time now. I got to go back to Texas because liberal hearts are breaking all over the country right now. Beto O'Rourke became something of a folk hero, enormous amount of money pouring in. What about him lit the left on fire?
Yeah, we were just down in Texas a few weeks ago in Houston, and I'm telling you, I've never seen this much energy behind a Democrat since the early days of Barack Obama. Beto O'Rourke's youth, his rhetoric was soaring. It really grabbed people. He was appealing to parts of the state that had never seen their senator. He did a road trip to every single county in Texas, places Ted Cruz hadn't been in years. But it really came down to the exit polls that we're just seeing right now. It really came down to Beto O'Rourke's policies. He ran as a liberal Democrat in Texas, not as a Democrat, but as a liberal Democrat. And one point of comparison would be to look at Phil Bredesen in Tennessee, also a Democrat running there. He lost his race today. He was running to the middle. He was embracing Kavanaugh. He was embracing Trump at every turn. He lost. Beto O'Rourke lost as well. But O'Rourke was really going to the left. He energized the left. Turnout among the left in Texas is at record levels, but he just couldn't get it across the line.
Stand by. I want to talk about Texas some more, but we do have a projection we can make in North Dakota and the Senate race there that this will be another seat that the Democrats are forfeiting. ABC News is projecting that Kevin Cramer will beat the incumbent Democrat Heidi Heitkamp, who we knew going into tonight was vulnerable, but this is quite a margin of victory. I know there's still more votes to be counted, but quite a margin of victory here.
Yeah, this is a state that President Trump has visited a number of times. It's been a deep red state. Heidi Heitkamp had been one of the most moderate Democrats in the United States Senate. So we sort of saw this coming, and the tipping point, as we've been talking about all night, was Kavanaugh. And we've actually seen that in a number of races tonight. The Kavanaugh effect really helped tip the scale. But Heidi Heitkamp, one of those moderates that went down. In fact, Dan, you and I were just talking about the president's scorecard tonight. He endorsed 61 candidates this entire campaign. So far, he's up tonight. 12 wins for him, 4 losses for him among those 61 that he's endorsed. So doing well, but a long way to go.
Well, let me just, this is going to be somewhat of a non sequitur from Trump, but it has to do with North Dakota, because we are seeing, we only have a few seconds here, that Native Americans are playing an important role this year. We're going to see, we've seen at least one Native American victory tonight. And in North Dakota, there were claims that there were voter suppression of Native Americans who put Heitkamp over the top last time she won.
That's right. And it will be interesting to see how close in the exit poll numbers Native Americans were to supporting her and how many turned out. It was a huge issue there in voting rights.
Devin, thank you very much. Devin. Really appreciate it. We're going to go back downstairs to George and the rest of the team. A reminder, every time they take a commercial break, we're going to pick up with the coverage, non-stop coverage here of these historic elections. Back now to George.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And what we're reporting right now is that Republicans will keep the Senate. ABC News can project that Republicans will keep control of the Senate. Just been decided on the heels of another win in the state of North Dakota, where incumbent Democrat Senator Heidi Heitkamp has been defeated by Congressman Kevin Cramer, third-term congressman. President Trump worked hard to get him into the race. Heidi Heitkamp came from behind 6 years ago, could not do it this year. John Carl.
This was another one of those votes where Kavanaugh loomed so large. She voted against Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court. The president hammered her over and over again with it. And when she made that vote, she said that she essentially said that she knew that she was sealing her political fate.
Is that what we saw?
Oh, absolutely. And you could see it in Heidi Heitkamp's face when she made that decision in her interviews right afterward. But take a look. The exit poll shows us very clearly Heidi Heitkamp's vote against Kavanaugh. 8% said it was the most important factor, but more telling is that second number right there. 34% say it was an important factor in their vote. Look at this. When you take a look at when did North Dakotans decide who they were going to vote for, it wasn't the last few days, wasn't even last week. They'd made this decision some time before. But remember what Heidi Heitkamp said. She said, do I want to continue to do work? Absolutely. But do I want to sacrifice my conscience? Do I want to sacrifice the Supreme Court? She said no. She took a stand on Kavanaugh. She voted for Neil Gorsuch. She said yes. But to Brett Kavanaugh, she said no. And you knew almost immediately that she knew what this would mean for her.
And this is something that we were really all watching heading into tonight, because President Trump again had said that this is an election about the caravan and about Kavanaugh. And he turned what really could have been a political liability into something that he went on the offense over. He turned this into a discussion about accused men in this country who say that they deserved due process. All of this in the era of Me Too, George.
Some of our viewers are going to go back to their local news right now, but our coverage continues. And we are back now here at ABC News headquarters here in New York, where we've just projected the Republicans will take the Senate tonight. Will hold on and keep control of the Senate. We also have another result in from the state of Texas in the House right now, where the Democrat, Colin Allred, has defeated, there you see it right there, has defeated Congressman Pete Sessions, the Democrats. This was a toss-up race in the state of Texas. Cecilia Vega, a big one for the Democrats.
It is, George, and it's one of these races that the Democrats were hoping could give them a leg up. If Texas is going to change, it would start with a district like this.
Former NFL linebacker. Let's talk a little bit more about the Senate right now as well, though. Chris Christie, I want to bring you back in here. What we're actually seeing is a vindication in the Senate of the president's strategy on two fronts: where he campaigned, who he got to run.
Yeah, no, listen, absolutely, George. And I think, it was a good map for us, and the president played to the good map. And so whether you look at Indiana, whether you look at North Dakota, the places that we're picking up, and we haven't seen yet what's going to happen in Arizona, what's going to happen in Nevada, what's going to happen in Missouri. This could be a 3 or 4 seat plus night for the president, which is huge for him in terms of continuing judicial nominations and having some leeway to play with there. And he's going to be replacing cabinet members, and he's going to need those folks confirmed too. All of those things, adding these people are going to help.
With more of a Senate majority, what it could be doing, Chair Moran, is hardening partisan divides in the country.
Well, sure. Well, obviously between the Senate and the House and out in the country. And that's what Donald Trump wants, obviously. That's what he set out to do. He was told, focus on the economy, and he decided not to. On the Kavanaugh effect, I wonder if it would have been the same decisive factor in that North Dakota race or other race had it just been the first hearing on constitutional issues. It was, I think, for many voters, the way it looked like Democrats played it, leaking it, it seemed at the last minute, just before the Senate vote, it alienated perhaps even more deeply a lot of voters.
Mary Bruce, did you see any second guessing among Senate Democrats about how that all went down?
No, and actually, I was just out speaking with Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota. She told me she had no regrets about the way that this played out, no regrets about her decision. And what's interesting to Terry's point is she actually said that a lot of her decision to vote no on Kavanaugh had more to do with Brett Kavanaugh's temperament, the way he handled himself during those hearings, as well as obviously the other concerns about alleged sexual misconduct, but that it was a broad reason for why she opposed him. But what's interesting when you look at the numbers here, 34% say that her vote on Kavanaugh was important. Only 31% say it wasn't a factor. To David's point that it seems a lot of people in this race made up their mind early. It is a race, of course, that Donald Trump, or a state that Donald Trump carried by 36
Nate,
points.
I'm going to take a chance here. I see you try and catch my eye. What do you have there?
So as badly as things are going for Democrats in the Senate, these are some pretty good results in the House. Winning Texas 32, winning Staten Island is a pretty big upset and a surprising upset in a place that tends to like President Trump. So our forecast is now back up to showing a Democratic gain of 33 seats. It's about where we started the evening. Where that becomes higher or lower will depend on California.
Boy, if that was an EKG, Democrats is giving them a little bit of heart failure, but they're liking it better where it is right now. We're going to take a break.
It's Dan Harris upstairs in the skybox as George and the team throw to a commercial break on the broadcast network. We here will not stop giving you information and analysis as we continue through these historic midterm elections. Normally, midterms are sleepy affairs, or I should say at least often they're sleepy affairs, but this year the level of engagement incredibly high, diverse group of candidates running. I'm going to step out of the skybox and out onto the catwalk out here because we're going to talk to ABC's Terry Moran, who has kindly walked up the stairs for us. Hey, Terry.
Dan.
Giving you some cardio for the evening.
It feels
stairs.
good.
Yeah,
It feels good.
You're looking spry. We just heard Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, talk a little bit about what this increased margin in the Senate is going to mean for the second two years of the first term of the Trump presidency. Just can you elaborate on that a little bit? How big of an advantage is it to have more Republicans in the Senate?
Well, it's always better to have more votes, but in particular on confirmations, as he was saying. One of the reasons Donald Trump won was the courts. A lot of people might not have liked him that much, but they couldn't see the courts taken over by Hillary Clinton, especially the Supreme Court. He's already delivered on that. He might even get more seats on the Supreme Court in the next couple of years, or 6, depending on how many, if he gets reelected, and on his cabinet as well. But then beyond that, this is a Trump Senate now. So on the budget, on health care, on all kinds of issues, immigration, which is the main issue of this election for Republicans, that strengthens his hand. Some of those senators, Corker and Flake, who were very reluctant to go along with the super Trumpian policies on immigration,
who
are
both
gone.
retired, yes.
And they're although Corker has been replaced by somebody who is right in his corner. So it strengthens his hand on policy as well.
Does it vindicate Trump's closing argument? He took a lot of criticism for, instead of pumping the economy, where he's got good reason to do some bragging, he really hit hard on the caravan and Kavanaugh. Is this in the Senate margins? Does that give him a reason for saying, hey, look, I knew what I was doing?
100%, at least as far as those states are concerned. We may be seeing that it's much more based on what happened in each state. Pennsylvania went the other way, right? New Jersey went the other way, at least in those House seats. But in those states where Trump went and put that immigration issue on the table, and not only the immigration issue, the broader story that he's telling, which is us versus them. They're coming to invade us. We've got a great and precious country, and we have to defend it, which some people heard racist overtones in or xenophobic overtones in. That made sense to a lot of voters in places like Tennessee and elsewhere. And it's a complete vindication. This is a Trump party. The old Republican Party is gone. This is his party.
ABC's Terry Moran, thank you very much for dropping some knowledge on us. We appreciate it. We'll continue with your cardio workout. They want you downstairs, apparently, when George comes back from break. Really appreciate it. Thank you. ABC's Paula Ferris, my longtime friend and former co-host on Weekend Edition of Good Morning America, is standing by in Texas. We've been talking about this race all night for good reason. Beto O'Rourke, the Democrat, made a hard run at the Republican incumbent Ted Cruz. Paula, give us a sense of how people are taking this news where you are.
Well, right now we're in the stadium and it is quiet. I don't know if they actually have the news because I believe ABC might be one of the only networks projecting this right now, Dan. But Democrats still feel that Texas is ripe for the picking. If you look at the demographics and the dynamics they're changing,
so I walk in at the end or
every
walk in
10 Texan. Can you still hear me, Dan?
Yes, I hear you. Sorry, I was talking to you simultaneously as I was talking to our control room. It's live television, Paula. You know how it is.
I got it, but I cannot even hear you right now. But there's no denying that the dynamics are changing here in the state. 4 in 10 Texans are Hispanic. Every other baby born is Hispanic. The cities, the big cities are blue. This is getting younger and more diverse. And you can't deny that something was happening with early voting and the registered voters. But you just have to wonder, was Beto O'Rourke too progressive? I mean, you could go to his rally, Dan, and there was virtually no mention of the economy. He would talk about health care. He would talk about unity. He would talk about dreamers. And just today he said this morning that the borders are not a threat. So I think at the end of the day, he has to wonder if that campaign and that platform was a little too progressive. Maybe he's got his eye on something bigger. Why else would you run such a progressive campaign in such a conservative state? I did ask him about the presidency when I sat down with him, and I said, is there any scenario where you run for president in 2020 or beyond? He said, no, punto, period. He says it's not happening. But I asked Ted Cruz, and he says he would be surprised if Beto didn't run for president one day, Dan.
Paula, you spent a lot of time in Texas covering this race, and you had a chance to talk to Ted Cruz. What did he say when you asked him about the fact that Donald Trump, as a candidate, called Cruz's wife unattractive and accused his dad of being part of the assassination of JFK? And now, instead of calling Cruz Lion Ted, he calls him Beautiful Ted, and maybe helped put him over the top by stumping for him at the end. And Ted Cruz, was out there giving him a half hug. How did Cruz describe his turnaround on Donald Trump?
Well, I think it's hard for any of us to reconcile this very complicated relationship. Don't forget, Cruz called him a serial philanderer. He called him a pathological liar. I asked Cruz, are those things not true? He said he didn't want to visit the past. He didn't want to revisit the past. I said, so what happened? Is he friend? Is he foe? He says he's the president. He said after the election, election, and he did vote for Trump. He said, I've got to put my personal feelings aside, and I've got to do what's best for the country. They're not friends. They're not foes. I guess they're business partners, Dan. That's the best way I can describe it.
ABC's Paula Ferris on the ground at what Beto O'Rourke's fans and voters were hoping would be a victory party, but according to ABC News projections, will not be a victory party. Paula Ferris, thank you very much to you. Before we hand it back to George, we have a projection we can make out of the state of Kansas, and that is that the Democrat there, Ms. Kelly, has beat the Chris Kobach, the Secretary of State there, who's been quite controversial in terms of allegations of voter fraud in this country. So this is a race that will get a lot of people talking. A switch for the Democrats on the level of the governors. This is ABC News' Dan Harris. I'm up on the skybox here. We'll be coming back next time George takes a break. Back now, though, to George.
And we are back here in ABC News election headquarters here in New York. 10:30 here in the East. We have a result. First, we're going to show you the House and the Senate right there. So far in the House, the Democrats have picked up 13 seats on the way. They need 23 to take control. Republicans have extended their gains in the Senate. They have now picked up 2 seats in the Senate. And we have a result in now from the state of Kansas, the governor's race in the state of Kansas, where the Democrat, State Senator Laura Kelly, has defeated Chris Kobach, the Secretary of State there in the state of Kansas. Kansas is going to have a Democratic governor. Defeat there, John Carl, for President Trump.
A big defeat. And keep in mind, this is a state that Trump won by 21 points. But he endorsed Chris Kobach in the Republican primary, somebody who was simply radioactive for a lot of voters, even in conservative Kansas. Radioactive because of his hardline views on immigration and his hardline views on voter fraud. And now he has lost.
And you're hearing that chime because we have another switch in the House. This one comes from the state of Michigan, the 11th District in Michigan. Haley Stevens has defeated Lena Epstein, the Republican Lena Epstein, another woman there for the Democrats, winning in the state of Michigan. This one was expected to go to the Democrats. They brought it home, Cecilia Vega.
Yeah, 2 women, actually, female newcomers to this race there, George. And it really was billed as a Trump versus Obama race because Lena Epstein had chaired Trump's 2016 campaign in Michigan. And Democrats were really watching this to see that if she won this would be a big validation for his agenda. I'm sure they are celebrating over this one tonight. Health care was a very big issue in this race.
Democrats feeling better about the House right now. Let's take another look at the state of Virginia, where the Democrats also hoping still to pick up some more seats there. Look at the Virginia 7th right there, where Abigail Spanberger, a former CIA officer, is up against Congressman Dave Bratt, seeking a 3rd term. Martha Raddatt's national security experience here. This was one where Republicans had hoped still that Dave Bratt can hold on.
They certainly have been hoping that, but Abigail Spanberger, former CIA officer, there was a little blowback on that because some of her records about being a CIA officer were released inadvertently by the post office, telling about some of the things she had done in the past. Trump won this district by 6 points. In 2014, Dave Bratt upset the House Majority Leader. Let's remember that, Eric Cantor, in a primary by taking a hard line on immigration, and he is a member of the Freedom Caucus.
And yeah, Mary Bruce, this is a real switch there in the House. Dave Bratt, one of the hardest of hardliners in the House Republican caucus.
Yeah, and he is not afraid to speak out. He is one of the most vocal members of that far-right caucus. To lose that voice will be interesting to see what that means then for the makeup of that particular group, that far-right Freedom Caucus in the House.
It has not happened yet. Nate, what are we seeing on your forecast right now for the House?
So we have Democrats back up to a gain of about 32 or 33 seats. It really has come full circle in a lot of ways. Wow. You're seeing them win, again, some of these tougher races right now. New York State, there are a lot of races out. Remember, polls here close at 9 p.m., so we're just starting to see more returns reported. That could give Democrats some upside, potentially, in New York and California.
Upside for the Democrats there. Let's take another look at the state of Florida right now, where you have those close races there for Senate and governor in the state of Florida. Let's take a look at what we're seeing coming in now. There it is, Bill Nelson. Now, Rick Scott opening up a little bit more of a lead there in the state of Florida. Tom Yamas, what are we seeing on where the vote's coming in?
Yeah, you're right. The race is opening up slightly. And I'm just checking out a couple of the counties that we have over here. Let's go up to the map. So we talked about Broward County, 99% reporting. Nelson at 69%, Scott at 31%. Like we said, he outperformed Hillary Clinton here. Down in Miami-Dade, we go a little further south to Miami-Dade, 98% reporting in. Nelson's at 60%. Scott at 39. Scott's still doing better than President Trump did in South Florida, but this race is really, really close, and that's why it has not been called. From what we've heard from our sources in the White House, President Trump is monitoring this state very closely.
It's the one he cares about. Why don't you put up the governor's race while we're there in Florida?
All right. We'll go over to the map here. Yeah. And what we had said earlier was that Gillum wasn't tracking with Nelson. He actually was doing slightly worse than, and it is a similar story here. It's gotten a little bit closer, but not as close as they'd want it to be. Gillum's still under by, close to 70,000 votes there, 80,000 votes. But again, this one is so close to call, coming down to South Florida. We'll see how it ends up, but it's just these margins are so close in Florida, George.
But George, 99% of the vote is now in Broward County, 98% in Miami-Dade. Most of the vote down there in South Florida has been counted.
Alex Castellanos, looks like the Republicans might be on their way to pulling this out.
Pulling it out in Florida, yes, and this looks like it's outside the margin of error for a recount. So, and of course, one thing here we've seen is that both Gillum and Nelson were way up in the polls. We've seen polls giving them 5, 6, 7% leads. But look how close it is tonight. And remember 2016 when we were sitting here and all of a sudden in Florida, we first met the shy Trump voter, the voter that the surveys didn't pick up because they saw, hey, how uncool it was to be for a Republican and Donald Trump. Well, they may be more embarrassed in 2018 than they were in 2016 because these surveys have tightened up. There may be a blue wave, but there's a red one, too.
And if Rick Scott pulls this off, there's no question he was buoyed by his handling of the hurricanes in Florida. He had a lot of airtime in these last couple of months. You got to think about a couple of things here. Unemployment in Florida, 3.5%. That's lower than the national average right now, 3.7%. He said Obamacare is a job killer. He made this argument that we've heard from so many Republicans in this cycle that they are the ones who will save pre-existing conditions. If he wins tonight, he will have been successful in making that argument. And when you look at Florida, Donald Trump's approval rating in Florida, we keep coming back to this number. Let's just see if it's been refreshed tonight. 51% of the voters are turned out in Florida. Remember, he won this by just 1%, about 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, but more than half of the voters in Florida like what they're seeing from Donald Trump. And Rick Scott's been careful about embracing President Trump. But one thing he did do on his own was to take 8 trips to Puerto Rico. President Trump was highly criticized for his response to Maria. Rick Scott was very careful. He knew that a lot of the displaced American citizens from Puerto Rico would play a role in this election, and he was careful to show them that he cares, too, about Puerto Rico.
And Press Secretary Sarah Sanders was just asked for her thoughts on Florida, and she said, I think a lot of credit will go to President Trump if, in fact, they pull off a victory there because he has been there to campaign for them, both in the governor and the Senate race. But one thing we are not talking about right now is the overtones of race and racism that have played out in the governor's race there with the comments like monkey this up by DeSantis and Gillum saying, I'm not calling him a racist. The racists believe he's a racist. And, of course, one of President Trump's more controversial tweets in this election cycle when he waited and called Gillum a thief without any evidence of
Byron
that.
Pitts, Gillum laughed off those attacks with a smile. He is a new face for the Democratic Party. It doesn't appear yet, at least, that he brought in enough new voters.
George, that's exactly right. And I think for many progressives in places like Florida and Georgia, they'll be incredibly disappointed, and they'll be giving their white neighbors the hairy eyeball tomorrow, right? Because there was this narrative in places like Georgia and Florida where he thought there's this picture painted of President Trump, fair or unfair, that for many people he's seen as someone who's anti-minority, right? And so there were people who felt that in the case of Florida, we have a black man running for governor. He's the mayor of the capital city of the state, progressive, liked by many people, that there might be a new South, a new Florida. This is an indication that
Gillum did not run as a centrist candidate. When Barack Obama ran for president, there's no red, blue America. There's only one America. Gillum ran as a fairly radical left-of-center progressive in a state that didn't like him. Didn't like that kind of politics. He tried to overcome it with personal charm and charisma, but a lot of voters, I think, said, look, it might have told pollsters, we don't want to look racist, but this guy may be just too left of center for us.
Yeah. Take a look at Florida, Texas, and Indiana. All look like they're headed to be all Republican again. We always talk about Miami or Indianapolis or Austin or Dallas or Houston or El Paso. These are states with a large amount of small town and rural voters still, a huge amount. And it looks like from the returns, they voted overwhelmingly. And this has been a trend. And as the suburban areas are moving, and we see from the House races, more Democratic, the rural and small town areas of these states are moving increasingly more Republican.
In very different directions, Cookie Roberts.
Yes, but you also see in this Florida Senate race that the Hispanic vote is much less for the Democrat than it is in the nation as a whole. And so those trips to Puerto Rico probably made a big difference. The fact that the Hispanic voters were not vilified in any way, were in fact courted, made a difference. But we are seeing very different states in different ways. The bottom line is that in these polls, even though the number of liberals was up to about 27%, that's only 27%.
Let's go to Whit Johnson in Tallahassee.
Many of these coming in, and at 11.
Yeah, George, I just wanted to pick up on what Cookie Roberts was saying about the Hispanic vote here. It is now 16.4% of the voting demographic here in the state of Florida and growing. But as Cookie mentioned, that is a demographic that is changing within the demographic, and in large part due to the tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans who have relocated here after Hurricane Maria. The estimates ranging from 50 to 75,000. It still remained to be seen how they would ultimately vote and if they would come out and vote. Of course, U.S. citizens that are able to register and vote here in the state of Florida. But I also wanted to mention this. We're getting some information from our decision desk. We talked about how the vote across the state for both the Senate and the governor, too close to call. And at this point, it's looking like if that margin stays within 1%, then we couldn't make a projection on that. Also, remember, if the margin is a half a percentage point or less, there would be an automatic recount. Not sure if that's in fact going to be the case, but if there was any concern about the early returns, you certainly wouldn't notice it here at the Gillum headquarters here at Florida A&M University. It is still a party-like atmosphere, and this is the exact crowd that Democrats were hoping to get out. A largely African-American voting bloc, also youth, the college vote. They have been mostly dormant in elections in the past, in the major elections here. They were hoping, the Democrats, that they would turn out to vote. But I can't tell you enough how much Rick Scott and all those visits to Puerto Rico speaking in English and Spanish, how much that could have an impact on the new growing Hispanic population here.
Okay, Whit Johnson, thanks very much. Before we go to break, let's check in on a couple of other Senate races that we're not ready to project yet. That's the state of Arizona right there, where Kristen Sinema up against Martha McSally. They're in the state of Arizona. It's a close one, Meghan McCain.
And again, you know, this is the one that I am looking forward to the most, to hearing what's going to happen. I don't think you can underestimate some of the clips that have come out of Kristen Sinema in the past few weeks of her saying disparaging remarks about Arizona. She referred to Arizona as being the meth lab of democracy and Arizona in sort of a negative way. And it was the type of thing that my brother called me about and a lot of my friends called me about. And I think the reminder that at one point in time, Kristen Sinema was a Code Pink protester that sort of moderated towards the middle ended up hurting her. She's a great campaigner. I would say a better campaigner than Martha McSally. But if Martha McSally wins, I echo what we said earlier, that it is because of Doug Ducey.
We're not ready to call that one yet. We are ready to project a seat, House seat in the state of Illinois, where Sean Casten, the Democrat, has defeated Congressman Peter Roskam, going for his 7th term there in the state of Illinois. This one had... The Democrats have had their sight on this one for a long time. John Carl, again, one of those in the range of they had to win to get to their 23.
Yes, and also another one of those moderate Republicans gone. Another sign, we've seen many of them already tonight, that moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats are leaving the Congress.
Going to take a break. We'll be right back.
You're watching ABC News Live. I'm Dan Harris up in the skybox, our perch overlooking the main set here at ABC News headquarters in New York. Let's take a look at some of the results that are coming in as this evening progresses. And we start with a look at where we are in the House. We were just talking about this on the main broadcast. The Democrats have picked up 14 seats. The magic number tonight, 23. If they get to that number, they can regain control of the House of Representatives, but that has not yet happened. Also at this hour, we're looking at the battle for the Senate, and thus far, ABC News is projecting, not thus far, full stop, ABC News is projecting the Republicans will retain control of the Senate. In Florida, there's a big governor's race we've been watching. We're At this point, not making a projection, but 99% of the votes have been reported. And Andrew Gillum, the Democrat, who had been leading the polls going into this race, at this point trailing the Republican Ron DeSantis. This has been a very closely watched, racially charged race. And at this point, the Democratic mayor of Tallahassee running behind. Also in Florida, we're seeing Rick Scott, the sitting governor, is running for a Senate seat there, pulling a bit of a wider lead over the incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson. Another reason why things are looking not so great for the Democrats in the United States Senate. Moving on now, we've got another board here from the state of Michigan, District 13. We're calling it, we are projecting for Rashida Tlaib, who will become the first Muslim woman to serve in the United States Congress. So history made in Michigan. Speaking of history, we are seeing record engagement, record money pouring in, and record turnout for this midterm in 2018. Hanging over it all, of course, the president, Donald J. Trump, a polarizing figure. So let's get it over to Kenneth Moton, ABC's Kenneth Moton, who's been following what's happening on social media. Kenneth, what are you seeing and hearing?
Reaction, Dan, to some of those races we've been projecting here throughout this evening here. And let's get right to the board. You've got Michael, who says, Cruz, Ted Cruz wins. A lot of exclamation points there. Mr. Beto put up a good fight. Big props to his vigor, enthusiasm. Best wishes to Mr. O'Rourke. So some bipartisan, some congratulatory remarks there and tweets that we're getting for the race that Beto run. But obviously for Ted Cruz, a big night for him. So you've got Josh here saying, hashtag Beto, luck next time. Better luck next time. A little play on words there. Moving on, you've got Yadira who says, I'm sorry we failed you, Beto O'Rourke. So a lot of people there who were part of that high voter turnout in Texas, a red state that was hoping to flip to blue in that Senate race there. But Daisy saying, maybe Beto O'Rourke 2020. So some people and fans and supporters of Beto already moving forward. Before I get back to you, Dan, I want to show you here that Heidi Heitkamp also getting a lot of love for her Kavanaugh vote, voting against him, but people really supporting her there, saying that she fought a good fight there in North Dakota.
Kenneth Moton, thank you very much, watching social media for us tonight. As we've said throughout the evening, when our friends downstairs on the main broadcast go to break, we'll pick it up and give you more information and analysis. For now, I'm Dan Harris up in the skybox. Downstairs to George.
ABC News election headquarters here in New York. That's a look at what's happening in the House tonight in these midterm elections. So far, a lot of votes yet to come in. Democrats have picked up 14 seats. They need 23 to take control. Different story in the Senate tonight. Republicans have added to their majority so far, picking up 2 seats, the seats in Indiana and North Dakota. Also want to take a look at another red state right now where a Democrat is fighting for her life, Claire McCaskill in the state of Missouri. We're not ready to project that yet, but what you see there, Josh Hawley is now leading over Claire McCaskill as she was seeking to hold on to her seat in a very, very tough state for Democrats. John Carl, she's come from behind before. This one's tough.
This one's really tough. This is a state that President Trump, then Donald Trump, won by 19 points. He's been there 5 times. He was there yesterday. He's campaigned hard. And she has a much stronger opponent. She had a deeply, deeply flawed opponent, you remember, 6 years ago. Much stronger opponent now.
We're going to come back to Missouri, but we have a call in the state of Ohio, governor's race in the state of Ohio. Right now, where the Republican, Mike DeWine, has defeated Richard Cordray, a veteran of the Obama administration, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Mike DeWine, Attorney General of the state of Ohio, has won. He's replacing Governor John Kasich, who's term limited, a critic of President Trump. Mike DeWine, an ally of President Trump. Big win there, Chris Christie, for the Republicans.
It's a huge win tonight, George. That race was really in doubt. I know folks at the Republican Governors Association were really concerned up to this weekend about which way that was going to go. And as we talk about 2020, having Mike DeWine as the governor is a much better option for Donald Trump than Richard Cordray. And so Mike DeWine, big win for him and a big win for the president.
And Ohio, Matthew Dad, always such a key in presidential elections.
Yeah, for years and years it was, but as we saw in this last election, a very close election, Donald Trump won it by 10 points. So it's beginning to move away from the swing status. And as we see in a year where Democrats did very well nationally, they weren't able to pick up the governor's race in Ohio.
Yet, Anna Cox, one of the things we saw is that in the Senate in the governor's race in the state of Ohio going in very, very
a lot of split
directions.
ticket voters.
Yeah, and I also think that we're seeing sort of a sequel to 2016 in some ways here, where you have the Democrats kind of running up their vote totals in the urban areas and in cities, and then, you know, the Republicans just doing the same in rural areas. And we're seeing this divide between urban and rural America, this demographic problem. But also, I feel like I need to point out, a majority of Americans live in these places that are blue. And we're seeing kind of a restless blue majority and a very vocal red minority that happens to have a megaphone present in the White House.
And looks like we're heading to a split right now.
Candidates matter, George. Candidates matter. And, you know, the candidate against Senator Sherrod Brown, not nearly as good a candidate as Mike DeWine. Candidates still matter in these races above demographics and everything else. Not a good candidate, you're not going to win.
Claire McCaskill in Missouri, I want to get back to that right now, has been a good candidate, but this one may be too tough for her. We're going to go back to Deborah Roberts in Missouri right now. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Mike.
Well, we're not hearing Deborah Roberts, which is too bad, right there. Tom, why don't you go up to the board and show where the vote's coming in right now?
Yeah, we were talking about those two Americas, the divide. Look at Missouri. This is what Claire McCaskill's up against right here. Look at all this red, George. It's going to be very, very hard. One of the reasons why we haven't called this race just yet is because a lot of the vote in both St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis right next door has not come in. Claire McCaskill, Senator McCaskill is doing very well there. But if we go just further south to the suburbs of St. Louis, Jefferson, this is a county that went for Obama and then flipped to Trump. Hawley's up there. We go to the exurbs of St. Louis. Same thing, a county that went for Obama, then flipped to Trump, Washington County. Hawley's back up there. It's going to be very tough for Claire McCaskill. When you look at this sea of red in a state like Missouri, it's an uphill battle.
And George, so much of this race is going to come down to the issue of health care. What we saw play out in this race gets at the issue that Republicans were trying to walk this fine line here. Claire McCaskill trying desperately to keep this race focused on that issue. She knows that healthcare is the top issue for voters in America, especially in that state. But her opponent, Josh Hawley, trying to walk this fine line. On one hand, saying that he wants to repeal Obamacare. As the state attorney general, he signed on to this lawsuit that would gut protections for pre-existing conditions. But at the same time, he's saying he wants to keep those protections separate and apart from Obamacare. It gets at this bigger issue that we've seen playing out in races across the country and really raises some concerns for Republicans. How are they going to walk that fine line? What are they going to do? Because ultimately, they don't actually have a plan.
Well, John Carl, that's going to get to the question for Congress coming back. You know, that lawsuit is going to proceed. If it strikes down Obamacare, Congress is going to have one big issue on their plate.
Absolutely, and the Republicans absolutely own that. And this is, I want to come back to this theme of the moderates, especially in the Senate. McCaskill, you know, a moderate to left, Heidi Heitkamp, moderate to conservative, Joe Donnelly, moderate to conservative, all, you know, we'll see what happens with McCaskill, but could all not be coming back.
Yeah, every one of those candidates, David, also tried to hug President Trump in some ways, even though they were opposing him on other issues. You can't be halfway on that issue.
Claire McCaskill even said, I've sided with Donald Trump on 48% of the things he's offered his opinion on. I mean, this is the kind of language that she was using in the end. In the very end of this race, she literally at town halls was asking people to stand up if they have a pre-existing condition or if they have a loved one with a pre-existing condition to drive home the point that her opponent was one of these who signed on to this lawsuit against Obamacare. But Josh Hawley did something very smart of his own with his ad about his 5-year-old son, who they said they learned not long ago had a pre-existing condition and that he would fight to save them. But look at some of the exits coming in from Missouri. This is what Claire McCaskill is really up against. President Trump's job performance, half of the state very happy with what they're seeing so far. When you look at the issues in Missouri, health care is issue number one. I'm going to break it down for you. Pre-existing conditions. Look at this. They even believe in that state that the Democratic Party would do a better job with pre-existing conditions, but this is a state where Trump won by 18 points. That's what Claire McCaskill's up against. And one last thing I want to show you. When it comes to the Brett Kavanaugh vote, she voted against Brett Kavanaugh. 40% said it was an important factor. But again, George, this is a red state where a Democratic senator is trying to hold on, paying a price for the Kavanaugh vote, because when you broaden out, look at the national perspective, only 43% of voters who turned out today support Brett Kavanaugh, 48% oppose. It's really in these red states.
And immigration also became an issue for her towards the end because she ended up hugging Donald Trump on that, essentially endorsing his policies on the border, saying, I don't want, and he basically ended up saying, oh, I hear the chime. I'm going to stop. Stop, chime.
And you're hearing it because we have a call in the state of New York where the Democrat, Anthony Brindisi, New York 22, has defeated the Republican Claudia Tenney. She was seeking a second term, another important pickup for the Democrats, John Carl, in the state of New York.
Yeah, and this is in deep red territory, even though it's New York. This is a district that Donald Trump won by 15 points, George. This is like Staten Island, another sign that the Democrats are winning in a district that Donald Trump dominated. What the Democrats did to the theme of candidates matter is they nominated a moderate. Anthony Brindisi is somebody who had an A rating from the NRA. Now, as this got tight, they switched him to an F in the end. But this was somebody who was very much a blue dog Democrat.
And we have another switch coming in. It's from the state of Florida, the House in Florida. Debbie Mukasser-Powell in Florida 26 has defeated Congressman Carlos Curbelo, who is seeking a third term there in Florida. This was a pure toss-up, Cecilia Vega.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Curbelo, of course, weighed in on President Trump after he threatened to end the policy on birthright citizenship. So this has been an interesting race to watch. And we are now seeing Democrats sweep every single district that went for Clinton.
Got to stop now. We're going to pause so the rest of the nation can join us.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And ABC News can now project that Democrats will win enough seats to gain control of the House. Democrats will pick up at least 23 seats in the House. We've included in our calculations several seats with later closing times, which we believe will not affect the outcome, but we are prepared to project right now that Democrats will take control of the House of Representatives. So we are heading for a split decision. We have a split decision this evening in the 2018 midterm elections. Republicans will keep the Senate. John Carl, Democrats will take the House.
Yeah, and this is a whole new ball game. I mean, even though this is a split decision, it is not the kind of blue wave. The Democrats will now control every committee in the House of Representatives. So those committee chairs that were defending the president, that were going after his allies, will suddenly be investigating him and be investigating his administration, possibly even his business dealings. But because this is a split decision, I think there's a real danger of Democrats overplaying their hand, because we have seen Republicans do very well in the Senate races. They will have a bigger majority in all likelihood in the Senate and do better than expected in the governor's races. The country was divided in this election, and the Congress will be divided
Mary
to reflect
Bruce,
that.
you cover the House every day. The Democrats will take the chairmanship of important committees, Oversight Committee, Intelligence Committee, perhaps the most important of all, the Judiciary Committee.
They are going to investigate everything, essentially. They are not afraid to go and check this administration. Many Democrats that I've talked with feel that this administration has been allowed to operate unchecked by the current chairmen, the current Republican chairmen. That will now come to a screeching halt. They are going to investigate everything from the president's tax returns to possible Russia collusion to conflicts of interest. They're going to look at what the president has done with his agenda so far. There is a real political danger, though, for Democrats in doing this. They are going to have to show that they can legislate and not just investigate. And Democrats I've talked with are well aware of that. They are likely to pass some legislation early on, especially something maybe dealing with corruption in government. They know that they need to send a message that there's a new sheriff in town.
Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Democrats have taken control of the House of Representatives. ABC News can project. We've also projected that the Republicans will keep control of the Senate here in the 2018 midterm elections, a split decision. We'll be right back.
Watching ABC News Live as George and the rest of the team take a break. We're up here in the skybox continuing our coverage on ABC News Live. I'm Dan Harris. Let's step outside of the skybox and talk to Tara Setmeyer for a second. Tara is one of our ABC News contributors, and she's also a former Republican staffer in Congress. Let's talk about the big breaking news. So the Democrats are going to take control of the House. This is clearly a big victory for the Democrats. However, is there a risk that they would overplay their hands and overly investigate this president or push for impeachment in a way that would alienate voters?
Well, I think that was the concern of the Democratic leadership initially. That's why they didn't want Democrats running on impeachment and running on, taking President Trump out. They wanted to run on health care and the economy, taxes, issues that matter to everyday people. However, I was in Congress as a staffer when the Republicans lost the House in 2006 and then when we got it back in 2010. And it's difficult to rein it in once you have the power of subpoenas. You have to understand that when you take over the Congress, the chairman of these committees have the ability to subpoena whatever information they want. That's the oversight function of Congress. So I think given the you could even say corruption of the Trump administration on a lot of levels for a lot of people, it's going to be hard for the Democrats not to want to investigate. Are they going to subpoena the president's tax returns? Or what else are they going to subpoena? We also have the Robert Mueller investigation out there. If Democrats take over, which is what it looks like it's going to happen, that means Devin Nunes is no longer the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. It also means that Maxine Waters, one of the president's favorite targets, will now be the head of the Finance Committee. So I think you're going to have to see, also you have what's going to happen with Nancy Pelosi as Speaker in the House.
Yes.
Democrats have an issue there. A lot of these Democrats who ran said that they didn't want her to be the Speaker anymore. Will they come home, and will Nancy Pelosi be the Speaker? There are a lot of things that need to fall in place once you take over power, and the Democrats do run a risk of trying to do too much too soon.
So many questions. How do the Democrats manage the sort of seduction and temptation of power, and how does Donald Trump handle that? I'm sure they're talking about these very questions on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue right now. We're going to be continuing our coverage on ABC News Live straight through the evening with Tara and the rest of our team. Back now, though, downstairs to George.
Evening, it's 11 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock in the west. Polls have now closed in 49 states. This is the 2018 midterm election.
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening. Welcome to Election Night 2018. As I said, 11 o'clock in the east, 8 p.m. in the west. I want to welcome all our viewers in the west, and ABC News can project now. We have projected a split decision in the midterm elections tonight. Democrats will take control of the House of Representatives tonight, projected to get more than the 23 seats they need. So far, 16. They're on their way to getting the majority, but Republicans will hold control of the Senate, have already picked up 2 seats, many seats left to play, and we've just gotten results in now from the state of Florida, big governor's race in the state of Florida, where the Democratic candidate Andrew Gillum has just conceded to Ron DeSantis, the Republican candidate. Andrew Gillum was on stage moments ago.
We recognize that, we didn't win it tonight. We didn't win this transaction, but I want y'all to know that is just it, a transaction. That what we believe in still holds true today. I gotta tell you, as I stand here on the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee, Florida, the campus that gave so much to me and to my wife, RJ. Many a days for those students who were around when we were here as students, we marched plenty of times from this
Andrew
very
Gillum,
set.
39 years old, Democratic candidate in the state of Florida for governor, has conceded there to Ron DeSantis, strong ally of President Trump in the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis may have also had one of the most creative and criticized ads of the campaign. On the floor with his young son, playing with toy blocks, building Trump's wall.
Said he would build Trump's wall. I mean, he was very, very supported by Donald Trump. He felt that, and he made it very clear that he would side with Donald Trump on all of the key issues that Donald Trump has put forward, in particular the wall, building the blocks early on with his son. And again, we go back to the Florida governor's race, and we look at what the exit polls are showing us tonight. This is a state that helped give Donald Trump the victory 2 years ago, 100,000 votes, and the people in Florida approve of what they're seeing from Donald Trump so far. The issues, when you break it down to the issues, 40% said health care was issue number 1. We knew that Andrew Gillum talked about universal health care. He talked about fighting to save pre-existing conditions. It wasn't enough to allay those who made health care number 1. They went with Ron DeSantis, obviously. You take a look at Ron DeSantis and his positions. 6% believe that he was too liberal, which is not really, doesn't really pertain to his. 34% said too conservative. 48%, though, said he was about right. But Andrew Gillum, the son of a school bus driver, construction worker, the fact that he would come this close with a progressive agenda in Florida says something about what the race he just ran.
Another result coming in from the state of Arizona right now, where the Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick has defeated Republican Leah Marquez Peterson. Cecilia, this is the seat of Martha McSally, who's running for the Senate.
Two women in this race, George. The Democrats were really trying to capitalize on this anti-Trump sentiment there. And really, this is being seen as a bellwether of national politics in this race. We're not sure, though, the year of the women may end up being the year of the liberal woman or not. We will find out still.
Meghan McCain, this one was expected to go to the Democrats, even though it was a Republican seat before.
Yes, it was. And still waiting again on the Senate. Interesting that she would take over for Martha McSally. I really can't overemphasize how much these comments from Kristen Sinema ended up impacting the race. And I looked at some of them again. Stop your state from becoming Arizona. Over the past years, damn, those people are crazy. Is this something in the water? No, the water's fine. We stole it from Colorado. A lot of these sentiments came back to haunt Sinema. She's a great campaigner, but I don't think you can underestimate the power this had.
We're going to be following that race. But let's take a step back right now, because we have called both the House and the Senate right now. A divided verdict here in the country. Matthew Dowd, let me start with you right now. I mean, this seems to have ratified not President Trump, not the Democrats, but the divisions in the country.
Well, I think because of the way this flowed this evening, I think there was this idea that this is somehow a good night for President Trump. This is a less bad night for President Trump. On Election Day today, in the course of early vote, by a 9% margin, people voted for Democrats over Republicans on this day, and the president still has the lowest job approval rating. What he has is a wall in certain states that enabled him to govern. But losing the House, only 4 presidents have lost the House, one branch of the House, going into the thing, and it was Bill Clinton, Barack Obama in their first term, Barack Obama, Eisenhower, and Harry Truman. And so the president, I think, has to, in the course of this, he's got more, it looks like he's going to have a larger margin in the Senate, but he's got a House to face that he's never had to face. And he's going to have to figure out what is his strategy in the course of that when he knows the country voted against him.
Cecilia Vega, what are we hearing from the White House? Once again, I want to come to you in a second, but first, what are you hearing from your sources in the White House of how they're looking at this?
Well,
right now?
we know that they've been bracing for an onslaught of investigations to come, as John and Mary were both saying. There are reports that have been out there that John Kelly has already formed a working group to face this onslaught of investigations. You know, Donald Trump has said that he will handle it very well if, in fact, the Democrats take the House. But this has to have them nervous in some way. They will be backed into a corner. The Democrats have said they want to subpoena Don Jr. They want to hear from President Trump's family members, and Nancy Pelosi said her very first order of business will be going after his tax returns.
And Chris Christie, you talk to the president often. You're an ally of the White House. How would you counsel them to read these results and to react to them?
Well, first of all, if you react to what Matthew said, we had Obama, Clinton, Eisenhower, Truman, all who were reelected, okay? So if that's the result of this, then Donald Trump will be feeling just fine. I think, listen, the president is who he is. And I think everybody who keeps waiting for him to become something different because of an election result or something else is going to be waiting for a very long time. He is who he is. He will be who he is. And that will determine 2020 will be who do the Democrats put up to contrast with him? Because they put up a poor contrast 2 years ago, and that's why he won. What will they do this time?
Wait till Wednesday morning when the Democrats start attacking Donald Trump and celebrating taking over the House. How do you think this president will react?
He's going to react quickly.
Always
He's going to point to the Senate and say, look what we just picked up in the Senate. And, George, I just want to show you this in the exit poll. If we're feeling tonight that what's reflected by the voters of the polls today, Republican pickups in the Senate, mostly in Donald Trump states where he won handily in red territory already, and then you see the pickup in the House for the Democrats. This question, are Americans becoming more united, more divided, about the same? And overwhelmingly, voters, 77% say this country is becoming more divided.
The question is who can bridge that?
And then, of course, the Democrats have blamed the Republicans largely for this divide. So the Democrats will now have control of the message. They'll have control of the tone. And I think what everyone has said here, if they overplay their hand. I mean, remember in setting the message, setting the tone, going into 2020, remember Benghazi, remember the emails. They can set the message going into 2020.
Okay, we have more. We want to take a look more at some of the results coming in on the Senate right now. Let's see what we can pull up first right here. That is Arizona, as we were just talking about. Close race there between Kristen Sinema and Martha McSally there in the state of Arizona. Tom, why don't you go up to the board and show us where the vote is coming in, what's out there?
Yeah, so, when we talk about Arizona, and Meghan McCain can probably school us all on Arizona, but let me break it down for you in a really simple way. When we look at Arizona, we're going to cut the state like this, and about 80% of the vote is going to come from Phoenix and Tucson. Right now, it's a very, very close race. When we look at Maricopa County, that's where Phoenix is. Sinema's at 49 with 84% reporting right now. Very close in Maricopa County. For the Democrat to win here, she wants to be higher. When we go down to Tucson here, Pima County, she's pulling off ahead, but this is a blue area. This is where Democrats do much better. So very, very close in this area. 88% of precincts reporting. Let's see in the state, actually a little more than half right now. But look how tight this is, 49 to 48. Still very close and still early in the night, George.
Okay, let's take a look at the state of Missouri right now. Not so close there right now. Claire McCaskill, Democrat incumbent, up against Josh Hawley. Not ready to project this right now, but so far, Josh Hawley with a wide lead over Claire McCaskill. I want to go to Deb Roberts, trying again. Deb Roberts in Missouri. Can you hear us now?
Hey, George, can you hear me? I hear you, and I hope you hear me. Well, folks here are kind of resigned to settle in for the long haul. They know that this is going to be a tough race, but the votes are still coming in very slowly tonight. St. Louis, a big Democratic stronghold, still hasn't had their votes tallied yet, so folks here are optimistic. But Claire McCaskill said to me herself today at her election place that she knows that this is going to be a nail-biter. As David mentioned earlier, she voted against Kavanaugh. She knew that would cost her some votes. The state has changed. The president is extremely popular here. He was here last night. He's put a lot of time into this race. Her opponent, Josh Hawley, is a very charismatic young man. She knows that this is going to be a tough race, but folks here are holding on to hope, and they know that she's going to win by her fingernails if she does it, but they haven't given up just yet here tonight, George.
Republicans hoping it'll be a third pickup for them tonight. I want to go back to Florida right now. Tom Yamas over at the board. We saw the governor's race in Florida concede by Andrew Gillum, the Democrat. What's happening on the Senate side?
All right, so things have changed a little bit. Remember when we were speaking earlier, we said Gillum's margin of loss was wider than Nelson? That has flipped. I've had to write this down on my hand so I wouldn't forget. So Gillum lost by 79,000. Right now, Nelson is behind by 148,000. Scott's people have already calling, and I've received a call. They said mathematically it's impossible for Nelson to win. We don't know that at this point, but it's looking like it's favorable towards Governor Rick Scott to pick up this state. If Republicans do pick up Florida, we can't say this enough. This is incredibly important for 2020. Not only having a Senate seat there, but also having the governor's mansion, and also in Ohio when we talk about 2020. So this race we haven't called yet, but the numbers, if you look at these numbers and you compare them to the governor's race, Nelson is now at a wider margin, losing. Scott could possibly take the state.
And potentially, Mary Bruce, if Republicans win Florida, if they win Missouri, that's 4 seats right there. Arizona, Nevada still out there, guaranteed to have an extending majority, could have quite a healthy majority.
Yeah, and that could have a real impact on some huge fights, especially when you think about nominations. If Democrats are able to gain those seats, if Republicans have a slim majority, that will affect a lot of huge fights. When you think about Supreme Court nominations, any cabinet nominations that may come down the fight, it will make those increasingly more difficult.
I mean, for instance, just to throw one out there, Jeff Sessions. The president's made it very clear he's unhappy with his attorney general, widely expected to make a change there. The big question is, who could he possibly get confirmed as AG in such a narrowly divided Senate? Well, if he's got a 4 or 5 seat majority in the Senate, it's much easier.
You just laid it up for me there. I'm going to have to take it over to Chris Christie right there. A lot of people wondering if you're the man for that job. But I'm not going to put you on the spot on that. But
We're on until 2 a.m., George.
Right.
Give me a break, huh?
Right. But I want to ask a question. It is going to be difficult, though, for whoever the president nominates, if indeed he has to nominate someone, to satisfy both the Senate and President Trump on the questions, especially of how to deal with Robert Mueller.
No, I don't think so, George. I think that what the president wants is someone who's going to be aggressive as Attorney General and is going to stand up for things that are important in their agenda. But I think that the president, and you've seen him be pretty quiet about Russia, George, over the last number of weeks. We haven't seen a tweet about Russia in a long time. I think he knows that the Mueller investigation is near its conclusion. And I think what he's looking for is an attorney general who can take him beyond Mueller to do the things he wants to do to prepare for re-election.
We will talk about that more later in the night. Right now, we have another switch in the House. It comes out of the state of Iowa, the 1st district in Iowa, where Abby Finkenauer has defeated Congressman Rod Bloom, seeking a 3rd term. As we said, we've already projected Democrats are going to take the House. The map is starting to fill in right there, Iowa. A switch there for the Democrats. We'll be right back.
Hey,
Hey, you're watching ABC News Live as George and the team take a break. We're going to continue our coverage up here, upstairs, in what we're calling the Skybox. Mike Muse is here. Mike's a host on Sirius XM Radio. Thanks for joining us yet again tonight. You've been watching the Gillum race closely, the Florida governor race. Andrew Gillum, the young Democratic mayor of Tallahassee, just got up and conceded. What are your thoughts as you watch this play out?
Well, coming into tonight, I was looking at this election as a referendum on what is America? What is America choosing to be? How are we defining patriotism? How are we defining what it means to be an American? And as a result of all the cultural warfare and discourse that's been happening in the closing arguments of this election cycle, immediately after Gillum won, we started hearing race conversations.
After he won the primary.
After he won the primaries, we started hearing, race conversation, race baiting, dog whistling, and then just overt racism.
His opponent, who's now going to be the governor of Florida, quite infamously used the word monkey in a live conversation on Fox News, which people jumped on and said, well, that was racist. So that's what you're referring to.
That's what I'm alluding to. And so I was curious to see how was Florida going to respond to that. And how was Florida going to, were they going to choose culture over party over culture, culture warfare, that is? Were they going to choose policy over culture warfare or culture warfare over policy? But I didn't hear a lot of policy towards the closing arguments of this race. And so there was some part of me that said that Floridians would rise above that and would definitely choose Gillum at the end. But what it turns out was that that wasn't the case tonight. We saw that happening in South Florida where there was some strong support for Gillum, but he couldn't really take it within the middle parts of Florida and the rural areas of Florida. And so it still leaves us to wonder, what does America want to be? Who are we as Americans? And I've yet to figure that out. Hopefully I'll see by the end of the night, but as of right now, I've yet to conclude that.
Well, yet, if you're looking at this from the left, which I think you are, there's a lot to cheer. A lot of women who did well. We've got your first female Muslim in Congress. You've got one of possibly two Native Americans. So diversity we are having a moment of diversity here tonight, at least thus far as the results come in.
Yes, we can celebrate the diversity, absolutely. But in those cases where the Muslim won, you're talking about the representative who won in Michigan just currently right now, there wasn't a lot of xenophobia that occurred in that election cycle and on that campaign trail where we actually saw that happening within Florida. So I think there is a difference. So yes, we can celebrate diversity. Yes, we can celebrate women rising to the occasion and being victorious. But there wasn't in those races when it went head to head. There was no xenophobia.
Right.
There was no ideology.
So
of
voters didn't have a chance to get up and say, no, we will not accept this kind of behavior.
Exactly. Right. Well, we saw the outcome of that in Florida and says, we'll look past that and still vote for the Florida governor.
Mike Muse, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your analysis. We'll continue to talk to you because we're going to stay on the air for quite a while here. And every time George and the team go to break, we'll pick it up with information and analysis. For now, we're going to send it back downstairs to George Stephanopoulos.
Back at ABC News headquarters here in New York, we are projecting Democrats are going to take the House tonight. You see right there, they picked up 17 seats. They are going to go beyond the 23 they need to take control of the House tonight. But Republicans will keep control of the Senate. They have already picked up 2 seats, several seats still out there. So we have a split decision tonight between the House and the Senate. President Trump has already weighed in on Twitter, called it a tremendous success tonight. Thank you to all. I want to bring in his counselor, Kellyanne Conway, from the White House. So we just heard what the president thinks, Kellyanne. Should I start with congratulating you on the Senate or offering condolences on the House?
Neither, George, but I did just leave the president. He says hello to everyone at ABC. There's no question that his presence on the campaign trail made the difference. In fact, he went 5 for 5 in just his stops from Sunday and Monday alone. I was with him yesterday. Those 3 stops on the Monday, all 3 of the candidates he stumped for in 3 very different states, for a governorship of Ohio and also 2 Senate seats in Indiana and Missouri, both of which are pickups from the Democrats. And I think when a president in power has the Senate, it's easier to get through judicial nominations. You've seen that's one of been big mark of his success in the first 2 years in office are these judicial nominations getting through, 26 in the U.S. Circuit Courts, and of course 2 of the United States Supreme Court, and also the executive noms. The House looks like it will go Democratic, but not by the large margins that have happened in the past. We know that President Obama suffered 63 losses in the House in 2010, President Clinton 54 losses in 1994, his first midterms. And these presidents, these 2-term presidents, found a way to work with the party out of power on things that matter to the country. This president is prepared to do that, to work across the aisle.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. That's what I wanted to ask you about. How is this going to change the way the president does business? He's now got, as you said, Democratic House, Republican Senate. Will he come forward with any new proposals that will try to appeal to both?
Well, there are a number of proposals like immigration, DACA. He tried to make a deal here with the Democrats last year. That's still on the table. And certainly he just worked with Democrats in the House and the Senate for a historic bipartisan opioids and drug package. So he's proven that he will do that. Also, I think the Democrats, if they've got the majority in the House, will need to come to him and present also. So I think you can expect him meeting with them in short order, whomever they decide their leaders are. But this is also a president who intends to be very busy during the lame duck session. The nation's business goes on even in lame duck, and there are a number of issues that are very important to this president, this country, that he wants them to attend to as well.
One of the things he talked about before Election Day was that he would veto any government funding bill that didn't include money for his border wall. That might be tougher in a lame duck session with Democrats coming in to take control of the House. Is the president committed to shutting down the government if he has to?
What the president is committed to, George, is continuing on with border security. Border security is national security. That is an issue that likely helped a number of these candidates on the Republican side tonight, along with the booming economy, really a historic economy in our lifetimes. But also, this president has already secured $1.6 billion in funding for his wall and has made very clear that that is one component of a very large, comprehensive, complex issue called immigration. We have to do something about chain migration, he has said, the visa lottery system. Also working on DACA, something he presented to the Democrats almost a year ago. It was last January. So he's still here. He's still willing to negotiate. But we can't see immigration through a single lens. Some only talk about the Dreamers in DACA. Others only talk about the border wall. This president is willing to tackle it in a more whole-of-government approach.
You pointed out the president's success on the campaign trail, getting those Senate seats and some governor seats as well, and there's no question that where he campaigned, you did see that happen. Some concern among House Republican leaders that created a backlash in those suburban House districts, and that's why you lost the House, because of the president's rhetoric on things like immigration and border security.
That sounds like the blame and shame game that's really misplaced here, and here's why. You know, candidates and campaigns matter, and they're not all equal. This president did what he could do in many of the Senate races, the governor's races, and a few House races. I would point your attention to Andy Barr, incumbent congressman in Kentucky 6. That was an early bellwether tonight that everyone, including ABC, was looking at, George, because, and rightfully so, because Andy was embattled. The president went there specifically to campaign for Andy Barr about 2 Saturdays ago, because it's very important for him to go and support House members, the president says, who support free markets and freedom. There was no governor's race. There was no senator's race. It was just for the House. But I see a lot of those consultants who certainly have enriched themselves through these races and perhaps lost some of the races are now going to blame the president here, and they should think about that, because candidates and campaigns matter. Were they inventive enough? Were they creative enough? Did they raise enough money? There are some candidates who lost tonight on the Republican side who distanced themselves from President Trump too. That is their right, and we respected that, but they lost anyway.
Because the president is not going to have the House in Republican hands anymore, one of the things we saw him just before the end of the campaign say maybe he should take a softer tone. Is that what we're going to see?
Well, we always welcome that, and the president also said at the end of that sentence, George, he would like to take a softer tone, but he hasn't been able to. That it's been a rough and tumble game. He thinks that he has been treated unfairly, that sometimes people focus on personalities and not policy, or they're focused on politics and not principles. He would very much like to continue forging ahead on behalf of this country. This booming economy has to keep going. We hear from job creators, job holders, and job seekers all across the country that they're just doing better. I think in your own polling, it suggested that most Americans feel economically anyway that they're more buoyant or they're more secure. We want that to continue. Tone matters and tweets matter, but really policies are what most Americans focus on. And I think the issues today were very important. You saw a lot of star power go to marquee races, like in the Georgia and Florida governor's races, for example, and those candidates came up short. That doesn't matter as much, I think, to many voters than the issues.
Kellyanne Conway, thanks for your time this morning. Congratulations on the Senate. We'll look forward to talking to you tomorrow. And we'll be right back.
watching ABC News Live as George and the team take a break downstairs. We continue our coverage upstairs in this area we're calling the Skybox, and we have a special guest, Anna Marie Cox, host of the podcast With Friends Like These on the Crooked Media Network. So gives people a sense of where you're coming from politically, the Pod Save America world. So
that would be the left.
That would be the left.
Yes.
So one of the things we were just talking about before we came on was that you're saying you're not comfortable with describing tonight as a split decision, even though the Senate goes or stays with the Republicans, the Dems take the House.
Well, I just feel like there's so much implied by that phraseology that isn't correct. I think split decision implies there's an equal outcome for both sides, that somehow it's a tie. It's not a tie. More people voted for Democratic candidates than voted for Republican candidates. It's only a
Do we know that yet, though? Or we're trending in that direction?
We're trending in that direction. They won the House popular vote. And that's sort of how to think of it. It's a popular vote versus electoral college thing, and it's the problems of 2016 for the Democrats sort of all over again, which is to say that Democrats are running up their totals in the places that they already have or they're already trending, and Republicans are successfully turning out voters that weren't always turning out in cycles past in the sort of rural red districts. What is accurate in terms of a split decision is maybe something to talk about a split personality, because what we're also seeing is a country that really just has two poles and not a whole lot in the center.
So one of the things I really like about your podcast With Friends Like These is that you talk to people with whom you disagree.
Yes.
What do you think the next 2 years are going to be like, given what we're seeing about what appears to be the political makeup in Washington?
May have to go to more than once a week.
On your podcast, yes.
I think that it's getting harder to talk to people you don't agree with than easier. I mean, I really am concerned that as a country we're sort of hardening into these ideological identities rather than what used to be called cross-cutting identities. Like you used to be that, you were Republican and something else, right? You were a Democrat and something else, but people are really kind of solidifying into those identities, especially on the Republican side, as the Republican Party gets more and more homogeneous. To be frank, like the Democratic Party has more cross-cutting identities. The Democratic Party is more of a coalition. People can be of different genders, of different sexual identities, of different religions, whereas the Republican Party is pretty like a white, male, Christian, white, male, and Christian, and rural too. So we need to develop our skills to be able to talk to each other, but I worry that for people who identify as Republicans, it's going to be harder for them because they live in enclaves where there aren't a lot of people that are unlike them. And we're not doing a very good job as a country of creating opportunities for us to talk to each other.
Couldn't it also be harder, though, because of how Democrats potentially handle this big dose of power that's now going to come their way? I mean, do you have any concerns about how the Democrats are going to comport themselves with the subpoena power and the possibility of impeachment, et cetera, et cetera?
Like, am I worried about like Democrat Benghazi? Is that what you're?
Let's just say overreach.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, I think a lot of the people, ironically, a lot of the Democrats that are in these flipped districts are not sort of, code pink activists, right? They're more moderate. The Democrats that are winning these Republican seats aren't Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yes.
They're
the 29-year-old from right here in New York City.
They're Connor Lamb,
yes.
right? And I don't see Connor Lamb being someone who's going to go around and do insane kinds of investigations. So I think there's going to be some temperament of the Democrats' desire to investigate everything, but let's face it, there are some things that should be investigated. And also, sort of to go against the split decision narrative, one devastating investigation could undo almost everything that happened tonight in favor of Trump.
Anna Marie Cox, thank you very much. I'm being told we need to send you back downstairs. So go forth. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it. While she goes forth and, as we like to say, gets her cardio by going down the stairs, let's go to Georgia, where Steve Osunsami has been covering a race that we still have not projected a winner for. Steve, what's going on there in Georgia in that governor's race?
Well, the race is close, but it's appearing right now that Secretary of State Brian Kemp has a significant lead in this race right now. We're still waiting for some of the totals to come in from some of the larger metro counties, but it is looking more and more favorable for the Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. The crowd here isn't quite down with that yet. There's still some sense that Stacey Abrams could still pull this out. We've been sort of crunching the numbers. We were really watching closely Fulton County, which is the county I'm in right now, and DeKalb County, which are some of the largest counties in the state and also are counties that were expected to break heavily for Stacey Abrams. Those numbers appear to be in, so she's running out of real estate to make up the difference. And right now, if the numbers were to stop now, Kemp would win outright. We're still waiting to see, though, if they might move to a runoff. Dan?
But there's been so much rancor in this race and accusations that Kemp, who's a sitting Secretary of State, should not be overseeing a major election in which he's a candidate. Do you see that continuing to be an issue if or when we move forward here? And by the way, we just have a few seconds for you to answer that question.
Well, there was already a lawsuit filed today asking Kemp to resign, and that will absolutely be an issue if this race moves to a runoff, because he'll still be supervising that election, which would take place in a month. Dan?
Steve Osunsami, thank you for quickly answering a big question I asked you with limited time. We really appreciate it. That's Steve Osunsami on the ground in Georgia. We're still waiting for a projection in that closely watched race. One other race we want to tell you about, or one other issue that's come up tonight, is the people of Michigan have resoundingly voted yes on a proposition to legalize recreational marijuana. So weed is now legal in the state of Michigan. Thought you might want to know that. We're going to send it back downstairs now. We're up in the skybox on ABC News Live. Let's get it down to George and the rest of the team on ABC News on this historic election night.
Back here, ABC News election headquarters here in New York, and there you see the results in the Senate so far tonight. Republicans have extended their majority in the Senate, picking up 2 seats, several seats still hanging out there. But on the House side, ABC News can project that the Democrats are going to take the House of Representatives. So far, they've picked up 19 seats. They need 23 to take over. Based on the seats that are still out there, we believe they will do that relatively handily. So a split decision tonight, and we have more House races coming in right now. First one from the state of Minnesota, the 2nd District in Minnesota. Angie Craig has defeated the incumbent Jason Lewis outside of Minneapolis. And Anna Cox, I want to go to you on this right here. Jason Lewis was an incumbent hampered by his career on talk radio.
Yes, he said several things that sort of offended our Me Too sensibility. He's also said things about immigrants that tended to not sit well with the suburbs of Minneapolis, which are purplish trending towards blue these days. When we talk about whether or not Trump was successful in turning the conversation to immigration and scaring people about the caravan, I think we need to remember that places that actually have large populations of refugees, which is Minnesota has the largest proportion of refugees in the entire country. They just elected the first Muslim woman to Congress. And it just said no to this guy, Jason Lewis.
Real divisions, John Carl, in Minnesota. This was a seat the Democrats expected to win, but picking up on what Anna was saying, you might have a case now where the Democrat is a little too liberal for the district, but the Republican was too conservative for the district.
Absolutely. This was one of those districts that was almost a tie. Trump won 46-45, but she is much more liberal than that district. This was also an issue, George, where guns was a big issue. We saw the pro-gun control groups spend a lot of money targeting Jason Lewis.
And it worked right there. We have another result coming in from the state of New Jersey right now, the 7th District in the state of New Jersey, where Tom Malinowski, Assistant U.S. Secretary of State for Human Rights, former Assistant U.S. Secretary of State, has defeated 6th-term Congressman, going for the 6th-term Congressman Leonard Lance. Chris Christie was talking about that earlier. Chris, I want to come to you in a second, but first let me go to Stephanie Cutter. One of the things we're seeing here, Malinowski, is you had a lot of veterans like you of the Obama administration running for office this year.
Absolutely. There was the president, when President Obama left office, he issued a call to action for not just people that worked for him, but people across the country to rise up and serve this country, and I think you saw that. There's dozens of former Obama officials that are running. Tom Malinowski, not just an Obama official, but also a former Clinton official. Haley Stevens, who works so closely on the auto bailout at the Department of Treasury under President Obama. So we're going to see, there are more to come. We're halfway through the country right now. We've got the second half of the country to come in, and there are more Obama alums on the ballot.
Chris, because you said to keep an eye on this. Didn't you?
Yeah, and I said, you know, if they win CD7, the Democrats win that one, they're probably going to have won the House. We now know that that's true. And it's a couple of points we've been making tonight, too. Leonard Lance, a moderate in the old style of moderate Republicans, now gone by the wayside. Second, he probably struggled more than anybody in New Jersey to try to walk that tightrope between supporting the president and opposing the president, and it just didn't work for him. It appears that he angered some of the Trump base that was in his district that didn't turn out as well when I look at the numbers, and he didn't convince any of the people who were anti-Trump that he was really anti-Trump. Very tough for Leonard.
Voted against the president's tax bill, voted against repealing Obamacare. The real question, just as Governor Christie was saying, is can a moderate survive in a swing district like this one? And Malinowski is also a Rhodes Scholar, worth pointing out.
Nothing wrong with that. We also have an upset in the state of Oklahoma, and this is something. This is a result in Oklahoma 5, where the two-term Congressman Republican Steve Russell has lost to Kendra Horn, a Democratic attorney. I'm going to make a confession here. This is such a surprise to us. We didn't have much information on the race. But Nate Silver, this is one of those examples of Democrats really reaching in to red territory.
I mean, there have been a couple. Staten Island was the other. There was a likely Republican race where Democrats won. They won the Kansas governorship and at least one House seat there so far. So it was not great for the Democrats in the Southeast, not great in the rural West, for example. But we do show now Democrats project to gain an average about 34 seats in the House.
That's where you started the night.
It's where we started. It was more than a little bit of a roller coaster. But you do see, look, for once in the world, the toss-ups went in different directions. Half toss-ups go to the GOP, half to Democrats. That's why they're called toss-ups. And so you don't necessarily see these big national themes like you saw in 2016.
And you also did warn us coming in the blog, in the 538 blog, that there were going to be some results tonight that just weren't on anybody's radar.
With 470 races for Congress, you're going to have 10, 12, 15 upsets. I think the Oklahoma one and the Staten Island one are the biggest two so far. And there might be more still. Steve King is actually down by 5 or 6 points now in Iowa 4, and so he could lose that district as well.
Another race coming in right now from the state of Virginia, where Democrat Abigail Spanberger has defeated Congressman David Brat. We talked about this earlier, Martha. Big win here for the Democrats.
It really is. And this is a district that was split on Trump, although he won it by 6 points. There are rural areas who support, while the suburbs are energized against President Trump. Abigail Spanberger, a former CIA officer from 2006 to 2014. Dave Brat was seeking that third term. He has been an ally of Trump, but is trying to project a much more moderate tone.
And George, you've now had the Democrats pick up 3 seats in the state of Virginia. I think this one is especially significant when you consider what the district is. This was Eric Cantor's district, and it was really crafted to be a safe district for Eric Cantor. He ended up losing the Republican primary to Brat. Now Brat has managed to lose this for the Republicans.
Cookie, whenever you have midterm switches, there's a character to the class that comes in. You remember the class in 1974 coming out of Watergate, the class in 1982, Ronald Reagan coming in on Ronald Reagan. This one not as big as those, but it's creating a very different House.
Very different House, and one that's going to have a very difficult time getting anything done because it is all over the place, but it is also very interesting in its diversity. I mean, you have never seen a House like this. For most of our lives, we just looked down from the gallery and saw a bunch of guys in gray suits, and now it's people of every imaginable ethnicity and many, many more women, and so. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very different House.
One of the most diverse Congresses in the history of the country. You know,
the most.
And George, I was looking at Oklahoma 5 because I get a chance to go around the country, and one of the responses I got, they said, yes, we knew about her, we helped, but she didn't want a national touch.
There you
she
go.
wanted to run
she did it on her own.
Yeah.
And candidates do matter. I mean, that
one of the themes of tonight.
Absolutely.
And we have this incredibly diverse House and a Trumpier Senate and the expectation that there's going to be gridlock. But I wonder, all those vets and the diversity that this House represents. You see those numbers that David referred to. 77% think we're a more divided country. But I'll bet you somewhere near that wants us to be united.
Right.
And I wonder if vets who come out of a tradition working across personalities can get it done.
An environment where you have to work together.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I think that's something that's appealing to people. They have to. They have the team that they get, and they bring that team together in whatever way. And you've got real leaders there. You know, we've talked about veterans tonight. This is the first generation of the all-volunteer military. So those veterans going up on the Hill are all volunteers.
And one of the big questions, though, is going to be, will they change Congress or will Congress change them? And Mary Bruce, you've got some reporting now on President Trump and Senator McConnell.
Yeah, we've learned that the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, has called President Trump. He's thanked him for all of the travel that he did that helped so many Republicans to give them this boost in the Senate. And, they will be working together going forward. But with Democrats in control of the House, it is really hard to see how they are going to get anything done, even though Mitch McConnell and the president may be working together. Getting much done in Washington is going to be very difficult.
And I know that those establishment Republicans who fought so hard to keep Donald Trump from getting the Republican nomination 2 years ago, this time around, looking at this, what I was hearing was the president is doing everything that we are asking of him with these Senate races. I was told that the White House political shop is organized, they're disciplined, they're going to the states we're telling them to go to, they're going to the races we're telling them to go to, and this president was campaigning harder in midterms than we have seen any president of my lifetime.
That's Washington. A lot of changes outside Washington as well. I want to look at some governor's races now. Some calls have come in. Gretchen Whitmer in the state of Michigan has defeated Democrat. Gretchen Whitmer has defeated the Michigan Attorney General Bill Schuette. In the state of Oregon, Governor Kate Brown, seeking her first full term, will hang on. That race turned out to be a little bit tougher than she expected, but she's going to hang on and get a victory. And let's take another look now at the Georgia governor's race right now, which is getting a little bit closer as more of the raw vote comes in. Stacey Abrams, the Democrat, up against Brian Kemp, the Secretary of State. He is still above that 50%. Remember, if both candidates are under 50%, then there is a runoff. So let's go back to Steve Osensami in Atlanta.
George, can you hear me there? George, the crowd here hasn't quite digested the numbers that we're seeing. They're still hoping that there are enough votes within the metro Atlanta area to make up the difference, but it is looking increasingly unlikely that that's going to happen when you crunch the numbers. There was, when you look at the totals that are coming from across the state, Brian Kemp did exceptionally well in the rural parts of the state. In the south, in the north, those counties are all red. When you add up those numbers from those counties, even though they may be small, 5,000 to 10,000 votes per county, it's enough to put him to put him ahead of her, even though she's doing so well in some of the largest counties in the state. There was a lot of concern about his role in this election because he is the current Secretary of State and supervises elections. There was a lawsuit filed today to get him to resign. It still is possible that this could move into a runoff. If that does happen, there will be more calls for his resignation. But right now, he has a very good lead, and a lead that within a few hours we could probably know that might be enough to seal this.
Okay, Steve Osensami, thanks. Still waiting on George. I want to go back to Matthew Dowd, though, on that pickup for the Democrats in the state of Michigan, another one of your home states right there. And we are seeing Ohio.
I don't have a second home.
Yeah, right.
I just was born there.
Almost as many states as Romney.
We're replacing another governor who just didn't quite know how to deal with Donald Trump either on the Republican side.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that obviously what happened in Flint was a huge tag, a huge black mark on the Republican administration there. But this is one of those states, as Chris and I and others have been talking about, that is a battleground state that goes forward. It's a Midwestern state. The Republicans have now won Florida, or it looks like they've won Florida. Ohio, Democrats have won, kept Pennsylvania, Michigan. And so we're all converging on this. It's going to be the same place that we're going to be talking about again and again and again, where they flip, and it's going to be ultimately decide what the politics of going forward. One thing I'd like to add, George, is if you look at the total of the night, is Democrats have much to cheer and much to lament. And Republicans have much to cheer and much to lament in this. But the problem comes is anybody going to come and say, what do we do about the country? Because we were divided before tonight, we're even more divided after tonight.
I want to bring that to Chris Christie because it does seem that that governors, for the most part, have had a better record of figuring out how to bridge those divides in their home states than anything Congress can do.
Yeah, it's definitely true because when you're a governor, you are forced because you see your constituents every day. You're forced to produce results. And when you don't, they show up at a town hall meeting, they show up at the dry cleaners or at the deli, and they're like, what are you doing? And I think what Matt talked about with the Midwest, you're going to see Wisconsin, I think, headed to a recount. You may see Iowa headed to a recount. But what you're seeing is right now only 4 governor's races down for the Republicans. I think that also tells you something for what you said. There's practical results being delivered. And where they didn't, they lost. In Michigan, where Rick Snyder looked to have failed in Flint on water, they kicked out the Republicans. In places where they succeeded, they kept Republicans. And so it's a very interesting thing. Remember, 26 open seats. 26 open seats this time. It's a lot.
The exit polls are bearing out exactly what Governor Christie has just said, in particular when it comes to the Flint water crisis. I mean, what Gretchen Whitmer did was she went after working class voters. This was a state that Trump won by 10,000 votes 2 years ago. And take a look at the exit polls. I'm just going to laser in on how they handled the Flint water crisis. And who would be better to handle towns having safe drinking water? 42% said only Gretchen Whitmer. She had some very, very basic arguments to make. She said, I'm going to handle the Flint water crisis. She said, fix the damn roads was one of her key slogans. And she won. She won handily in a state after Florida and Ohio that the Democrats sorely needed a governorship somewhere tonight.
Seeing some split decisions there. We'll be right back.
It's ABC News Live. We continue our coverage here of these historic elections. Let's take a quick look at the state of Florida and a race that is too close for us to make a projection. The incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson running against Rick Scott, the popular sitting governor. At this point, 99% of the expected vote reporting, and it's 50-50. And at this point, we're not going to be able to make a projection. It's unclear when we'll know who emerges victorious in this race. Rick Scott got a lot of support from President Donald Trump. Two campaign visits just last week. The incumbent Bill Nelson also was thought to have been getting some positive coattail effect from Andrew Gillum, the Democrat mayor of Tallahassee, who is running for governor. However, Gillum has already conceded in his governor's race. So this is a really interesting race, surprising in some ways. We will continue to watch it perhaps for days. Let's check now on what's popping on social media. Let's get it over to ABC's Kenneth Moten, who's running a post on that beat tonight. Kenneth, what are you seeing?
Dan, the reaction is just pouring in as many of those big races have been projected by ABC News. We mentioned President Trump earlier putting out his first presidential tweet post midterm election results. But now we want to show it to you. The president right there saying tremendous success tonight. Thank you all. There was actually a tweet below that actually responding to the president, trying to keep him in check and putting some perspective on it that, hey, remember, you lost the House, but you've got the Senate. Moving on now, let me just show you this one right here from Azuna, who says Andrew Gillum in Florida ran an amazing race. Sad to see him concede. Hashtag election night. Election night been trending here in America with so many tweets coming in using that hashtag and others. Sophie said congrats to Ron DeSantis, Florida, and to the state of Florida. Hashtag God is good. So a Ron DeSantis supporter there, happy about his big win. And again, Dan, all that reaction just coming in fast and furiously.
Kenneth, somebody got in my ear when you were trying to talk to me there. Can you say that again?
The reaction's coming in fast and furiously.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I thought you're making some sort of joke I needed to respond to. Anyway, thank you very much. Let's get it back down to George. Kenneth, we'll talk to you coming up later in the evening. Back now to George.
We have another big result coming in on the Senate, where Democrat Claire McCaskill, Missouri, is conceding now to Josh Hawley, the Republican. Another pickup for the Republicans right there. Want to go straight to Missouri, where Senator McCaskill is conceding. Deborah Roberts.
George, it was the worst nightmare for people here. The supporters were hoping, but you could feel the air go out of this room a short time ago. And then everyone started going to their feet. You knew that Claire McCaskill was coming in. Look, everybody knew that this was going to be an uphill battle, but nobody expected her to lose by such a big margin. So she finally just came in and decided to support her supporters and to thank them. She said she's not going to go home and sit on the couch, but she wants to thank them for all the work they've done. Clearly a very disappointing night for Claire McCaskill and her supporters here tonight. A big, big loss. This is Trump country. It was just too hard for her to overcome the president's pull in Missouri, George.
Yeah,
and tonight she has thrown it in and she's given it up.
She had come from behind before, couldn't do it this time. Abby Huntsman, though, up against an impressive Attorney General of the state of Missouri, Josh Hawley.
Yeah, and I think, again, it shows just the impact that the president has. He was on the ground in Missouri was it last night? Yeah. And he brought his family, his team with him, and brings them up on stage. And I think there really is something to that we're seeing in this election cycle, the candidates that have tied themselves closely to Trump, including what we're seeing in Florida happen. I think the White House is celebrating for a reason. They can say, look, we have gone out, we've campaigned for them. This is a referendum. Now they can say it is a referendum on us and in a positive way. So I think that this race with Hawley in particular is a very positive thing for the White House.
Another result coming in from the state of New Mexico. Governor of New Mexico, Democrat, Congresswoman Michelle Lujan Grisham, three-term Congresswoman, has defeated Congressman Steve Pierce. She will become the next governor of New Mexico there in the Southwest. So that is a one in for the Democrats right there. John Carl, I want to come to you back on Missouri, state of Missouri. The president does have a lot of bragging rights tonight.
He does. He was there 5 times. He spent more time in Missouri than any other state. And he targeted McCaskill. He targeted McCaskill over the Brett Kavanaugh vote. He targeted McCaskill over being out of step with a state that is very much Trump country. This was a state, this was a seat that they targeted as one that they thought that they could win, and he did it.
If we have it, let's bring up the board. So now the Republicans have picked up 3 Senate seats right now. The outstanding ones, Nevada and Arizona right now. And can we take a look at the raw vote in Arizona, see what we have right there? Let's pull that up, where Kirsten Sinema is running against Martha McSally, if we have it. It's coming up right now. Very close there right now. Still, you guys see 10,000 votes separating Martha McSally and Kirsten Sinema right now. So the Democrat is behind right there. Let's take a look also at the state of Nevada, where Jackie Rosen is up against Dean Heller. Guess we don't have that quite yet, but we're going to. This is Donna Brazil. Last 2 pickup possibilities for the Democrats here.
Well, George, first of all, I want to say something about those red state Democrats. I remember going down to Louisiana to help Mary Landrieu when George W. Bush was popular in the president. It's very hard when these states go red. You look for areas to expand the vote. Claire McCaskill tried to expand the vote. She tried to campaign in areas where Democrats once had a majority. It was a very uphill battle. I was surprised to see her lose by so much, but she's still a great lawmaker and a great public servant.
You know, we heard from so many Republicans going into this race today, George, that President Trump was the politician that excited their supporters most. And we are really seeing that play out, particularly in that Missouri race. President Trump attacked McCaskill hard. He said a vote for McCaskill is a vote for Nancy Pelosi. And she ended up having to run radio ads where she said that she's not one of those crazy Democrats. So we're really, as we heard Kellyanne Conway say, President Trump's power on the campaign trail is a huge asset to not just him personally, but to every Republican that he's been tying himself to on this race.
Let's go out to Nevada right now, where Amy Robach is there waiting for the votes to come in. Amy, what are you seeing?
That's right, George. Well, we just had the incumbent, Dean Heller, take the stage here at the GOP election headquarters here in Las Vegas. He hadn't been seen since Friday. He's really kept this weekend low-key. He hasn't been out campaigning publicly. He was with Donald Trump Jr. on Friday, and he was thanking President Trump here on stage, in addition to the vice president. But this is a very tight race, and at one point, this was one of the states that the country was looking at to see whether or not the Senate could swing in one direction, because his challenger, his opponent, Jackie Rosen, has certainly come out strong. She was campaigning hard today in Clark County, which makes up a huge part of the voting bloc here in Nevada. 3 million people here in the state, just under, more than 2 million here in Clark County in the Las Vegas area, and that's what she needs to pull off a victory tonight. If she wins, Nevada would be making history with 2 female senators, so a lot of people here waiting to see what will happen. We have no results in just yet. There were very long lines at the polls here in Nevada today, and so we heard and we saw on Twitter Nevada saying we are not going to release any results, no numbers, until we know that every person in this state has cast their vote. So we are waiting to get our first glimpse about where this race is headed. But again, Heller and his family took the stage just a short while ago, thanking supporters as we all wait to see what happens here in this state, George.
A lot of early vote in Nevada as well. John Carl, Dean Heller, one of those late converts to President Trump.
Yeah, Trump really hit him hard because he voted against the first effort by the Republicans to repeal Obamacare. But he came around and he voted for the next effort and ended up tying himself very close to the president. He's also somebody going way back to the campaign who was very critical of the president over the Access Hollywood tape. So he was not a favorite of the president from the start. But again, he had to win re-election in Nevada. He got closer to the president.
Mary Bruce, one of the things you're going to see now in the Senate is a lot of new senators who owe President Trump.
Yeah, it will be an interesting dynamic because it changes the way that the Senate will interact with this White House, especially as Republicans have tried to, many walk a fine line. I often go up to them in the hallway. One of the most frequently asked questions is, what do you think of the president's tweet? How are they going to respond? How are they going to interact with this president, especially if they feel that they owe him one, a big one?
I want to ask you about that because you used to report a lot that you would hear Republicans who would be telling you things off the record that they wouldn't tell you on the record. Has that grumbling gone away?
It has gone away a little bit, and I suspect you may see it go away even more so. So it will be interesting to see how they walk that fine line going forward.
We've heard that the president has called Nancy Pelosi to congratulate, so he's going to be working with a Mitch McConnell, who he is much closer to and who owes him. But also, there is the reality here that he has to deal with a Democratic House, with Nancy Pelosi, somebody who he's had a tough relationship at times, but also a pretty warm relationship at times.
And he supported Nancy Pelosi in the past. It seems like the distance passed, but it was quite a long time ago. But we'll see if they can work together. A lot more to discuss when we come back.
Hey, I'm Dan Harris. We're continuing our coverage on ABC News Live. I'm joined by Tara Setmary yet again. One of the things you wanted to talk about tonight that we haven't had a chance to really talk about is you've been tracking the performance of women tonight. What's your view?
It's pretty extraordinary. We already saw a record number of women running for office in general. You had 276 women running for House, Senate, and governor races. And the success rate has been pretty remarkable for the House of Representatives, at least. At one point, you had 10 out of 14 seats that flipped were women. A lot of these women were in suburban areas, which were districts that Republicans knew they were going to have difficulty with because independents were breaking for Democrats because they're not happy with the tone and tenor of the Trump administration. And many of these women have won in these districts and taken out some pretty significant Republican incumbents in places like Texas, in places like Pennsylvania. 3 out of the 4 seats that were won in Pennsylvania were won by women. Oklahoma City, which was a race that even George earlier said that it wasn't on the map, wasn't on the radar, we weren't paying attention to it. That was a shocker, where someone in Oklahoma City, another suburban area, woman Democrat won. So Kendra Horn. So I think that's pretty remarkable in a lot of ways because the gender gap was pretty significant also. College-educated women voted Republican last time. This time, 20% Democrat. That is an unbelievable gender gap. Independents, in general, Trump won them 4%. This time, 12%. more went to Democrats. So this is going to be a dynamic, I think, that's going to be problematic moving forward for the Trump administration as they go into the re-elect in 2020. What do they do about these suburban districts? And definitely for the Republican Party, they're going to have a heart-to-heart about what they're going to do about women and independence.
Speaking of Trump and women, as John Carl just reported on the broadcast, the president called Nancy Pelosi perhaps the once and future Speaker of the House of Representatives. How do you think, assuming, and it may not be a safe assumption.
Congratulatory call?
Congratulatory call. So it seems.
Yeah.
How do you imagine if she regains this, her role as Speaker, how do you imagine that working relationship is going to go?
Well, you know, Donald Trump seems to be friendly when he needs to be. You know, not that long ago, he was willing to cut a deal on immigration with Nancy and Chuck, and then
over Chinese food, if I recall, yeah,
that's correct. And then when he saw that his base wasn't very happy about that, then all of a sudden it became, you know, crying Chuck, and he disparaged Nancy Pelosi. I think that the president feels actually pretty good right now because of the makeup of the Senate, which is the Senate who would confirm Supreme Court nominations. They're the ones that confirm judges. They're the ones who confirm cabinet members. So he seemed to be right off the House not that long ago. He saw the writing on the wall that the House is probably going to the Democrats, and he feels pretty good about gaining seats in the Senate. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw kind of a seesaw, a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Trump when it comes to the House and Nancy Pelosi. He'll work with them when he thinks it's advantageous, and he'll vilify them when he thinks he needs to rile the base up.
The strategy he used, which appears to have been successful in running up the numbers in the Senate where the map was favorable, was to run hard right.
Yeah.
Talk about immigration, et cetera, et cetera. Is that one that could work in a general election in 2 years? I mean, it worked in 2016.
It did, but in some of these areas in the Midwest, you have to understand Trump only won by about 10,000 votes in Michigan. He won by about 77,000 votes between Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's not a lot. And some of those people who were Obama supporters that decided to vote for Trump may not be as happy with him the next time around, depending on what the economy looks like, depending on how the tariffs affect them. In places like Iowa that went for Trump, there are farmers who are upset about the tariff situation. It's hurting them tremendously. So those are people that could potentially not vote for him next time around.
Or it could be as simple as just losing the suburban women, some of whom went for him last time.
Absolutely. And it could also be the fact that Hillary Clinton did not turn out the same coalition that Barack Obama did. And if the same kind of energy that we had this midterm goes into the presidential, you may see a different race.
Do you think Democrats, and we only have a few seconds here, quick answer to this, do you think Democrats would be better off nominating somebody in the Andrew Gillum mode or somebody centrist more along the Joe Biden model?
I think more centrist is the lesson to be learned. Gillum was pretty far right, far left, and so was O'Rourke, and they both lost.
We'll see how the primaries go for the Democrats. Tara, thank you very much. We're going to continue our coverage on ABC News Live for many more hours. For now, though, let's get it down to George and the rest of the team right below us.
Live from New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And we're back at our election headquarters here in New York City, midnight here in the East, 9 p.m. in the West. That's the House that you're looking at right there. Democrats have already picked up 21 seats. They're going to win the House. That's what we project tonight. Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate. Have already picked up 3 seats, several seats still outstanding, at least 3 big ones in the rest. We're going to get to that in a minute. But right now, want to go to Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic leader in the House. Democrats have this victory tonight. She spoke about it moments ago.
Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP.
Nancy Pelosi right there, Mary Bruce, let me begin with you right there. We've been talking about the call from President Trump to Nancy Pelosi. Is it guaranteed that she's going to be Speaker in the House? Because so many of these Democrats who are running did say they wouldn't support her. Does she have the kind of margin, enough cushion to guarantee she has the speakership?
Well, look, right now, 8 of the new Democrats are Democrats who have said that they will not vote for Pelosi or that they believe that they need some new leadership. That is not that big of a margin. And look, Pelosi may have taken the stage tonight to chance of speaker, but she's going to have to work for this a little bit. And it is a reminder of the fact that not only have so many Democrats said that they want new leadership, but also they feel that they just need some new blood in there. But don't discount Nancy Pelosi. She is a fierce force on the Hill. She knows how to get things done, and she knows how to wrangle a diverse caucus, which will be important as they pursue all of these investigations.
And Donna Brazil, even if it's close, I would imagine it's pretty difficult to displace the female Democratic leader of the House when so many women are part of this new majority.
I mean, Nancy Pelosi is responsible for helping to recruit this new generation of leadership. She has raised over $130 million. She has helped to advance the Democratic cause, including health care. I know that she's going to face some challenges, but I still bet that Nancy Pelosi knows how to count the vote.
Cokie Roberts, well, that's the other thing, Cokie Roberts. She is a great vote counter.
She is an incredible vote counter, and she also knows how to legislate. She can put bills together and put people together who will vote for those bills. She knows how to do that.
If the Democratic presidential candidates in 2020 had a vote, I don't think she'd get one, because she is going to be a liability for the Democratic Party if in the 2020 election, if she's Speaker of the House.
Well, you're throwing something provocative there on the table. I don't know who wants to pick it up. Maybe Anna Cox. Pick up that one.
I support Nancy Pelosi for all of the right reasons. She knows how to legislate. She knows how to count. And she knows how to go out there and pick winners.
And she also, I think, knows when to step aside when it's time to step aside. But who is really popular in New Blood? Paul Ryan. Right? And he's no longer there. So I think that Nancy Pelosi is going to be just fine. And then what was the provocative thing you wanted us to talk about?
No, the idea that you've solved the problem. Mary, go ahead.
Relationship with the president. I mean, not only have they been friendly at times in the past, but while the president, likes to fancy himself a deal maker, Pelosi is shrewd, and she has shown that she can actually get the better of the president in some circumstances. Especially, we saw that in the past with negotiations over the budget and spending and government funding. So Nancy Pelosi is a good foe for Donald Trump, and someone that I think Democrats would like to see in that role. And she does not yet have a nickname from President Trump. That nickname.
Pelosi knows this fight's coming, and she saw it coming, and she suggested not long ago that she might only serve one term as the Speaker of the House. So I could see something like that, but I would be shocked if there would be anybody that could displace Nancy Pelosi this time.
It can't be someone with nothing.
And consider this, 16 incumbent Republicans have lost so far tonight. Not a single incumbent Democrat has lost tonight. And Pelosi was behind the recruitment of a lot of these new Democrats that won.
Okay, we're 4 hours into the broadcast, 4 hours and 4 minutes into the broadcast. I think Robert Mueller's name has been mentioned exactly once tonight so far. He didn't come up in the campaign either. We're quiet during that entire period. But Pierre Thomas, let's go back to you, because this could break within days after this election. Mueller was quiet during the election period. What do we know about where his investigation stands right now and what he might do?
Well, many people think that his investigation will likely be over by the end of the year. We could see some additional indictments coming within the next week or two. People that have been in his crosshairs, Roger Stone, for example, is someone who's been investigated. I think the most interesting thing about Bob Mueller is this. In 18 months of investigating roughly, he's not uttered a single public word, not one. He is the biggest wild card in the city of Washington. The results of his investigation will have a dramatic impact one way or the other. And I think, given the fact that the Democrats are now taking over the House, it's more likely that his report will be made public. So we will see what his results will be, and we will all be able to assess what he's found out.
Chris Christie, there was some 6 weeks out from the election. It looked like the president might fire Rod Rosenstein. It didn't happen until after the election. We now believe the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, is going to go. How does the president read these election results in relation to Mueller? Does he come out of this thinking he can move him aside or not?
No, I don't think it affects him as to Mueller at all. I think what it does is, if we see him hold on in Arizona and Nevada and win Florida, as it looks like Scott will do, and he needs at 55 senators, I think what it tells him is that he can move on from Jeff Sessions, and he can pick the attorney general he wants to have and not have to worry about getting that person confirmed. And I think with 55 votes, that's pretty safe, especially, as Mary was talking about before, you've substituted Marsha Blackburn for Corker, right? You've substituted perhaps Martha McSally for Jeff Flake. those are much more reliable votes for the president than what he had even before. So the majority is almost super energized at 55 because of substitutes.
The other votes might have been reliable. The voices weren't reliable. The votes were actually pretty reliable for the president.
But I don't think he would have gone in, George, and especially on Attorney General, with everything else that's happened, and take a risk on somebody. He may have picked somebody that he didn't really want but could get confirmed.
Now he can get
I
somebody
think
he
he could pick the person he wants.
I do think a lot of people were looking to this election that the result of it, we might see a bloodbath in the White House starting first thing tomorrow morning in terms of staff shakeups and cabinet shakeups and departures. I don't think these results will lead to that. Certainly, there will be some. Jeff Sessions is probably at the top of that list, but a full house cleaning in terms of the West Wing staff, I don't think it's good.
And the president can take some heart in what the voters were saying.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it goes back to what Mary Bruce was saying earlier in the night, and the exit polls underscore what she said, which is the Democrats are going to have to be very careful about how they navigate this going forward. You saw Nancy Pelosi come out moments ago and say, and so begins the checks and balances on Donald Trump. She came out swinging. But look at the exit polls. This is what the voters said today about Robert Mueller's investigation. He's remained silent, but the longer it lasts, look at these numbers. 42% of those polled today say they actually approve of Mueller's handling of the Russia investigation. 46% said they disapprove. The Russia investigation itself, do you support it? Is it politically motivated? More than half the voters said it was politically motivated. Only 41% believe the Russia investigation is justified anymore. And look at the breakout by party. This is not terribly surprising. Russia investigation politically motivated. Only 28% of Democrats, 82% of Republicans believe this is politically motivated. 52% say independents say this is politically motivated. You've got a lot of Americans who went to the polls today who are asking questions about this Russia investigation. They're aware that he's been silent this long, and it would appear they're expecting to hear what he has before.
Yeah, the Republican Democrat split's not surprising, but John Carl, what is surprising is coming in to this election, most of the polls had shown the public had majority support of Robert Mueller and his integrity.
I mean, what it shows is that the president's relentless attacks on Mueller, relentless attacks by the president and by his supporters in Congress, echoed by Fox News, frankly, have had an impact. Robert Mueller, don't forget, is a lifelong Republican. He's somebody who served as the FBI director for more than a decade, somebody who widely respected by Republicans until this moment when this Republican president relentlessly, day after day, attacked him.
And not only relentless attacks on the Mueller investigation, the relentless attacks on the media. I've talked to a lot of people out there, a lot of voters who you ask them, if Robert Mueller had a startling, stunning indictment, would you believe it? And they'll say no.
And George, those numbers that David cited is probably one of the reasons why you may see Democrats in the House make a move to try and pass some kind of legislation to protect Robert Mueller and his investigation, which then would force Republicans in the Senate to have to go on record on this issue.
And George, I don't usually make predictions, but I'll make one. Mueller won't care about his popularity, and his investigation will be what it is.
Yeah.
And we will know soon enough. I have some more results coming in from the state of Iowa right now. In the House, Democrat Cindy Axne has defeated the Republican David Young, seeking a third term there in Iowa's 3rd district, and in the governor's race in the state of Iowa, the Republican Governor Kim Reynolds, seeking her first full term in the governor's house, has defeated businessman Fred Hubble. Matthew Dowd, this is one of those Midwest states now we've seen a split. Republicans holding some, Democrats getting others.
Yeah, the total of the night, Democrats have picked up 4. They might pick up 5. We're waiting on a tight race in Wisconsin. This is another one of those mixed signs. As I said, Democrats have some to cheer about. This is a place that the Democrats wanted to do well in. They wanted to win Ohio. They wanted to win Iowa. They definitely wanted to win Florida. And in all those places, they failed in the course of this. I'm curious to see if anybody has any sense of humility after tonight. If anybody gets a sense from the president to the speaker, new speaker, to any member of Congress, do they come to the table? The president was by 100 million votes, was by 9% margin, the country voted against him tonight. But the Senate went with him, governor's races with him. Does anybody say, what do we do?
Well, you've already said the president's not going to do that.
I don't think so. I mean, listen, he'll make deals where he thinks he can make deals that are advantageous to him. But in
Isn't
terms
the
of
infrastructure
tone,
deal something where Democrats and Republicans
Yeah, and I
can
think
build bridges and roads?
Yeah, and I think he wants to do that. And I think that will be something he'll look towards. I think there's also the issue of sentencing reform and prison reform, which is something that he's interested in that may also be able to bring Republicans and Democrats together. It did in my state when we did it. But one interesting note on Wisconsin, because I'm getting a lot of input from the folks in Wisconsin. Right now, with about 98% of the vote in, Governor Walker is leading by 5 votes. Not 5,000, not 500, 5 votes. So I think we're headed to a recount in Wisconsin.
If I can jump in on the criminal justice reform, in Florida, there was an amazing result, which is they passed restoring rights to felons by over 60%, which is what it had to do to pass.
And the Republican wins the governor's race.
That's right, but that restores the franchise to potentially 1.4 million Floridians.
That's right.
Then can we think about how many people, like how many votes Trump won by? It was about 100,000. So just some small percentage of that restored voting rights could really change the entire future of Florida as far as a presidential state.
And that goes into effect 2019. Matt asked a question about humility. George, it will take a president to reach out to Democrats to raise the debt ceiling, for the farm bill to pass, for comprehensive immigration reform. He's going to have to work with Democrats on many of these issues. And maybe he doesn't know how to reach across the aisle, but he's going to be forced to talk to Democrats on these big issues.
But Donna, let me be clear about this. He's not going to change his tone.
Oh, of course not.
But he will go and try to make deals. His whole life has been about making
But
deals.
before we even get to that, though, and we've only touched on this once, I'm going to go to Mary and then we're going to take a break. Before we even get to all that, in this lame duck session, they've got to decide whether to fund the government or not. The president's got to decide how hard to fight for his wall. We could be facing an actual shutdown in weeks.
We are barreling towards a brutal immigration fight in the next few weeks. We have seen how this played out before. It'll be the first time where we'll have a chance to see how the president may be willing to work with Democrats going forward on this issue. So far, I think we all remember this has been a very, very difficult issue to make any headway on. And it will be interesting, especially in light of the president's closing argument here.
Predated President Trump as well. We'll be right back.
Continues live now here on ABC News Live. I'm Devin Dwyer. Thanks for joining us tonight. A historic night, a split decision underway. Democrats taking the House, Republicans holding on to the Senate, and some very interesting races in Texas tonight that we're following, where Beto O'Rourke lost to Senator Ted Cruz. A big challenge there, but certainly a big night for Democrats as they hope to turn that state purple. Beto O'Rourke is speaking right now. Let's listen live.
In individual races, in individual communities, it may have nothing to do with politics, but just each of us, and sometimes together, finding the ways in which we make life better for one another in our communities, in this state, or in this country. There are so many great candidates who are going to come out of this campaign, whose work I look forward to supporting and following and cheering on. But just know this: I am forever changed in the most profoundly positive way. I am forever grateful to every single one of you for making this possible. I believe in you. I believe in Texas. I believe in this country.
All right, a celebratory Beto O'Rourke in Texas there. Even though he lost, Texas more purple than it's ever been before tonight. Democrats clinging on to that. Meanwhile, lots of discussion about that Texas Senate race tonight on social media, among other things. Let's go back to our social media headquarters, where Kenneth Moten has been tracking the conversation all night long. Kenneth, what's the latest there? What are you seeing?
Devin, people really want Beto. And when I say people, supporters of Beto O'Rourke are already talking about 2020, saying he better throw his hat in the ring for 2020. We're seeing Beto O'Rourke 2020 all over social media right now. Let me show you what else we're seeing right now. Let's take a look at this. Some jokes from Jimmy Kimmel Live. I'm showing you these tweets right here because it's 12:15 on the East Coast. It feels like a late night special, even though we know our West Coast folks are tuning in. Jimmy Kimmel Live saying, no matter what happens, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, I think we can all agree that the big loser this year is all of our Thanksgiving dinners. So many people waiting to go home to their families to discuss politics. So much fun. Moving on, he also said all day it felt like America was in the doctor's office waiting for our STD results to come back in. So Jimmy Kimmel Live went there, so I'm just going to throw that right back to you, Devin.
All right, Kenneth. And what are you seeing tonight? Any conversation about the history that's been made tonight? What's been standing out to you?
When it comes to the number of women, when it comes to the number of minorities, how this Congress is really the most diverse, we're seeing a lot of that, Devin.
All right, Kenneth Moulton, thanks for staying on that from our social media center. We're going back to George Stephanopoulos and the team now for continuing coverage here on ABC News Live. Thanks for watching us tonight.
Back now at ABC News election headquarters here in New York. You're looking at the Senate results right there. So far, Republicans have picked up 3 seats in the Senate, at least 3 big states still out there in the balance. Well, let's look at the House. Democrats have already picked up the 23 seats they need. We project they will have a comfortable majority. We'll see how many more come in over the course of the night, but we've already projected the Democrats will take the House. And we have a new result coming in here from the state of New York. New York 19, Antonio Delgado has defeated incumbent John Faso up in the Hudson Valley. And what a story this is, John Carl. Harvard Law Rhodes Scholar became famous, at least in this district, as a rap singer.
Yeah, first of all, we have a new Democratic star here. He's 41 years old, another Rhodes Scholar, Harvard Law, as you mentioned. He did do some rapping in the day, and the Republicans tried to tar him as a big city rapper. That was the attack. But he won in a district that Trump carried by 6 points. So this was a big pickup, knocking off an incumbent Republican.
One of the things we're seeing here, Terry Moran, it makes me think back a long, long way to what supposedly Lyndon Johnson said to Bill Moyers after the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. We've lost the South forever. Now we've seen both sides. Republicans hollowed out of the Northeast, parts of the Midwest. Democrats hollowed out of the South.
And it happened fast. Think of Iowa. Barack Obama won Iowa in 2008 by 10 points, and then 5 points against Romney. And then Hillary Clinton lost it by 12, and now it is very difficult for a statewide Democratic candidate to get anywhere, and President Trump would be favored. What happened out in those places? What happened in the country to switch it at that speed?
Well, we've seen it before. I mean, one of the arguments about the Electoral College is, you're stuck in a state, and the state doesn't signify because it's all blue or all red, but they change. So we've seen Illinois change, we've seen New Jersey change, we've seen Texas change. We see California, so they do change. But what we have seen a broader societal movement of people going to where they see like-minded people. And that does make a big difference when it comes to these deep divisions. And so we do see states becoming more red or more blue. But even in some place like Iowa, 2 Democrats defeated Republicans in the House tonight, and one more might. So it's not set in stone, and that's what's important.
Stephanie?
Barack Obama won Iowa twice. And that's not that long ago. So I don't think we should overread these results as some national demographic change, particularly where coming out of 2016, where Democrats lost the white vote, lost white women, those gains, we're gaining those voters back. We shifted a lot in this election, and we can't lose sight of that. The results are pretty much on par with what was projected. We're winning the House by a comfortable margin. We had a very, very tough map in the Senate. We were defending seats in very, very red districts, red states. The Trump base is something that needs to be taken seriously. But beyond that, we shouldn't overread these results as a national democratic change. Every election is a snapshot of where the country is at that point.
A lot will depend on what happens in the West. 3 big Senate seats still out there in the West. Let's take a look at those right now. In Arizona, right now, let's pull it up. Kyrsten Sinema, dead even there with Martha McSally. Only about 6,000 votes separating them right now. We also have Tara Palmieri is in Arizona. What are you hearing right now, Tara?
Well, George, the mood in the room has certainly improved because of the Republican gains in the Senate, but there is a lot of anxiety in this room. It is a real nail-biter. I heard from McSally's camp that we likely will not be hearing from her tonight. And, you know, McSally built her campaign on immigration, and some of our early exit polls show that Arizonans care more about health care by 41% compared to 32% who said that immigration was their #1 issue. But her camp told me that the reason that they really buckled down on immigration is because they saw that as a motivator, something that would bring people out. But our polls also show that 52% of Arizonans prefer to have a Republican control the Senate over a Democrat. And as we know, a Democrat has to control the Senate. A Democrat hasn't controlled the Arizona seat in over 22 years.
Meghan McCain could be heading to a recount in your state.
I know. I had so wished we would have an answer by tonight, but it sounds like maybe we won't. We haven't had a Democrat senator since 1976. No matter what happens, we're going to have the first woman senator coming out of Arizona, so that's very exciting for history alone. I will say I'm surprised McSally with the endorsements that she's had from Doug Ducey, President Trump coming out and campaigning for her. I'm surprised she hasn't been able to pull it over the finish line, especially by this point in the night. It really just shows that Arizona really is turning purple. I think it also shows that she's just a really bad retail politician. I should be her main demographic. I'm a young woman who loves veterans. I'm a conservative, and she really hasn't resonated with me in the way that I thought she would. And I think for those of us who are still conservative and have many questions about Trump, her sort of appeal to Trump and cozying up to him that she did right after the primary really sort of put a bad taste in my mouth. And I had so wished for a more maverick-ish senator to come out, if you will.
I wonder where that comes from.
Yeah, it definitely could still be a night for cinema, though. But I will say, like I said earlier in the night, the audio that has come out of her and the videos that have come out of her comparing Arizona to meth land democracy, saying just really nasty, negative things about Arizona really has resonated with a lot of people I know.
We'll see if that made the difference. We're still waiting on results in Montana and Nevada as well, and we'll be right back.
Hey, it's Dan Harris. It's ABC News Live. We continue our coverage when George and his team go to break. In a minute, we're going to have Mary Bruce walk up the stairs to talk to us. First, though, let's get it out to Nevada. And my colleague, ABC's Amy Robach, is in Nevada covering the big Senate race there. Actually, I'm told we don't have her yet, but we will get to her as soon as we can. There are, as George was just saying, 3 big Senate races out there that we still don't have the answer to. One of them, as they were just discussing downstairs, this race in Arizona may simply be a race where it goes to a recount or we don't get an answer for a while. That race, of course, pitting 2 women against one another. Kyrsten Sinema is the Democrat. She's running against the Congresswoman Martha McSally in a very competitive, very tight race. A lot of money poured into that race from around the country. So big questions about who's going to come out ahead on in that race. The stakes are really high here because the margin of power that the Republicans have in the Senate is going to mean a lot to President Donald Trump. Mary Bruce is here as advertised. Hello. Thanks for walking up the stairs for us. Appreciate that. Just give us a sense. We don't know exactly how many seats the Republicans are going to control in the Senate. We do have a good sense that the Democrats are going to have a pretty slim majority in the House. Where does this leave Washington? You cover Congress every day. What is life going to be like now?
Gridlock, even more gridlock. I mean, look, you have Republicans, it seems, will have a bigger majority in the Senate. Democrats, of course, have now taken the House. Get ready for some big clashes. It means that very little is actually going to get done. It means that the president's relationship with Congress is going to have to be somehow redefined. It will be interesting to see how he works with Leader Pelosi if she does, in fact, become Speaker, how he navigates that relationship going forward. But look, Republicans have been in charge in Washington for the last 2 years, and we haven't seen a lot of big, huge pieces of legislation coming out. So it will be interesting to see how the president may try to revive some of those fights and if he can get anything done with such a divided Congress.
I mean, they did get the tax tax bill passed, but you're right. There are and beyond that, not a lot of huge legislation. Why would you think they could do anything now when they have less power?
I don't think they will.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be a big problem, is what can they get done? And especially as you head into a presidential election that looms large over all of this, what I think you will see a lot of is Democrats in the House passing a lot of legislation and essentially handing it over to the Senate and saying, like, go ahead and vote. Let's see how you do. Putting up show votes for them to force them to take a stance on issues.
A few minutes ago, right downstairs, when you were talking to the large group, you were talking about a looming battle, weeks away on immigration. Walk us through what's going on there.
So we're headed to another funding deadline, and as so often happens, oftentimes those are used as opportunities to try and have some leverage over other issues.
Funding the government.
Funding the government.
In other words, if you don't approve funding the government,
We're
the government will
headed towards
shut
another
down.
shutdown. Yes.
Okay.
And the issue that we are likely to see as a linchpin in this fight is immigration. The president wants that wall, and especially after the president has been out there campaigning so fiercely on the issue of immigration, I highly doubt he is going to back down from that fight.
Mary Bruce, thank you very much for all the good news. We appreciate that.
Doom and gloom, sorry.
Good luck walking down these steep stairs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's get it out to Arizona. You saw just a few minutes ago, our Tara Palmieri, White House correspondent, has been covering this tight race in Arizona. Let's bring her back. Tara, is it possible we will not get an answer tonight and this thing may go to a recount?
It seems very possible that is what will happen. We're still waiting on the results from Maricopa County, and it's the biggest county. 60% of the voters in this state come from Maricopa County. We've been told from McSally's camp, don't expect to hear from her tonight. Same for Sinema's camp. So it's likely that this will come down to the wire. Early votes matter. The late votes counted, so it's going to be a real nail biter, and we probably won't know for a day, maybe 2 days.
And what were the polls showing going in?
Neck and neck in the polls. I mean, some polls, it was all within the margin of error. Some polls showed Sinema up, some showed McSally up. I mean, it's going to come down to just a few votes.
Issues.
Yeah, it's a really tight race, and I mean, no matter who wins, though, Dan, it'll be historic because it'll be the first time that a woman holds a Senate seat in Arizona. But a Democrat hasn't held a Senate seat in Arizona in over 20 years, and both have really played it down the middle. Sinema votes with the Trump administration 62% of the time as a congresswoman, McSally 98% of the time, and she's actually really tied herself to Trump more so than she did in the primary as a way to, say this is a vote for the Trump administration, and yet Sinema doesn't really calls herself a moderate. She doesn't really identify as a Democrat. I talked to her yesterday, and she said she supports the president sending 5,000 troops to the border. She's really trying to align herself as a moderate, and we know Jeff Flake, the Republican who's vacating the seat, he really played the moderate card. It seems to work well in Arizona. So really, Dan, it's going to be such a nail biter. I don't think we're gonna find out until Maricopa County is counted.
Yeah, that's the county that, if I have it right, encompasses Phoenix. But
exactly.
Let me just ask about. I was really struck by Kyrsten Sinema, the congresswoman, the Democrat, saying she supports the idea of sending troops to the border. What were the issues?
Right.
What were the areas of contrast between these two candidates? What were they fighting over?
There really wasn't that much. I mean, basically, healthcare was Sinema's #1 issue, and McSally did not go near it, mainly because she voted for the bill that repeals the requirement to cover pre-existing conditions, and that was the real divider between the two. And McSally tried to paint Sinema as a far-left Democrat playing to the middle to get votes, but the truth is that Sinema's record has really been down the middle. They're not that different, and that's probably a big reason why this is so close. A lot of the voters we talked to said that they weren't exactly sending a message to President Trump by voting, that they really were thinking about the candidates.
Tara Palmieri reporting in from Arizona. We really appreciate it. Reporting in from Scottsdale tonight. And as Megan McCain pointed out, even though Kyrsten Sinema is positioning herself as a moderate, she had said some things in the past that were pretty far to the left. Perhaps that's why we have such a close margin tonight. Let's get it back downstairs to George and the rest of the team. We'll be back soon.
ABC News headquarters in New York, 12:30 here in the East, 9:30 in the West. What you're looking at is the Republican pickups in the Senate. They have picked up 3 seats in the Senate so far, extending their majority, of course, in the House. Democrats will take control of the House. So far, they have picked up at least 23 seats on their way to a majority. There we have it right there. And look at this right now. This is one of the big stories of the night. 85 women have won House of Representatives races tonight, marking a new high for women in the chamber just tonight. It's 87 now. I'm just being corrected in my ear. So far, it is 76 Democrats, 12 GOP tonight, 75 and 12 right there. And quite a night for women in the House. I want to bring in Tom Perez right now, the chair of the Democratic National Committee. Chairman Perez, congratulations on the House. You lost the Senate. What went wrong there?
Well, the map was historically challenging, George, and so we knew going into it that it was going to be a tall order. We still got a couple races out west in Nevada and in Arizona that I think we have a real shot at, and that goes to show that we're really, you're starting to see places like Arizona turn purple because there's a real opportunity there. You saw Ann Kirkpatrick win that seat down in Tucson. And we've become a 50-state party again. I mean, you look at Kansas, and we picked up a seat there. And we picked up the governor's residence there with Laura Kelly. 4 out of the 5 governor's flips from red to blue are also women. So your point about 2018 being the year of the woman, that's also true in state houses as well. So I'm bullish because we needed to have a check and balance in Washington. We always knew the Senate was going to be a tall order, but we were confident about the House. And California hasn't reported anything yet in terms of their results, and I think we're going to pick up a number of seats there. So
you just repeated the same phrase we heard from Leader Pelosi, check and balance. What is the number one thing you want to check about President Trump?
Well, we need accountability. I mean, remember when Barack Obama was president, the definition of a scandal was when he wore a tan suit. I mean, here, how many agencies have had leaders who have either had to leave or, frankly, should leave because they've been engaged in, at a minimum, ethical misconduct and possibly criminal misconduct? It is a culture of corruption that engulfs this administration, and we need that accountability. But what we're going to be fighting for, right at the outset, as Leader Pelosi pointed out, is infrastructure. Protecting people with pre-existing conditions, making sure we can create good jobs across this country that pay a decent wage, making sure we protect our dreamers. We're going to go right to work on the issues that matter most to people. I've heard a lot about education from folks. You saw that upset victory in Oklahoma in the congressional race tonight. Well, we helped flip 4 state house seats there last year. And the big part of the challenge in Oklahoma, George, is that there's tens of thousands of school kids who go to school 4 days a week because Republicans have cut funding for education through the bone. And so that's why people are willing to take a look at the Democratic Party, because we're fighting for the issues they care about.
Realistically, can anything actually get done given the fact that Republicans have increased their majority in the Senate?
Well, I worked for Ted Kennedy in 1995 through 98. It was divided government. After 1994, they said that you're not going to get anything done. And we got a minimum wage increase. There was immigration reform. There was welfare reform. There was a hate crimes bill. There was a lot of things that got done because the Democrats were willing to work hard in a bipartisan fashion. Leader Pelosi said tonight, we are absolutely willing to do that. It absolutely takes 2 to tango. And the question presented is going to be, will this president and will Mitch McConnell be willing to stand up to their far-right flank of the Republican Party? I hope they will.
Which Democratic Party won tonight? We saw such diverse candidates. You saw some candidates on the very, very progressive, extremely progressive, other candidates trying to go right down the middle of the road. Can you knit them together into a common agenda, into a common party?
Yeah, again, getting back to my former boss, Ted Kennedy, he often said, if somebody asks you what wing of the party you belong to, tell them you belong to the accomplishments wing because you want to get stuff done. Everybody who got elected on the Democratic side, we want to make sure we protect health care for people so that if you have a pre-existing condition, you can keep your health care. We want to pass an infrastructure bill. So that we can put people to work. We want to make sure that people who go to public schools, regardless of where you live, have access to quality public schools. There are so many things that unite Democrats, whether you're the new member from Kansas or whether you're the new member from Queens. there are so many things that unite us, and those are the things we're going to continue to work on.
It seems like Florida is breaking the hearts of Democrats again. A Republican is going to be governor of Ohio. Again, two such key states in a presidential race in 2020 coming up. What's gone wrong for the Democrats in Florida?
Well, we've got to keep organizing, and we came up just short in that governor's race. We put a lot into it. I'll tell you, one of the first things I'm going to do, there was a ballot initiative there, I think it was Referendum 4 or Amendment 4, to allow 1.5 million people who have been permanently disenfranchised from voting because they have a felony conviction to get their rights restored. And it passed with a solid bipartisan majority. I'm going to make sure that people who've paid their debt to society can vote. We saw this in Virginia. Terry McAuliffe led the way there. We've got to make sure that we expand those opportunities, and we're going to continue to work hard in Florida and elsewhere. And I'm heartened by the fact that we won 5 seats, and there's another 4 or 5 that are still in play as you and I sit here at 12:30 or 12:40 East Coast time. And that's a pretty good year for Democrats. That's a very good year. And again, Michigan, huge state, very, very important. Illinois, very important. Maine, New Mexico, Kansas, and again, we're still in play. Wisconsin's a dead heat right now, and so we'll see what happens there. So we got a lot more work to do, and we've made a lot of progress, and these are 12-year elections because they'll be in charge of redistricting. So I'm heartened by that, and we're going to keep fighting in Ohio. We're going to keep fighting in Florida.
And a lot more votes to count. Chairman Perez, thanks very much.
Pleasure to be with you.
And welcome back to our viewers on the East Coast who are watching Jimmy Kimmel. We're here in ABC News election headquarters in New York with the results of the midterm elections. Republicans are going to keep the Senate. Democrats going to take the House. We have a new result coming in from the state of New York 27. Republican Congressman Chris Collins has defeated the Democrat Nate McMurray up in upstate New York. John Carl, what makes this interesting, he won despite the fact that he was indicted for insider trading this summer.
So George, just to put this in perspective, we have had 3 candidates who are under indictment that have run for Congress in this midterm election. So far, 2 of them have won. The third is out in California. We haven't heard. Bob Menendez is the other. But this is under indictment. Somebody that the Republicans tried to get him off the ballot because they thought there was no way he could win.
They actually suspended his campaign at one point.
With this insider trading case, really solid insider trading case, but he has won.
He has won. We're waiting to see what happens in the California race. We want to look at the Senate race in Montana right now. President Trump is working hard on that one as well. The Democrat John Tester up against Matt Rosendale right there. Right now, he has a lead, John Tester, one of the president's least favorite Democrats in the Senate. I want to go out to Kana Whitworth, who's in Montana this evening. Kana?
Yeah, George, I think you're exactly right there when you say one of President Donald Trump's least favorite senators. You know, he really blames John Tester for blocking his nomination of the Veterans Administration nominee. And so President Donald Trump has really taken a personal interest in the Senate race here in Montana. He has visited Montana an unprecedented 4 times in the last 4 months. That is more than any other sitting president. But despite all of his support for his Republican candidates here in Matt Rosendale and Greg Gianforte, 54% of voters are saying that Trump was not a factor in their votes. And John Tester is leading this race. Of course, he is the incumbent Democrat. He is seeking his 3rd term. And in preliminary numbers, he is winning votes from women by 19 points. He's winning votes from people under 30 by a whopping 70%. But one of the numbers that really stood out to me, George, is that Tester is winning gun owners. 52% of gun owners actually voted for Tester. That's incredibly significant considering the hundreds of thousands of dollars that the NRA dumped into anti-Tester ads here in Montana. Also, 81% of people that live in the state of Montana live in a household where they own guns. And if we talk about the House race as well, it's one that people are keeping a close watch on. It is quite literally neck and neck right now. Greg Gianforte, of course, the incumbent who made national headlines after body slamming a reporter. He went ahead and had to plead guilty to misdemeanor assault for that. Now he's being taken on by the Democrat, Kathleen Williams, and she is hoping to become the first woman to hold that seat for Montana in 77 years. She would also be the first Democrat to hold that seat for Montana in some 24 years. So, George, she's really hoping to get swept up in that blue wave that's taking over the House right now. Problem is, here in Montana, most people vote by mail. It's likely that we won't see any results until tomorrow officially. Jon Tester is here in the building. I was told he spent the day working on his '86 Chevy. He'll likely just have to tell everybody, hey, thanks for coming out, go home. We don't know who won yet.
We don't know who won that one. We don't know who won the congressional race yet. David Muir, one of the president's trips to Montana in the last couple of weeks, he actually praised the body slam.
Yeah, he did. He said he likes people who take on reporters like that, and he got some flack for that, but he stood by those comments. You know, when it comes to Jon Tester, though, in the Senate race, this was very personal for the president. Jon Tester standing in the way of Ronnie Jackson running Veterans Affairs. But Jon Tester took out a full-page ad and welcomed President Trump when he came to Montana. I thanked him for signing bills that Jon Tester had been a part of. And when you drill down into some of the exit polls, Kanan mentioned a few of them. 45% of those who voted in Montana said health care is the #1 issue. And it's really interesting. You go to pre-existing conditions. Who's the best to handle this? 43, 44, almost evenly split. There was a key ad in this race from Jon Tester. He famously lost a couple of his fingers in a meat grinder. He's a farmer from Montana. He talked about having lost those fingers, that his parents had to pay for it with their own money because the insurance they had ended up being junk insurance. And he pointed out that I'm the one who will protect pre-existing conditions. Really, really interesting race. He's a farmer. He goes back to Montana. She mentioned he was working on his old Chevy today. We'll see if he holds on in that race. Again, he welcomed President Trump to town. Even though President Trump has said, this is personal for me. That's why he went out there and campaigned against Jon Tester.
We have a result coming in from the state of Iowa right now. Congressman Steve King, 8-term congressman, has defeated his Democratic opponent, J.D. Schultz, a former professional baseball player. What makes that so interesting, Mary Bruce, is that Steve King, who has been criticized for aligning himself with white supremacists, even disavowed by the head of the National Republican Campaign Committee, still holds on to win.
Yeah, it is really remarkable. King has come under intense criticism from Democrats and Republicans in recent days. You saw the Republican Party trying to distance themselves from him. He has a long history of making rather inflammatory comments. He is known as quite a lightning rod on Capitol Hill, and I suspect he will continue to be one.
Continue to be and still holds on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think one thing that was interesting to mention in this is the role of guns in this, because the NRA did go after Tester. This was an issue that they tried to raise. But we have seen in race after race across the country the issue of guns come up. We've seen Democrats run for, common sense, what they call common sense gun control, and it's worked.
Well, this is really something. And Cokie Roberts, let me bring you in on this, and then Anna Marie Cox as well. You saw the Parkland students go out after the massacre in Florida. You saw Gabby Giffords and her super PAC spend money. You saw Michael Bloomberg advertising on this issue as well. It seems to have had an impact.
It does, and that's a change. We haven't seen the gun issue play this obviously in races as we have this year. Michael Bloomberg did a big push on this, and his candidates by and large won. And I think that you're really seeing a change on this where people there've been so many of these mass killings that people are beginning to respond to that.
Anna, you want?
I also think just the dialogue in this has actually been opened up a little bit. The results in Montana remind me, like, I'm a gun owner. I come from a long line of gun owners. I also believe in common sense gun control. There's a big difference between gun ownership and belonging to the NRA. And I think the NRA has sort of made it clear that they stand for a very small percentage of gun owners. And that if you can be someone who enjoys shooting, who enjoys hunting, and also feels like these shootings of children, have gone too far. I mean, we have to do something.
And the NRA has been outspent.
Right.
I mean, this is the NRA by one calculation has been outspent by 40%. More spent by these groups like Bloomberg's, Gabby Giffords, the Parkland students. They've gone out. You mentioned Bloomberg. He's endorsed his group, Everytown, endorsed 65 candidates. So far, 40 of them have won. Only 10 so far have lost.
And something we haven't really been talking about tonight, that this election happened just days after 11 people were killed in Pittsburgh. And those pipe bombs that went out all over the country, these explosive devices. I was there in Pittsburgh as President Trump and the First Lady paid the visit to the synagogue when neighbors just across the street were shouting, "Your words matter." So many people went to the polls in this election with that on their minds, with those very real faces of violence and horrific death that they took with them to the polls. You can't separate that emotion when you go in to vote.
But President Trump changed the subject as much as he possibly could. He changed it to the border again by sending the military in there. So, as we all know, he's expert at that.
And by the way, the one Republican that has hung on in Pennsylvania in a competitive district is Brian Fitzpatrick. He is one of just 3 Republicans that was endorsed by Gabby Giffords' group.
That is a change. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Dan Harris. It's ABC News Live. We're upstairs from George and the gang in what we're calling the Skybox. Let's get it out to a race that hasn't gotten that much attention tonight. ABC's David Wright is in North Dakota, where the Democrats lost an important Senate seat. David, Heidi Heitkamp, you sent out an email internally a couple of hours ago. You said Heidi Heitkamp, the now defeated incumbent Democratic senator, spent the evening at the movies.
That's right, and ironically enough, the movie she went to was A Star is Born, Dan. In fact, her star declined tonight, and it's not a huge surprise. The polls had been showing for some time that she was behind Republican Kevin Cramer, the state's only member of Congress who was running against her. But they had hoped that she might be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat because she has done so in the past. This is a predominantly red state. When she won the state back in 2013, she did so by fewer than 3,000 votes. They hoped that she could do that again. In the end, it was not to be.
So the conventional wisdom was that she was put over the top last go-round by the Native American population. This go-round, there were charges of voter suppression leveled by folks in the Native American community. Can you talk us through a little bit how this dynamic played out?
Sure. This was a voter ID law that had been set aside by the federal courts, reinstated by the U.S. Supreme Court just in the last month. And what it said was that voters had to have an ID card that showed a street address that matched their voter registration. This was particularly onerous on Native American populations who live on reservations here where there isn't necessarily a street address. There's a P.O. box. So there was a massive response to this. Hollywood stars came to town, and the state's Indian reservations stepped up. The Native American groups, mostly the Sioux tribe, started printing ID cards, new tribal ID cards for their people. They printed about 3,000 of them in the past couple of days, trying to ensure that their voters would not be kept out because of this voter ID law.
It's a really poignant issue. Native Americans weren't given the right to vote in this country until 1948. In the state of Arizona, they couldn't vote until 1970. David Wright, thank you for your reporting
North Dakota
tonight.
is the home of the Sioux Uprising.
There we go.
We saw a Sioux uprising in response.
Indeed. David Wright, thank you again. Really appreciate it. Let's get it back downstairs to George and the rest of the gang. We'll see you soon.
Back here at ABC News election headquarters in New York, coming up on 1 a.m. in the East. Still waiting on the results from the Senate race in Nevada, where Jackie Rosen is taking on the incumbent Dean Heller. I want to go up to Amy Robach in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, George. Nearly 3 hours after polls officially closed here in Nevada, there are reportedly still people in line waiting to cast their votes. This is in the Reno area and parts north of Reno, and that is why we have no poll results right now. We have a ballroom full of people here at the GOP watch party waiting for any word if their candidate, incumbent Dean Heller, is going to live to fight another day. This has been an extremely close race from the very beginning with his opponent, Jackie Rosen, very close in the numbers, too close to call for most pollsters up until tonight. And this has been a very interesting race indeed, because certainly we've seen Dean Heller flip-flop quite a bit, and that has been what Jackie Rosen has run on. We've been seeing in exit polls that healthcare has been the main reason why people are voting who they're voting for. Well, Heller has a problem with that, because he famously back in 2017 stood next to the governor of Nevada and said that he would not vote to replace the Affordable Care Act because what it did to people who had pre-existing conditions. And then when Trump fired back and said, if you do not vote for the Republican bill, I will personally root for somebody, support somebody against you in the primary. And so that is when Heller flipped and broke his promise, and that has been one of the main things that Jackie Rosen has been running on. Also, Heller and Trump don't exactly have a very solid relationship. Very famously back in 2016, Dean Heller saying, I am 100% against Hillary Clinton, and I'm 99% against President Trump. Well, in the past 2 years, he has dramatically changed what he said, and as recently as October, stood next to President Trump and said, everything you touch turns to gold. And so we will see if that's enough for Heller to live another day. Also of note, very interesting, if Jackie Rosen wins here tonight, she will join the state's first female senator to become the second female senator here from Nevada, making history tonight potentially. So we are still waiting for those first poll numbers to come in here in the state of Nevada. And of course, we'll be here throughout the night and bring you the very latest as that develops, George.
Thank you, Amy. Nothing counted even. About 40% of the vote came in early. I want to go to California right now. We've got some races we're looking at right now in the state. California Democrats have a lot of hopes there. First one, District 45. This is just the raw vote. We cannot project a winner right now, but that is the Democrat Katie Porter up against the incumbent Mimi Walters. Also, and this is a race that has a lot of people paying attention, Harley Rhoda, Democrat, up against Dana Rohrabacher. An ally of President Trump, also been somewhat entangled in the Russia investigation. And then also California 50, Amar Kampa Najjar up against Congressman Duncan Hunter, another congressman who has been indicted just this summer for campaign finance violations. But right now, he appears to be ahead. And we're going to talk about California a little more in a minute. But right now, ABC News can project that the Democrats will pick up between 32 and 36 seats in the House. Props to Nate Silver. What was your final number? 34?
36, yeah.
Okay.
We'll take it.
And that's what it looks like it's going to come in right now. The averages have worked out. Democrats will pick up between 32 and 36 seats in the House. Let's go back to California right there. Matt Gutman, can you hear us right now? You're out in Costa Mesa. What are you hearing?
Hey, George, I just want to set the scene for you. We are at Dana Rohrabacher's election party. It's actually at an Irish pub, and that's because upstairs from here is Dana Rohrabacher's campaign headquarters. 2 blocks away is his house. It's all very convenient. Now, you guys mentioned it there in New York. There is a lot at stake here in Southern California and across the state. 7 congressional districts that are up for grabs that were voted. They voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, but are Republican. Some of them look like they're turning, not all of them. This one is incredibly close here. And just to give you a sense of the context here, we are just miles away from the cradle of the Reagan Revolution. Dana Rohrabacher himself was an under-press secretary for Reagan. But this place is turning, and largely based on the votes of women, some minorities, but also professionals here who are tired of President Trump. But nobody is talking about the president, especially here right now. What they are talking about is health care, the high tax burden in California, and something that is particularly odious to many people here in this state, and that is the gas tax that many people want to see repealed. Now, take another look behind me. What you see are more members of the media and reporters than supporters of Dana Rohrabacher. The other thing that people are talking about is incumbents. Dana Rohrabacher has been in office for 30 years, and even some of his supporters with whom I spoke here tonight say maybe it's time to hang it up. And an indication of that has been money here. President Trump has not visited to campaign in California, not once during this election cycle. He has been here to talk about immigration and the border fence, but not about the campaign. So a lot of money being poured in here from the Democrats, not so much from the Republicans. And that's one of the reasons that we could see them losing congressional seats like this one that have been red for decades.
Thank you, Matt. Mary, some Republican leaders may also not be so unhappy to see Dana Rohrabacher go. They famously joked about him being on the Russian payroll before the 2016 campaign.
Yeah, he's been criticized quite a bit for being cozy, shall we say, with Russians. It's something that he's come under fire for. I suspect that they would respond in that way.
One more switch in New Jersey. New Jersey 2, Democrat Jeff Van Drew has defeated Republican Seth Grossman, another pickup for the Democrats in the state of New Jersey. Many more results to come in here on ABC News. Another hour left.
George and the team take a break downstairs. We're upstairs in what we're calling the Skybox to continue our coverage on ABC News Live. We've recruited one of my favorite big brains here at ABC News, Rick Klein, our political director. So our projection, ABC's projection, is that the Democrats will take between 32 and 36 seats in the House. And we haven't yet projected the margin yet in the Senate, but clearly the Republicans are going to retain the Senate, probably gain at least 3 seats.
3, 4,
so historically speaking, can't Trump and his team make the argument that we did quite well?
Sure, and the counter argument is right as well.
What's the counter argument?
That he got wiped out across the country. You can look literally across the country in the suburbs, going from New York City right here all the way down through Philadelphia and Miami and Kansas City and Oklahoma City, and we're going to see results later in the Los Angeles area and Dallas and Houston, and suburban House members, people that were loyal to the Trump agenda, House members who were loyal to the Trump agenda, were getting punished for it. They're getting routed. They're getting wiped out, and they are powering a Democratic wave that is limited to the House. At the same time, a whole range of Senate candidates very loyal to the Trump agenda, they're getting rewarded for it. So yes, the president can declare victory, but so can Democrats. This is like 5-year-old soccer where everyone gets a trophy.
I have a 4-year-old, and he plays that kind of soccer game. But so what does it all mean heading into 2020? If I'm Donald Trump looking at the map and how I did and how his team did, is he going to be worried or excited going into 2020?
Well, he's going to look at some of the key states where his guys were able to hold. And the red states, put them aside. He was never going to realistically have to worry about the North Dakotas and the Indianas or even the Missouris of the world. But the fact that he's getting a gubernatorial candidate winning in Ohio, the fact that he's getting a gubernatorial candidate winning in Florida and may get a Senate seat there as well, that I think is his evidence that his team will say, look, our coalition holds and can be strengthened, emboldened by us continuing to go out there. So I think they can look around at that, but they have to also look at the absolute warning signs. This revolt in suburban parts of the country. Look, Democrats are going to get 8-9 million more votes than Republicans. President Trump got 2 million votes fewer than Hillary Clinton. Can you maintain a re-election strategy kind of knowing that you're going to lose the popular vote? That's a pretty dicey proposition.
Well, then it comes down to who's his opponent.
That's exactly right, and that's what the matchup looks like. And I think on the flip side, the Democrats are going to learn all sorts of contradictory lessons from this. They're going to say, look, we ran the opposition playbook. We put strong candidates out there, and we said Donald Trump must be stopped. He's a menace. We're going to start to bring oversight, accountability. And they can say they did that in the House. But where they tried to hold on in these Senate races with people that are actually pretty moderate, that would say sometimes, I agree with President Trump for a lot of these senators, those guys got wiped out tonight.
But some moderate Congress people running for the House also did win, so it's really tough to draw hard conclusions here. But you've been taking a look at the exit polling data in terms of the mood of the electorate. What are you learning?
Well, a couple things I think are striking. First of all, just the fact that this 10-point disapproval margin was baked into the electorate. I think that is the story of the House, and I think you see it there. If 54% of the country disapproves of the president's job performance, you're not not going to win the House of Representatives. And that is just a historic trend. That's a hard thing for a president. Any president faces that. And then I'm struck by the right track, wrong track number. We know that this country's economy is humming. We know that the president is out there making the case all the time. But the fact that more people think we're on the wrong track, that's a very difficult number for re-election. You almost never win as an incumbent if there's a 12-point gap between the right track and the wrong track. And it speaks to the split decision tonight, because you see the president's popularity in places where he remains very popular, the places that he was campaigning just in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a huge question with like a minute left here, so I apologize in advance. You're steeped in politics. What you're describing here in terms of the American situation is not great. How do we get out of this? Can we get out of this?
There is no clear path. And in fact, I think both sides went into this election thinking that they're right. And I think they're going to come out of this election being pretty sure that they're right, with lots of evidence for that. My concern is that no one is going to look to this to realize where they're wrong, where they're going wrong, because clearly both parties have huge holes in the kind of coalitions you need to actually govern this country.
Thank you, Rick Ball of Sunshine Klein. We appreciate that. That was very helpful. No, I mean, your analysis is excellent, but it does give one pause as we digest all of this data. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. It's been a long night, and we still have a ways to go. Let's get it back now downstairs to ABC News chief anchor George Stephanopoulos, leading our team of wise women and men as we continue to look at the results. We've got more results coming in from the West Coast, so let's go back down to George.
New York City and across the country, this is ABC News Election Night 2018. Now reporting, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are here at ABC News headquarters in New York, 1 a.m. in the East. What you're looking at right there are the results in the Senate so far. Republicans have picked up 3 seats in the Senate, several seats still outstanding. In the House, Democrats projected to win between 32 and 36 seats in the House of Representatives. That's enough to take control. 24 are in so far, but we're waiting on several contested races in the state of California. Chief National Correspondent Tom Yamas is here. I want to go back up to the board and show us what we're looking at.
Hey, George, how are you? All right, let's take a look at California now. You know, obviously Democrats had a lot working for them in California. It's a very blue state. But if we split up the races here, George, really, you have the Central Valley. And I highlight that because you have farmers here, you have growers here. President's immigration policies, tariffs affecting voters here. They want to know about that. And then the other big section that we're talking about as well is going to be the suburbs in and around Los Angeles all the way to San Diego. Several races we're watching there. In fact, some of these congressional districts are so tiny we can't even press them right now. But one of the closest ones we were watching was California 49. I'm going to try to see if I hit it right here, just north of San Diego. See, I missed it. It's so small. At some point, we'll get there. But there it is. Right here. California 49. Darrell Issa deciding not to run. He surrendered the seat earlier tonight. This was an open seat. You can see Democrats right there. They're on top with 71% reporting. George, there were several seats here that were either open, you had Republicans retiring, or Democrats just fielded candidates they thought were stronger.
Democrats always considering that their anchor of the evening. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Let's take a look at the Senate. So far, we have 3 switches so far. First one of the night came in Indiana, where the incumbent Democrat Joe Donnelly was defeated by Mike Braun. Then in the state of North Dakota, another incumbent Democrat, Heidi Heitkamp, defeated by Kevin Cramer, 3-term congressman in the state of North Dakota, and in the state of Missouri. We have a loss by Claire McCaskill, the Democrat, defeated by the Attorney General Josh Hawley. Those are the 3 pickups there for the Republicans so far. A big hold for them as well in the state of Texas, where Ted Cruz won. And we also want to take a look at the state of Mississippi right now, which looks like it's heading to a runoff in about a month, where you have Mike Espy, the Democrat, who's got 41% of the vote, up against the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith, but neither one is going to break 50. They'll have a runoff in December. That would be an uphill fight for Espy in the runoff, and we're still waiting on results in the West, the state of Arizona. We have a very close race right now between Kirsten Sinema and Martha McSally. And the state of Nevada, Jackie Rosen up against Dean Heller. And David, you have some results of the exit polls from Nevada. We don't have any real results yet.
Yeah, and they're kind of telling you this is the flip side of what you just showed up there with Joe Donnelly, Heidi Heitkamp, Claire McCaskill, all these Democratic senators trying to hold on in states that Trump easily won. Nevada was the one state where Hillary won by 2. Dean Heller trying to hold on to his seat. And we don't have numbers from it yet, but take a look at what the exit polls are showing us. When asked on Donald Trump approval, we know this is a referendum on the president tonight. 47% in Nevada approve of his job performance. More than half of the voters who turned out today said they disapprove. That might be encouraging for Jackie Rosen's camp. Was Donald Trump a factor in your vote today? 40% said they showed up to oppose, 33% to support him. When it comes to gun control, and obviously we were talking about this earlier with Cecilia and everybody else here, what we've seen in America in this last year, we cannot forget Las Vegas and the massacre, the largest massacre in history. 52% there support stricter gun control measures, which is something that Jackie Rosen has talked about often on the campaign trail. But she's really most often talked about protecting pre-existing conditions, saying that we do not need to repeal and replace Obamacare. Why not fix it? That has been central to her campaign ads and to her on the stump, repeatedly saying the answer is to fix this, to protect pre-existing conditions, not to throw it out.
And it's been a big issue advertised by Democrats across the country. Also, a lot of ballot initiatives on the ballot across the country. And Terry Moran, you've been keeping an eye on that. Right there, we have up there ones about Medicaid expansion in Idaho, Nebraska, and Utah.
These are direct democracy actions that are impacting hundreds of thousands of people. This is essentially doing by the voters what their governors and state legislatures wouldn't do, which is buy into Obamacare's expansion of Medicaid. And it will provide medical insurance and care for hundreds of thousands of people in those states. We mentioned already that in Florida, they decided to restore voting rights to felons who have served their time, paid their restitution, except for murderers and sex offenders. And what you see is as you always see with referenda, voters taking these matters into their own hands. And these are very, very significant issues. There are less significant issues. In Colorado, they eliminated the provision of their law that allowed for the punishment of slavery for some crimes, which would have been unconstitutional, but was lying around in the law, and they decided to erase it. So good to clean it up.
But also, a couple of states have said that they want to have commissions to determine the drawing of district lines. This is getting straight at the question of gerrymandering. And we've talked a lot about it tonight in terms of why certain people got elected. But it keeps being a problem because the state legislature does the drawing of the lines, and they do it to benefit themselves and their parties. If it goes to a commission, that tends to have a much fairer consequence, and a couple of states have added that tonight.
Well, they did have the reforms in California as well, which created the jungle primaries. Let's talk about health care a little bit, because, it keeps coming up, David, in the exit polls. We see it as the #1 issue. I wonder now, though, what is going to be done with it. John Carl, the president, at first didn't know what he wanted to do with the Affordable Care Act. Now you've got the lawsuit barreling towards the courts that would invalidate most of the provisions. Clearly, that's where the Republican Senate is. You've got a Democratic House who wants to preserve and possibly expand it. Real gridlock, but something is going to happen.
I mean, basically what you've had Obamacare gutted for the most part. There's not much left. What's left is falling apart, and there's no consensus, and there certainly won't be with a Republican Senate and a narrow Democratic House on what to replace it with.
And Mary, you covered that on the campaign trail. You covered every day on Capitol Hill. One of the things you saw were from the successful Republican candidates, they said, no, we want to protect pre-existing conditions as well. The question is how.
Exactly, and it will be fascinating to see, because you do have so many Republicans who have walked this fine line saying over and over again, repeal Obamacare, it's got to go, and now coming out and saying, no, we are going to do something to protect these pre-existing conditions. But how, George? I mean, every single attempt that Republicans have made to come up with a plan to replace Obamacare has been unsuccessful, and there is no plan waiting in the wings here. It's not as if they've been running on this issue and there is something ready to go. It's why so many voters that I've talked to around the country are concerned that if Republicans do move forward, continue to gut Obamacare, that the rug may effectively be pulled out from under them.
They're going to have to act, though. And Terry Moran, you cover the Supreme Court for us as well. Famously, it was John Roberts, the Chief Justice, who upheld Obamacare while President Obama was in. This is going to be right back, almost certainly, in the lap of the Supreme Court. What does he do the next time?
Well, he's got a different court, for one thing. He's got Neil Gorsuch, and Justice Kennedy, who was a key vote, is also gone. That was a neat judicial trick that he managed to pull off, which is turn the penalty into a tax if we're not getting insurance, and therefore finding it within Congress's power. This time around, he's going to be confronted with a challenge to his institution. One of the things John Roberts wants to do is not put the Supreme Court in all of these battles. He's trying to, especially after the Kavanaugh hearing, protect that institutional trust that people still have in it. And this case, when it comes to him, is going to be a real challenge.
It certainly will. It's likely to happen relatively soon. Another result in the state of South Dakota. Governor, state of South Dakota, Congresswoman Kristi Noem has defeated the Democrat Billy Sutton. That's a hold for the Republicans. We're seeing again, Matthew Dowd, that checkerboard of governor seats across the Midwest.
Yeah, one of the fascinating things is that we may end tonight with the Democrats holding 53% of the seats in the House, the Republicans holding 53% of the seats in the Senate, and the governors representing each party representing each 50% of the country when this whole day is over. If you talk about an incredible split decision that we're having in the country
as you
today,
can get?
Yeah.
Chris Christie's shaking his head.
No, listen, I think the way it looks right now, I mean, a Republican is winning Connecticut right now by 3 points. Republican will probably pick up the Alaska seat when we get to that later. You may wind up, after them having to defend 26 seats, only losing net 3 or 4 seats and still have 29 or 30 Republican governors out of 50. As we've been talking about all night, that's the playing
it's
field.
It's a net 5 down now. It's a net 5 right now down.
But they're up in Connecticut and they're going to pick up Alaska.
And they're still awaiting the cities and towns in Connecticut.
So what I'm saying is that you could wind up in a situation where Republicans still hold 29 or 30 of the governorships. That's close to 3/5 now of the governorships in the country. That's really important for all the stuff we've been talking about, redistricting, and how policy will be set at the state level in reaction to whatever happens to Obamacare.
A lot of votes left to count. But let everybody take a look up at the vote we have here right now. The women governors elected tonight. You see 8 women governors elected. We've already talked about the number of women already elected in the House, a record number of women elected in the House as well. It raises the question, Koken, I know you've thought a lot about this. Is government different when women are running it?
Yes.
You can do 100 words or less.
The fact is, we know from legislative bodies, and we saw this in state legislatures over the years, and finally we've gotten enough women in the national legislature so that you can measure it, that women are less ideological. This is broad strokes, but less ideological, less partisan, more willing to get things done than men in those legislative bodies. That's not true of every woman, certainly, but it is true by and large. And it's particularly true when it comes to issues affecting women, children, and families. The other thing that we've seen recently that is new data is that working moms in legislative bodies pay a lot more attention to issues that affect working moms. And of course, that's an awful lot of women in this country.
And it's all going to be put to the test right now because we have so many changes. We're still waiting on the results coming out of Georgia, where Stacey Abrams is trying to become the first African-American woman governor in the history of the United States. Brian Kemp is the Georgia Secretary of State. He's still leading right there. For now, still above 50%. That is one of those states where if neither candidate gets above 50%, there will be a runoff. I want to go back to Steve Osunsami in Atlanta. Not all the vote is in yet. The Abrams team still think they're in this?
Well, you know, we're listening to the campaign manager speak right now. She is sort of laying out the land. They are now counting on outstanding votes in Fulton County, which is the largest county in the state of Georgia, and votes to the south of the county, which they expect to be heavily Democratic, and some votes that are sprinkled around a few precincts. But about 30% of the largest county in the state of Georgia is still outstanding. We just heard her talk about 20,000 absentee ballots that still have to be counted in Gwinnett County alone, which is a county north of us. So we're expecting Stacey Abrams to take the stage here in a short while, but we do not expect a concession speech at all. They're talking about absentee ballots. They're talking about provisional ballots. Right now, I think the last number I saw had Brian Kemp, Secretary of State, within about 35,000 votes of the runoff. So once that deficit is met, we run into a runoff. They're sounding like Abrams could still win this. That's the sound that you're hearing right now. We have a full packed crowd here. They are still hopeful, and we're told that at Kemp's campaign headquarters, they're hopeful as well.
Tom, do you have you can go to the board. Let's pull out what we have of the vote coming in right now and what is still outstanding and how it might flesh out.
So George, here's the thing. So Steve is listening to the campaign. He's hearing what they have to say. From what we're seeing on the data on our end, we have 99% of the vote in so far. There's about, I think it was 115,000 difference with Kemp on top. When we look at what Stacey Abrams did, she did what she had to do. She won in Atlanta. Of course, we knew that, but she won in a lot of the counties outside of Atlanta. She outperformed Hillary Clinton there as well. When we go to one of the bellwether, one of the swing counties we were going to watch, Cobb County, she won there, 53%. We stay on Stacey Abrams. She knew she had to turn out the African-American vote in some rural counties as well, right around here. And they did that, George. When we go into a small county like Randolph, right here, she won that. That's what she wanted to do. But when we look at one of the bellwether counties, it's a very, very small county in Georgia. It's called Screven, Georgia. They always pick the winner. Kemp is up, or they usually pick the winner, I should say. Kemp is up 60.3%. The numbers right now don't look great for Abrams. When we come out, though, I got to jump out here and we'll come back in to see where we are in the state. He's at 51 to 48. Remember, we have to break that 50% threshold. We're not calling this yet because it's just too close.
And of course, if there's a recount, he's, as Secretary of State, would actually have influence over the recount.
Yep. He's the one who sets the rules. He's both the player and the referee.
Pierre, Tom, there have already been lawsuits against that possibility.
Exactly. If the vote is close, there has been a lawsuit filed that would ask him to be recused from making the final decision on this, that, he is a referee playing in his own game.
What else are we seeing in the exit polls there?
A couple of really telling things. I'm going to go right into whether or not you believe more women should be elected, what the voters in Georgia said. Look at this. 45% say it's very important that more women be elected. 27% also said it was somewhat important. You break it down by approval. We've been talking about the referendum and the president all night long. More than half of the voters in Georgia approve of what they're seeing from Donald Trump, and we know she's a very progressive candidate. She disagrees on Donald Trump on just about every issue. Was Donald Trump a factor in your vote? 21% said they support him. Just 14% they said they showed up to show their opposition to Donald Trump. You break it down by the issues in Georgia, much more evenly divided than what we've seen in many of the other states. 33% said health care. That was a major issue for her. 33% immigration, obviously President Trump's argument in the final weeks. Immigration in this country. You break it down, one last I'll show you, pre-existing conditions, 52%. That's the one area in all of these issues where Georgia voters said the Democratic Party definitely has the edge, and that was something she pushed very hard in these final weeks.
Byron Pitts, this race got ugly.
Oh, George, extremely so. I mean, race was in the room at every debate, every conversation. We talked about this earlier today about the two Georgias, right? There's Atlanta, where she's doing very well, and there's the rest of Georgia. You look at a place like Forsyth County, which is about 40 miles north of Atlanta. This is a town, you remember back in 1987, there was this terrible clash with the Klan there. Well, now Forsyth County is 20% minority. But even still, she did very poorly there. So it's an indication that while certainly she's doing well in the urban parts of Georgia, the Old South is still strong in Georgia.
Alex.
One thing I think comes out of tonight is the Democrats are in a quandary. How do they run in 2020 moving forward? You look at Gillum in Florida, ran as a progressive, Beto O'Rourke. If Abrams in Georgia doesn't make it, is that the path? Well, the alternative is what? Donnelly, who ran as a moderate conservative. McCaskill, who said, I agree with Trump on the border. You see that path almost closed to Democrats. I don't know that tonight resolves what the Democratic Party, which road they take moving forward.
Alex, this is a party that has found itself in the wilderness, unable to even have a path to victory in so-called blue states. I mean, that's why tonight winning back in Michigan, winning in Illinois was very important for Democrats. Stacey had an uphill battle. This race is still very close. Obama lost it by 200,000. Hillary lost it by 200,000. She had the right formula, which was to expand the electorate, to try to build a Democratic coalition outside of the Atlanta suburbs. And right now, she's still waiting. Well, it's not working as we speak. But there are still outstanding ballots to be counted, and that's why she hasn't conceded.
We have got to take a break. We'll be right back.
As George and the team take a break downstairs. We're upstairs in what we're calling the Skybox. Continue our coverage on ABC News Live. It's been a tough, divisive, and at times violent campaign season. So let's try to bring in an image that will unify, we hope. We have some shots now of the Empire State Building right here in New York City, lit up red, white, and blue. Let's remember, if we can, in a tough time for America, that we are all, at the end of the day, Americans. Let's take a look as we get back into the electoral fray here at where things stand in the competition for state houses, governors' seats across the country. Right now, Democrats have won 12, Republicans 17. Democrats with a net gain of 4, 7 yet to be projected. One of the biggies that we've been talking about throughout the evening has been the Georgia governor's race. Stacey Abrams at 48, Brian Kemp at 51, 99% of the expected vote reported, but as of right now, it is still too close to project. As we've been saying all night, there's reaction pouring in on social media to these really exciting and historic races. So let's get back to ABC's Kenneth Moton. Kenneth, what are you seeing now?
Dan, I think you touched on it there at the top, and we're seeing some optimism on both sides, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to these races, when it comes to the results. And we are seeing record numbers of women. Again, those numbers, 101 women projected to win House seats. The last record was 84 projected right now. 86 Democrats, 15 Republicans, 34 still undecided. And because of that, we see people reacting on social media. Let's go to the board. Jimmy here saying, you know what, if Stacey Abrams doesn't win, Georgia, ... That's one race that we know is still being looked at. But I want to show you that optimistic one there of saying a lot of most and first in this election. I like it. Hashtag election night. That's from Michonne there. And then we've got Ine saying, Michigan legalizes recreational marijuana. If only my state, Pennsylvania, can do the same. So people also responding to a lot of those ballot and referendum amendment measures there that were on the ballot. Shan says Florida passes Amendment 9, which this was a little quirky here, Dan, because they had offshore drilling and indoor vaping, those two topics in the same amendment. This person saying, Florida, who are you? We always like to joke and mess with Florida. It was trending a lot tonight because of all of the attention on Florida, all of the attention that we always put on Florida every single midterm and presidential election year. So it's a little fun there. And before I go back to you, Dan, a little fun here since we're getting 120 here on the East Coast, so we're getting a little quirky here. Patton Oswalt, actor there, said, look, if you're stuck in line, just tweet at pizza to the polls there. They can bring you pizza. We've seen evidence of that. They've been getting pizza to the people who are waiting in line, Dan.
I wonder if the munchies are particularly showing up in states that have legalized weed. Kenneth Moton, we appreciate it. Let's get it back to George.
Reporters in New York, the results keep coming in. We have a House race in Texas coming in right now, Texas 7. Where Democrat Lizzie Pantel Fletcher has defeated incumbent Congressman John Culberson seeking a 10th term. Another win for the Democrats in Texas, Cecilia Vega.
Yeah, you know, George, the Democrats had to flip several suburban seats like this in order to win there. This is a district that's got a large number of college grads. It's really about shifting demographics there. It's a majority minority. We're talking about the Houston suburbs where the key issues in this race were immigration and hurricane reconstruction. This is a 9-term Republican incumbent who faced off against a woman who was in her very first run for office.
Pick up for the Democrats right there. And John Carl, you're keeping an eye on Montana race, the Senate race in Montana. It is close.
We have a fascinating thing. I mean, Tester had a big lead for much of the night. It is now 49 votes. He leads.
He's behind.
He's behind. John Tester is now losing by 49 votes to Matt Rosendale. This was a race that, frankly, most Republicans didn't think they had a chance of knocking him off. It was on the list, but it was down the list. But Donald Trump went to Montana over and over again because he was upset with John Tester and how he treated his doctor.
Tom Yamas, what are you seeing there?
Ronnie Jackson.
All right, so, you know, when we look at Montana, it's a red state, but when Tester won this seat in 2012, it looked more of a mosaic. there was more of a mosaic, blue and red. We're seeing a lot of red right now, which obviously is not a good sign for Tester. In Billings, this was really, really close, but Tester would have wanted to win this. This is one of the biggest districts. He lost here only by about maybe 600 votes or so, but this is a really close race in Montana.
It's very close. We're going to have to see where the vote is coming in. Only 50-something votes separate John Tester and Matt Rosendale. We'll be back.
It's ABC News Live as George et al. Hit another commercial break on the broadcast network downstairs. We're upstairs in the skybox continuing our coverage. No commercial breaks on ABC News Live. Let's take a look at the scoreboard thus far this evening. Here's where things are in the House of Representatives. The Democrats have a net gain of 25 seats. They need to get to 218 to control the House. They are, according to ABC News projections, en route to doing so. We are projecting that the Democrats will retake the House of Representatives. Very different story on the Senate side of the U.S. Capitol. At this point, the Republicans have gained 3 seats, and there are still several races where we don't know who's going to emerge victorious. So a lot to discuss, a lot still up in the air. And for that, we bring in one of my favorite colleagues, ABC's Cokie Roberts. Thank you for coming upstairs to hang with us.
Fascinating night we're having.
Fascinating night. For you, what is the takeaway?
Well, there are a couple of them. Obviously, we've talked about the split decision and all of that, but one of the really exciting things from my perspective is that we're likely to have 101 women in the House of Representatives, and we've never had anything like that.
You know, I was really struck when you were talking downstairs about the fact that it's been shown that women govern and legislate differently.
Surprise!
No, I'm not surprised.
No.
I live with a woman.
Yes, right. Funny thing, yes. No, it's true. We do have a good deal of data on this, that women, these are broad strokes, right, tend to be less partisan, less ideological, more ready to just be practical and get things done.
And yet many of the people who've sat in this chair, the chair you're occupying right now throughout the evening, have been talking doom and gloom about how we're on a collision course for more toxic tribalism given the makeup in Washington right now. Do you believe that everybody else is wrong about this?
No, well, I have hope, you know. My hope is twofold. One is that the big number of women could make a difference. In the Senate right now, the last little bastion of bipartisanship is among the women of the Senate who have a regular dinner together and like each other. The other area that gives me hope is the large number of veterans who are being elected. And we talked briefly about this, but, you know, people in the military, you have to get things done.
Yes.
And you have to work with other people to get things done.
In order to put your life on the line, you have to be reasonably patriotic.
All of that, exactly. And in our history, we've had times with huge numbers of vets in the Congress, particularly right after World War II, where there were 2 great big classes, a big Republican class of 1946, a big Democratic class of 1948. They were very self-conscious veterans. They ran as the men who went, not the men who sent. And they were a very unified Congress. It was really a time of much, much less partisanship than we see today. And it was because they had all been on the same side. They had literally been in the trenches together.
Well, I just want to pick up on a discussion you guys were having downstairs, like 20 minutes ago, but it just piqued my interest. For Democrats heading into 2020, what is the lesson from tonight? Is the lesson that they should go hard left, or is the lesson that they should go moderate?
I think going hard left is never a wise thing to do. First, not only do you see the people losing,
Beto O'Rourke, Gillum,
but also look at the numbers. I mean, you look at the number of people who identify as liberals in this country, and you never hit 30%. So you have to be very, very careful to run as a straight-out liberal.
Cokie Roberts, thank you very much. Again,
Always
they're
good
telling
to
me I
talk
need
to
to
you,
get you back downstairs.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you later.
All
Appreciate
right.
it. Thank you, Cokie. Again, as I said, one of my favorites. All right, let's get it out to Montana, where we have this Senate race that is still seriously a nail biter. I mean, it's separated by a couple dozen votes at this point. John Tester, the Democratic incumbent, sort of neck and neck, and ABC's Kano Whitworth is right there covering the story. What is it that has made John Tester so vulnerable in this race against Matt Rosendale?
Gosh, you know, Dan, I think part of it is just the fact that he is a Democrat in a very red state. I mean, he's looking for his third term here, but you have to keep in mind, in each race, he's only won by about 4 points. So where we're sitting right now, this is familiar territory for John Tester. He knows what it's like to end the night in a close race, not knowing what's going to happen. He actually just got up on that stage there right behind me just a few minutes ago and said to everybody here, go home, get some rest, let's celebrate tomorrow. He said he feels really, really good about the place that they're in right now, despite the fact that as we watch these polls, Matt Rosendale is taking this little bit of a lead right now because we're starting to see some of those more rural districts reporting on their votes. I think another thing, too, Dan, is that you've seen Donald Trump, President Donald Trump has given huge support to the Republican candidates here in Montana. He's made an unprecedented 4 trips in 4 months out to Montana, supporting Matt Rosendale and Greg Gianforte, who's in that House race. He's the incumbent there. Of course, Dan, I know you remember, he made national headlines after body slamming a reporter. And his challenger, Democratic Kathleen Williams, is hoping that she can kind of ride this blue wave that the House is setting up, and she could maybe become the first woman to hold that seat in Montana in 77 years, and also the first Democrat to hold that seat in 24 years. And so I guess I just think overall, all of the support from big-time Republicans and, of course, the president has really helped some of the Republican candidates here, whereas John Tester, you know, he says he is a moderate, and we saw that in polls. Some 70% of moderates are voting for John Tester, and also, you know, the NRA dumped a lot of money into anti-Tester ads, but despite that, 52% of gun owners still voted for him. And when the people who came out for him, Dan, they were people like Jeff Bridges. So the Big Lebowski, I've been looking everywhere for a rug that really ties this room together, but I wasn't able to find it for you.
I got to tell you, I have watched that movie. I mean, I cannot count. Every time I get on a plane and they have the Big Lebowski, I rewatch it, and it never fails to amuse me. And after a night like tonight, I need to watch the Big Lebowski again. I need the dude. Kano Whitworth, we really appreciate it. Let's get it back down to George Stephanopoulos and the rest of the gang right here at ABC News Election Headquarters.
Back here at ABC News Headquarters in New York, 1:30 here on the East Coast, and that are the results from the Senate coming in. So far tonight, Republicans have picked up 3 seats in the Senate so far. At least 3 still outstanding in the House. The Democrats will take control of the House. They've picked up 25 seats so far, waiting for more to come in from the state of California. The president has just weighed in again, second time in the night on Twitter. Appears to be watching TV, quoting somebody who's praised him. Said there's been only 5 times in the last 105 years that an incumbent president has won seats in the Senate in the off-year election. Mr. Trump has magic about him. Mary Bruce, setting aside that Mr. Trump has magic about him, this is an achievement.
It is. Magic coming out of his ears, I'm not so sure about that. But it is an achievement for the president. And you saw in so many places where the president went out and campaigned in so many of those, especially deep red states where you had Democrats that were fighting to hold on to their, political future. The president was able, it seems, to have a difference. And that gives him bragging rights in some ways.
So far in the House, Democrats will take control. Tom, why don't you go back to the board? We set up that checkerboard at the beginning of the evening showing where Republicans were defending, where Democrats were defending. That was it at the start of the evening. What's happened?
This is where we started. This was the red wall. Here's where we are tonight, and you can see the crack in the red wall right there. That is the blue wave that we're seeing, and we still have more than 30 races to go so far. So Dems could still pick up more seats. A data point I want to show you, George. So there were 25 Clinton districts that she won that Republicans were defending. So far tonight, they've picked up 14 of those. There are still 8 to go. Republicans have only been able to protect 3 seats that Hillary Clinton won.
And Nate, are you seeing any other changes now, or are you pretty locked in on the 32 to 36?
We're pretty locked in part because the races outstanding are mostly in California, Washington, Alaska, which are states that have a lot of mail balloting, or Alaska has a lot of every kind of balloting. Takes a lot of time to return. So we're showing 33 with a range plus or minus 3 or 4, but it's going to be in the low to mid 30s in all probability.
Some interesting stories behind the numbers tonight. I want to get into some of those right now. On the Democratic side, to begin, in Connecticut 5, Johanna Hayes, a former National Teacher of the Year, will be coming to Congress. In Massachusetts, Ayanna Pressley will become the first African-American to serve in the Boston area in Congress. She's representing District 7 there. And in New York, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, remember when she defeated man who wanted to become Democratic leader of the House, Joe Crowley, in the primary, is winning handily in her race in a heavily Democratic district, Cecilia Vega.
No surprise there, George. Heading into the night, there was this question about whether Democrats this morning, would have to question the soul of their party, where they were headed. Are they the party of Nancy Pelosi, or are they the party of Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez? She is an uber progressive. She is the progressive that Republicans love to hate. She's got a knife in. She put a knife in the back of the Democratic establishment. She shocked the world when she won that primary. And here she is now, will be the youngest member of Congress at 29 years old.
You know, before we went to break last time, Alex, you had brought up the point saying the Democrats were losing in both those. They're getting squeezed out on the progressive side, squeezed out in the moderate side. Stephanie, I know you wanted to respond.
To Alex?
Why would you disagree with that?
Because you're wrong. It's not true. I mean,
I'm sorry, they didn't lose?
Well, if you look at where they lost, they're losing in very red districts, very red states, rather. And they were running campaigns very specific to those states. Where Democrats are winning House seats, there are many mainstream Democrats, moderate Democrats that are winning. Where Democrats are winning in blue states, in blue districts, they're running for those districts. So I think the bottom line here is that good candidates are winning in these districts because they're running good campaigns in these districts. I don't think anything has changed in terms of where the Democratic Party stands. In fact, you brought up Abrams and Gillum, and the race that Abrams was running, she wasn't for single payer. She wasn't for tax increases. These people were creating agendas specific to their states.
But I think, as David said, that she was pretty much of a radical progressive going in, and I don't know that she ever overcame that. And by the way, I disagree with you. I thought they were good candidates. I didn't think that was their problem.
Oh, no,
maybe you do.
No, I think they were great candidates.
Raising the wage is not a radical issue, nor is Medicare for all a radical issue. Look, I just want to say that there's a cause for celebration. Next year, George, we will have the largest number of women of color in Congress in the history of our country, 38 women of color. This is a great night to celebrate that because 50 years ago, Shirley Chisholm won her seat in 1968. So in the Democratic caucus, we will see a large number of freshmen for the first time since 1993. And I do think that the Democratic Party, you will see a sea change because the pipeline has changed for those candidates who are coming up and running in the future.
There are more than 1,000 women running for state legislator seats, and they're winning.
Look at this strategically today is the Democrats have a short-term problem, which the short-term problem they have is that they're not able to win in a vast part of the country, a vast part of the states and a vast part of the country. The Republicans, on the other hand, have a long-term problem, and the long-term problem is the fastest growing constituencies in America are those that are voting more and more Democratic. And the most shrinking part of the constituencies in America are those that vote mostly Republican. And so you're at this loggerheads where the Democrats have to figure out how to fix their short-term problem. The Republicans have to figure out how to fix their long-term problem.
Terry Moran.
Well, the Democrats have a broader problem, maybe. This was the rallying cry for tonight was this was going to be the night that repudiates Donald Trump and Trumpism. And it doesn't quite feel that way, certainly not in the Senate and even in the House. The great big blue wave didn't really crest over the Congress. I mean, they've done well. And it's perhaps because Donald Trump brought something into American politics, a nationalism, economic nationalism, cultural nationalism that needs an answer. And this dispute that's happening within the Democratic Party has got to be resolved if they're going to win the White House back with some kind of answer. Because Trump goes out there and people hear that song, they hear the poetry in what he's talking about, they respond to it.
Let's keep in mind that we are in an unbelievably good economy, according to most Americans. We're in an unbelievably good economy, and this president is unpopular. No president with this economy has lost a House. Never has a president in 100 years has lost a House. So there's been this economy that helped lift him up. I actually think Donald Trump has underperformed in his own numbers because of how he's dealt with this. If his numbers were anything normal, they'd be at 60% approval for an economy like today.
Chris Christie addressed that point because the economy is incredibly strong right now. You can look at the results tonight and say the president now owns the Republican Party. The party is strongly behind President Trump. He's foreclosed any possibility for now of a primary challenge, but that's with an awesome economy.
Yeah, I don't think there was any chance of a primary anyway, even before tonight. Now solidifies it even more. But I think, about the Republican Party going forward, they could walk out of tonight having walked in with 33 governorships and walk out with 29 or 30. No one thought that was possible. And that lays the groundwork for 2020. Last thing, George, elections are a binary choice, always. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump's just being looked at by himself in a vacuum right now. It is not until the Democrats, of those 23 people, steps up and gets up against them.
And we want to talk about that in a moment, but let's look at Stacey Abrams now taking the stage in Georgia.
Made with miles traveled, with prayers prayed to the highest heavens. And tonight we have closed the gap between yesterday and tomorrow. But we still have a few more miles to go. But hear me clearly, that too is an opportunity to show the world who we are. Because in Georgia, civil rights has always been an act of will and a battle for our souls. And because we have been fighting this fight since our beginnings, we have learned a fundamental truth. Democracy only works when we work for it, when we fight for it, when we demand it. And apparently today, when we stand in lines for hours to meet it at the ballot box, that's when democracy works. But I'm here tonight to tell you, votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard. Across our state, folks are opening up the dreams of voters in absentee ballots, and we believe our chance for a stronger Georgia is just within reach. But we cannot seize it until all voices are heard. And I promise you tonight, we're going to make sure that every vote is counted. Every single vote. Every vote's getting counted.
Stacey Abrams right there saying she's going to stay in the race right now until all the votes are counted. I want to bring it back to the conversation about 2020. Chris Christie, you were just talking about. Let me bring that to Donna Brazile. You've got several potential candidates who won tonight, including Bernie Sanders, including Elizabeth Warren, Kirsten Gillibrand, Amy Klobuchar, several others. You probably have 30 Democrats looking at the presidential race right now, led in the polls at least by Joe Biden. Who is the Democrat that can bridge the gaps in the party, that can tell the story that Terry Moran is talking about?
I was thinking that my friend Stephanie Cutter would help me out on that so I don't get in trouble. But, George, we're going to have a very large group of candidates who are considering 2020. We have a very talented bench. You didn't mention Cory Booker. Chris Christie, friend. You didn't mention Kamala Harris. There's so many people out there. Hickenlooper, who just stepped down from Colorado. So I'm looking forward to the type of debate that we need in the Democratic Party about the future of the country, about the growth of the party, and bringing in new blood. We got a good bench, but we need a fighter.
You're nodding your head.
I agree with everything that my friend Donna just said, and I don't want to get in trouble either. But I do think there is one name that I think we can talk about tonight, and that's Sherrod Brown, who won statewide in Ohio pretty handedly. He is one of the original populists, so to speak, and talks about those issues very handedly. Absolutely. And I think he's been running in a pretty tight race. Nobody has been putting him on any short list. I don't know if he's interested, but I think that kind of candidacy would be interesting in opposing Donald Trump.
And likely to see people, David Muir, officially announce in the next several weeks, certainly by the beginning of the year.
Yeah, almost immediately. I've talked to a couple of people just leading up to election night just to get sort of the temperature within the party. One of the people I talked to was Senator Kamala Harris, and she talked about this issue of progressives in the South running in several of these races, and the working class that we saw the Governor-elect Whitmer claim in Michigan tonight. And what she said to me was, she said she doesn't mind that her name comes up on these lists anymore. It doesn't distract her. She said she's not even close to even answering a question about it. But she did say it's a false choice in America to decide that you have to either run as a progressive or run as say, Joe Donnelly did in Indiana, that there is a way to talk to working class America with the same argument made all over the country. Then I had Governor Kasich in the office this week. He was coming through ABC, and he's no longer going to be the governor. He's out now, term limits. But one of the things he said was he admitted he talked to Joe Biden not long ago, Vice President Joe Biden. He would love the idea, and I think this is sort of a pipe dream at this moment in time, of a third ticket where a Republican and a Democrat would join together.
Yeah, he talked about that with John Hickenlooper as well. Meanwhile, sort of to the side of the Democratic Party, maybe above it, is the man who spent hundreds of millions of dollars in this race, tens of millions of dollars, I should say, billionaire Michael Bloomberg, looking hard at this race, has probably decided that if he's going to run, it has to be as a Democrat. Doesn't have a path as an independent.
I've been told by people close to Bloomberg that he's both seriously considering running and that if he does run, he will run as a Democrat. It'd be an interesting choice for a Democratic Party to pick a New York billionaire. I guess it's happened before, but a New York billionaire who was a Republican, was an independent, hasn't been a Democrat all that long.
And people close to Trump say that is one of the potential candidates that they fear the most.
But I wonder if that's the way a Republican looks at the way a Democratic primary would be.
I can't wait for Michael Bloomberg to go to Iowa for the caucuses with that electorate and explain stop and frisk. And what Kamala Harris does to him and Cory Booker does to him and all of the other progressives who are going to be running, they're going to make Michael Bloomberg explain how for 12 years as mayor of New York, he enforced stop and frisk. That wouldn't be hard to explain in the Republican primary. I'm guaranteeing you, George, it will be impossible to explain to liberals in Iowa in the caucuses and liberals in New Hampshire.
Koki?
South Carolina, where he came, and is, of course, one of the early primary states. And the Democratic Party in South Carolina doesn't recognize Michael Bloomberg. I mean, he's a Martian. And I think that's exactly the
if they want to go for a mayor, which I actually think going for a mayor is probably a really good idea for the Democrats, and not pick somebody from the cesspool out of Washington that everybody in America seems to dislike, go to Mitch Landrieu.
Yeah, absolutely.
New Orleans.
But, George, can we talk about the message? What message do the Democrats have at this point? What are they for? Not just what they're against. And I think that's something that the Democrats really have to work on in this race, because we know they don't like Donald Trump. They've been campaigning against Donald Trump, but you don't really know what they're for. I know Robbie Mook recently was asked what the message was.
Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
Hillary Clinton's campaign manager a couple of weeks ago asked what the message of the Democrats was, and he said, you can check it out online. That's not a really that is not an easy message. You go up against Caravan, Kavanaugh, promises made, promises kept. The message is, I think, what's
missing. You can't have a message. To me, it's impossible for the Democrats, who are going to hold the House. They're not going to hold the Senate.
Right.
They're not going to hold a bunch of key governors' races. You only can get a message once you have a candidate. Democrats won the House back in 2006. Without really a message.
So they need a message and a message.
They didn't have a message until Barack Obama showed up on the scene and enunciated what his vision of America was. That's the only way you can do it.
Well, then gets to the question, Donna Brazil, was there a Barack Obama elected in the Democratic Party tonight, or is there a Barack Obama in waiting?
Well, clearly Beto O'Rourke was somebody we saw as a future Barack Obama. Andrew Gillum, Stacey Abrams, they fell short. And we don't know yet with Stacey, because they're looking forward to a runoff, and they're still counting the vote. Yes, there is a Barack Obama in the party. We are going to have that debate. It's going to be a healthy debate, and we need to have an opportunity as a party, like the Republicans did, when this young man ran, to really, get a chance to see the depth and breadth of this very talented party.
George, as somebody who participated in that opportunity, let me just say, if you're going to have 16 or 17 people in the Democratic primary, and you're going to have to try to figure out in that first debate, like we did in Cleveland, who's on the stage, how you're going to determine it, and then when you're doing debate prep, your team says to you, max, you have 7 minutes.
And that ended up working for President Trump because he never had a sustained attack from any of his opponents on the stage. From what you're saying about the Democratic side, you don't think they'd let Michael Bloomberg get away with that, Alex?
I think we're learning a lot tonight about both parties. For my party, the Republican Party, we see some big problems. So if you're under 35 years old, why would you like the Republican Party going forward? When Republicans met suburbs today, suburbs won. That's a real problem with women going forward. But Democrats have a big problem too. They have nothing new. Same old, big, dumb, top-down government from Washington. Oh, the next program's going to work better than the last. You know, hey, Washington's a big manual typewriter. It's not working too well keeping up with the world. We'll just get a bigger typewriter.
Alex.
And that is both parties, I think, have not changed since Donald Trump crushed both of them.
You know, there's just two thoughts. One, I think you might have a couple of future Barack Obamas in the Democratic Party that were elected in the House. They're too young to run right now.
Yeah.
But Abigail Spanberger, Antonio Delgado, the resumes are better than a lot of the Democrats that we talked about as the 2020 candidates.
Absolutely.
But the only thing, I think the message that is going to be a very hard sell is investigate Donald Trump. If you look at the exit polls, and I'm sure, David, you got the exact numbers on in the impeachment question, vast majority said no interest in impeaching Donald Trump. So if the Democrats...
That was the same issue that reporters talked about after Democrats took control in 2006. And what did Nancy Pelosi decide to do? She went back into Congress and said, look, we're going to focus on kitchen table issues. Right now, Democrats are saying we're going to talk about how to preserve health care.
But this is a presidential primary year, and Democrats are not going to be able to resist.
And you know what? The Democrats are not going to turn a blind eye to Donald Trump. That's not what we plan to do.
It's not just the Democrats, and I want to bring this back to Pierre. You talked a little bit about Mueller. You said Mueller's not going to pay any attention to the kind of criticism, but at the same time, you now not only have oversight in the House, you have not only Robert Mueller, you have the Southern District of New York investigating the president, the Attorney General of New York. There's actually real legal investigations now circling the president.
Absolutely, George. And you have to remember, some of the people closest to Donald Trump are now cooperating with prosecutors both at the state level and also at the federal level. You have Rick Gates, the former deputy campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, the campaign chairman, Michael Flynn, the former national security advisor. We don't know what they've been telling the special prosecutor for all these months. Those facts will become clear pretty soon, and that will make, I think, a significant mark on the presidency going forward, because once that report is done, we will begin to make some assessments.
It has been leak-proof Mueller operation so far. We'll be right back.
George and team taking a quick break, so let's come upstairs and continue our coverage on ABC News Live. We've got Mike Muse and Tara Setmayer. I'm pronouncing that right on both sides. Yes, it's late. I'm tired. And my tongue's no longer working. So
you've been doing great, Dan.
Oh, thank you. Right back at you. Let me ask you about something I know you wanted to talk about. Is the youth vote. Yes. What do we know? How did young people come out tonight?
Yeah, they came out. It looks like the ABC poll is suggesting that the youth vote represented about 13% of the voting population today. When 2014, the midterm election, they were at it was at 11%. So I think we did see an increase in the youth vote. I think the youth vote made a difference in terms of the energy that was on the ground in all of these key battleground states the individuals fighting for. I thought they brought a new enthusiasm into the field.
Yeah, but 2% jump is not doesn't seem like the youth of America have been galvanized by the era of Trump.
I don't think it's about galvanization, but I think about you look at the trajectory, right? And is it trending upwards? And I think it is trending upwards. And I think not only with the youth vote, but also in the issues that the youth are concerned about. And I think we began to talk about more diverse topics that youth are more interested in discussing. And also, too, think that the age of the candidates that we saw that won today seems to be getting more youthful in age. And in particular, a candidate we're not talking about is Lieutenant Governor now for the state of Michigan, Garland Gilchrist, who is on the Whitmer ticket, and I want to say congratulations to him, but he has this new energy that he wants to bring, and he actually lost his original race to the city clerk's office in Detroit. She brought him on board, and now he's looking to figure out how to revolutionize through technology, governance, and government.
Tara, let me ask you a completely different question,
Sure.
which is, And I talked to Rick Klein about this earlier, our political director. We, as we sift through and digest the data from tonight, what people are calling a split decision, we're in a tough situation as a country. Do you have any sense of how we get ourselves out of this?
If I had that answer, I wouldn't have to work again. It worries me because I've watched how tribal we've become, and I think a lot of the votes and what motivated people was to push back against Trumpism. It's very different than what republicanism, at least, used to be. What traditional Republicans were, traditional conservatism. It seems as though that is no longer. What the Republican Party represents moving forward seems to be a full embrace of Donald Trump, because people who were either moderates, they left the party, they decided not to run again, or they lost today. So I think there needs to be there has to be some kind of a reckoning within the Republican Party of who they want to be, because the demographics of this country are changing, and I'm not quite sure if the results today bring us any further together. It may drive us farther apart, because you're going to see nothing but gridlock now in Congress. The jury is still out, but I'm not sure what that answer is going to be. Because Donald Trump's not going to change. He is who he is, but it's up to the leaders now of Congress to see what they do and how they do it, and what the electorate accepts.
Tara, thank you very much. Mike, thank you very much. Yes. Really appreciate it. Let's go back downstairs to George and the gang.
Back here at ABC News headquarters in New York, coming up at 2 a.m. in the East, and that is the verdict so far tonight in the House. The Democrats have picked up 26 seats, projected to get between 30 and 36, a lot of outstanding seats in California. In the Senate, Republicans will retain control of the Senate. They have gained 3 seats so far, but at least 3 contested races are outstanding so far. The state of Nevada, where Jackie Rosen is up against the incumbent Dean Heller. We are finally starting to get some raw vote, very scant vote coming in right there. The race is going to be much closer than that. But right now, Jackie Rosen is trailing Dean Heller, the incumbent Republican there in the state of Nevada, in the state of Arizona. Right now, Kyrsten Sinema behind Martha McSally. That's an open seat, the seat of retiring Jeff Flake. One of the things you see there, about 12,000 votes separating Sinema and McSally right there. And in the state of Montana, right now, Matt Rosendale has pulled ahead now by over 2,000 votes over the incumbent Democrat John Tester. So you could see Republicans getting as many as 4 seats as a pickup in the Senate right now, as few as 2, depending on what happens there. And Tom Yamas, as we finally take one last look at your battlegrounds tonight, what was the big number that struck you?
George, it wasn't so much a number as much as it was a pattern. This is where we started the night, and this is where we are right now. And when you look at the clusters where Democrats did really well, states like New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, but also Virginia and Iowa. And when we were researching a lot of these races, one trend I noticed, George, the Democrats who won their primaries, the Democrats who actually won tonight were outsiders. They were people with military experience, business leaders, someone from the CIA as well. I wonder when we talk about 2020 if what the Democrats need, and a name we don't have yet, is an outsider.
Not career politicians. Tom Yamas, thanks. Dave Muir, you've been looking at the exit polls all night.
Really interesting. You think about the jobs report just last Friday, 250,000 jobs, unemployment at 3.7%. A pretty strong economy. And look at this number tonight. Direction of the country. 54% of voters said wrong track. And I was struck by the conversation moments ago. Nobody had an answer for the Democrats for 2020. And you cannot argue what Mary Bruce brought up. That tweet from the president, the magic that he speaks of, Joe Donnelly, Claire McCaskill, John Tester in the fight of his life. Everywhere Donald Trump went, just about every place he landed that plane, he had impact.
John Carl, the president and the Democrats can both walk away tonight saying they got a measure of victory. The question is, how do they go forward?
And they probably both need a measure of humility, because they're going to have to try to work together to get anything done. And I think the big thing to look at is, how does Donald Trump deal with a Democratic House of Representatives, because it changed a lot. This was not a big blue wave, but this was a huge sea change in Washington.
A huge sea change in Washington. The president wakes up to a new Washington tomorrow. Cecilia Vega, you cover the White House every single day. Does this put off the talk that had been inside the White House before tonight of major changes in the White House, or should we still expect?
I think we can expect some changes in the White House, and perhaps pretty soon. I mean, we've been talking about it all night. I think Jeff Sessions is certainly on that list. I think there will probably be some West Wing staffers. Coming into tonight, there was a headline that really struck me, that this midterm election was going to be a Rorschach test on President Trump. I don't know that we can say right now that it actually was. People were looking to this to either be a rejection or an endorsement of Trump's America. I don't know that we've got an answer on which way that goes right now.
America was divided coming into this election. America is divided coming out of this election. There's division in the House. There's division in the Senate. President Trump remains in the White House. He can claim victory in the Senate tonight. Donald Trump will pick up seats in the Senate for the Republicans. Democrats will be led, we believe, by Nancy Pelosi in the House. Brand new day in Washington tomorrow. We're going to cover it all the way. ABCNews.com will stay on right now. Nightline will come on for our viewers in the West, and I'll see you tomorrow on GMA.
As George says goodnight to the broadcast viewers, I want to chime in and say goodnight to all of you who watched these many, many hours here on ABC News Live. We really appreciate it. A big thank you as well to our crew, to our analysts, to our producers. This is American democracy at work. It's not always pretty, but we will continue to cover it. As George mentioned, we'll have much more coming up on Nightline. We'll see you soon.
Other than serving our nation in uniform, the opportunity to serve as the 46th governor of the great state of Florida is the greatest professional honor of my life.
We recognize that, we didn't win it tonight. We didn't win this transaction. But I want y'all to know that is just it, a transaction. That what we believe in still holds true today.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the voters of Tennessee thank you for believing in me and for hearing our message and for giving me your vote.
Tonight is a victory for the people of Texas. Tonight is a victory for all the men and women in this room and all the men and women across this state that poured your hearts, your passion, your time, your energy to rising to defend Texas.
Tonight, the good Lord and the people of Missouri have given us the victory.
I am as inspired, I'm as hopeful as I have ever been in my life. And tonight's loss does nothing to diminish the way that I feel about Texas or this country.
But today we as Michiganders came out because we all love this state and because we want a Michigan that works for every one of us.
And we have proven this every single day, Georgia, with doors knocked, with calls made, with miles traveled, with prayers prayed to the highest heavens. And tonight we have closed the gap between yesterday and tomorrow.
This morning on a